50,000 years after civilization died, Leo stands alone in a frozen ash-covered tampa as Earth's last survivor. He cracks the contaminated ice, chews it without flinching, and the ring's blue system quietly tells him his lifespan still cannot go any higher. Leo can only give a bitter smile, because endless lifespan means nothing when the system keeps dragging him back from every suicide attempt. A giant mutated spider lunges out of the frozen sea, and Leo is so numb to life that he lets it bite his arm. The spider dies from his toxic flesh, while Leo's mangled arm heals in seconds and leaves him just as bored as before. Then an enormous Godzilla-like mutant charges from the sea, trying to crush the one human-shaped thing still standing. Leo answers with one light punch, blowing a hole straight through the monster's foot and body and dropping it dead. With the giant corpse sinking away, Leo finally acts on the one thing he still wants most, leaving this dead world forever. Inside the lifespan shop, he sorts by highest price and finds a single absurd answer at the top: transmigration to a random planet for almost every year he owns. He buys it anyway, gladly paying nearly all of his time just for a chance to see another sky. Even at the last second, Leo stomps up more radioactive ice and stuffs himself with it, trying to claw back a few extra years before the jump. The minute runs out, and Leo's body dissolves into dust over the dead ocean. When he opens his eyes again, birds are chirping, sunlight is warm, and the smell of living grass hits him like a miracle. The moment he realizes he really made it, modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth, Leo collapses in tears, kisses the ground, and hugs the nearest tree like a man brought back from the dead. Drunk on the sight of life, he runs modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth through the woods without noticing that every plant he touches is blackening behind him. A rattlesnake strikes his ankle, but its fangs cannot pierce his skin, and Leo already knows the snake just made a fatal mistake. His toxic body mutates the snake on the spot, and the creature swells into a blackened horror before exploding apart. The contamination starts killing the plants too, and Leo goes tense when the black spread creeps through the clearing. Luckily, the spread stops when some of the grass turns blue and seems to trap the pollution in one limited area. Shaken by how close he came to poisoning the new world, Leo decides to clean up every contaminated scrap by eating it himself. He swallows the tainted meat, roots, worms, and dead leaves until the dangerous patch is gone and his lifespan climbs back up again. After an hour, Leo checks his remaining years and realizes he finally has enough time to buy basic modern clothes again. The shop's prices sting, but he still spends years of his life on a t-shirt, jeans, socks, boxers, and sneakers because dignity is worth it. A cardboard box pops into existence, and Leo gets dressed with almost comical relief now that he can look human again. That small comfort leads to a harder truth. In this world, he can only earn lifespan by contaminating food first. He briefly considers living quietly like a normal man, but throws that idea away because he has no clue what kind of world he landed in. Leo settles on a sensible first plan: find water, then build shelter. In a burst of excitement, he kicks off the ground so hard that he launches 1,000 meters into the air to scout the land himself. From the sky, he spots a fortified town to the west, proof that this world has organized people and probably real danger too. He also sees a giant river crossed by a glowing rainbow bridge, where flying ships carry crowds across the water. The sight of so many people hits Leo hard, because for the first time in ages he is not alone anymore. He spots a stream to the east, drops back down hard enough to leave a crater, and heads for it next. As he walks to the stream, his footsteps quietly blacken the grass behind him, and the corruption starts spreading again in his wake. At the clear water's edge, Leo almost scoops a drink barehanded before he catches himself and realizes that would poison everything downstream. To keep the river safe, he spends more years on a hazmat suit, gloves, boots, and a plastic bottle before he dares touch the water. He checks the price of bottled water, decides that buying it would be stupid in a world full of rivers, and fills his own bottle instead. When he finally drinks fresh natural water, the taste is so good after 50,000 years that he nearly treats it like a miracle. Fed and calmer, he thinks through survival basics and decides there is no reason to make primitive tools when the shop can sell him a home. After a long shopping spree, a full campsite appears by the stream, complete with a modern tent, stove, gas, cookware, and a chair. The spending nearly wipes him out again, and Leo admits he is sick of grinding lifespan by eating polluted dirt. Even so, he immediately starts farming years again by taking off his gloves, blackening nearby grass with his bare hands, and chewing through it anyway. The reward is absurdly good here, with each contaminated strand giving him another year and making the ugly chore suddenly worthwhile. Then he pulls up a bizarre weed with a tiny humanoid root, and the little mandrake opens its eyes and screams right in his face. Annoyed, Leo spits on it, and his toxic spit mutates the mandrake instantly into a swollen black thing with a burst of long roots from its stomach. When the monster does not revive or fight back, Leo shrugs and decides weird food is still food. The first chew shocks him, because the black root tastes like a margarita, and suddenly this ugly plant is the best meal he has had in ages. Half an hour later, Leo is full, a little drunk, and sitting happily with only one hard pearl-like seed left over from the feast. He tosses the annoying seed into a basket like a basketball shot and actually celebrates the tiny score. His stomach growls right after, reminding him that a campsite still needs one very important thing he forgot to build: a toilet. So he buys a shovel and goes looking for a secluded place, quickly settling on a 5-meter boulder as a useful landmark. Up close, he notices one flat carved face on the rock covered in strange writing he cannot read, but he brushes off the mystery as none of his business. What matters more to him is that the bare ground nearby has no plants, which makes it perfect for a safe designated toilet zone. He tests the earth with one push of the shovel, drives straight through the hard ground by accident, and happily decides this spot will do just fine. By nightfall he has gone wildly overboard, turning the area around the sacred-looking boulder into rows of deep pits and emergency holes. Remembering the hard seed from dinner, he comes back and tosses it into one of the small holes as if planting future trash. Then a status check makes him stop cold, because that one mandrake meal secretly gave him 100 extra years. Realizing rare plants here are far more valuable than anything on old Earth, Leo abandons sleep and starts ripping through the forest for more mandrakes. By sunrise he has huge piles of weeds and 2 fresh wriggling mandrakes, still alive because his gloves kept them from mutating too early. He takes off his helmet and spits on the hull, blackening the weeds and making both mandrakes scream before their bellies erupt into masses of roots. Delighted by the huge breakfast, Leo sits down to feast and starts noticing the strange blue glow that always contains the radiation around him. He spends the whole day eating and enjoying his camp, so distracted that he never notices the abandoned seed near the boulder has already sprouted a black leaf. Far away at Magpie City's east gate, a teenage outer disciple named Gao Yan heads out for training with little but stubborn hope and 2 cheap swords. The guards know him well enough to skip the check, teasing little Gao as they ask if he is going back to the sword boulder again. Gao Yan admits he is still stuck at the muscle tempering stage, bullied by stronger disciples, and close to being thrown out of the sect. The guards can only encourage him to keep pushing for chi condensation and warn him to return before the forest predators come out at night. Gao Yan thanks them and leaps away through the trees, still chasing progress even if nobody expects much from him anymore. Left behind, the guards quietly pity the hardworking boy and wish heaven would hand him some lucky break before the sect gives up on him. 3 hours later, Gao Yan reaches his usual training spot at the lonely carved boulder and relaxes when he sees nobody else around. He comes here because the boulder is the original Sword Saint journal, even if richer sects now prefer cleaner copy texts and nobody bothers with the real thing anymore. Then his eyes drop to the ground and he freezes, because someone has dug huge pits and rows of little holes right in front of the Sword Saint's boulder. Gao Yan explodes in disbelief, staring at the desecrated site and demanding to know who dared defile the Sword Saint. Still furious and searching for whoever caused the chaos, Gao Yan suddenly notices patches of blue spirit grass on the plain. The moment he realizes they are spirit grasses, Gao Yan lunges over and starts harvesting them like a starving man who just found a fortune. He giddily imagines trading them for spirit stones, or eating them raw to gather enough chi to break through and avoid being expelled from the sect. He spends the next hour stripping the plain bare until his clothes are so stuffed with spirit grass that he can barely move. To carry even more, Gao Yan strips off his outer clothes, ties them into makeshift bags, and leaves the bundles by a boulder before heading east to wash up at the stream. At the stream, Gao Yan expects water and privacy, but instead he finds a strange campsite and a bizarre old man in a yellow sealed suit. Startled, Gao Yan tries to grab his sword and challenge the stranger, only to realize he left his weapon back with his clothes. When the elderly stranger looks him over, Gao Yan realizes how ridiculous he looks and blurts out that he is not some pervert. The old man's muffled reply is impossible to understand through the helmet, and the whole meeting turns even stranger. Then a sharp ringing and a bell-like chime slam into Gao Yan, and burning pain explodes in his eyes. When the pain clears, floating words appear in front of Gao Yan, showing his name, age, and the exact amount of lifespan he has left. Looking for answers, Gao Yan sees matching floating text around the old man too, and now the stranger is calmly poking at invisible screens. As soon as the elder's voice suddenly becomes clear, Gao Yan realizes some unknown power just removed the language barrier. Then Leo removes his helmet, and the aura pouring off his body hits Gao Yan like a sect master's pressure. Convinced he is facing a terrifying expert far above his level, Gao Yan drops to his knees and begs forgiveness. Leo just stares at the partly covered by simple modest cloth teenager kneeling in front of his camp and wonders what on earth this guy is talking about. A moment earlier, Leo had only bought the shop feature because the full universal translator was far too expensive, and he wanted some way to talk to another human. The feature promises a shop domain where visitors can see their lifespan, trade with it, and automatically understand Leo while they stay inside. Leo buys it on the spot, deciding the cost is worth it if it lets him have a real conversation again. He is asked to place the domain manually, so a bird's-eye map of the area appears with a green dome he can slide around like a simulation game. After testing where it can and cannot go, Leo settles the shop domain around his campsite, just short of the stream, and confirms it. Nothing obvious changes in the real world, but when Leo tests his voice and looks back at Gao Yan, he can finally speak clearly and see the boy's lifespan floating in front of him. Back in the awkward conversation, Gao Yan keeps apologizing because Leo's blunt tone sounds dangerous to him. Leo tells him to stop groveling and instead asks the much more obvious question: why is he still partly covered by simple modest cloth? Panicking, Gao Yan sprints off to fetch his things and returns a few minutes later properly dressed, though still covered in dirt and blue grass. After a painfully awkward silence, Leo finally gets to the point and asks if Gao Yan wants to buy some of his weeds. Gao Yan thinks the weeds look powerful, but he has no spirit stones on him, so he can only refuse as politely as possible. Leo shocks him by saying he does not want stones at all, only Gao Yan's lifespan, which the new floating status has already made impossible to ignore. Leo sweetens the pitch by offering one black weed for just 1 year, but Gao Yan quietly decides survival matters more than the exact terms of this insane deal. He agrees to buy only one, and Leo's face instantly falls because that is a terrible sale. The trade goes through the shop system, and a bundle of black grass floats over to Gao Yan as 1 year is deducted from his lifespan. The moment he catches it, Gao Yan nearly throws it away because the bundle is burning hot. That heat reminds Gao Yan of the legendary mystic herbs from herbology lessons, so he asks what exactly Leo just sold him. Leo casually calls them his snacks, which only makes Gao Yan more convinced he was either scammed by a lunatic or handed a treasure by a terrifying master. Choosing caution over doubt, Gao Yan drops into a grateful bow and thanks Leo as if he has received a precious blessing. Leo finally gives one genuinely useful warning: soak the stuff in freezing water first, or eating it raw will make Gao Yan swell up and die. Memorizing that advice, Gao Yan gathers his blue and black grasses, bows deeply one last time, and leaves the campsite alive. Once the boy is gone, Leo glares at the system menu and grumbles that this translation perk already cost him a brutal 100 years. Then a delayed worry hits him, and Leo awkwardly wonders if selling radioactive grass to the teenager was maybe a terrible idea. Meanwhile, Gao Yan endures the bundle's burning heat all the way back to the city and rushes through the gate in a hurry to reach the sect. He brushes off the guard's questions with a shaky story about meeting a powerful senior, and races straight for the sect dorm area. Ignoring everyone on the road, Gao Yan races through the city and sect entrance toward the Outer Disciples' Contribution Pavilion, the one place he can turn herbs into resources. Inside the busy pavilion, Gao Yan ignores the mission boards and hurries toward the exchange counter with his grasses. The deacon asks for his token, and when Gao Yan fumbles it onto the counter, blue spirit grass spills out in front of her. The deacon immediately recognizes the herb's quality and asks why an ordinary outer disciple has spirit grass at all. Not wanting the sect to learn about the remaining patch in the forest, Gao Yan lies that a mysterious senior sold the herbs to him. His story only gets stranger when he claims the man's aura was as bright as the sect master's, but he was too frightened to ask a name. Even so, the deacon finishes grading the batch and tells Gao Yan the blue grasses are worth 69.5 contribution points. Gao Yan immediately chooses spirit stones over technique books, desperate for usable money instead of long-term options. A moment later, he receives 34 spirit stones and walks out glowing with relief and greedier ambition than before. After Gao Yan leaves, the deacon pulls his dusty record and discovers he is usually almost worthless as a contributor. That makes today's windfall look even more suspicious, so she logs the herbs as gifts from an unknown senior and flags Gao Yan for an internal background check. Back at camp, Leo keeps happily eating mutated mandrakes until his stomach finally rebels. He rushes to his crude toilet area behind the boulder, strips out of his suit and clothes, and squats over one of the small holes he dug earlier. Afterward, Leo covers the mess, grumbling that 50,000 years of mutation still did not cure him of diarrhea. But the buried spot turns black, leaks colorful aurora, and reeks of burning iron, so his contaminated waste is clearly mutating the ground again. Extra dirt does nothing, so Leo solves the smell the simplest way he can think of by hauling the huge boulder on top of the problem. Even that only convinces him his toilet pit was too shallow, so Leo starts digging a much deeper solution. A full day later, Leo has carved out a 20-meter crater, only to discover damp walls and underground water at the bottom. That instantly turns the whole thing from inconvenience to environmental disaster in his mind, because radioactive waste leaking into groundwater could ruin the world. He finally checks the shop for a proper fix, realizes he should have done that from the start, and buys a septic tank for 50 years of lifespan. Leo spends the next stretch of time fitting the tank and pipes into the crater until he finally has a sealed system that should contain the contamination. Just when the job looks finished, black roots suddenly burst from the wall and wrap themselves around the septic tank. Leo recognizes the sweet mandrake scent and realizes one of the buried seeds must have grown into this thing. When Leo jokingly asks if it wants his organic fertilizer, one of the roots actually wiggles back as if it understood him. Too stunned to argue with a plant that might be helping, Leo leaves the roots in place and buries the system with only the toilet pipe exposed. He mounts a modern toilet seat on top, creating the strangest outhouse in the wilderness, but leaves it sitting in the open for now. Then Leo notices the old boulder itself has changed, cracking open as blue smoke and new growth push out from inside it. Half amused and half worried, Leo names it the rock tree and tells it not to spread his contamination into the rest of the forest. To Leo's disbelief, one branch wiggles like it understands him, and he is left staring at yet another impossible thing he somehow has to accept. After the boulder and septic tank mess, Leo retreats to his tent and simply sleeps the rest of the day away. When he wakes up late the next morning, Leo has a new problem. Now that survival is handled, he is painfully bored. To kill time, He opens the shop domain menu again and studies the bird's eye map of his camp. A hammer icon leads him into the building menu, and the domain view switches into a grid with usable land marked in green and blocked land in red. There is only one starter building available, a humble store, and it costs a brutal 500 years of lifespan. Leo snaps in disbelief because after all his recent eating and spending, he only has 300 years left and cannot even test the feature. He remembers that he used to farm huge amounts of lifespan by eating mutated creatures, but in this world he is afraid of poisoning the environment and wrecking the ecosystem. With no cleaner option in sight, Leo strips off the hazmat suit and decides to contaminate the forest on purpose just to make more edible weeds. Wherever his bare body touches, healthy grass blackens and nearby plants shift blue, proving his radiation still mutates everything around him. He squats in the dirt and starts plucking black grass and hunting for more mandrakes, reduced to farming corruption out of boredom. The work is so depressing that Leo jokes to himself that pulling weeds might be his whole life now. While he keeps yanking weeds, he remembers Gao Yan and dryly hopes the boy at least did not mutate extra limbs. Elsewhere, Gao Yan has spent 3 days cooling the black grass in a huge borrowed cauldron, but the water keeps heating back up and the green glow is making him sick. Half delirious from the heat, Gao Yan goes back into the dorm and begs his roommates to watch the cauldron while he sleeps. His roommates laugh it off and demand payment, because no one expects stingy Gao Yan to spend real money on a chore. Gao Yan shocks them by tossing over a spirit stone and ordering them not to let the pot boil before he collapses onto bed. The roommates stare after him in disbelief, realizing he must be seriously ill if he is willing to spend a spirit stone this casually. When they finally check the cauldron, the green smoke and pressure feels so rich that they suspect it is high-grade spiritual chi. They peek inside, see the black grass at the bottom, and instantly get blasted by burning smoke that sears their eyes and noses. Their screaming draws more outer disciples, and anyone who looks into the pot gets the same painful reaction. The commotion brings over a deacon, and one glance at the glowing pot makes him realize this is not normal herb soup but spiritual chi and something far more precious. He reaches in with chi to pull the grass out, but the herb's aura repels him so hard that the backlash makes him cough blood. Now convinced the pot holds high-grade immortal grass, the deacon demands to know who dared boil it here. The roommates, still half-blinded, point to the dorm and admit that Gao Yan brought the grass and is sleeping inside. Everyone rushes into Gao Yan's room to drag him out, only to find him glowing in a vivid green breakthrough aura. The green glow tells them his true affinity is wood chi, a talent precious enough to make every swordsman and bully immediately back off. No one dares wake him, because ruining an alchemy-compatible breakthrough would make enemies of every alchemist in the sect. As more people cram into the room to watch, the front line starts forcing the crowd back out so Gao Yan's breakthrough will not be disturbed. The deacon pushes through to examine Gao Yan and realizes the breakthrough is real, but his body is overloaded and his meridians may burst. He orders the disciples to run for an elder and bring a chi stabilization pill and a meridian nourishment pill before the boy tears himself apart. As the others sprint off, the deacon sits in front of Gao Yan and prepares to draw out the excess with chi himself. Before the deacon can act, Gao Yan jolts awake and vomits corrosive green fluid onto the floor. He is burning with fever and stomach pain, but the deacon checks his pulse and finds that the breakthrough has already finished. Then the deacon gives him the news straight. Gao Yan has entered the chi condensation stage. For Gao Yan, that means everything, because reaching second stage means he is no longer a sect failure waiting to be expelled. Seeing how valuable his affinity is, the deacon promises him pills, pain relief, and a wood chi cultivation method from the treasure pavilion. Once the deacon leaves, Gao Yan pieces it together himself and realizes Leo's black grass really was a priceless immortal chance. Moved to tears, he decides that as soon as his cultivation stabilizes, he will go back and thank the elder who changed his life. Later that day, a deacon escorts Gao Yan to the alchemy department, and even the black grass cauldron is transferred with him to his new life. By the next day, Gao Yan no longer lives with the outer disciples and is already being treated as a future alchemist. Once an alchemy elder confirms his wood chi, Gao Yan is accepted as a core disciple, and the stunned reactions around him make it clear his status has changed overnight. Back at his old dorm, the cauldron turns into a pilgrimage site where outer disciples sit around inhaling the green gas and hoping it will awaken hidden talent in them too. At the contribution pavilion, scholar elders keep auditing disciple records when Gao Yan's file reaches one elder's desk. The elder laughs at Gao Yan's old evaluation, then spots the strange note that his spirit grass came from a rogue cultivator in the Sword St. Boulder Forest. Realizing Gao Yan's breakthrough may be tied to that unknown man, the elder writes an urgent comment and rings for a formal investigation. An inner disciple rushes in almost immediately, takes Gao Yan's file, and carries the case to the disciplinary department. The file reaches the sex-restricted disciplinary pagoda, where requests are delivered through a basket at the entrance and sent upward by chi. On the rooftop, disciplinary elder Han Meng is training with a formation of 100 flying swords when the record arrives. After reading the report, Han Meng links Gao Yan's awakening and the mysterious spirit grass to the same outsider and decides to investigate personally. He leaps from the pagoda roof and flies east toward the Sword St. Boulder Forest to meet this unknown cultivator himself. Meanwhile, Leo is still harvesting black grass when a dire wolf lunges from a bush and bites straight into the back of his neck. Leo ignores the bite completely, because all he cares about is that the basket is full of weeds and still has no mandrakes. He trudges back toward camp complaining that if this keeps up, he is going to turn into a cow from eating nothing but grass. The dire wolf convulses, swells, blackens, and dies from his radiation, turning from attacker into fresh meat. A little later at camp, Leo hangs the swollen wolf upside down, guts it neatly, and drains the blood into a container like this is normal routine now. He is actually pleased for once, because after all the weeds, dog meat at least sounds like a real meal. Just as he is about to skin the wolf, Leo spots someone flying overhead and looks up in surprise. Han Meng arrives expecting a rogue cultivator, but from the air he first sees the impossible changes around the boulder and realizes the whole area has been transformed. The more he looks, the worse it gets. Ordinary plants have become spirit vegetation, and clusters of blue plants are circling black toxic growths that leak heavy miasma. Then Han Meng spots the strange campsite by the stream and finally sees Leo below, the white-haired old man standing in his odd bulky yellow protective suit. The moment their eyes meet, Han Meng feels a chill and mistakes Leo's bizarre aura for the pressure of a soul formation expert on the same level as his sect master. His entire attitude flips at once, and Han Meng lands respectfully in front of Leo to apologize and introduce himself as a junior from the Life Sword sect. Even while speaking, Han Meng panics inside because he realizes he may already have been rude by questioning a much stronger senior too directly. Leo, meanwhile, is mostly amazed that real cultivators actually exist and scrambles to act like he belongs in this kind of world. So Leo quietly activates the shop domain, and Han Meng's lifespan suddenly appears in front of them both. Leo is stunned that this local man has more than 700 years left to live, while Han Meng is rattled to see his own lifespan exposed like a secret. Trying to sound mysterious, Leo calls himself a wandering vendor from another continent, and points Han Meng toward his mountain of black grass. Then Leo makes his pitch and greedily raises the price, offering a single blade of weed for 10 years of lifespan. Instead of haggling, Han Meng explodes in disbelief that the price is really that low. Before Leo can figure out the mistake, Han Meng eagerly asks to trade 500 years of lifespan for 50 blades on the spot. Han Meng is ecstatic when Leo prices the immortal grass at only 10 years of lifespan per blade, because to a cultivator this is absurdly cheap. Knowing how rare the grass is and how much lifespan and cultivation its pills can grant, Han Meng immediately asks to buy 50 blades. Leo freezes for a beat, then happily agrees and prepares to take 500 years from Han Meng's lifespan. Instead of backing off, Han Meng tries to buy even more, convinced he can still afford it. Han Meng's desperation makes Leo think he is dealing with a full-blown weed addict, and Leo decides not to let a customer kill himself on the product. Leo awkwardly warns him not to overdo it, rambling in strange slang about smoking too much weed and ruining his health. Han Meng cannot make sense of Leo's wording, so Leo drops the nonsense and simply asks what happens if he overdoses. That blunt warning snaps Han Meng out of his greed, and he realizes Leo is reminding him about pill poisoning and cultivation side effects. Ashamed of himself, Han Meng bows deeply and thanks Leo for pulling him back from greedy stupidity. Leo goes through with the sale anyway, tossing over 50 black grass blades as Han Meng happily stores them away. As Han Meng watches his lifespan drop, he asks one more time for Leo's identity, or Taoist name. Not understanding the custom at all, Leo improvises and tells him to call him Florida Man. Han Meng is baffled by the strange title, but he takes it as proof that Leo must be some obscure expert with a grand background. Before leaving, Han Meng thanks Leo again, invites him to the Life Sword sect, and tosses him a gold medallion as proof of goodwill. Han Meng leaps into the sky and disappears into the clouds, leaving Leo staring after him in envy. Once he is alone again, Leo checks his balance, and sees the sale has pushed his lifespan up to nearly 788 years. With enough years finally saved, Leo immediately spends 500 lifespan to buy a real building for his domain. A top-down build grid opens over the domain, and Leo starts dragging a 10 by 10 building footprint around the map. Because the forest is still cramped, Leo first moves his tent and belongings aside to clear space for the store. The chosen ground rises and flattens, and a wooden one-story cabin materializes where the campsite used to be. Up close, the building looks more like a dry old frontier cabin than a modern store, with only a blank roof sign hinting at its purpose. The system asks him to name the shop, and Leo instantly picks the title he has apparently been waiting his whole life to use. The sign lights up with the name "We Sell Weeds," glowing green over the front of the new cabin shop. As he circles the building, Leo likes the size but worries the place has no fence and will be easy to rob. That thought sends him into the shopping system looking for hardware, which quickly turns into a craving for guns. He spots an AR-15 and practically drools over it, only to discover the system wants 5,000 years of lifespan for one basic rifle. Leo explodes in frustration at the outrageous gun price, then spends a long while whining and sulking before he finally calms down. After cooling off, Leo accepts that he cannot live on grass alone and starts planning to turn whatever he can find into more sellable mutant weeds. He inspects the building properly and finds the back room is big enough to double as a bedroom. With that settled, Leo starts outfitting the place, buying a bed for himself and shelves to turn the cabin into a real store. Half a day later, Leo finishes decorating the shop with the layout of a butcher store. The west side is set for meat, but since the dire wolf still is not fully butchered, those freezers are empty for now. On the east side, he arranges the black grass neatly in fruit display fridges so customers can pick it like produce. Even with the furniture in place, Leo can tell the shop still lacks variety and feels unfinished. Then he hits a bigger problem. There is no electricity here, so every refrigerator he bought is useless. Worse, the black grass keeps heating the area, making the dead fridges feel like an even bigger waste of lifespan. When Leo slaps one of the refrigerators in irritation, the system suddenly offers an equipment upgrade. Curious, Leo checks the cost and learns a single refrigerator upgrade will eat 100 years of lifespan. A balance check makes it sting even more, because after all his spending, Leo has only about 238 years left with 10 cold storage units still sitting there. Even so, he decides to test one upgrade and spends the 100 years. The upgraded fridge immediately starts glowing to life, running without a power cord and pushing out real cold air. That success is enough for Leo to upgrade a second fridge on the spot, burning another 100 years to secure at least some working storage. Now limited to 2 working fridges, Leo reorganizes the grass inside and puts the rest back outside, planning to eat the leftovers later to recover lifespan. Back at the sect, Han Meng races into the tallest pagoda and reaches the top floor to see his father. He bursts into the hall, lays out the 50 black grasses on the floor, and excitedly tells his father what he found. The bold Grand Elder opens his eyes, sees the pile, and is stunned by how many immortal grasses are sitting in front of him. Han Meng excitedly tells his father these herbs could be refined into elixirs worth at least 5,000 extra years of lifespan. To confirm it, the Grand Elder picks up a blade, sniffs it, and recognizes the high-quality grass as genuine. Once he confirms the grass is genuine, the Grand Elder orders Han Meng to contact Wu Bai at once and make elixir refinement the top priority. Then the Elder finally asks the real question: where did Han Meng get so many grasses before the secret realm even opens? Han Meng explains that a rogue expert sold them the herbs directly and even accepted lifespan as payment. The Elder worries his son got cheated until he hears the price was only 10 years per blade, and then his whole mood flips to relieved gratitude. To the Grand Elder, that absurd bargain means the mysterious expert must be showing their sect real goodwill. Father and son stop wasting time and head together for the alchemy department to see Wu Bai. Back at the forest shop, Leo force-feeds himself 40 blades of black grass to recover lifespan and gets a miserable result instead. When he checks again, Leo finds himself down to about 78 years, annoyed and surrounded by a stockpile of grass he does not want to keep eating. Then Leo remembers the half-processed dire wolf and decides real barbecue sounds much better than another mouthful of mutant weeds. He heads outside to inspect the hanging wolf carcass, still drained of blood and waiting to be skinned and butchered. Seeing the bin of blood and entrails, Leo thinks of the strange roots in his septic tank and wonders if the mutation near the boulder can use all this as fertilizer. He carries the waste back to the boulder and finds the whole area transformed with green vines, black flowers, and the same contaminated smell as the grass. Leo sets the bin down and casually asks the plant if it wants blood and wolf guts. The answer comes fast as one vine stretches into the bin and starts drinking blood, its green stem turning brown as it feeds. One black flower rapidly mutates into a chomping mouth with a long tongue and starts devouring the wolf intestines. Leo has seen mutations before, but watching a plant become this thing still leaves him staring in disbelief. Then the mutant flower ruins the horror movie mood by looking at him and meowing like a cat. Leo stares at the thing, asks whether it is a cat or a man-eating plant, and gets another meow for an answer. Accepting the ridiculous answer, Leo names the mutant cat on the spot. Cat finishes the whole bin almost instantly and leans in like it wants to lick Leo too. The creature stops itself at the last second after sensing something deadly on Leo's body, and Leo dryly notes that licking him would have killed it. Hissing in fear, Cat backs off, and Leo laughs before carrying the empty bin away. As soon as Leo leaves, Cat settles against the boulder with a sly grin and sends more vines and roots creeping into the forest. Nearby trees slowly turn blue and start leaking dense fog, showing that Leo's new pet is already changing the whole forest around him. Back at camp, Leo gives up on proper butchery and stares at the skinned dire wolf, realizing most of its black, inflamed meat looks rotten and barely edible. He cuts the wolf into sections and keeps only the least ruined meat, but the moment he handles the bones, they warp into soft black jelly with a horrible fermented stink. Leo still bites into a jelly rib to test it, forcing himself through the fishy smell and deciding it is unpleasant but not actually inedible. Thinking the black grass might work like spinach, he rushes to his store, wraps the leaves around the jelly bone, and makes the flavor somehow even worse. Instead of giving up, Leo gets excited and jumps straight to a new plan: turn the salty grass and jelly into seasoning and compare real salt brine steaks against mutant ingredients. Meanwhile, at the Life Sword Sect's alchemy farmland, Han Ming and Han Hao bring one black blade of grass to the elder alchemist Wu Bai to test what it really is. Wu Bai barely reacts and casually identifies the black grass as a 1,000-year immortal grass, which instantly tells the father and son that Gao Yan was not the only one who found this treasure. When Han Hao cautiously asks for maybe 5 pills, Wu Bai scoffs and says one leaf could help make around 20 high-value lifespan elixirs if the other ingredients are ready. That number hits them like a jackpot, because 20 pills from one leaf means their hidden stock of 50 grasses could turn into a fortune. Wu Bai sees right through them and presses Han Hao to stop lying, revealing that Gao Yan already brought him a whole bundle of the same immortal grass. Cornered by an old friend who knows his habits, Han Hao finally admits they have 50 grasses of the same quality. Wu Bai demands the full story, even threatening to leave the sect if they hide it, because he wants to know whether the source is the same rogue cultivator tied to Gao Yan. Han Ming takes responsibility and admits he bought the 50 grasses from a rogue cultivator in the forest for 500 years of his own lifespan. Wu Bai immediately tests the danger of that deal, but Han Ming insists the seller was no evil cultivator at all and carried the same bright aura as the sect master. Satisfied enough to continue, Wu Bai sets a harsh price for helping them, half the completed pills, because he thinks they shamelessly exploited a righteous stranger. Han Hao argues, but Wu Bai gets angrier and bluntly tells Han Ming he failed a character test by grabbing so much instead of taking only 1 or 2 leaves. Han Ming accepts the criticism and apologizes, because deep down he knows Wu Bai is probably right about his greed. When Wu Bai asks the mysterious seller's name, Han Ming can only say the man called himself Florida Man, which leaves all 3 cultivators baffled by what Florida even means. The joke stops there, because Wu Bai decides he will personally visit this rogue cultivator tomorrow to ask his questions directly, and see what other herbs the man might possess. Back at camp the next day, Leo finally gets to his meat experiment, and grills dire wolf steaks over charcoal, pairing the cookout with beer and a freshly bought ice machine. He checks the shop for real vegetables and nearly loses his mind when even basic produce and bread cost absurd amounts of lifespan, so he settles for seasonings instead. Ignoring distant wolf howls, Leo tastes the first cooked steak and discovers the mutated meat is actually delicious, like salmon with roasted lamb, and it even gives him back a year of lifespan from one bite. That good mood lasts right until 7 dire wolves step out of the woods and surround his barbecue. Leo is more annoyed than scared, because his fridges are already full, so instead of killing all of them he decides to buy cages and keep some alive for later. As one wolf lunges for his throat and 2 go low for his legs, Leo tilts aside, puts down his plate, and calmly starts gearing up so he can handle them without touching bare skin. He answers with one kick so brutal it blows a wolf's head apart, stunning the rest on the spot. Before the pack can recover, Leo grabs 2 wolves by the neck and drags them straight into the first cage. Another wolf clamps onto his ankle, but the bite cannot pierce his boots or skin, so Leo simply peels it off and notices its fangs are already rotting from contact. Leo calmly yanks the damaged fang free and throws that wolf into the second cage too. The 3 remaining wolves make one last petty move by stealing his half-eaten steak instead of attacking him. That turns out to be a fatal mistake, because the wolves collapse foaming at the mouth after eating mutated meat they cannot handle. Seeing them poison themselves, Leo remembers the old wasteland rule: unless a body has mutated enough to survive radiation, eating mutated flesh just kills it. He buys 3 more cages, locks up the sick wolves for later butchering, and updates the count with dry humor. He now has 4 extra carcasses, including the one he kicked to death. Once the mess is under control, he hangs the headless body upside down to drain, salvages the still edible steaks, and goes right back to cooking. 20 minutes later, Leo is stuffed, tosses the leftovers into the bin for Cat, and washes up by the stream. His lifespan has climbed to just under 129 years. But Leo is still dissatisfied because one good meal is nowhere near enough to fund all the upgrades he wants. Far above the forest, Wu Bai arrives alone and finds the area around the Sword Saint boulder transformed into a glowing blue ecosystem with a sinister green aura buried inside it. As an alchemist, he recognizes the aura as a sentient wood-type monster and decides a second stage plant should be harmless to someone at his level. Then he finally sees the monster itself, Cat, a giant black champer plant wrapped around the boulder, looking up at him and meowing like a house pet. Wu Bai can hardly believe what he is looking at, and when Cat meows again with its mouth open for food, the old alchemist decides this thing needs dealing with later. Refusing to pick a fight before meeting the rogue cultivator, Wu Bai leaves the meowing plant behind and heads for the wooden cabin by the stream. Cat is left hungry and disappointed for about 2 seconds, until the wind brings the smell of grilled meat and fresh wolf blood from Leo's camp. Hungry again, Cat lets its roots and vines wriggle free from the boulder and starts crawling after the smell toward Leo's store. With more wolves on hand, Leo calmly starts processing the headless carcass outside his shop and upgrades a freezer chest so the clean meat will keep. He tests the leftover normal bones with his bare hand, and the contamination effect is immediate. Leo casually dumps the black jelly into a bin, already thinking of it as future fish sauce or food for Cat. After finishing the first carcass, he turns to the 3 dying wolves in cages and drags one out for the next round. Just as Leo hangs the wolf upside down, an elderly bald cultivator drops down behind him and announces himself. Wu Bai introduces himself as Green Thumbs from the Life Sword sect, and Leo instantly treats the stranger like a potential customer. Leo gives his fake Taoist name as Florida Man and assumes word of mouth is already bringing him more buyers. Wu Bai studies the cages, the hanging wolf, and Leo's strange grill setup, and his suspicion only grows. When Wu Bai questions why a cultivator would still cook, Leo answers like a laid-back old man who thinks a long life should still be enjoyed. At the same moment, Leo quietly checks Wu Bai's lifespan and is impressed to see the old alchemist still has more than 800 years left. Pleased by the number, Leo heads back into the cabin and returns with an armful of black grass to pitch another sail. A few minutes earlier, Wu Bai had already been spying from a pine tree, watching Leo butcher wolves like an ordinary commoner instead of a true expert. Wu Bai compares Leo to real 6th-stage cultivators and realizes something is off. Leo has the same colorful aura as a top expert, but none of the crushing pressure that should come with it. That contradiction makes Gao Yan's story even stranger, because no ordinary disciple should have been able to speak to someone at sect master level and walk away unharmed. Even Leo's slow reaction when Wu Bai finally lands nearby deepens the mystery, because he looks either oddly weak or absurdly confident. Back in the present, the floating lifespan menu shocks Wu Bai, and he immediately tests it with his hand like he cannot believe what he is seeing. Then Leo casually offers him the black grass, and Wu Bai is thrown again when he realizes this strange old man is holding high-grade immortal herbs like they are nothing. Overwhelmed, Wu Bai stops pretending and bluntly asks who Leo really is. Leo just repeats that he is Florida Man, which only pushes Wu Bai to ask what Florida even means. Leo answers with a teasing half-truth, calling it a faraway place so distant that Wu Bai could never reach it in his lifetime. The mention of another world and a journey that would take billions of years makes Wu Bai jump to a wild conclusion. Leo must be a cultivator from a higher realm. Still needing answers, Wu Bai asks which sect Leo belongs to, hoping to pin down his motives. Leo admits he is alone, so Wu Bai immediately probes the part that matters most to him now, whether Leo cultivates life force and wants his lifespan. Annoyed by the interrogation, Leo sticks to his merchant act and says he simply trades weeds for lifespan. To sweeten the pitch, Leo reaches into the trash for a jelly bone sample, but while he does, the blood and organs in the bin quietly mutate even further. Leo offers the black jelly-like cheap monster scrap, and Wu Bai steps closer for a proper look. The instant Wu Bai examines it, he identifies it as something impossibly precious, what looks like Fenrir bone marrow essence. That sends Wu Bai rushing to the trash bin, where the black blood, organs, and bones look to him like a pile of priceless immortal beast materials being wasted. Wu Bai is so horrified by the waste that he almost coughs blood, asking if Leo understands what he is throwing away. Leo's answer lands like a slap. To him, all of it is just cat food. Even reeling from that answer, Wu Bai forces himself to stay clear-headed and wonders if Leo is testing him the same way he tested one of his juniors. Leo sees a nervous customer he can work with, so he smoothly offers to sell the whole bin if Wu Bai wants it. When Wu Bai asks the price, Leo leaves the number to him and says he only wants lifespan, not money. That terrifies Wu Bai even more, because he becomes convinced this is a higher realm expert deliberately testing whether he will act greedy. Wu Bai finally blurts out 200 years, trying to sound bold while still protecting himself. Leo's surprised reaction makes Wu Bai panic and raise it to 300 on the spot. Leo still looks too stunned, so Wu Bai talks himself into the idea that even 300 years is an insulting lowball for immortal beast material. After one last desperate calculation, Wu Bai offers almost everything he has left, 800 years of lifespan. Leo is floored that anyone would throw away 800 years for trash, and for once his conscience kicks in. Instead of taking everything, Leo cuts the price down to 500 years and refuses to strip Wu Bai dry. Leo even explains himself, saying he still needs Wu Bai alive, useful, and able to spread the word about the store. To seal the deal, Leo also throws in the black grass bundle, making the bargain look even more unbelievable to the alchemist. Wu Bai realizes the bundle contains even more immortal grass than Gao Yan and Han Hao received, and the old alchemist is moved to tears. Convinced Leo is a righteous senior rather than an evil scammer, Wu Bai drops into a full kowtow and swears a Dao oath of loyalty. Leo has no idea what just happened, but while staring at the empty land around the store, he suddenly gets a practical new business idea. He decides weeds are not enough and asks Wu Bai to help him buy local fruits, vegetables, and seeds so he can start growing crops here. As an alchemist, Wu Bai immediately reads that request as a plan to turn the corrupted blue forest into spirit farmland, and now he wants Leo to stay even more. Wu Bai eagerly promises to fetch the best seeds himself, fully treating Leo like a benefactor worth serving. When Leo starts to bring up payment, Wu Bai cuts him off and insists he will handle everything himself. After Wu Bai leaves, Leo rushes back inside grinning over his 500-year profit and immediately upgrades more freezer chests to sort the wolf meat. Still pleased with himself, Leo heads back outside and freezes when he sees Cat casually eating one of his wolves at the butcher area. Leo scolds the plant for stealing his food, but Cat just hisses and keeps chewing, too hungry to care. Watching Cat struggle with bones, Leo changes tactics and offers to process the wolf into softer parts if the plant stops stealing whole carcasses. Leo tries using the shop domain on Cat and nearly chokes when the status window says this newborn plant already has 700 years of lifespan. Greedy for that lifespan, Leo tests whether he can siphon it off, but the system flatly blocks him because Cat has to consent first. So Leo decides to tempt Cat instead, dragging out another wolf, killing it with his bare mutated hand, and butchering it for blood and organs while Cat stays busy nearby. While sorting the organs, Leo keeps stumbling over the word alchemist and wonders why Wu Bai treated these blackened parts like treasure. Leo offers Cat the softer blood and intestines in exchange for lifespan, and the plant instantly abandons the hard carcass to dive at the bucket. To make the rest edible too, Leo spits on the half-eaten corpse, mutates it black, and chops it into small pieces for Cat. Cat devours the bucket and the chopped mutant meat like a glutton, and Leo starts eyeing the plant as a possible lifespan farm. Then the status window updates, and Leo is stunned to see Cat's lifespan jump from 700 to 2,300 years just from eating the mutated meal. When Cat tries to move on to another hanging wolf, Leo blocks the way and demands payment in lifespan before any more food. Cat cheerfully agrees in its own way, and Leo gets a system alert saying he just received all 2,300 years at once. Leo realizes too late that Cat gave everything, and the plant immediately withers into a dying, sluggish lump. To save it, Leo shoves the spare liver and squeezed heart blood into Cat until its status crawls back up to 200 years and its color returns. Relieved and exasperated, Leo tells the plant not to hand over everything again and decides on the spot that he is officially adopting it. The instant Cat licks his face, Leo remembers his own skin is radioactive and fears he just killed his new pet by touch. Leo braces for disaster, but a minute later Cat simply bumps him from behind and acts completely fine. Leo carefully touches Cat and confirms the impossible. The evolved chomper plant is now immune to his radiation. Cat keeps meowing, and somehow Leo starts understanding enough to realize the plant is basically calling him an idiot. After the chaos settles, Leo lets Cat root itself beside the store in the tainted soil and feeds it more mutant innards until its lifespan climbs to 1,500 years. With his new lifespan total over 2,100 years, Leo tries to upgrade a refrigerator again and gets blocked by a new requirement he never knew about. So he tests the building itself and nearly yells when the wall offers a level 2 shop upgrade for a brutal 1,000 years. Guessing level 3 will cost even more, Leo shelves the upgrade for now and turns his attention back to the 3 caged wolves he plans to butcher tomorrow. Behind the store, Leo studies the empty smoky plot and decides he wants to clear out the pine trees to make a proper 10x10 backyard farm. Instead of tools, Leo just wraps his arms around a full pine tree and rips it out of the ground like it weighs nothing. Cat watches that display in terror, scrambles out of the soil, and retreats to the roof to keep a safer distance from its new owner. Leo keeps going until 7 mutated pine logs lie in a row, and he starts wondering if the blackened leaves and nuts might also be worth selling. A reflexive mosquito slap finally jogs Leo's memory, and he blurts out the word he has been missing all day, alchemist. That realization makes the black grass and mutant organs click for him, so Leo opens the build menu to see whether the shop system has anything related to alchemy. He finds a basic alchemist workshop, but it needs a level 2 store first, so now Leo has a clear goal and an expensive new problem. The next day Leo decides that if he wants the workshop, he first has to finish clearing the backyard. While yanking out a thorn bush barehanded, Leo gets bitten and spat on by a snake, but its fangs and venom still cannot really hurt him. Leo casually flings the snake away, where it mutates, swells, and dies from his contamination instead. Before Leo can even think about processing it, Cat darts in and eats the dead snake whole because blood is blood. By sunset Leo has turned the thorn vines black and hard, and out of boredom he starts cracking the longest one around like a whip. One careless swing slices a pine tree in half 30 meters away, and Leo instantly stops playing around when the forest crashes down around him. He quietly coils the dangerous vine and hangs it behind the store just as another visitor comes flying in at high speed. The visitor is Wu Bai, and he descends in front of the store with 30 baskets full of produce Leo asked for earlier. Wu Bai refuses payment, saying Leo already gave him far more than enough and he even plans to gather more vegetables from nearby towns. Since the timing is perfect, Leo finally asks what Wu Bai actually wants the wolf blood for, and the old man admits it is for rare cultivation pills. Wu Bai goes further and explains that Leo's mutated blood and innards look like legendary Fenrir ingredients, while the black grass is immortal grass used for lifespan extending pills. To test that claim, Leo points at the untouched wolves in the cages, and Wu Bai laughs because those are just ordinary animals until Leo mutates them. Leo keeps that secret to himself, thanks Wu Bai for the delivery, and watches the alchemist depart into the night again. While flying home, Wu Bai looks back and sees the forest around Leo's cabin changing, with thick fog and glowing pines convincing him an even richer spirit farm is forming. The more he thinks about it, the more convinced Wu Bai becomes that Leo is a higher realm botanist worth showing off at the sect's future alchemist gathering. Back at the sect, Wu Bai finds Gao Yan sitting alone in the herb garden at night, quietly staring at a fresh coriander sprout. Gao Yan explains he was curious about spirit coriander and noticed a new sprout growing at night, so Wu Bai starts teaching him what the herb is actually used for. Wu Bai explains that spirit coriander is valued because it suppresses foul smells and helps stabilize clashing fire, and Wuqi during pill refinement. But the lesson also opens Gao Yan's insecurity, and he admits he feels out of place because he can only use Wuqi while other alchemists use fire. Wu Bai smacks sense into him and insists Gao Yan's Wuqi is a future advantage, because once he reaches golden core and adds fire chi, other alchemists will need his rare wood essence. That lands exactly right, and Gao Yun bows with renewed determination as his master leads him off for tea and more herb lessons. Back at the store, Leo sorts through the delivery and discovers most of it is just cabbage and potatoes, with a few baskets of bananas and one basket of coriander. He tests the cabbage with his bare hand, mutates it purple and smoky, and then finds it tastes surprisingly soft, sweet, and actually good. The system rewards the whole experiment with 5 more years of lifespan, proving mutant vegetables can feed him and pay him back. Leo gloves up and methodically stores the cabbages in the freezers, leaves the potatoes out, and sets the green bananas aside to ripen later. When he reaches the coriander, Leo notices this batch already feels wrong in a promising way, giving off warm blue air like it is not normal produce at all. A taste test hits him with a shock of nostalgia, because this spirit coriander somehow carries the faint flavor of coffee. Moved almost to tears, Leo treats the coriander like a miracle and immediately mutates another stalk to see how far this can go. The instant the stalk blackens and steams, the smell turns into unmistakable hot black coffee filling the store. He rushes for a cup of water, drops the mutated herb in, and watches it brew itself into a black steaming drink. One sip confirms it, and Leo explodes with joy because in this absurd world he has somehow made coffee again. 1 cup of coriander coffee gives Leo a full extra year of life, but it also leaves him painfully wide awake with bloodshot eyes. The hot mutated coriander is too dangerous to leave out and too hot for the fridge, so Leo realizes he can turn the problem into a permanent coffee setup. He buys glass pots and a table, sets them by the south window, and drops the stock into water to make a 4-liter glass coffee brewer. With his coffee problem solved, Leo decides the dark, bare store itself has to be upgraded next. The store jumps to level 2 in an instant, growing brighter and sturdier as fluorescent lights flicker on across the taller interior. The new lights are annoyingly loud and the air feels stale, so Leo throws open the doors and window to get some circulation. Outside, the moonless night is almost pitch black except for the eerie glow spilling from Leo's upgraded store. Leo catches the rooftop chomper plant coming alive at night and crawling off into the forest on its own. The cold damp air feels good to Leo, and since sleep is impossible anyway, he heads to the backyard and works through the entire night. By the time sunrise reaches the yard, Leo has cleared the space and is ready to place the workshop he stayed up making room for. He buys a basic alchemy workshop and carefully places it a short distance behind the store, leaving room for a path between them. A new wooden workshop rises from the ground, and its open patio centers on a huge black cauldron that immediately draws Leo Indiana. The moment Leo touches the cauldron with his bare hand, the workshop wakes up and reveals its alchemy menu. Ignoring the expensive upgrade for now, Leo tests the workshop by feeding it a raw pine nut from the fallen iron pine trees out back. 10 seconds later, the system identifies it as an iron pine nut and hands Leo his first real pill recipe. The recipe mentions an iron element catalyst, and Leo is immediately stuck on what that even means. On a hunch, he researches the pine leaves too, and this time the system tells him they are exactly the catalyst he needed. Now that he understands the combination, Leo quickly gears up with rubber gloves and starts hauling ingredients for a real batch. He loads the nut, leaves, and potato into the cauldron and opens pill making, expecting the rest to be easy. The process stops cold when the cauldron demands fire chi, a term Leo has absolutely no clue how to satisfy. Since he does not know what fire chi is, Leo tries the most practical answer he can think of and brings over a burning lump of coal. The workshop rejects the coal as useless and literally spits it back onto Leo's head, leaving him more annoyed than hurt. Leo yanks off his gloves, grabs the burning coal barehanded, spits out the flame, and angrily throws the lump into the fireplace under the cauldron. That accidental move triggers the real answer, and the system suddenly offers to replace fire chi with 5 kinds of elemental essence instead. Looking at the spat on coal and its strange metallic smell, Leo realizes with disbelief that his own spit may count as essence. Elsewhere that morning in the Life Sword sect, Gao Yen studies Wu Bai's alchemy guide and tries to make sense of how the elements interact. The strange terms still confuse him, but once he finds the glossary and Wu Bai's annotations, alchemy starts to feel broader and far more ambitious than he imagined. Wu Bai's note about mastering more elements and chasing the legendary 5 essences fires Gao Yen up to cultivate harder than ever. He sits down to meditate beside a water pot holding a blade of immortal grass, letting the warm wood chi filling the room sink into his body. Back at the workshop, Leo decides he understands none of this anyway and just hits confirm to see what happens. The cauldron seals itself with a metal lid, turns white, and starts a refining timer that says this batch will take nearly a full hour. Leo refuses to waste that much time standing around, so he carries the extra ingredients back and snacks on a raw pine nut instead. The nut tastes like blood, but the instant lifespan reward makes Leo realize each one is worth a whole year by itself. That discovery sends him racing back to the fallen trees with an empty container, eager to gather as many lifespan-rich nuts as he can. When the hour finally passes, Leo returns to the workshop and finds 30 colorful pills floating over the cauldron. The workshop lists the batch results, and Leo learns he somehow produced mixed grain pills of several elements, poison pills, and even one elixir pill. As he reads the effects, Leo realizes this shabby workshop just turned one potato and one mutated nut into a ridiculous pile of lifespan and cultivation boosts. He also notices most of the pills are only inferior grade, which makes him suspect the workshop level controls quality. Even with a lot he still does not understand about cultivation, Leo quickly gathers the pills and starts eyeing them like he wants to taste one right away. Leo tests a water grain pill first, and the moment it melts on his tongue, icy breath rolls out as the system gives him 1 year of lifespan back. The cold energy spreads through his body so strongly that Leo chases it with a fire pill, only to discover the pills are filling enough to shut his stomach down. Since he cannot eat anymore, Leo buries himself in work, sorting the pills into containers and feeding another batch into the workshop to refine automatically. Half a day later, 12 batches leave him with a small fortune in grain pills, and Leo can only glare at the stash because his bloated stomach still will not let him recover his lifespan. After brooding at the display windows, Leo admits he needs real customers now and decides to open the store properly instead of waiting on himself to eat the stock. He spends more lifespan on transparent containers, lines the grain pills up like premium goods, and moves the potatoes and mutated coriander into the workshop so he can keep them for alchemy. Then Leo experiments on the remaining produce, turning a cabbage purple as usual and aging a banana instantly with a single bare touch. When he forces the tough peel open, the banana shines gold inside, and Leo realizes he has barely researched any of the bizarre produce he has been making. Once the current pill batch finishes, Leo switches the workshop into research mode and throws in a whole blade of black grass first. The result shocks him. The black grass is really immortal grass, a core ingredient for longevity and even a pill of youth. But the recipes demand absurd materials he cannot dream of collecting yet. Next he researches the mutated cabbage, and the system labels it a poisonous cabbage of extreme mean from a demonic realm, which Leo flatly refuses to believe after tasting one himself. The gold banana finally gives him a winner, revealing itself as a golden sand banana, a top-tier-earth catalyst that can massively improve pill quality and output. He immediately starts mass-converting bananas and cabbages, stockpiles a basket of the special ones in the workshop, and puts the rest out in the store with price tags, eager for Wu Bai to come spread the word. Before anyone else arrives, the chomper plant comes home yowling for food and wedges its big cat-like head in the doorway while its roots snake inside around Leo's leg. Leo tosses it some regular cabbages, but the glutton plant raids the display and freezer on its own and gulps down the poisonous purple cabbages too before he can stop it. Leo braces for disaster, but the plant only looks confused, picks its teeth with a thorn, and swaggers off to nap like it just had a perfect snack. Watching the unharmed plant snore by the shop, Leo finally decides this weird thing needs testing, so he cuts off a bit of root and carries it to the cauldron. The next morning, the answer is sitting right in front of him. The chomper is effectively an infant demon dryad, which explains why poison cabbage never bothered it at all. Leo cannot get over the fact that his demon dryad looks like a goofy pet instead of a seductive forest spirit, and the creature only wakes up enough to lick his face like a happy dog. He gives the plant a breakfast of mutated cabbages, but his own stomach is still too full, so he goes back to refining pills and muttering himself into a ridiculous theory about what counts as eating fluid. With the workshop running on autopilot again, Leo turns to the iron pine logs and wonders whether his own contaminated strength can do what modern tools cannot. The answer is yes. One karate chop splits the iron pine, and yellow smoke leaks from Leo's skin as he stares at his own bizarre power and silence. He spends hours stripping the first log by hand until his fingers ache, uncovering a beautiful white interior hidden under the black bark and proving the wood is as tough as metal. Curious again, Leo researches a piece of iron pine bark and learns it can work as a metal catalyst, or even be smelted into ingots. That sends him to the build list, where he finds a blacksmith workshop option and immediately hits the same wall as always. It is locked behind a higher store level and another huge lifespan cost. With no customers and no way to spend his stock on himself, Leo can only keep tidying the yard, peeling more logs, and stacking materials while he waits. Another day passes, his stomach finally settles, and Leo rushes straight to the wolf cages to cash in the livestock he has been saving. He slaughters and mutates the starving wolves for meat and materials, keeping blood, bones, skin, and organs for alchemy while tossing some leftovers to Cat to refill the plant's lifespan too. By noon the work is done, and after eating a real steak again, Leo decides grain pills are efficient but miserable food and swears them off for himself. While washing up, Leo hears movement overhead and looks up to find 5 white-robed young cultivators perched on the iron pine trees, staring at him like he is some kind of spectacle. Leo cheerfully invites them down to talk, but the whole group panics and flees west toward Magpie City instead of taking the chance to meet him. Since even those visitors ran off, Leo goes back to the workshop and starts researching the wolf materials one by one to see what he has really been harvesting. The answers are wild. His mutated wolves count as Fenrir materials, with the skin suited for armor and the marrow tied to a powerful bone reconstruction pill. The discoveries keep escalating as the Fenrir heart, liver, and intestine turn out to be elite pill ingredients and near-universal catalysts for poison, healing, and antidote recipes. Then the key detail clicks into place when Fenrir blood is confirmed as a substitute for ink-type liquid ingredients, which suddenly makes Leo's poison cabbage recipe doable. He even realizes Wu Bai was right to treat the scraps as treasures, but Leo still does not regret the earlier trade because the vegetables and supplies were worth it to him. Mostly for fun, Leo decides to cook a real poison next, throwing in a cabbage of extreme mutated wolf blood, wolf intestine, and a bit of his own spit before starting the refinement. The workshop answers his enthusiasm with a 6-hour timer, and Leo's excitement dies on the spot when he realizes this poison will take forever. He grumpily puts the leftover wolf ingredients back in cold storage, plants himself in front of the cauldron, and loses all motivation to do anything useful. Then boredom wins completely, and Leo suddenly jumps up beside the cauldron to sing and dance to Never Gonna Give You Up while the poison keeps brewing. Back at the Life Sword sect, the outer disciples who saw Leo gossip in fear, convinced Gao Yan only got special treatment because his physique caught a mysterious senior's eye. Even so, they still rushed to report what they found, because contribution points could decide who gets a chance at the next Mystic Realm 3 weeks away. In the alchemy department, the weekly workshop is serious business, because any trainee picked to lecture can be publicly torn apart if the lesson is weak. Gao Yan slips into the audience like always, still unable to make pills himself but eager to soak up every bit of free knowledge. Today's lecturer is Jin Yong, a 22-year-old guest alchemist from the Sixth Element sect whose body already shows the cost of working with poison every day. Jin Yong opens by explaining that poison is not just for killing, and he plans to prove it by turning bone-rotting sap into medicine. That catches Gao Yan immediately, because the poison element is something he has never even seen mentioned in ordinary cultivation books. The lecture runs for 4 hours, and Jin Yong finishes relieved and pleased after winning praise instead of getting torn apart by the room. Late that night, still in a good mood, Jin Yong leaves Magpie City and wanders into the eastern forest just to clear his head. On the way, he remembers the rumor about a hidden senior in this forest, the same one tied to Gao Yan's sudden rise and Wu Bai taking him in. Curiosity wins, and the Foundation establishment alchemist starts leaping deeper through the treetops to see whether the rumor is real. Soon he reaches a bank of dense fog, and instead of backing off, he enters with the confidence of someone who thinks his cultivation can handle it. Inside the fog, his vision shrinks to a few meters, and he realizes the pine trees themselves are glowing blue. Now fully interested, Jin Yong quietly pockets a few strange pine nuts for later study and keeps following the anomaly inward. After 10 more minutes, 2 lights emerge through the mist, and the brighter one turns out to be a large cabin blazing with unnatural orange light. The light itself stuns him, because he has never seen any lamp or tool that can shine this brightly through the forest. Peering through the glass, he first notices the strange long bulbs overhead and a table lined with transparent containers full of colorful pills. That only makes him more restless, because he can see the pills but cannot smell them through the window to figure out what they are. When he steps back and reads the glowing sign, the place somehow looks even crazier. It says we sell weed. Still, the sign also means this might be a real shop, so Jin Yong tests the door and walks straight in. Inside, the store looks like daylight trapped in a cabin, with glass containers, bright refrigeration, and cold air spilling from machines he cannot begin to understand. The showcase refrigerator hits him hardest, because it is packed with black grass, blue coriander, purple cabbages, and golden bananas all leaking rich elemental chi. He blurts out the obvious conclusion to himself. This place feels less like a cabin and more like an immortal herb pavilion. Then he checks the other fridges and finds the place even stranger, because beside priceless herbs, Leo is also storing meat, blood, and organs like a market butcher. A new smell pulls him to the south corner, where a pot of black liquid and blue coriander makes him want to drink it before he can explain why. Before he opens it, the back door creaks and Leo walks in carrying a glass pot of purple poison while wearing strange gloves. Leo just asks the obvious question, but Jin Yong is already distracted by the poisonous scent coming off the purple liquid. Then Jin Yong notices the terrifying aura around Leo and instantly judges him to be a soul formation expert on the level of a sect master. The chemist drops to his knees on the spot and begs forgiveness for intruding into the senior's home. Leo can only wonder, not for the first time, why every cultivator seems to panic and overreact the second they meet him. A few minutes earlier, Leo had only been collecting the finished purple poison into a glass pot when he heard the front door and rushed over for what he hoped was a customer. Back in the present, Leo decides the awkward kneeling is still better than no business, so he checks Jin Yong's lifespan through the shop domain. Not wanting to reveal too much, Leo casually asks whether Jin Yong already has a Taoist name. Jin Yong explains he is only at the first rank of Foundation establishment, nowhere near good enough to have earned one yet. When Leo asks why he came, Jin Yong quickly says he only followed the rumor here to pay respects and meant no offense. That answer immediately improves Leo's mood, because his rumor-based marketing is finally bringing in customers. Jin Yong finally asks the question that matters: can he buy some of the precious herbs here? But his eyes keep drifting back to the purple poison instead of the herbs, and Leo catches that right away. So Leo opens the pill containers instead and shows him the grain pills, asking whether that is what he really wants. The moment Jin Yong senses elemental chi from those pills, especially poison chi, his composure starts to crack. For a low-ranked alchemist like him, these pills are more valuable than money, because elemental resources usually only come from rare mystic realm slots he may never get. Jin Yong points straight at the purple pills and asks the price with obvious urgency. Leo introduces the store rule by pointing to Jin Yong's lifespan window and saying the cost is 3 years of life per pill. Leo immediately worries he priced his trash too high, but Jin Yong hears the exact opposite and nearly explodes in disbelief at how cheap that sounds. Then Jin Yong shocks Leo right back by demanding every poison pill in the store. Leo double-checks that Jin Yong understands the bill will be 75 years of lifespan for the full batch. Jin Yong does understand, and he still insists the chance to power up before the Mystic Realm selection is worth far more than those lost years. Leo still warns him that every poison grain pill also shaves off another year when eaten, turning the true cost into a brutal 100 years total. That warning only hardens Jin Yong's resolve, because he would gladly burn a century of life if it lets him seize this chance. Leo's guilt loses to his inner businessman, and he opens the containers so Jin Yong can collect all 25 poison pills himself. As the trade completes, Jin Yong's lifespan drops by 75 years right in front of them. Even after buying everything, Jin Yong cannot let go of the purple liquid and asks what that poison water actually is. Leo admits it is an incomplete poison potion that boosts poison chi and resistance, but comes with a nasty chance of causing gastritis. He tries to discourage Jin Yong from being greedy, warning that this half-finished stuff could damage his constitution. Jin Yong backs down only halfway and begs for even a tiny amount, saying a few drops would be enough. Since the man insists, Leo decides to let him learn the hard way and agrees to give him some. Jin Yong instantly produces a small bamboo canteen, empties it, and offers it up like a sacred vessel. Leo fills the canteen almost to the brim with the purple poison and seals it carefully without wasting a drop. Then Leo casually gives it away for free as a promotion, which completely overwhelms Jin Yong. Jin Yong drops into a full kowtow and swears he will repay this kindness once he succeeds. Leo has heard that kind of vow before, so he cuts straight to what he actually wants: spread the word that his shop sells cheap pills and weeds for lifespan. Jin Yong slams his head down again and promises to tell everyone in the Sixth Element sect, even the elders. Before leaving, Jin Yong finally asks the senior's name, and Leo proudly gives him the grand title he made for himself, Florida Man. Jin Yong leaves the cabin carrying both poison pills and the gifted canteen, already convinced this windfall can launch him from first rank to at least 5th rank foundation establishment. As he disappears into the forest laughing, Jin Yong swears he will come back to Senior Florida Man's store again. After Jin Yong leaves, Leo checks Cat's status and sees the greedy plant has already stretched its lifespan to 700 years by eating mutated scraps outside. Leo sets a pot of purple poison soup in front of Cat and tests his theory, asking if the poison-proof little monster can drink it. One sniff is enough for Cat to light up with joy, and it plunges a mass of roots into the pot to suck the poison soup dry in seconds. When Leo checks again, Cat jumps to 1,200 years of lifespan, and Leo realizes the refined soup works far better than feeding raw blood and organs. Leo explains he can only make one more batch because wolf blood and intestines are running low, and Cat immediately droops in disappointed silence. Then Leo dangles a deal in front of it. If Cat brings him live prey, especially wolves, he will turn them into better fertilizer and more purple soup. Fully fired up, Cat uproots itself and sprints into the dark forest, leaving Leo laughing at the sight of a plant running like a chimp. With Cat gone, Leo cleans the pot, cooks the last batch through the night, and turns into wait for morning. The next morning, Leo wakes to a finished liter of lesserine poison potion and transfers the whole fresh batch into his usual glass pot. He casually hoists the massive cauldron with one hand, a quiet reminder that his body is becoming monstrously strong. Leo carries the fresh poison pot back into the store and tucks it safely in a corner away from the fridges and display windows. A loud scraping outside pulls Leo to the window, and he sees Cat dragging back a living monster wolf far bigger and nastier than any dire wolf he expected. Up close, the catch is a crippled giant emerald wolf with 3 eyes, 2 stacked jaws, poisonous green mist, and branch-like tails, while Cat itself is scratched up and barely standing. Seeing Cat in such rough shape, Leo rushes out with the new soup and lets the exhausted plant gulp it down on the spot. Leo scolds Cat for nearly getting itself killed over exotic prey, but the soup closes its wounds fast enough to calm him down. Once Cat is stable, Leo walks straight up to the giant wolf, and the wounded beast still tries to rise and snarl at him. The wolf lunges with both jaws at once, catching Leo's hand and head, and Cat screams because it looks like its master just got crushed. But Leo calmly pats Cat and tells it to worry about breakfast instead, because the only bones breaking here are the wolf's own fangs. Leo spits into the monster's throat, shoves himself free without a scratch, and casually gives the wolf 10 seconds to live. The poison takes over instantly as the wolf spasms, turns purple, and dies messily, and Cat happily dives straight into the foul waste pouring out of it. Trying not to gag after remembering Cat has licked his face before, Leo inspects the corpse and starts planning how to butcher something this huge. His normal skinning knife snaps against the monster's belly, so Leo decides his own fingernail is the better blade. That works too well, because the moment his nail pierces the belly, a blast of yellow rotten goo erupts all over him instead of blood. One accidental sniff tells Leo the stench is unbearable, and he tears off his filthy clothes and runs for the workshop to wash it off immediately. Leo uses the workshop cauldron like a bathtub and scrubs with fresh water, then climbs out still furious that the stench has not fully left him. When Leo looks back at the filthy bathwater, the boiling yellow sludge gives off black miasma and eerie wailing like something cursed. To get rid of it, Leo shoves the whole mess into the workshop's research function, hoping the system will just make it disappear. Instead of trash, the system proudly identifies the slime as Emerald Wolf's tear, a rare enhancer that can even be diluted into yin fluid. Leo stares for a long beat, then explodes in outrage because the treasure the system found still looks and smells like pure infected pus to him. Meanwhile, Cat is having the time of its life outside, happily slurping down the rest of the yellow goo Leo found revolting. Leo finally buys soap and a real bathtub with his lifespan, scrubs himself for half an hour, and dumps the dirty water away before going back to work. This time he returns to the carcass in a hazmat suit, clearly not trusting the giant wolf's fluids to play fair again. He finds Cat licking the giant wolf's belly nearly clean, and after all that goo, the plant now looks glossy, healthier, and visibly changed. Leo stops Cat from drinking the rest, warning that this yellow goo is exactly what he needs to make more purple juice for it. As Leo fills half a bucket, he notices Cat has evolved again, with thicker vines, thicker branches, and fresh flower buds leaking white mist and a lavender scent. Satisfied Cat has eaten enough, Leo sends it off to play while he gets serious about dissecting the monster properly. Cat climbs onto the cabin roof to sunbathe, leaving Leo alone with the giant carcass and a long day of butchering ahead. By noon, Leo has fully broken the giant wolf down into blood, bones, skin, meat, and organs, but this time he researches every part before feeding anything away. The workshop instantly rejects the intestines as something he has already researched, and Leo realizes the system thinks this monster's guts are the same as the earlier wolves. When blood, liver, meat, skin, and heart all get flagged the same way, Leo gets more and more annoyed that this giant beast still counts as just another Fenrir. Only when Leo throws one emerald eye into the cauldron does the system finally accept it, and reveal a new recipe for a prosthetic eye of Fenrir. Reading the recipe, Leo quickly realizes he already has almost every ingredient, and the only missing wood catalyst turns out to be a piece of Cat's own root. Leo climbs onto the roof and snips the tip of one of Sleeping Cat's smallest roots, taking the ingredient without waking it properly. With everything gathered, Leo starts refining the prosthetic eye and is immediately hit with a brutal timer of almost 24 hours. Unable to speed it up, he spends the rest of the day doing chores, cooking, and cutting more giant wolf meat while the workshop grinds away. At noon the next day, Leo sits behind the store and watches the final seconds tick down, waiting to see if the strange recipe was worth it. The cauldron doesn't make one prosthetic eye at all. It spits out 30 living green eyeballs, including 2 better lesser-grade ones. When one lands in his palm, Leo learns these eyes are man-made parasites that bond with the host, share vision, and boost resistance and cultivation. Leo blurts out that neither he nor Cat can eat something this creepy, and the whole little swarm trembles in obvious fear. Feeling a little bad, Leo reassures the trembling parasites that he has a good host in mind for them after all. Right on cue, Cat crawls down from the roof, sees the floating eyes, and immediately treats them like snacks. Instead of feeding them to Cat, Leo presses one of the lesser-grade eyes onto its face and decides to give his blind plant pet real sight. The parasite immediately sprouts tiny tentacles, burrows into Cat's skin, and turns into a working eye with its own eyelid. For the first time, Cat can actually see, and it stares at Leo in wonder while he proudly introduces himself as the one who fixed that. Leo explains the parasite will live off some of Cat's energy in exchange for better vision and stronger abilities, then refuses to let it eat the rest. Since one eye still looks incomplete on that huge head, Leo asks for permission and installs a second lesser-grade parasite too. With both eyes bonded, Cat finally sees the world in full and bobs happily in pure delight at the miracle Leo just handed it. Cat is so grateful it hugs Leo and licks his face, and his reward for curing its blindness is getting smeared with that rotten monster stink all over again. After testing the prosthetic eyes, Leo packs the leftovers into glass jars and lines them up behind the shop windows like bizarre new merchandise. The eyeballs do not calm down at all. They keep staring outside and bouncing in place as if watching the world for the first time. Back in the workshop, Leo skips grain pills for once and digs through the alchemy recipes he has unlocked to see what else he can actually make. Most of the formulas are useless for now because they demand absurd ingredients like holy water, unicorn's tear, and virgin sage's blood. Then Leo finds one workable option, a werewolf dantian pill that uses Fenrir heart, blood, a poison catalyst, and poison essence. He cheerfully improvises again, replacing the poison catalyst with wolf intestines and using his own spit as poison essence before loading the batch. The workshop accepts the job, and Leo expects another quick result. Instead, the timer slams him with nearly 24 hours, and Leo is so crushed he almost drops to his knees. He sprawls on the floor in total misery and yells at the workshop for taking all day to make what he mockingly calls ancient meth. With nothing else to do, Leo gives up on waiting and decides he might as well drown his boredom in wolf meat. Almost a week later, Wu Bai finally returns after visiting several cities and gathering huge amounts of produce and seeds for Leo. The first thing he sees is Cat looming on top of the cabin, now bigger, miswreathed, and staring at him with newly grown eyes. When Cat opens its maw and meows for food, Wu Bai instantly realizes the monster has evolved to a level comparable to a golden core cultivator. Even disgusted, Wu Bai dares not disrespect Leo's pet, so he tosses it a dead monster carcass as an offering. Cat happily chews the carcass and bobs along in weird delight, while Wu Bai tries to ignore how absurd this place has become. Wu Bai starts arranging all the baskets outside, but the lit-up shop windows pull his attention inside. Through the glass, he spots the pills on display and the Jared eyeballs bouncing at him, turning his simple delivery into another inspection trip. One look is enough for Wu Bai to recognize elemental grain pills, and the alchemist in him aches at seeing rare materials spent so wastefully. Still too curious to walk away, he enters the store to inspect everything up close. Inside, he finds Leo behind the long counter casually eating rough-cut steak like this bizarre shop is perfectly normal. Wu Bai formally presents the vegetables, fruit, and seeds he promised for spirit herb cultivation, and Leo lights up at the sight. Leo even offers him steak out of simple gratitude, but Wu Bai refuses because his body has long since adapted to surviving on grain pills. Happy to keep the food for himself, Leo stuffs down the last bite, pulls on his rubber gloves, and gets ready to talk business. He shows Wu Bai a red pill and asks if disciples might buy it, already naming a price of 3 years of lifespan each. Wu Bai quickly judges the pills as cheap enough to move among weaker disciples, so he agrees to spread the word through the sect. When Leo asks what the giant delivery costs, Wu Bai waves it off as a gift to keep good relations with him. Leo is taken aback by the goodwill and offers a free item in return, warning Wu Bai to choose only one and not get greedy. That single offer almost overwhelms Wu Bai as he starts searching the store like he has stepped into a treasure vault. First he spots the purple bean cabbages in the showcase fridge and is stunned that Demon Realm produce is sitting here in bulk. Then he notices thousands of immortal grass blades stacked beside them, and his greed nearly makes him cough blood. He forces himself to move on, only to find the chest freezers packed with Fenrir meat and organs in quantities that make even less sense. The mutated liver almost wins him over on the spot because it is such a valuable antidote ingredient. But the hopping green eyes in the jars keep drawing him back, and curiosity finally beats greed for the liver. When Wu Bai asks what they are, Leo casually explains that they are prosthetic eyes of Fenrir that can be attached as a third eye to expand vision. That explanation changes everything, because Wu Bai immediately realizes even an inferior prosthetic organ could sell for a fortune. He gives up on the liver and chooses a prosthetic eye as his one free item. Leo lifts one onto his gloved hand, and the little eye bounces excitedly as if thrilled to have found a new host. He even offers to attach it right onto Wu Bai's forehead, which makes the old alchemist scramble for an excuse and claim it is for a disciple. Leo drops the idea but immediately tries to upsell him on the rest of the stock for more lifespan. After already spending too much lifespan before, Wu Bai refuses and starts to retreat toward the door in relief. Then Wu Bai remembers the other reason he came and turns back with one more request for Leo to join Life Sword Sect as a guest elder on the next Mystic Realm expedition. The word Mystic Realm catches Leo off guard, because the real problem is not danger but the fact that he cannot leave his shop domain and still communicate normally. His mind spins into panic over the language barrier, and he silently realizes he would be helpless outside the store's translation range. Seeing Leo's face darken, Wu Bai nervously tries to back off before he offends him. Leo finally refuses outright, making it clear he has no intention of joining any organization right now. Wu Bai does not give up there and shifts the pitch, asking Leo to come on the expedition at least, even if he will not formally join the sect. Leo still declines, though he is now curious enough to ask what a mystic realm actually is. Wu Bai is startled that Leo asks something so basic, then quickly decides this must be a higher realm expert testing him rather than a man who truly does not know. He explains that mystic realms are other worlds reached through portals managed by the Jianghu Alliance, and each portal opens every 3 months to a random destination. To make it clearer, Wu Bai unrolls a bamboo scroll map from the last expedition and shows Leo a roughly charted island in the middle of the ocean. He adds that the last island was swarming with 100,000 third-grade beasts, and the sect only killed a fraction before the 7-day expedition ended. Wu Bai says the next opening should lead somewhere new, and he wants the sect's strongest elders and best disciples to gain real combat experience there. Leo cuts through the polite wording and bluntly asks if Wu Bai just wants him to babysit the disciples. Caught completely, Wu Bai first denies it and then admits that yes, that is basically the truth. He confesses that 4 of 10 disciples died in the last expedition, so he hoped Leo could provide the life-saving medicines and herbs they lacked. As Wu Bai starts to give up, Leo quietly rethinks the whole problem from a merchant's angle instead of a hero's. He realizes the sect risks its people because it lacks cultivation resources, and that sounds less like a rescue mission and more like a business opportunity. So Leo asks the direct question, if the sect is really short on resources, what do they normally pull out of those realms? Wu Bai says mystic realms usually yield rare minerals, ancient relics, treasures, elemental herbs, monster carcasses, and even strange elemental chi not found on the mainland. While giving examples, Wu Bai glances at Leo's refrigerated stock and suddenly notices the bananas are not ordinary either but desert mystic realm fruit loaded with earth element aura. That only deepens the mystery of Leo's supply, But Leo ignores the look and points the conversation back to money by asking what the prosthetic eyes would fetch at auction. Wu Bai tells the truth this time too. Even one of those eyes could bring in around 1,000,000 spirit stones. Leo presses for scale, and Wu Bai explains that 1,000,000 spirit stones could buy a small flying ship or a top-grade flying sword, or push a first-rank foundation cultivator up to the nascent stage. Now Leo has the numbers he wanted, and in his head the whole world finally starts looking like a market he can exploit. He briefly admits to himself that he could live quietly forever on his own supply, but the idea of staying poor when he could farm other people's lifespan disgusts him. Instead of joining the expedition, Leo asks Wu Bai for general reports on what past expeditions found so he can make some calculations. Wu Bai hesitates because the details are sensitive, so Leo backs off and says he only needs the kind of general information everyone already knows. That is enough to get Wu Bai talking again, and he admits their finds from those realms are still far inferior to the monster materials and produce sitting in Leo's shop. Leo hears exactly what he wanted and decides on the spot that the sect does not need him as a bodyguard. It needs him as a supplier. So he turns the whole relationship upside down and tells Wu Bai that instead of hiring him, the sect elder should work for him as a public-facing coordinator and errand runner. Leo spells out the job: fetch ordinary produce from other cities, run small errands, and advertise that his shop trades rare materials better than what sects usually bring back from mystic realms. And to make sure the power dynamic stays clear, Leo finishes with the same rule as always: the price will be lifespan. Leo pitches Wu Bai a simple deal: bring in customers, and he earns a 10% commission in store value based on what they spend. Wu Bai is stunned by the idea, quickly does the math, and eagerly signs on because he already knows plenty of rich old alchemists to send over. Wu Bai immediately spots a practical problem though, because they still need a way to track his rewards like sect contribution points. Leo checks the store system and finds he cannot hand lifespan directly to someone else, but he can unlock an employee feature for 100 years. He pays the cost, opens the worker menu, and sees a resume-style screen asking him to appoint someone inside the shop domain. Since Wu Bai is the only person in the domain, Leo adds him as an employee and discovers he can even pay wages in lifespan. Leo sets Wu Bai to commission-based pay at 10% and quietly finalizes the arrangement on the spot. When Leo moves on to item prices, Wu Bai jumps in with a bold opinion and says the store is seriously undercharging. That night, Wu Bai returns to his sect still buzzing from the deal, carrying Leo's advance payment, a golden sand banana and a living prosthetic eyeball. Instead of filing a calm report, he rushes straight to Grand Elder Han Hao and barges in looking thrilled. Han Hao immediately recognizes the banana as a rare earth element fruit and gets annoyed when Wu Bai acts like he went shopping instead of investigating Leo. Wu Bai shocks him even more by declaring that he has joined Florida Man's store part-time and plans to send the sect's alchemists there instead of into danger. Han Hao can tell the bottled item is a prosthetic organ worth a fortune, but he still does not understand why Wu Bai is acting like this changes everything. Wu Bai finally blurts out the real pitch: if Leo keeps supplying rare herbs and fruits, they may not need to rely on deadly mystic realms so much anymore. When Han Hao still looks lost, Wu Bai backs up his story with a bigger reveal and says Leo has around 20 prosthetic eyes like this one. He keeps going, claiming Leo's store is packed with immortal grass, ean cabbages, desert bananas, Fenrir materials, and even cheap elemental grain pills for disciples. Han Hao quickly finds the weak point and asks the only sensible question: what happens if the supply dries up, and what are the real prices? Wu Bai answers with full confidence, insisting Leo must be from a higher realm and only wants lifespan instead of money. Once Han Hao asks how much, Wu Bai grabs paper and writes out a much harsher price list to make the store feel premium and profitable. He even grins and calls those inflated numbers cheap, making it clear he wants Leo's store to look irresistible to old experts with lifespan to burn. After Wu Bai leaves, Leo actually follows the advice, buys stickers and pens from the system, and starts labeling everything in his shop. While he works, Leo realizes the setup is still clumsy because customers may not read modern numbers and he badly wishes he had an AI clerk. Then he notices the huge delivery outside and lights up at the sight of fresh new produce and seed sacks for more experiments. Excited, Leo puts on his hazmat suit, hauls everything into the workshop, and decides to test the normal samples before mutating them. He spends the whole night researching until the system starts announcing a string of new discoveries from the mutated produce batch. One of those experiments turns into rejuvenate tea, and after pushing the refinement as far as he can, Leo finally collapses into bed around 3 in the morning. At 5 in the morning, loud banging yanks Leo back awake, and he stomps to the front door in a t-shirt and shorts already in a bad mood. The culprit is Cat, who is desperately trying to squeeze his oversized head through the doorway and meowing like the world is ending. Leo grumbles at the ridiculous plant, pushes Cat aside, and steps out to see what could possibly justify this chaos. Outside, he finds the answer. Wu Bai has brought Han Hao and a full group of Life Sword sect elders and deacons to shop before sunrise. Han Hao quietly sizes Leo up and confirms the rumor for himself when he senses a soul formation level aura from the strange store owner. Leo realizes he forgot to set opening hours, swallows his annoyance, and switches straight into polite shopkeeper mode. Wu Bai proudly introduces his recruits, and Han Hao formally greets Leo under his Taoist title, Bald Swordsman. Leo invites them in and casually calls Cat harmless, which immediately becomes hard to believe when the plant starts thrashing in protest. Cat slams the wall and roof, only to hurt itself against the upgraded shop, then scrambles away to sulk on the back buildings instead. Once inside, the visitors are instantly hooked by the sight of immortal grass, golden sand bananas, and eaten cabbages glowing in the refrigerators. Han Hao ignores the obvious produce and checks the freezer chests first, hoping the real treasure is hidden deeper in the shop. He finds mutated wolf organs and immediately asks to buy the lot, but Leo flatly refuses because those parts are not for sale. Still searching, Han Hao opens another chest and suddenly spots something even more interesting: sealed bottles of silver rejuvenate tea. Leo watches the room and quietly regrets that he did not have time to make more sale-ready stock, because most of his new products are still stuck in the workshop. The new tea does not help cultivation, but it repairs bone marrow, makes the body physically younger, and is easy for Leo to brew in 10-minute batches. Unsure how to pitch it himself, Leo looks to Wu Bai for help, and the alchemist instantly realizes he has been handed the sales floor. Wu Bai steps in smoothly and hypes rejuvenate tea as a rare luxury from dangerous jungle mystic realms that can lower bone age when brewed into tea. That pitch lands instantly, and the other elders and deacons crowd around in excitement because a drink that can make the body younger is impossible to ignore. When they ask the price, Leo deliberately leaves the number to Wu Bai, and the alchemist starts calculating from spirit stone market value upward. Wu Bai talks himself all the way up to a minimum value of 250 years per bottle and looks to Leo for approval like a proud auctioneer. Inside, Leo is stunned because he had only imagined 50 years, and once again he realizes he has been pricing his goods way too low. Even so, Leo cuts the price to 200 years per bottle because he has more in storage and wants to sell at a wholesale rate that still leaves room for resale profit. Wu Bai is shocked for a beat, then suddenly sees Leo's wholesale strategy and realizes cheaper prices will keep merchants coming back for more. Leo turns on the store system, and Han Hao finally sees his own remaining lifespan floating in front of him. Even with more than 800 years left, Han Hao is bitter because his body is already aging, so he hesitates to spend 200 years on one bottle of rejuvenation tea. Instead, Han Hao looks over Leo's grain pills and starts wondering if this strange shopkeeper is wasteful, ignorant, or hiding terrifying skill. Testing him directly, Han Hao asks if Leo really knows alchemy. Leo answers with easy confidence, and Wu Bai nearly laughs because only a real master could have made low-grade pills containing all 5 elements. Wu Bai realizes the colorful grain pills are not just merchandise to him, but a warning that Leo can handle every element and should not be provoked. Then Wu Bai spots 2 bottles of white pills hidden near the curtain and suddenly rushes over in shock. He slaps the bottles onto the counter, bows hard to Leo, and urgently begs him not to sell those pills here. Han Hao immediately suspects Wu Bai is trying to hoard them, but Wu Bai blurts out that he wants to study them because they are treasures. When Han Hao asks what the pills are, Leo casually admits they were an accident: 5-element elixir grain pills that add 10 years of lifespan but leave the eater full for 10 days. Han Hao is stunned because combining all 5 elements in one pill should be impossible even for legendary alchemists. Wu Bai smacks his own forehead in regret because now everyone knows the pill's value, and he can no longer keep them for himself. He loudly explains that these pills are a true breakthrough for alchemists, and Leo's offhand response only makes the room more convinced he comes from some higher world. Wu Bai keeps praising the pills as auction house treasures, while Leo quietly realizes he may have found an easy way to turn cheap pine nuts into serious money. So Leo lets Wu Bai handle sales of the elixir pills and sticks to a simple 10% commission. Wu Bai eagerly asks to watch Leo make more pills, but Leo shuts that down at once because he refuses to be observed. With that settled, the elders and deacons finally start buying in earnest: immortal grass, an expensive prosthetic eye, and even golden sand bananas. After Leo takes the payment in lifespan, the big sale leaves him with 990 years profit and gives Wu Bai 110 years in commission. Han Hao catches Wu Bai grinning over his bonus and calls him a sly bastard, which only makes Wu Bai gloat more. Seeing that trick work, Han Hao boldly asks if he and the others can also work for Leo. Leo offers everyone the same referral deal: bring him customers, and he will pay 10% of the sale in lifespan. Wu Bai panics because he thought this advantage was his alone, but Leo bluntly says he will not let anyone monopolize his market. Han Hao laughs at his friend's failed scheme, and Wu Bai fires back that he knows more powerful people before storming out to recruit customers immediately. Wu Bai dashes off with the elixir pills before paying, leaving Leo to watch his first half-robbery in this world. To protect himself, Leo asks Han Hao to guarantee Wu Bai's debt, and Han Hao agrees out of embarrassment for his shameless friend. Han Hao hands over his personal token and says anyone in Magpie City or the Life Sword sect will obey it, even if Leo wants a place on the Mystic Realm expedition. Then Han Hao finally asks the question he came for: whether Leo truly plans to supply the Life Sword sect with pills so they can rely less on Mystic Realms. Leo grins through the confusion because he has no idea what rumor Wu Bai has been spreading, so he asks Han Hao what he means by supply. Once Han Hao explains, Leo realizes the deal is simple enough and agrees to save future pills for Life Sword Sect disciples. Han Hao seals that understanding by buying a bottle of rejuvenation tea on the spot, costing him another 200 years. Han Hao makes one more offer and invites Leo to join the season's Mystic Realm expedition. He tries to tempt Leo with power, glory, and exclusive control of a whole Mystic Realm, but Leo's real problem is much simpler. He still cannot speak their language well enough to survive the trip without embarrassing himself. So Leo politely refuses and says the spot should go to a disciple who earned it, not an outsider. Han Hao and the deacons are deeply impressed by that answer, and they leave even more convinced Leo is an honorable senior. Once they fly off, Leo shuts the shop, locks the door, and finally enjoys the silence. The exhausting night catches up with him, and he collapses onto his bed in the back room and falls asleep almost instantly. When Leo wakes up around 1 in the afternoon, he steps back into the shop and finds the front windows blacked out by a huge familiar shape. It is Cat, now sitting outside with its new menacing Fenrir-like eyes and scratching the glass because it is hungry again. Leo grumbles that he needs the bathroom first, and Cat answers with a weirdly affectionate meow that makes their routine feel disturbingly normal. After Leo uses the outhouse by the boulder, Cat happily eats from the septic tank and also devours the discarded eaten cabbages. Back by the workshop, Leo glances at the stacked lumber, decides that can wait, and turns to the thing he really wants: upgrades. He opens his status and grins at a little over 2,000 years of lifespan, enough to start spending big. Leo immediately opens the alchemy workshop menu and pays 1,000 years to upgrade the cauldron building. Instead of a simple upgrade, the system throws him 4 build choices, and Leo instantly gets dragged into ugly min-max thoughts about level caps and wasted points. Trusting his instincts, he picks product quality first because that seems like the safest long-term investment. The workshop rises to level 2, the building refreshes itself, and the system confirms the max level is 10, which means Leo guessed right about needing a real upgrade plan. That clue sends Leo into full factory planning mode as he starts weighing quality, quantity, extra cauldrons, and automatons for different production builds. When he checks the build system for another workshop, he finds the icon locked behind Humble General Store level 3, and the grind becomes painfully obvious. He still has another 1,000 years ready, so he checks for the next workshop upgrade and gets briefly excited when the price is still 1,000. But the moment he tries to upgrade again, the system blocks him with the same store level 3 requirement, and Leo realizes he is trapped in a shameless mobile game progression wall. A system prompt offers Leo a level 3 store upgrade for 2,000 years of lifespan, and he can only stare at it in frustration because he still cannot afford it. His eyes drift to Cat on the roof, and when he checks the plant status, Cat somehow has 3,743 years of lifespan from living on eaten cabbage and Leo's filth. Leo calls Cat over, already thinking about stealing some lifespan from his own pet, but Cat just ignores him and goes right back to napping. Since Cat refuses to help, Leo kills time by testing the upgraded cauldron with a fresh batch of rejuvenate tea. The new cauldron still shows almost 10 minutes for the tea, and Leo is visibly let down that the upgrade did not speed this recipe up at all. While waiting, Leo pulls out the hidden bowl of inferior Fenrir Dantian pills, the valuable wolf pills he made from the brutal 24-hour recipe. The pills are exactly the kind of cultivation treasure Wu Bai and Han Hao wanted, but Leo keeps them for himself because each sweet black pill adds 100 years of lifespan. He briefly considers selling the stash for a huge profit, then rejects that idea and swallows one himself like a medicine and a snack at once. When the tea finally finishes, the liquid rises above the cauldron, and Leo spends 1 year of lifespan on a glass bottle to collect it. The upgraded result is still only lesser rejuvenate tea, but now a leader can shave off 2 years of physical age instead of 1. That is good enough for Leo, so he starts another batch and immediately chugs the first bottle because to him it tastes like cold root beer. The drink puts him back in a working mood, and he decides the neglected lumber and uncleared land finally need to become something useful. He drags massive iron pine logs to the front yard and leaves them on display, half testing whether anyone might buy them as raw material. To see what the wood is worth, Leo chops a piece off with his bare hand and carries the sample into the workshop for research. The next tea batch comes out just as mediocre, but Leo is still thrilled that he has basically invented endless youth-flavored soda for himself. Then he drops the wood sample into the cauldron, hits research, and discovers a new recipe that can refine iron pine lumber into sacred wood. Because the recipe needs no catalyst, Leo gets even more interested and starts chopping extra lumber down into arm-sized blocks by hand. He starts the refinement, sees another short timer, and heads back out to keep working while the workshop handles the craft. When the block finishes, Leo comes back to find a perfect 1 cubic meter cube of sacred wood, denser and more refined than the raw lumber. Leo can tell the block is precious, but since it is useless to him right now, he dismisses it as little more than a fancy display stand and drops the project. So he goes back to the routine that actually helps him, brewing more tea and ripping more iron pine trees out of the ground to expand his land. By sunset, Leo has uprooted 20 trees and peeled their bark, and even though the new field is still uneven, he can finally see room for a future farm and another workshop. Back at the sect, Han Hao summons Han Meng and orders him to start sending disciples to Leo's store, because the pills and treasures there are too useful to ignore. Han Meng agrees in principle, but he warns that some inner disciples are spoiled enough to cause trouble if they see a shop full of treasures. The warning lands on Ouyang Ting, a talented but arrogant young master whose family backing makes him far more dangerous than an ordinary disciple. Han Hao decides the simplest lesson is to let Ouyang Ting offend the wrong person, because provoking a soul formation senior like Leo would be a brutal way to learn humility. But when Han Ming brings up Ouyang Ting's soul formation relatives, Han Hao drops the joke and orders the outer disciples to go first while the inner disciples stay in the dark. That plan is already too late, because by 8 that night Ouyang Ting has already dragged in outer disciples to verify the story about Leo and his treasure shop. The 17-year-old prodigy dismisses the outer disciples the moment he confirms the story, making it clear they were only there to verify Leo and his shop. Once they are alone, Ouyang Ting makes the deacon list everything Leo has, from prosthetic eyeballs and immortal grass to fenrir organs and pills. When the deacon even presents a blade of immortal grass he bought from Leo, real greed flashes in Ouyang Ting's eyes. He clicks his tongue at the news that Leo is soul formation stage, but instead of backing off, he decides his family's influence can still force a path open and orders the Hound Squad to assemble. At dawn the next day, Leo is already back to work, drinking his coriander coffee and expanding the future farm by pulling more trees and stripping useful materials from them. As he clears the area, he also gathers every strange bush and dead plant he can mutate, including 2 more thorny vine whips. Without Wu Bai around to price them, Leo tosses one thorn whip into the cauldron and researches it to see what the workshop can turn it into. The result surprises him, because the workshop identifies it as a metal thorn whip that can be refined into a stronger firmament thorn whip. Leo immediately realizes weapons are risky merchandise, because he already knows these thorn vines could kill a person in one hit. Even so, curiosity wins, and Leo loads the whip and catalysts into the cauldron anyway and starts refining the first artifact. The hour-long timer is short enough that Leo decides to refine the second whip too, then keeps clearing land while both artifacts finish. 2 hours later, Leo tries out both finished whips and quickly decides they are pointless for him when his bare hands already hit harder. So he casually tosses the whips aside, planning to get rid of them later like they are junk instead of valuable artifacts. From the roof, Cat has been watching the whole time, and unlike Leo, it can feel that the discarded whips are dangerous treasures closely tied to its own branches. The moment Leo loses interest, Cat sneaks down, grabs both whips, and runs off into the deeper forest with obvious excitement. Copying Leo's movements, Cat cracks the 2 whips for fun and blows apart a huge swath of ordinary pine trees in an instant. That only makes Cat happier, so it smashes even more trees until local beasts panic and scatter. When prey finally moves, Cat drops the target practice and pounces, devouring rabbits and a strange pheasant raw on the spot. With its appetite satisfied, Cat starts wondering whether its own branches could work like the whips too. The thought is enough to trigger a resonance, and both whips fuse straight into Cat's branch arms. After the first jolt of surprise, Cat loves the upgrade and starts testing the new merged limbs until they move like a natural part of its body. It even wraps the whip arms around its trunk like armor before heading back to the shop to keep practicing in secret. While sneaking in rooftop practice, Cat spots 11 sect visitors approaching the store, led by one stronger middle-aged cultivator with 10 weaker outer disciples behind him. Feeling very confident in its new fused weapons, Cat decides to intercept the visitors first. Around noon, just after Leo finishes a second batch of grain pills, shouting erupts outside and he hears Cat causing trouble again. In the front yard, a sect deacon and 10 outer disciples have their weapons half drawn while Cat blocks them with a grin and shamelessly demands a toll in food. The humans cannot understand Cat's meows, but from the way it points at its mouth and grows more agitated, they slowly realize it either wants feeding or wants to eat them. Before the standoff turns ugly, Leo steps out and instantly reads the situation for what it is. He smacks Cat on the back of the head to stop it, and Cat flips from menace to affection so fast that it starts happily licking his face instead. Leo wipes off the bad breath slime with a towel, only for Cat to dive for the contaminated bucket water like it is a treat. Then Leo picks the huge plant up like it weighs nothing and casually hurls Cat into the backyard to clear the entrance. Only after the monster is gone does Leo calmly greet the visitors, leaving the outer disciples even more stunned by how casually he handled it. The deacon explains that Han Hao kept his word and sent disciples to buy grain pills, and Leo immediately welcomes them inside. The first group each buys 2 pills, mostly metal element ones for sword techniques, and Leo quietly pockets 180 years of lifespan from the sale. Word spreads fast, and one escorted group after another rotates through the store without anyone wanting to deal with Cat again. By the time the 7th group leaves, Leo has sold 140 grain pills and earned 1,260 years of lifespan in one hectic stretch. With the midday rush finally over, Leo gets a moment to breathe and starts restocking the grain pills for whoever comes next. But while Leo is busy selling, Ouyang Ting has already arrived nearby with 20 black-robed men, and from the tops of the pine trees they watch the shop in silence. By day, Ouyang Ting and a squad of masked killers hide in the shade and spy on Leo's store from the forest edge. When Ouyang Ting asks if Leo can be killed, Duan Mu coolly judges him as an easy target despite his soul formation rank. Duanmu claims Leo's foundation feels flawed and says they should wait for night, so Ouyang Ting settles in to rob and kill him after dark. Elsewhere, Leo checks his remaining lifespan, sees he has more than enough, and upgrades the store to level 3 on the spot. The building refreshes itself with cleaner walls and new metal fittings, and Leo hurries inside to see what changed. Inside, Leo is stunned to find the same store now much wider, as if the walls pulled outward without changing the furniture layout. He checks the domain grid outside and realizes the impossible trick. The store still occupies the same 10 by 10 footprint from the outside. Leo checks the bedroom storeroom next and finds that it expanded too, from a cramped hole into a small studio-sized room. He briefly hopes the upgrade added a real bathroom, but the disappointment hits when he finds the store is still only a store. Once the excitement passes, Leo starts rearranging the shop to make the bigger interior actually useful. The empty middle still looks wrong, so Leo buys 6 aisle shelves and turns the place into more of a real store. He keeps investing, buying stacks of plastic containers so his pills can be sorted and displayed instead of piled in bowls. The alchemy upgrade pays off when Leo inspects a new low-grade metal grain pill, stronger than his older batches and finally worth a higher price. He updates the label to 15 years of lifespan per pill, while the lesser-grade stock stays at the old price. Then Leo looks over the white glossy lesser elixir grain pills and immediately realizes they are too valuable to leave in public view. Thinking of how shocked Wu Bai would be, Leo hides the elixir pills in the enlarged storeroom before anyone can learn they exist. He also pulls the poison pills into their own section, remembering Jin Yong and deciding those dangerous goods need a separate shelf. Leo spends the rest of the day running between the alchemy workshop and the store until the shelves are fully stocked and night finally settles in. At 9 that night, an exhausted Leo steps out planning to wash up and sleep, only to find Cat snoring on the roof like nothing in the world matters. His mood sours when he discovers Cat drank his stored water and fouled the jar with its awful breath, forcing him to head to the stream instead. Gloves on and bucket in hand, Leo walks toward the stream and briefly notices a suspicious shape behind a huge mutated pine tree. The forest bugs swarm him instead, and Leo irritably kills them just by breathing and standing there long enough. One hidden assassin almost attacks, but Duanmu stops him because the trap array is not ready yet. Leo stares toward the hiding place for a few uneasy seconds, then carries on to the stream as if nothing happened. About 10 minutes later he returns damp from the stream, and the killers keep watching as he approaches the store in his usual strange gloves. When Leo sets down the bucket, takes off his gloves, and mutters about hating insects, the hidden squad goes rigid and mistakes his mood for killing intent aimed at them. Even so, Duanmu keeps laying talismans around the store while carefully staying out of Leo's line of sight. At the back of the property, another assassin seals Leo's rear exit and notices the alchemy cauldron still brewing something valuable. Greed gets the better of him, and he walks over thinking he can steal the pills without anyone noticing. He tugs and strains with both hands, but the cauldron lid will not move at all. Frustrated, the assassin finally kicks the cauldron and shatters his own foot instead of knocking it over. While he kneels there clutching the broken foot, a thorny vine silently creeps up behind him. Cat wakes, whips the vine around the man's face, and snaps his neck in one brutal twist. The monster drags the corpse onto the roof, strips it, and stuffs the body into its mouth like a fresh midnight snack. The crunching overhead makes Leo frown, but he only assumes Cat caught some beast and goes back inside annoyed at the bugs. As soon as Leo locks himself inside, the assassins slip out and finish surrounding the building with more talismans. Because they just watched Cat eat one of their own alive, Duanmu orders everyone to kill the plant first and treat it like a golden core threat. 5 assassins leap onto the roof and hack at Cat together, expecting an easy kill. Instead, their swords snap on impact, and the gang realizes Cat's body is far tougher than any monster they expected. Cat turns with a confused little meow, still chewing, as if it just found 5 more snacks on the roof. The desperate backup daggers bend too, and Cat finally lashes out with its thorn whips. One whip strike tears through all 5 men so brutally that their deaths expose the ambush for good. Realizing subtlety is over, Duanmu roars for the chi sealing array to be activated immediately. The talismans flare and a red dome slams into place around the whole property, trapping both Cat and Leo's store inside it. Duanmu smugly tells Ouyang Ting the barrier suppresses chi inside the dome, so the expert and the monster should be helpless now. Ouyang Ting gets distracted bragging about the Situ clan's backing, and for a moment the 2 men act like the fight is already won. Cat immediately ruins that confidence by lunging at the assassins, only to slam face first into the red barrier. Annoyed and confused, Cat starts attacking the dome itself, and the first heavy blows already make it shake and crack. Duanmu still tries to laugh it off and has the assassins pepper Cat with crossbow bolts through the barrier. The bolts bounce off harmlessly, and the angry plant doubles down, hammering the same spot until the dome is on the verge of breaking. When the array starts failing for real, Duanmu finally joins the fight himself with a soul-backed sword strike from the sky. Cat barely dodges, but one major root is cut and starts bleeding green sap as it tumbles into the backyard. Duanmu is rattled when his sword wave smashes the building directly, and still fails to damage it at all. Wounded now, Cat lets out a loud distressed cry that sounds less like a monster and more like a hurt pet calling for help. Inside the shop, the noise keeps interrupting Leo's sleep until he finally sits up and complains about Cat causing trouble again. He presses his ear to the wall, hears the pounding outside, and checks the front window first, only to find nothing there. The sound is clearly coming from the east side, but Leo still considers ignoring it until the system suddenly warns him that one of his buildings is under attack. That finally flips the switch in his head, and Leo asks the system if burglars can be punished by taking lifespan and self-defense. For once the system answers, confirming that criminals who attack him, the store, or his employees can have their lifespan extracted. Now fully on board with payback, Leo heads for the back door and tries to open it. The knob will not turn because the assassin sealed the exit, and Leo snaps it off by sheer force. Annoyed beyond words, he kicks the whole door apart and blasts through the red barrier at the same time. Stepping outside, Leo first notices the real problem. Cat is hurt and bleeding green sap beside the shop. Leo lifts his eyes to the black-robed intruders and coldly asks which one of them hurt his cat, while the assassins ready their crossbows against him. Outside Leo's store, Duanmu realizes the chi sealing array is not weakening Leo at all, and that bad feeling hits him fast. Trying to steady his men, Duanmu orders everyone to keep their distance and wait for Leo to starve and collapse inside the array. Inside the trap, Leo calmly counts 14 enemies and even spots one more watcher hiding behind a pine tree. Instead of fighting first, Leo walks straight to Cat, and one assassin fires a bolt at his eye to stop him. The bolt hits Leo's pupil and simply breaks, which shocks the assassins more than any threat could. Leo ignores the crowd, feeds Cat a grain pill, and apologizes for not being able to keep his pets safely indoors. Cat sobs against him, and Leo wipes its face clean while bluntly telling it stinks and needs a bath. When Leo finally turns back to the attackers, a storm of arrows slams into his body and does absolutely nothing. Leo's patience snaps, and his dark stare makes it clear the customers have just crossed the line. From outside the barrier, Duanmu launches a red sword wave slash at Leo's neck as his finishing move. Leo catches the exploding sword attack in his palm, and the blast fills the dome with smoke instead of stopping him. The assassins smirk and assume Leo is burning to death, because no one they know survives Duanmu's attack. Then Leo's fist punches straight through the red dome, and the so-called perfect trap shatters like glass. Leo steps out of the blown-away smoke with glowing green eyes, completely untouched and still full of power. Panicking, Duanmu fires 7 more sword slashes, but Leo calmly bats them back with one arm. Duanmu dodges his own reflected attacks and lands on the workshop roof, only to realize Leo has vanished. A heartbeat later, Leo is already behind him with a hand locked around the back of his neck. Leo leans in and coldly reminds Duanmu that the store is closed at night. As Duanmu's neck starts burning under Leo's grip, Leo adds the real fine for hurting Cat and damaging his store, all of Duanmu's lifespan. For the first and last time in his life, Duanmu sees his own lifespan window dropping straight to 0. Duanmu screams once, dries up in Leo's hand, and crumbles into ash on the spot. The remaining black-robed men finally understand the gap and panic into a full retreat. Leo does not chase them himself this time and instead orders the shop domain to collect compensation from every attacker. One after another, the robbers' lifespans are stripped away, and their screams echo through the forest as they die off-screen. When the final total lands, Leo stares at more than 8,000 years of lifespan and realizes this raid paid absurdly well. The profit is so ridiculous that Leo almost starts wishing more idiots would attack his shop. That laugh cuts short when Leo hears one black-robed survivor still breathing nearby. The system explains why. It cannot steal lifespan from innocent bystanders, guests, or customers, so this man never actually attacked. Leo is annoyed anyway, and when the survivor bolts, he launches after him in a single explosive step. Ouyang Ting finally understands the disaster. The clan's hound squad is gone, and now he is running alone from the monster they targeted. Leo catches him from behind with one bare-handed hit to the back of the head, and Ouyang Ting tumbles across the ground into a tree. As Ouyang Ting lies dazed, Leo realizes too late that hitting him bare-handed without gloves will trigger mutation instead of a clean capture. The mutation starts brutally, with pain ripping through Ouyang Ting's head, stomach, bones, and nerves all at once. His lungs rupture, his arms turn into grotesque masses of flesh, and the strong cultivator slowly suffocates to death. Looking at the corpse, Leo is not guilty so much as irritated that this accidental kill cost him Ouyang Ting's lifespan. He drags the swollen body back toward the store, already thinking about whether the mutated blood and organs might be useful for alchemy. Back at the store, Cat happily greets Leo and immediately eyes the new corpse like fresh food. Leo laughs and tells Cat not to eat this one yet, because he wants the body intact for now. Cat goes back to the assassins it killed, loosens outer clothing while remaining modestly covered, and starts eating the bodies instead. Then Cat suddenly spits the meat back out, and Leo realizes why. The grain pill he fed it means its stomach will stay full for 2 days. Cat throws a little tantrum. Leo laughs at the ridiculous timing, and he keeps hauling Ouyang Ting's corpse to the backyard. Far away at the Life Sword sect, the top floor belongs to Han Hao, while the floor below stores the life candles that track every inner disciple. The sect's rule is simple and chilling. A natural death leaves the candle intact with the flame out, but a killing breaks the candle in half. That candle room is guarded by tiger swordsmen, a scarred elder with tiger tattoos and no patience for foolish disciples. A sharp crack breaks the silence when Ouyang Ting's life candle suddenly snaps and falls. Tiger swordsman recognizes the name, immediately knows the Ouyang clan will be trouble, and moves to inspect the death. He drops the broken candle into the sex vision bowl, which turns cloudy, and starts replaying Ouyang Ting's final sight without sound. The replay shows the forest cabin and the black-robed squad setting up talismans around Leo's store, and Tiger Swordsman instantly recognizes the Ouyang clan's shameless hound squad style. Instead of sympathy, the elder sneers at the squad's cowardly methods and calls them trashy assassin wannabes. The replay keeps going with Cat on the rooftop and the squad trapping it in the array, which only makes Tiger Swordsman mock them more for ganging up on one third-stage monster. His mood shifts when the infamous G-ceiling array cracks apart, because now this is no longer a joke. Ouyang Ting's hidden viewpoint is terrible, and Tiger Swordsman gets visibly irritated that the dead fool stalked badly even while spying on a life-and-death fight. Then Leo steps into view, and Tiger Swordsman reads the five-element aura around him as the mark of an extremely dangerous senior. From there the elder watches the whole disaster unfold. Leo breaks the formation, flashes to Duan Mu, and turns the captain to ash in an instant. When the other men also die without Leo even touching them, Tiger Swordsman realizes this power is something he cannot explain or counter. The replay ends with Ouyang Ting fleeing and getting struck from behind, and that is enough for Tiger Swordsman to judge the case clearly. In his eyes, Ouyang Ting was an idiot who provoked a far stronger senior, and died exactly the way a fool should expect to die. But the real problem is political, because Ouyang Ting's father will not accept this quietly, and the sect could be dragged into war. Unable to decide a matter this big alone, Tiger Swordsman takes the evidence upstairs to Han Hao. The Ouyang clan has life candles too, and in the Jianghu Alliance Palace another broken candle sends the same bad news racing toward Ouyang Long. At that moment Ouyang Long is sharing tea with two other clan lords in a refined courtyard when a servant kneels and reports his son's death. Ouyang Long stays outwardly calm and only asks the one question that matters: who killed him? The servant recreates the vision with water and the broken candle, forcing Ouyang Long and the other lords to watch Ouyang Ting's final mistake together. When the replay reveals that Ouyang Ting brought assassins to attack a soul formation cultivator who was minding his own business, the two lords burst out laughing. Their mockery stings even more than the death, because Ouyang Long is being humiliated in public by his own son's stupidity. He politely excuses himself from the gathering, but the moment he turns away his eyes are already bloodshot with anger. Then Ouyang Long gives the order that pushes the fallout into motion. Prepare the ship, they are going to the Life Sword sect. At the airstrip outside Cauliflower City, Ouyang Long stormed back to the Ouyang clan airship in a filthy mood after being humiliated in public. The servant who had rushed ahead to ready the ship came to report, and Ouyang Long called him over with icy calm. Instead of listening, Ouyang Long drew his sword and cut the man's head off on the spot, blaming him for what happened. He turned to the rest of the crew and barked out the real lesson: never report sensitive information to him in public again. The crew launched immediately for Magpie City, while Ouyang Long stayed on deck simmering and the others hurried to throw the body away and scrub the blood clean. Mid-flight, Ouyang Long spotted a cultivator on a flying sword coming dangerously close, and it turned out to be Wu Bai. Wu Bai made a smooth landing on the deck, cheerfully calling it a coincidence, while his eyes flicked to the still fresh bloodstain. Ouyang Long tried to brush him off, but Wu Bai pulled out one of Leo's grain pills and offered business through the Cauliflower City auction house. Even angry, Ouyang Long instantly recognized the pill as real and valuable, but he still told Wu Bai to go through his servants because he wanted to keep moving. Wu Bai pushed harder by revealing a prosthetic eyeball too, warning that servants would just skim the fees for themselves. That finally hooked him, and Ouyang Long stomped over demanding to see every other treasure Wu Bai was hiding. Wu Bai laid out an immortal grass blade and more pills, and Ouyang Long's eyes went wide the moment he saw how rare they were. When Ouyang Long asked if he had made them himself, Wu Bai casually said no and claimed he was only running errands for another master alchemist. That answer hit harder than the treasures themselves, because now Ouyang Long needed to know who this hidden alchemist was. He immediately ordered the airship to turn around and head back to Cauliflower City instead of Magpie City. On the return flight, Wu Bai tried to tempt him toward the strange store near Magpie City, pitching it as a place full of herbs from mystic worlds. Ouyang Long refused flatly, saying he would rather gather rare herbs for free in mystic realms than waste spirit stones on some small shop. Wu Bai let him reject the offer for a moment, then casually revealed the real hook. The shop did not take spirit stones at all, only lifespan. That made Ouyang Long stop cold, because lifespan as currency sounded exactly like the work of an evil cultivator. He spun on Wu Bai in fury and accused him of dealing with an unorthodox life-draining sect. Wu Bai backed off with both hands raised and argued that the pills themselves proved the seller was orthodox, because evil Qi could never produce such pure five-element medicine. Ouyang Long still did not trust the mystery seller, but now he wanted answers badly enough to keep questioning Wu Bai instead of throwing him off the ship. Back at the store, Leo tested Ouyang Ting's blood in the workshop and was baffled when the system identified it as yin fluid. He grumbled about it, but since yin fluid was still useful, he saved the blood instead of wasting it. Then he hung Ouyang Ting's mutated corpse from a tree to drain the rest of the blood for later use. With too much cleanup left, Leo gave up on sleeping and started collecting the assassin's mangled bodies from the roof. He sorted the useful parts from the trash, throwing flesh into the backyard as cat food and piling up clothes, weapons, and belongings beside the workshop. He searched the grounds for every other assassin too, but by instinct alone he only recovered 13 full sets of gear and still could not find one missing body. As sunrise crept closer, Leo gave up on the last corpse and rushed to strip the strange yellow talismans off his store walls and windows. Looking over the heap of black clothes afterward, he was almost cheerful because once washed they would make perfect cleaning rags. The real nuisance was the pile of confiscated weapons, and the one haul that genuinely interested him was the 19 rings he had taken from the corpses. Once the crime scene was handled, Leo finally switched from cleanup to growth and decided to spend his lifespan on upgrades instead of new research. He spent 1,000 years to raise his main alchemy workshop to level 3, and the cauldron transformed into a more ornate piece with a rain dragon carved into it. The fancy look did not distract him for long, because his next move was to open the build map and place a second workshop on the cleared land. A new workshop appeared right next to the first one, but it came in at level 1, so Leo immediately started pouring more lifespan into it. After 2 more upgrades, both workshops matched at level 3, and Leo looked downright proud of the double production setup. He put iron pine nuts into both cauldrons right away, already planning to flood the place with more grain pills. Then he turned to the store fridges, relieved to learn their next upgrade was cheap enough that he could afford to improve them all. The level 3 refrigerators turned black and colder, and for once Leo got to enjoy real cool air inside his store. With only a little lifespan left, Leo browsed the construction list for fun and found tempting level 4 options like warehouses, houses, farm plots, and even paved roads. The farm plot caught his eye, but the small house confused him, because sleeping space was the one thing he already had. When he checked the store's next upgrade cost, the system demanded 3,000 more years, and the number nearly made him cough blood. He hated it, but he still paid the price and forced the general store up to level 4. The inside of the store expanded again, stretching into a much wider sales floor that suddenly made his existing shelves and fridges look sparse. The upgrade also installed ceiling vents, and cold air started circulating through the shop like a proper air conditioner. Remembering the back room, Leo checked it next and found the space expanded too, with his bed now sitting awkwardly in the middle. What he still did not get was a toilet, so even after all those upgrades he was stuck thinking about outhouses and whether a small house might be worth it after all. Completely drained, Leo loosened his outer clothing while remaining modestly covered and threw himself onto the bed, forgetting the 19 rings still hidden in his pants pocket. At the Grand Elder Pagoda, Han Hao, Han Meng, and Tiger Swordsman listened while a kneeling deacon confessed that he had leaked news of Leo's store to Ouyang Ting. Han Hao bluntly summed up the disaster. Because of that leak, Ouyang Ting had taken men to Leo's place to kill him for treasure. Han Meng and Tiger Swordsman were not mourning Ouyang Ting at all, since his death meant weaker disciples could finally breathe again. Han Hao pulled the discussion back to the real problem, because Ouyang Long would soon demand an answer, and somebody had to decide whether Leo would be exposed. In the end they settled on the least explosive choice: tell Ouyang Long the truth, blame Ouyang Ting for provoking a senior, and try to mediate instead of taking sides. That left the deacon himself, and when Tiger Swordsman asked about punishment, Han Meng made it clear his fate depended on how much damage this leak caused next. Han Meng warned that if Ouyang Long's reaction harmed the city or sect, the deacon could face 10 years in prison as an accomplice, confession or not. The deacon tried to protest that he was only a witness, but the elders shut that down and left him to pray Leo could calm the fallout. Meanwhile, back in Cauliflower City, Wu Bai was already turning Leo's stock into a frenzy by showing 1 blade of immortal grass to 3 old alchemist elders from the Jianghu Alliance. The 3 elders instantly started bidding against each other in the hundreds of millions for that 1 blade. One elder finally crushed the others with a bid of 700 million spirit stones, and Ouyang Long had to call the sale himself. Wu Bai could barely contain his delight, already imagining how these men would react if they learned Leo had more than 2,000 immortal grass blades. Then he raised the stakes again by announcing batches of 5-element grain pills and forcing the 3 elders to make 1 careful sealed offer each. While the bidding went on, Ouyang Long was no longer thinking only about fees, because Wu Bai's clues were starting to line up with where his son had died. By the end of the scene, Ouyang Long was silently piecing it together and beginning to suspect that the unknown alchemist and Ouyang Ting's killer were the same person. Back at the auction, Wu Bai shuts down the old alchemist's cheap trick by warning that anything under 600 million spirit stones will get them nothing. Seeing Wu Bai outfox them so easily, Ouyang Long quietly probes him about Leo's real level. Wu Bai boasts that Leo is a soul formation expert with all 5 elements under control, and that answer makes Ouyang Long connect Leo to the slaughter of the Hound Squad. Ouyang Long's grief and pride twist together, and he decides Leo is the one in the wrong for killing juniors no matter what his son did first. He hardens that into a plan. If Leo is weaker, he will cripple him into a pill slave, and if Leo is stronger, he will try to ruin him through the alchemy sects. The next morning at 10, Leo drags himself out of bed and discovers his real problem is much simpler. He has run out of edible wolf meat. Staring between immortal grass and grain pills, Leo has a miserable breakfast crisis because his body wants meat and he is sick of vegetables. In the end, he refuses the grain pills, grabs golden bananas instead, and force feeds himself fruit to stay practical. When his status jumps from 128 to 148 years, Leo decides the bananas were worth it, and not wasting his produce was the right call. With breakfast settled, Leo heads to the workshops and pulls out fresh batches of grain pills, noticing the metal pills have already improved to medium grade. He immediately cues another production run, because the shop still needs more stock. Then he brings a basket of mutated blood melons into the store and sets them near the entrance as a new product display. After reading that blood melons boost water and demonic energy, Leo pegs them as both useful alchemy catalysts and possible monster bait. He tests that idea by rolling one outside, and Cat pounces on it almost instantly. Cat retreats to the roof with the stolen melon, and Leo has his answer. Blood melons really do lure plant monsters. Since the test works, Leo prices the blood melons at 50 lifespan each and finishes tidying the shop. Before Leo can even sweep, Cat gives its warning cry from the roof, and Leo knows visitors are coming again. He rushes outside just to stop Cat from treating the guests like lunch, and the sulking plant reluctantly backs off. The visitors turn out to be familiar faces. Gao Yen returns with the deacon and several disciples, eager to buy more rare herbs and pills. Leo opens his domain, notices Gao Yen's lifespan has somehow surged past 200 years, and quietly wonders what the boy has been doing. Leo invites everyone in, but Gao Yen stops cold when he notices the stripped iron pine logs stacked outside. When Leo casually names the wood, Gao Yen lights up because iron pine can serve as precious metal-aligned charcoal for alchemy. Thinking the stuff is common here anyway, Leo sells Gao Yen a whole log's worth for just 10 years. Gao Yen eagerly tries to cut the iron pine down to size himself, but his sword snaps on the first strike and leaves him frozen in embarrassment. Embarrassed, Gao Yen asks for help, and Leo casually chops the 5,000-pound log into 10 blocks with his bare hand. The deacon touches one of the cut blocks, senses the crushing metal essence inside, and jolts to the realization that this lumber is far more valuable than it looks. To clear up the confusion, Leo brings out a real sacred wood block and explains that the logs still need refining before they become that. The deacon all but blurts out the block's true worth, saying smiths could forge a holy weapon from it that would slaughter undead in one hit. Leo checks the recipe in his head, remembers sacred wood is easy to refine but annoying to harvest by hand, and quietly bumps the price up to 100 years with the usual discount. When Gao Yen says other alchemists need a full year to refine sacred wood, Leo casually claims he made this one in his spare time and was about to turn it into furniture. That idea nearly gives the deacon a heart attack, and he instantly begs Leo not to waste national treasure material on a chair before buying it on the spot. After taking the deacon's lifespan, Leo finally leads the whole group inside for real. Gao Yen lingers one beat behind and uses his emerald spatial ring to store the 10 wood blocks in a flash. Before Leo can ask about the ring, the disciples inside start shouting because the store is far bigger on the inside than it looks from outside. Leo thinks cultivators are ridiculous for ignoring the magic storage ring while losing their minds over floor space. But he lets it go and starts the sale anyway. Most of the disciples settle for 2 metal pills each, but Gao Yen surprises Leo by grabbing 15 wood element pills in one sweep. Leo warns that this will leave Gao Yen with only 40 years, but the boy bets on future breakthroughs and the immortal grass his master still has not refined yet. Leo accepts the gamble, the whole group finishes paying, and the deacon walks away with a hefty commission from the sale. Once the customers leave happy, Leo closes the door and enjoys the rare feeling that business is finally going well. That peace lasts only a moment before the strange rings in his pocket start jiggling again and remind him about the loot he never figured out. He pulls out a ruby ring, copies Gao Yen's rubbing trick, and gets absolutely nothing for 5 full minutes. So Leo tries the most Leo solution possible, touches the ring with spit, and the whole thing cracks open. The broken ring explodes into a mountain of stored junk, flooding the shop floor with stones, books, talismans, clothes, weapons, jars, and scraps. One blue stone catches his eye, and after he picks it up and sniffs its ocean-like mist, it turns black in his hand. He carries the sample to the workshop, and the cauldron identifies it as an essence stone packed with all 5 elemental energies. The item data gets even stranger by revealing that 1,000 essence stones can become a soul stone, leaving Leo baffled but interested. Back in the store, Leo regrets cracking the ring at all and starts sorting the giant mess into plastic bins. While sorting, he gets annoyed that speech translation does not help him read the books, so he searches the shop system for a language fix. The system offers universal language upgrades at absurd prices, and even the more specific divine Shang options still cost far too much for Leo to justify. Since he cannot read any of it yet, he dumps the books and scrolls aside for later, and keeps sorting weapons, talismans, jars, and ordinary junk. Then he opens some pill bottles from the loot, recognizes the contents as plain old grain pills, and starts toying with them. The moment Leo spits on the useless pills, they sizzle, rot, and sprout strange white mushrooms right in front of him. He rushes a sample to the workshop, which identifies them as sweet dream mushroom seeds and warns they once terrorized the Jianghu. Leo completely ignores the warning and gets thrilled instead, because to him this world just handed him a new kind of mushroom to grow. He immediately mutates every non-element grain pill into mushroom seeds and carries the pile off like priceless loot. Since the second workshop is still empty, Leo decides on the spot to turn it into a mushroom farm. He spends 200 years on shelves and pots, hauls in mutated soil, buries the rotten pills, waters them, and builds a rough cultivation setup even though he barely knows what he is doing. While he works, the other 18 rings in his pocket start jiggling too, and Leo realizes he has a very busy day ahead of him. Meanwhile, on the road back to the sect, Gao Yan walks in a daze, still thinking about Leo's materials and what he might make with them someday. That distraction makes him step on something slick and crash hard onto the path, giving the others a chance to laugh at him. As Gao Yan pushes himself up, he realizes he landed on something strange: a pile of ash, black clothes, weapons, a spatial ring, and a Hound Squad token. The deacon picks up the token, sees the Ouyang clan mark on the back, and the discovery turns suddenly serious. After the assassin turns to ash, Gao Yan spots a spatial ring in the remains and grabs it like found treasure. The moment Gao Yan pushes Qi into the ring, the locking spell shocks him hard and throws his hand back. The deacon explains that powerful cultivators lock their spatial rings with residual Qi, so opening one carelessly can get a weaker person killed. When Gao Yan asks how locking works, the deacon says true ring locks start at Golden Core stage and mastering them means learning countless array techniques. Then the deacon reveals the Blunt Elder method: overpower the lock, break it, and let everything inside blast out of the ring. Her warning gets even worse when she says a huge ring can bury the thief alive, so anyone trying this should do it high in open air. Gao Yan immediately gives up on opening the ring himself, and decides to leave it for Wu Bai later. Before leaving, the deacon collects the assassin's clothes and token, then warns everyone not to touch the blue spirit grass because it may belong to Florida Man. The disciples swallow their greed and head back to the sect empty-handed as the forbidden grass glows behind them. Back at the shop, Leo has a much more profitable day by force opening more stolen rings until piles of blue stones pour out. By the time he finishes, 30 giant bins are packed with blue stones, and Leo hauls the whole ridiculous haul into storage. The next morning, Leo checks the second workshop and finds his mushroom pots turning completely white with fast-growing spores. Delighted, he spits into every pot again and cheerfully decides that even dangerous zombie fungi are still food to him. After that, Leo restocks the store with fresh grain pills and marks the older inferior batches cheaper to clear them out. Instead of making more pills, Leo cuts iron pine lumber into cubes and starts refining them into sacred wood. 10 minutes later, 2 clean white sacred wood blocks come out larger and sharper than before, and Leo immediately sees a better use for them. Leo lines those sacred wood blocks up in front of the store like bait, openly hoping some fool tries robbing him again. After making about 20 blocks, Leo gets bored, switches the cauldrons to rejuvenate root beer, and finally remembers to check the strange coriander. The item panel tells him the aroma coriander is basically unicorn dropping weed with strong caffeine and only minor alchemy value. He eats one anyway, gains only a single year of lifespan, and writes the plant off as coffee material instead of real food. While Leo stays busy elsewhere, Cat starts playing with one of the sacred wood display blocks like a curious pet. One careless hit cracks the sacred wood in half, and Cat instantly panics at the damage. Trying to hide the accident, Cat clumsily copies Leo by spitting on the broken pieces and pressing them back together. Instead, one of Cat's roots gets stuck inside the block, and the terrified monster bolts into the forest dragging the thing behind it. When Cat finally calms down, it realizes the sacred wood has merged into its root and turned that root white. A test swing drives that new root through an iron pine tree, and Cat watches the whole tree wither into dust while its own strength surges. The feeling hooks Cat immediately, so it races back to the shop and starts breaking more sacred wood blocks to fuse them into the rest of its roots. At the same time, Ouyang Long and Wu Bai leave Cauliflower City by airship, with Wu Bai eagerly filling the trip with praise for Florida Man. Wu Bai warns that Leo can see true names and lifespans at a glance, so lying to him is pointless. The more Ouyang Long hears, the more uneasy he gets, because none of Leo's supposed soul formation strength matches the feats already attributed to him. Ouyang Long finally asks the question directly: if Leo can do all that, is he really only soul formation stage? Wu Bai insists Leo's aura really was soul formation, but Ouyang Long pushes a darker theory that Leo might be suppressing a much higher realm. Wu Bai laughs that off at first, saying a true immortal's presence would mutate everything around him, then abruptly freezes when that description sounds far too familiar. Thinking about immortal grass, mutated vegetables, and Leo's odd shopping requests, Wu Bai suddenly realizes his business partner may actually fit that impossible theory. Ouyang Long snaps back with textbook certainty that true immortals cannot remain in this world because the laws and heavenly tribulations would kill them. Wu Bai still cannot shake the idea, because Leo really did turn ordinary gifts like bananas and cabbages into rare treasures. Even with the risk, Wu Bai finds himself praying that Leo really is an immortal, because that would make all future trades much safer for him. 10 minutes later, the airship reaches Leo's forest property, and both men see the store and 2 workshops spread across freshly cleared land. Wu Bai notices the active cauldrons too and gets even more nervous, as if every detail here might confirm his worst theory. Ouyang Long orders the ship to hold position and jumps down first, with Wu Bai hurrying after him. The instant they land, Cat crawls over the roof to meet them, and Wu Bai hurriedly offers it a monster carcass-like tribute. Cat enjoys the respect, pats Wu Bai on the head with a vine, and casually accepts the offering. Ouyang Long thinks the whole thing is pathetic and openly mocks Wu Bai for kowtowing to a mere fourth-stage monster. Wu Bai urgently warns him to shut up, because Cat has been evolving far too fast and may already be much stronger than it looks. Ouyang Long studies Cat more carefully and notices its roots now gleam like sacred wood and repel evil energy. Because his cultivation is higher, Ouyang Long also sees the transparent Tao spirit behind Cat and realizes this monster is an exceptionally rare specimen. Greed takes over, and Ouyang Long bluntly tells Wu Bai they should kill Cat and split the priceless monster parts. Wu Bai throws himself between them and shouts that Cat is Florida man's pet, but Ouyang Long decides he has had enough. Ouyang Long slams Wu Bai with a palm strike and blasts him straight into the shop window. Instead of shattering, the window and some unseen soft force absorb the blow, and Wu Bai hears a system alert for the first time in his life. Meanwhile, Leo is in the back still annoyed that his giant bins do not even fit through the rear door. So he tears the back door off its hinges and uses his sharpened fingernail like a knife to cut the opening much wider. Satisfied with the bigger opening, Leo blocks the temporary hole with stacked rough lumber and heads into the yard to clean up the loot piles. He spends the next stretch sorting the assassin haul into large bins until the area behind the workshops is crammed with stored materials. When he finally stops, the workshops and yard are packed solid, and Leo can only stare at the absurd mountain of future grain pill ingredients. Half regretting his own greed, Leo grumbles that he probably cannot refine all these ingredients in his whole lifetime. Desperate for space, he even asks his ancient black ring if it can become a proper storage ring, but it gives him nothing. The system shop is no kinder, telling him that storage ring magic simply is not for sale. He digs deeper into the building menu and finds a warehouse option, but the tiny space and 500-year price tag make it useless for now. Out of options, Leo bitterly wishes some idiot cultivator would attack his store tonight and hand him more lifespan. The answer comes instantly as a loud crash erupts from the front of the store. Then the system confirms it. One of Leo's employees has been assaulted by a visitor, and Leo lights up in stunned, grateful excitement. Outside the shop, Ouyang Long spots Wu Bai trapped in a floating barrier and finally notices the store owner walking in from the backyard. A lifespan window suddenly pops up in front of Ouyang Long, and seeing his massive remaining years only makes him greedier. Instead of backing off, Ouyang Long decides Leo must be hiding a rare technique and coldly resolves to kill him, loot the shop, and deal with Wu Bai afterward. When Leo steps fully into view, Ouyang Long looks him over and dismisses him as a shabby fake cultivator in ridiculous clothes. Convinced Leo only won past fights with tricks and medicine, Ouyang Long drops all courtesy and opens with a furious accusation about his dead son. Leo answers with blunt contempt because he genuinely has no idea who this man is. Once Leo checks Ouyang Long's lifespan, his confusion vanishes and turns into greedy excitement at such a valuable target. Ouyang Long doubles down and orders Leo to kneel, but Leo just walks closer with an annoying grin and asks why he should. To show the gap in power, Ouyang Long summons his two Dao avatars, a fire dragon and a water dragon, behind him. Leo goes blank for a second, then stares at the two spirit dragons in delight when the system shows that even Ouyang Long's Dao avatars have lifespans he can take. Rather than strike first, Leo needles Ouyang Long with nonsense about Pokemon battles because he wants the enemy to attack the store first. Still trapped and unable to speak, Wu Bai can only sweat in horror as he watches Ouyang Long walk straight into disaster. Insulted that Leo mocked his Dao avatars, Ouyang Long orders the dragons to cripple him and keep him alive as a slave. The two Dao dragons strike together, freezing Leo from the legs up while fire crashes into his upper body in front of the shop. Wu Bai feels the terrifying heat and cold from inside the barrier, and he shuts his eyes because he knows this is about to end very badly for Ouyang Long. Ouyang Long laughs, adds an ice lance and fire spear on top of the dragon attack, and detonates them into a cloud of steam and debris. As the fog hangs in the air, Ouyang Long finally notices something deeply wrong. The shop, the windows, and Wu Bai's barrier are all completely unharmed. He clears the fog and finds Leo still standing there, shirt burned away but otherwise completely fine. At that exact moment, Leo gets the system warning he wanted. The store has been attacked, so now he can take lifespan as compensation. Leo actually applauds Ouyang Long for making that mistake and cheerfully tells him he played himself. With a single finger snap, Leo erases Ouyang Long so completely that the man only realizes too late his body is already gone. The two Dao dragons also die with him, shattering into gem-like fragments on the ground. Leo immediately drops the drama and happily rummages through the ash pile for loot and lifespan profit. When Leo checks his total, he sees nearly 5,000 years of lifespan and beams at the payout. Now that the danger is over, the system finally releases Wu Bai, and he instantly throws himself down to beg forgiveness from the immortal he misjudged. Leo refuses to share any commission from this deal, blaming Wu Bai's terrible customer choice and keeping all the profit for himself. Then Leo points to the flying ship and orders Wu Bai to bring down the people still waiting above. When Wu Bai hesitates, Leo coldly reminds him their contract can end right here, and that fear sends the alchemists racing back to work. Back on the ship, Wu Bai quietly tells the captain the truth. Ouyang Long is dead, and everyone below had better obey if they want to live. The captain is terrified, but he still makes the announcement that Ouyang Long is dead and the whole ship must go pay respect to an immortal. Nobody resists, because whatever they thought of their dead master, none of them were loyal enough to die for him. A few minutes later the ship descends over the forest, and the whole crowd gathers nervously in front of Leo's general store. Before they can meet the immortal, Cat scuttles out to demand its usual toll, leaving the newcomers baffled. Wu Bai hurriedly explains that the plant is the immortal's pet, so the crews start paying it off with food and carcasses. Cat happily gathers up the offerings and crawls off, and the crowd's fear eases into baffled amusement for a moment. The shop door opens at last, and when Leo steps out in a borrowed Hound Squad uniform with his rainbow aura blazing, the entire crowd instantly drops to its knees. Leo welcomes the kneeling crowd like ordinary customers, then casually announces that his shop accepts only lifespan as payment, which sends a visible wave of panic through them. Wu Bai nervously explains how the store works, but even after the crowd understands the lifespan rules, nobody dares step through the door first. To keep Leo from being offended, the Captain Zhong steps forward and offers to shop first even though he expects this new master to be another tyrant. Leo lets Zhong see his own lifespan, and the old captain almost collapses at the shock of seeing his years laid out in front of him. Leo expands that trick to everyone at once, and suddenly the whole crowd is buzzing over their own lifespan windows like stunned children comparing scores. Still in a generous mood, Leo casually gives Wu Bai the dead man's swords and knives because he has no use for them. Wu Bai realizes one of those blades is a genuine treasure, and his gratitude explodes into another full-body kowtow and a lifelong oath of loyalty. Leo brushes past the devotion, invites Zhong inside, and even announces that everything is half off today. That small kindness makes Zhong wonder if this terrifying immortal might still be far better than the selfish master he just lost. Inside, Zhong is hit with a bizarre but impressive store full of refrigerators, shelves, rare fruit, and neatly displayed pills. Zhong stops at the grain pills, and Leo casually tells him the discounted elemental pills are now only 5 years of lifespan each. That price is so absurdly good that Zhong can only blurt out his shock on the spot. Inside we sell weeds. Zhong stares at the earth grain pills like a starving man finally seeing a way forward, because his unfashionable earth cultivation has left him weak and stuck for years. When Leo says the old earth pills are 5 years each and the better ones are 10, Zhong rushes to the shelf and quietly decides he needs every single one. Before Zhong can grab the pills, 2 black marble-like stones clatter onto the floor, and he instinctively bends down to help Leo pick them up. Leo casually warns that he cannot touch people because even slight contact would kill them, and Zhong obediently puts the stones on the shelf while taking that as a deadly threat. The instant Zhong senses the stones properly, his fear turns into shock because they are packed with earth essence, and even traces of the other elements too. Zhong hurriedly asks to buy the stones, and Leo names them essence stones before putting a fresh price on them right there. Trying to be clever this time, Leo says each essence stone is worth about 10 years of 5-element essence, and offers Zhong a special discounted price of 50 years of lifespan each. To Zhong, that offer is unbelievably generous, so he nearly collapses with gratitude and immediately buys both stones along with every earth grain pill he can afford. Leo checks that Zhong still has enough life to survive the purchase, packs the pills into a container, and completes a massive 375-year deal. Zhong stores his purchase, bows deeply, and leaves the shop convinced Leo just handed him the resources to break into Nascent's soul and change his whole future. The truth, though, is even wilder. Leo has badly underpriced the stones again, and Zhong walks out feeling like he has received a life-saving act of kindness. Still thinking like a smart businessman, Leo restocks the earth pills and sets out a new box full of black essence stones for the next customers. Outside, the other servants are still wary until Zhong proudly shows off the stones he bought and insists that Leo is kind and the shop is worth their lifespan. 5 brave men test the place first, and when they come back grinning with stones and pills of their own, the last of the crowd's hesitation breaks. After that, the whole crowd lines up in batches of 5 while Wu Bai takes over as bouncer so the little store does not get overwhelmed. By sunrise, every servant has made a purchase, and the whole group looks almost dazed by how much hope they are carrying away. When Leo finally walks out after the last sale, the entire crowd suddenly salutes and shouts their thanks, leaving him completely baffled. Leo only means to keep future customers coming when he tells them this place will always open its doors no matter their background, but the crowd hears something much bigger in it. Since they still will not leave, Leo starts giving an impromptu speech about struggling from the bottom while half the men break down because his words hit too close to home. He asks what really separates them from their former master, and after the crowd guesses wealth and status, Leo says the real answer is opportunity. Then he flips the idea around and says they actually share the same opportunity too, which only confuses them more until he starts pointing to what he means. Leo points at the pills and stones in their hands and tells them those are opportunity made real, because power only matters if someone recognizes and seizes it. He points to the store next, making them realize that simply stepping through that door instead of backing away was already one life-changing choice. When Leo even points at Wu Bai as another opportunity, the crowd is fully convinced that every useful connection they ignored before could have changed their fate. Leo drives the lesson home by saying the powerful usually seize more chances because they have better information, while people left in the dark walk past openings they never learned to see. Finally, he tells them to go start over, grow stronger, and return with their heads high whether they succeed or run into another wall. That speech completely overwhelms them, and Zhong leads the former servants in kneeling vows to repay Leo and become people worthy of serving him one day. Leo is left internally asking what is wrong with these people, while a tearful Wu Bai praises his boundless wisdom and feels lucky to be following him. After the speech, Zhong leads his people back onto Ouyang Long's flying ship, and Wu Bai returns the dead master's personal token before sending them off. Once the ship leaves and their future is in their own hands, Leo sits outside the store and totals up the night, discovering he has made an absurd fortune. The numbers are so huge that both Leo and Wu Bai break into loud laughter, especially after Wu Bai realizes his 10% cut is over 4,000 years of lifespan. That celebration dies fast when Leo pokes Wu Bai with a gloved finger and calmly asks for the payment from the elixir pills too. Terrified that he has somehow failed, Wu Bai hurriedly offers up a spatial ring holding everything he earned from selling the elixirs and begs for forgiveness. Leo is not actually angry, but he still does not know how spatial rings work, so after a brief pause he bluntly asks Wu Bai to teach him from the beginning. Wu Bai agrees, but the request rattles him because even young cultivators know how to use these rings, and the old accusation that Leo might be a fake cultivator suddenly comes back to haunt him. Unable to bury the question, Wu Bai carefully asks whether Leo can really turn ordinary grass into immortal grass. Leo answers with a challenge instead of an explanation and motions for Wu Bai to follow him into the woods. A short distance away, they reach normal grass beyond the contaminated patch, and Leo makes Wu Bai confirm that what they are looking at is just plain vegetation. Then Leo removes his glove, touches a stalk, and turns it black on contact, proving with one casual motion that he really can create immortal grass. Wu Bai immediately throws himself flat in apology, now convinced he nearly offended someone far more dangerous than he understood. Leo tells him to forget it and keep quiet, then ups the lesson by putting his hand on a pine tree and mutating the whole thing into an iron pine. He uproots the transformed tree, harvests its iron nuts and leaves, and starts teaching Wu Bai a brand new recipe for iron grain pills on the spot. When Leo explains that the nuts and leaves can become pills and catalysts, Wu Bai is shaken again because even after decades in alchemy he has never heard of this method. At Leo's order, Wu Bai scrambles to collect every nut and leaf from the fallen tree, and Leo quietly studies how he uses his spatial ring while he works. On the walk back, Leo bluntly asks for the full beginner version, and Wu Bai finally starts explaining what spatial rings are and how cultivators feed them qi. Wu Bai carefully covers ownerless rings, locked rings, and the basics of storing and retrieving items, treating Leo less like a fearsome elder and more like a disciple who somehow missed common sense. Even after the lesson, Leo is still frustrated because the whole method depends on qi and essence he does not really understand, so he settles for keeping the ring and hiding that bigger problem for now. Instead of pressing the issue, Leo grabs a fresh bottle of Rejuvenate tea and tosses it to Wu Bai as payment for the lesson. Wu Bai accepts it with open devotion and calls him master, but Leo barely notices and just tells him to buy the next bottle with his own lifespan. Wu Bai flies back toward Life Sword Sect, now fully treating Leo as his master, while Leo turns straight back to business and rushes into store upgrades with all his new wealth. With more than 40,000 years of lifespan in reserve, Leo finally stops holding back and starts a serious round of upgrades. He upgrades both workshops to level 4 and pushes pill quality higher, spending years of lifespan like pocket change. When the next workshop upgrade demands a stronger store first, Leo immediately agrees to raise the humble general store to level 5. The whole building rumbles as the store interior expands again, and Leo lights up when he sees how much bigger it has become. The new level 5 store looks almost modern now, with bright marble flooring, stronger lighting, cool air, and much more interior space. Leo rushes to the back room first, thrilled to find his bedroom area enlarged and the rough openings replaced with proper double metal doors. Then his mood crashes when he checks the corners and thinks the store still somehow has no bathroom. While sulking through the store, he notices a hidden partition beside his bedroom and goes to investigate. Behind that little door, Leo finally finds what he has wanted all along, a real modern employee restroom. He drops to his knees and clings to the toilet in pure relief, celebrating the end of outhouse misery. Once the excitement settles, Leo gets suspicious and starts wondering where the water and waste could possibly be going. He tests the faucet first, and the perfectly normal running water only makes the mystery weirder. Then he flushes the toilet, sees it work flawlessly, and decides not to ruin a miracle by taking it apart. Satisfied with the store, Leo goes back to progression and pushes both workshops up to level 5 too. After spending a huge chunk of lifespan, he opens the domain build menu to see what this upgraded territory can add next. The new options are nice, but Leo picks productivity first and decides to build 2 farm plots in front of the store. The ground in front of the shop instantly flattens and turns into 2 neat, freshly plowed fields ready for planting. Leo carries over Wubai's seed sack, touches the first plot, and discovers farmland has its own upgrade system with stat choices. Seeing he can assign the points himself, Leo immediately maxes both fields to level 5 and dumps every stat into crop quality. He grabs a hoe to start farming by hand, only for the system to stop him and demand seeds first. Leo groans that he really is a cultivator farmer now, then starts tossing seeds around by pure guesswork. Once the count hits 100, the farm accepts the planting and a 1-hour cultivation timer appears with an unidentified potato result. The seeds sink into the ground by themselves, and golden sprouts burst up so fast that Leo can only watch. 10 minutes later the plants are already knee-high, and by the halfway mark the field has turned into a chest-high potato jungle. When the timer ends, the plants tower over Leo, and he pulls one up to reveal a gigantic golden potato buried deep in the earth. The tuber is hot, fragrant, and absurdly oversized, and Leo instantly starts imagining mountains of French fries. He keeps harvesting until a whole pile of giant gold potatoes sits beside the field, and the farm quietly resets itself for another cycle. Leo peels and bites into the smallest one, only to find it tastes like a perfect hot sweet potato. The system rewards him with a year of lifespan per mouthful, which makes the delicious crop even more ridiculous. Even so, Leo immediately fixates on the one thing missing from his dream snack, sauce. He cuts off a sample, rushes tomatoes to the alchemy workshop, and starts researching the new crop properly. The system reveals the harvest as a perfect grade virgin young potato, a rare hot climate catalyst that boosts lifespan, guarantees pill success, and spoils almost immediately after harvest. The tomatoes turn out to be fiery young tomatoes, and Leo realizes the 2 ingredients are perfect for his next test. He loads both cauldrons at once to save time, but the 3-hour timer reminds him his fresh potatoes may not wait that long. He dashes back outside to check the harvest, only to find every potato has already turned purple in less than 5 minutes. The premium flavor is gone, but Leo refuses to waste the food and starts eating the rotten potatoes anyway. Even rotten, the potatoes still keep feeding him lifespan and reveal that he is immune to young poison. An hour later the entire harvest finishes withering into black soil, proving this crop is powerful but almost impossible to store normally. That disaster sends Leo back to the domain system, where the glowing granary option suddenly looks like the answer. He places a granary south of the fields, and a tiny hut appears that looks disappointingly small from the outside. The moment he checks it, Leo learns the granary has separate storage and food preservation upgrades, and the preservation path is exactly what he needed. The preservation details are almost absurd, promising protection from pests first and eventually even from unauthorized cultivators and microbes. He instantly upgrades the granary to level 5 and invests early points into preservation before checking how much room it actually has. Inside, the first look is still cramped, so Leo leaves and shifts more points into storage size too. The next time he steps in, the granary reveals its real trick, a massive hidden interior far larger than the little cabin outside. After pacing the place out, Leo realizes he now has a giant storage room and finally feels like one of his investments paid off completely. With storage solved, Leo goes right back to farming and plants both fields to produce another giant batch of potatoes. 1 hour later, 2 full plots give him 200 giant virgin young potatoes, and he hauls the whole shining harvest into the granary. This time the potatoes stay hot, fragrant, and perfectly fresh inside the granary, and Leo is so relieved he nearly worships the floor. Certain his French fry future is secure, Leo heads back toward the workshop to focus on ketchup and sauces at last. But Leo's excited routine has been watched the whole time, and Kat has already noticed he is hiding something delicious in that new building. The second Leo disappears inside, Kat darts down and makes a straight run for the granary. Because Leo only raised preservation to level 2, the granary cannot keep a monster plant like Kat out, and it slips inside without trouble. Inside, even Kat freezes for a moment when the tiny hut opens into a gigantic hall packed with a mountain of golden potatoes. The smell is too good to resist, and now that its old grain pill effect has worn off, Kat can finally chew solid food again. Kat climbs onto the potato pile and starts devouring Leo's carefully stored harvest. As Kat feasts, golden transformation energy starts building inside it, with the Tao spirit only hinted as an inner silhouette rather than a separate body. The eye parasites sink into Kat's skin, and a tan-skinned little girl's head starts pushing out from the chomper's body. By the end of the change, Kat and the little girl are one body and one soul, meowing together with creepy, happy delight. While Kat tears through the granary, Leo finally builds a warehouse behind his first alchemy workshop and starts checking what this new building can do. The warehouse menu reveals a surprise feature: automaton workers that can collect and organize materials for him, and higher levels even let them roam, mine, chop, hunt, and fight back. Realizing how useful this would have been earlier, Leo slaps his forehead and immediately spends big to push the warehouse to level 5, enlarge its storage, and unlock the first automaton worker. The shabby hut turns into a concrete warehouse with giant double doors, and inside it opens into a huge high-ceilinged storage space far bigger than his store. Then the first warehouse automaton rises from the floor, a wooden mannequin with camera lens eyes and no mouth, while Leo watches in wary silence. Leo tries patting the doll and looking for a command window, but nothing happens until he remembers the automaton needs actual stored items to work with. As soon as Leo rolls a bin of blue stones and essence stones into the warehouse, the automaton finally activates and shambles off to fetch another bin on its own. The mannequin is slow, but it proves it understands the job, hauling the next bin inside and carefully arranging both containers deeper in the building after scanning the space. Satisfied, Leo leaves the worker to keep learning the warehouse and spends the next hours shifting food ingredients to the granary and feeding the warehouse more wood-related materials to collect. 3 hours later, the workshop finishes the young flame Dan, and Leo hurries over to see whether the expensive batch paid off. When he opens the lid, 30 fiery red pills float above the pot like burning ping-pong balls, and Leo calmly grabs one barehanded because the flames cannot hurt him. The result is strong enough to make him grin, medium, high, and even two superior Yang Flame Dawn that boosts strength, fire cultivation, Yang Qi, and lifespan. That success also reminds Leo not to waste his rare werewolf materials, so he decides he should max the workshop's quality before trying those pills next. He stores the new pills in a Tupperware container inside the warehouse, queues more cultivation batches, and finally checks how much lifespan all this shopping spree has burned. The number shocks him, because his lifespan has already dropped to just over 14,000 years, and Leo blurts out at how fast the system can drain him. That kills his plan to push the store to level 6, so he opens the shop system instead and goes looking for the language skill he bookmarked earlier. The bad news keeps coming when the translation package costs 20,000 years, leaving Leo only able to afford the reading comprehension version for 10,000. Annoyed but practical, Leo buys the reading skill anyway so he can at least start reading books in this world. The installation hits like one of his brutal body evolutions, with hundreds of floating panels and blinding light tearing through him until he drops to one knee in pain. He braces for another long blackout, remembering past upgrades that left him unconscious for months. But this time the pain suddenly stops instead of getting worse. When the system confirms the reading skill is installed, Leo is stunned to find himself still awake and steady enough to stand again. Still dazed, he looks for one of his sacred wood blocks to sit on, only to realize Cat has cleaned those out too. That missing furniture sets him off, and Leo shouts into the compound, furious that Cat might have eaten his chairs. Cat bolts out of the granary at the noise, and the second Leo sees her coming from that building, he instantly knows his potatoes are in danger too. Leo roars that she ate his potatoes, and Cat answers with a guilty little cry before sprinting for the forest on her spidery roots. Inside the granary, Leo finds exactly the mess he feared: dirt, torn potato chunks, half-eaten giant potatoes, and the rest clawed up by Cat's vines and roots. After a long, tired pause, Leo lets the anger go because he can grow more potatoes and does not have the heart to punish Cat for acting like a hungry pet. So he grabs a broom and starts cleaning the granary, sweeping up the chaos and piling the leftover potato scraps aside for future pet food or alchemy use. Later that same morning, the story shifts to Life Sword Sect, where Wubai returns to the alchemy quarter and immediately runs into his colleague Han Hao. Han Hao opens by mocking him as a lazy bum, and Wubai smugly fires back that his business trip was excellent because his lifespan has already climbed past 4,000 years. That boast only irritates Han Hao more, so he reminds Wubai that the Mystic Realm opens in less than 2 weeks and the sect still lacks enough healing pills. Wubai asks about the sect's expedition quota, only to learn he missed the selection meeting and lost any chance at the elder slot. Wubai is annoyed for a moment, but he quickly stops caring because with that much lifespan in hand, he no longer needs a dangerous Mystic Realm trip to chase power. Instead, Wubai pulls out a bottle of Rejuvenate tea and invites Han Hao for a drink, instantly flipping his annoyed colleague into a shameless eager friend. The pair fly off to Han Hao's pagoda, laughing together like the work problem can wait. Inside the pagoda, they forget about work completely and savor the premium tea until the 1-liter bottle runs dry in barely 20 minutes. When the bottle is empty, both elders stare at it with painful longing, and Wubai starts mentally calculating whether Leo's store is worth spending a few thousand years on for more. That quiet greed breaks when Han Hao casually asks whether Wubai met Ouyang Long in the capital, and whether last night's passing airship belonged to him. Wubai instantly starts sweating because he knows the truth is far worse than a simple sighting, and Han Hao catches that something is badly wrong. Han Hao studies him more carefully and notices a premium flying sword and a treasure sword that do not fit Wubai at all, making the old man press even harder. With no way to dodge anymore, Wubai quietly places Ouyang Long's name token on the table like a confession before he even speaks. Then Wubai says the impossible out loud: Taoist Florida man killed Ouyang Long. The two elders sit in 5 minutes of heavy silence before Han Hao shakily asks when it happened. Wubai answers that it happened last night, and Han Hao keeps drilling down, trying to understand how someone as strong as Ouyang Long could really be dead. What he hears only gets worse. Florida man was not injured, the fight was one-sided, and Ouyang Long was turned to ash in a single move. Han Hao reaches the fastest possible conclusion and stands up in panic, saying they should run before the Jianghu Alliance swarms their sect over this mess. The story then jumps north to Frozen King City, the Ouyang clan's private city of slaves, servants, wealth, and law-backed power at the heart of their family domain. Inside the clan's main hall, the giant patriarch Ouyang summons the elders and throws Ouyang Long's broken life candle onto the carpet to announce that their representative is dead. The room cannot understand it, because Ouyang Long was too strong and too fast to die so easily, but Ouyang states flatly that a rogue soul formation cultivator killed him in one move. The revelation sets the hall buzzing until Ouyang smashes his chair armrest with one blow, and uses wood essence to grow it back on the spot, forcing order through sheer authority. With the hall under control, the patriarch moves to practical business first and demands a replacement candidate for Ouyang Long's Jianghu Alliance seat. The elders all push the same answer, nominating the Grand Elder Ouyang Ku, whose ghostly old appearance and near breakthrough strength make him the obvious choice. Ouyang Ku declines with an amused sip of tea, saying he is an alchemist and guest elder of the World Tree sect and has no interest in politics. The room stalls after that until Ouyang dangles the family's mystic realm quota as bait, hoping somebody else will dare to step forward. That opening is taken by Ouyang Feng, Ouyang Ku's grandson, who calmly nominates himself and instantly relieves the elders who did not want to challenge him. The patriarch is not happy about throwing a 25-year-old nascent soul genius into a nest of old monsters, but Ouyang Feng only grins and boasts that the Alliance elders will be offering him their granddaughters. The room breaks into laughter, and with no opposition left, Ouyang names Ouyang Feng the clan's new representative by default. Only after settling the appointment does the patriarch return to revenge, saying the family cannot chase the killer openly yet, but will not let the insult go. Then he reveals he already has a sketch of the culprit, and sends a storm of papers across the hall so every clan member can take one. Each paper carries Leo's portrait, and Ouyang orders them to remember his face, report him immediately if found, and absolutely not provoke a man who killed Ouyang Long in one move. The wider meeting is dismissed, but Ouyang Ku and Ouyang Feng are kept behind because the new representative still needs private instruction. Once they are alone, Ouyang gives Ouyang Feng a medium-grade Fenrir Dantian pill and tells him to use it in the mystic realm to break into soul formation. Ouyang Feng is delighted to get such a poison-aligned treasure, and the patriarch explains it came from the Tang clan rather than one of their own alchemists. For the next 2 hours, the two elders drill Ouyang Feng on alliance etiquette, duties, and even the secret warehouse that Ouyang Long used to handle. Before sending him off, Ouyang warns that his Death Sword sect background will make some factions hostile, so he should lean on the Situ clan for goods and charm the women of Amazonian Sanctuary into opening other doors. Ouyang Feng leaves the hall thrilled by the assignment, and already looking forward to courting the all-female Sanctuary's fairies. Back in the forest, Kat runs around in her strange child torso plant form, practicing movement, while her lower body rests, and her branches pluck pine nuts to snack on. Her first attempt to eat with a human mouth goes badly, because toothless soft gums are useless against iron-hard pine nuts, and she hurts herself trying. Stubborn as ever, Kat pushes metal chi into her mouth and tries again until her reinforced gums crack the nut open like a tiny press. That tiny success delights her, and Kat happily chews and swallows the whole shell while enjoying how much more sensitive a human mouth is to taste. A small flying ship suddenly passes overhead, then immediately turns back as if someone aboard spotted the bizarre little dryad below. One passenger drops from the ship and lands in front of Kat, an elderly female cultivator hidden under a thick triangular straw hat, veil, and long robes. Kat just tilts her head and asks her usual toll-like question anyway, treating the stranger less like a threat and more like another traveler passing through her forest. Instead of hostility, the woman chuckles, removes her hat and veil, and reveals a kind grandmotherly face as she gently asks where an infant dryad's parent is. Far from profit-driven sex, Amazonian Sanctuary was built as a refuge where female cultivators protected women, children, and commoners from being exploited. As the sanctuary's women grew stronger and more beautiful, outside sects started treating them like marriage prizes, so the sanctuary pushed even harder to recruit defenders. That recruiting work belonged to Sunwan, a 113-year-old elder who specialized in taming beasts and healing them. While her scout ship crossed the province toward Magpie City, Sunwan suddenly sensed a monster aura near a cultivator city and ordered the ship to stop. She jumped down to inspect it and found Kat, a chomper plant that had evolved so far she was already forming a humanoid infant body. One look at Kat's aura made Sunwan tense up, because this newborn dryad somehow already felt as strong as a fourth-stage monster. Kat broke the tension first with a confused little meow, and Sunwan immediately softened at how harmless she seemed. When Kat could not understand her questions, Sunwan summoned a giant beautiful Dao avatar and used it to connect their minds. Through telepathy, Sunwan learned the little dryad's name was Kat and that she lovingly saw Leo as her father. Kat eagerly shared how assassins had hurt her and how Leo rushed in and wiped them out to protect her. That story killed Sunwan's first impulse to take Kat away, because now she wanted to meet the man who had treated a monster child so well. Kat still cared about the unpaid toll more than any serious talk, so Sunwan laughed and handed over a skinned deer carcass. Once Kat was fed, she happily turned and started leading Sunwan back toward her parent. As she followed, Sunwan quietly warned her disciples to park the ship and come after her without causing trouble. Back at the store, Leo finished cleaning the granary and frowned at Kat's half-eaten potato piles rotting away around him. He considered researching the strange young poison in those potatoes, but both alchemy workshops were still tied up making pills. With no cauldron free, Leo left the idea for later and took some comfort in watching the warehouse automaton keep working on its own. To kill time, he threw himself into stripping iron pine logs by hand until he was completely absorbed in the work. Hours later, Kat finally returned and nudged Leo from behind to announce herself. Leo turned around, noticed Kat's brand new infant girl torso, and accepted with a tired sigh that her dryad evolution had arrived. He still praised her growth and even pinched the newborn cheek, slipping easily into the role Kat already gave him. Before meeting the guests, Leo pointed at Ouyang Ting's rotting mutated corpse and told Kat to get rid of the stink for good. Kat cheerfully obeyed, yanked the body off the hook, and stuffed it into her huge mouth with crunching enthusiasm. Leo changed into a cleaner robe taken from a dead assassin and headed to the storefront to greet whoever Kat had brought back. At the front, he met an elderly woman in green robes and sensed a much larger group waiting deeper in the forest behind her. Sun Wan politely introduced herself as Beast Mother from Amazonian Sanctuary and asked if Leo was the one raising the dryad. Leo answered like a tired parent instead of a dangerous senior, and just asked if his kid had caused any trouble. Seeing the Hound Squad uniform on him, Sun Wan tensed and carefully asked what connection he had to the Ouyang family. Leo had to dig through his memory before he finally remembered Ouyang Long, and casually admitted he had killed him after the man came to avenge his son. That answer hit Sun Wan like a thunderclap, because Ouyang Long was no nobody and Leo said it with almost careless ease. When she asked his name, Leo grinned and gave the ridiculous but deadly serious Taoist title he liked to use, Florida Man. While they spoke, Sun Wan's followers finally caught up and lined up behind her in matching green veils. Leo found their half-hidden, half-showy clothing quietly ridiculous, but the joke died fast because none of them interested him at all. Instead of flirting, Leo switched into shopkeeper mode and invited them to see if his store had anything useful. Sun Wan quickly ordered her disciples to behave and keep their veils on before she followed him inside alone. The moment the door opened, cold air spilled out, and the cultivators outside froze because the building was filled with strange elemental energy they did not understand. Inside the expanded store, Sun Wan was even more stunned, because the spatial distortion made the humble cabin feel impossibly large. She guessed there was a spatial array at work, and Leo dodged the truth by claiming he was just an alchemist using a dead friend's help. Leo's fake backstory only got weirder when he mournfully named that dead friend Wilson, a silent round-headed man who died at sea. Then Sun Wan spotted the refrigerator packed with cabbages and immediately asked to buy every single one. Leo answered by opening the shop domain, and Sun Wan nearly fell over when a floating window revealed exactly how much lifespan she had left. Leo calmly explained the rule she had just run into. His store sold goods for lifespan, not ordinary money. He offered a first visit deal of 10 years per cabbage instead of 50, and that was still expensive enough to make Sun Wan hesitate. She tried another route and offered 1 million spirit stones per cabbage instead. Leo realized spirit stones might be useful to him after all, so he softened and made a stranger counteroffer of his own. For each cabbage, Leo wanted both the 1,000,000 spirit stones and 100 normal cabbages on top. That bizarre request made Sun Wan study the whole shop more carefully, and the clues started piling up fast. Between the Mystic Realm goods, the fire essence pills, and Leo's casual power, Sun Wan began to suspect she was standing in front of something far beyond a normal cultivator. So Sun Wan stopped dancing around it, and directly asked if Leo was an immortal. Leo dodged at first, but once she defined immortals by age and world-crossing power, he jokingly asked whether living more than 3,000 years qualified. Then Leo pushed the joke too far and casually claimed he had already been alive for 50,000 years. Sun Wan turned pale on the spot, and Leo instantly regretted saying that much and tried to pass it off as a joke. Instead of pressing him, Sun Wan dropped to her knees and offered herself in service as long as he spared her and her disciples. When Sun Wan nervously added that she would obey even indecent demands, Leo's face darkened because he wanted lifespan and cabbages, not that kind of misunderstanding. Leo bluntly shut that idea down and told her he only wanted normal cabbages, which left Sun Wan flushed and relieved. Seeing she was eager to please, Leo pivoted fast and asked for something useful right now, more customers and more lifespan. Sun Wan immediately offered a lead of her own, explaining that her sanctuary trained with water techniques, so her people would likely want the blood melons. Leo liked that answer enough to secretly recruit Sun Wan as a store employee, turning her fear into a business partnership on the spot. He finished the pitch by promising her discounts and a 10% commission on whatever customers she brought in, even sharing lifespan if that was how they paid. Still unsure what Leo wants, Sun Wan steps out of the shop and has her spatial ring dump out a massive payment in spirit stone sacks. With a respectful bow, Sun Wan asks to buy 10 cabbages and explains she still needs another trip to bring the ordinary cabbages Leo wanted. Satisfied with the overpayment, Leo packs 12 cabbages instead of 10 and throws in 2 extra as a discount. Leo tells Sun Wan to bring the others over if they want blood melons too, promising he will keep the price affordable. Sun Wan turns back to her disciples, and the young women stare in disbelief after seeing how respectfully their master dealt with Leo. Trying to calm them down, Sun Wan cheerfully declares that Senior Florida Man is an ally of their sanctuary, and says she bought 12 cabbages of extreme Yin for only 10 million spirit stones. That price completely breaks the disciples' sense of scale, because even 10 spirit stones could have changed their lives. Soonwon explains that each cabbage can push a frost unicorn up by a major cultivation stage, so 12 cabbages means 12 sanctuary guardians can evolve. Once they understand the cabbages are for the sanctuary's beasts, the girls stop complaining, but their eyes still drift back to Leo's huge profit with obvious envy. One disciple swallows her nerves, decides to take a chance, and walks away from the group toward Leo. She introduces herself with careful manners as Jinyo, a 5th-rank Foundation establishment beast tamer, and asks to see Leo's rare goods. Leo starts out smiling, because a polite customer is exactly the kind of approach he likes. Then Jinyo abruptly changes tactics, taking off her veil and headwear to reveal a strikingly beautiful but very youthful face and long brown hair. She leans harder into the act, loosening a few buttons and walking with an obvious practice sway to pull Leo's eyes onto her body. Instead of being tempted, Leo's face goes rigid, and the mood drops instantly as an ugly old trauma kicks back in. Leo can only rub his face and think, oh boy, as the whole situation suddenly feels wrong to him. To make sure what he's looking at, Leo quietly pulls up the shop's lifespan readout for the disciples and checks Jinyo's actual age. The status window confirms the worst part. Jinyo is only 16, and Leo ends up facepalming even harder. Leo takes one look at Jinyo's flirty behavior and shuts the whole thing down in his head, more annoyed than tempted. When he notices the sacks of spirit stones outside, Leo immediately figures out her real angle and bitterly thinks people are the same everywhere. Outside the shop, Jinyo and Soonwon's group freeze in shock as blue screens pop up in front of their faces, showing age and remaining lifespan. Most of the disciples fall into the normal lifespan range for Foundation establishment cultivators, which makes one tiny outlier stand out even more. That outlier is Yao Qiqi, a 6-year-old commoner with no cultivation yet, and even her blue screen points to unusual promise and a long life ahead. The sanctuary took Qiqi in after bandits killed her parents, so everyone around Soonwon treats her like a child they have to protect. Qiqi is too young to grasp the adult's tension, so the strange blue screen just looks fun to her. She starts batting at the screen with both hands, but it only ripples like water and reforms every time. Soonwon notices at once and gently reins her in with a quiet order to behave. Qiqi immediately goes still, pouting around her teddy bear, while the adults turn their attention back to the business at Leo's store. After a minute of not understanding the adult's business, Qiqi drifts away and starts searching the area for something more interesting. That is when she spots a patch of blue grass and bright pink flowers, and the colorful little corner instantly pulls her in. Laughing to herself, Qiqi runs over with her teddy bear and leans in close to admire the flowers. The instant Qiqi reaches for the flower, a transparent spirit suddenly shoots out of the blossoms. Instead of getting scared, Qiqi stares up in pure wonder as the tiny transparent fairy-like spirit circles her. Only then do the adults realize Qiqi has wandered 10 meters away, and the whole group snaps around in alarm as one disciple runs to her side. As Yao Qiqi wanders near the spirit grass patch, a disciple hurriedly warns her not to touch anything because this place already belongs to someone. Qiqi pouts that she only wants to look at the flowers, and the disciple finally realizes the patch is valuable spirit grass. When the disciple reports the spirit grass to Soonwon, Soonwon's face hardens and she immediately orders everyone to leave the plants alone. The disciple patiently tells Qiqi they cannot take flowers from someone else's place, but the little girl keeps staring at the patch with a stubborn pout. Then the dark elf spirit suddenly floats right up in front of Qiqi again and stares at her, as if trying to start a conversation. Qiqi answers the spirit's meows out loud, and her cheerful reply makes it clear she can actually hear this invisible little being. She tugs the disciple's finger and points right at the spirit, insisting there is a flower fairy in front of her. But when Sister Lu and the other disciples look around, they see nothing at all and start treating Qiqi's claim like a child's imagination. Soonwon steps in, lifts Qiqi into her arms, and reminds her to mind her manners because they are visiting someone else's place. Qiqi's eyes turn wet as she whispers that the fairy really is there, and now the problem shifts from mischief to hurt feelings. The disciples crowd around to comfort her, but the more they try to soothe her, the more upset Qiqi becomes. Qiqi finally breaks into full sobs, crying that the fairy is real and begging to know why nobody believes her. Even candies and a new doll fail, leaving Soonwon and her disciples completely at a loss in front of one heartbroken child. Elsewhere on the property, Kat hears the commotion in the middle of chewing Yang Ting's corpse and turns toward the noise. Before going over, Kat matter-of-factly cleans her mouth with a toilet brush and an earthen jar of stream water Leo left there, as if this bizarre routine is perfectly normal. She spits and throws the brush and jar aside, even shattering the container, then crawls toward the group to investigate. When Kat spots the crying little girl in the middle of the crowd, she immediately focuses on Yao Qiqi with bright interest. Kat waves at Qiqi, but the adults packed around her block the line of sight and the little girl still cannot notice her. Realizing the crowd is the problem, Kat pouts for a beat and then comes up with her own eager solution. She claps her hands and winds up her roots and vines, clearly preparing for one big leap toward the group. Back with the visitors, Qiqi is still hiccuping through tears, and the adults can do little except hold her and wait for the storm to pass. With no better answer, Sun Wan sighs and decides that once Jinyo returns, she will send Chi-Chi back to the flying ship. Sun Wan's disciples finally give up on saving little Yao Chi-Chi, and the whole group sinks into helpless silence. That lull breaks when a huge shadow rushes overhead and slams down behind the women. Cat ignores the panic and sprints straight for the granary beside the barren field. The disciples see the monster plant clearly in panic, but Sun Wan steps in front of them and orders everyone to stand down because Cat belongs to Taoist Florida man. The women are still badly shaken by the idea of a monster plant being someone's pet, but they reluctantly lower their blades. Just when the tension seems over, Cat slips into the granary and comes back carrying a fresh bundle of fully grown immortal grass covered in 100 white blossoms. Instead of attacking, Cat crawls up to Yao Chi-Chi and gently offers the flowering bundle to the crying child like a bouquet. The disciples are too stunned to move, while Sun Wan covers her mouth because the bizarre scene is somehow adorable. What none of them realize yet is that these are not ordinary flowers at all, but blossoms from immortal grass itself. As the bouquet reaches Chi-Chi, a tiny dark elf spirit overlaps Cat's vine, making it look as if a little fairy is handing the flowers over herself. Yao Chi-Chi stops crying and looks up at the fairy and Cat in wonder, asking if the gift is really for her. Cat happily meows back, and that simple answer is enough for Chi-Chi to finally smile again. Chi-Chi thanks the little fairy with childish sincerity and accepts the flowers, hugging them together with her teddy bear. Then the immortal grass releases drifting spores, and Chi-Chi breathes them in by accident. The effect is instant. Silver light bursts from Chi-Chi's body and lifts her right out of Sun Wan's arms. The women erupt in panic as Chi-Chi rises glowing above them, with nobody understanding what Cat's gift just triggered. Inside the shop, Leo hears the commotion outside and looks over in bafflement, already thinking he needs to discipline Cat later. But Leo has no room to deal with that yet, because Chi-Nyo is still in front of him pushing hard and teasingly asking whether he already has a girlfriend. Leo shuts the flirtation down by pulling on rubber gloves and warning Chi-Nyo that his body is hazardous enough to kill her on contact. Even that deadly warning does not stop Chi-Nyo, and she calmly undoes 2 more buttons while asking what kind of body and tricks Leo likes. Leo finally snaps at Chi-Nyo and warns her flatly to stop or get out of his store. Chi-Nyo swallows the insult, gives up on seducing him, and storms out without buying anything. Relieved to be rid of the nuisance, Leo calls for the next customer and looks outside. Instead of lining up, everyone outside is in a panic around Yao Chi-Chi as she floats in midair. The crowd shouts Chi-Chi's name in panic, and even Cat is rattled by whatever is happening to her. Chi-Nyo is startled too, but she hangs back at the edge and watches instead of helping. When Leo steps closer, he spots the real trigger in Chi-Chi's hands, a bundle of immortal grass flowers. Then Chi-Chi suddenly gives off a bizarre aura, and Leo realizes what he sees is far stranger than a normal cultivation change. Sun Wan meets Leo's eyes and hurriedly apologizes, assuming one of her people is simply breaking through. Leo knows she is wrong, because the light around Chi-Chi matches the horrific mutation he survived 50,000 years ago. He remembers his body turning into living cancer, every organ and bone being destroyed and rebuilt, while he suffered alone among corpses. That memory makes Leo look at floating little Chi-Chi with pity, because he knows a child should never have to endure that kind of pain. Leo immediately shoots Cat a hard look, silently blaming her for putting Chi-Chi in danger. Startled, Cat shakes her head and points at the flowers, insisting the immortal grass blossoms caused it instead. Leo abruptly turns his back on the case and sprints into his bedroom for the one medicine he kept hidden for emergencies. He opens the box and grabs a newly made elixir grain pill, knowing even Wu Bai would lose his mind if he knew Leo had been hiding something this valuable. Leo shoves the box back under the bed, snatches a bottle of Rejuvenate tea, and rushes straight back to Yao Chi-Chi. When he gets outside, the sight is horrifying. Yao Chi-Chi is still floating, but now her arms and legs have swollen into a grotesque mutated shape. The disciples scream, Sun Wan goes pale, and even Cat breaks down in tears because she knows those flowers may have caused this. Leo does not hesitate. He strides in, leaps up, and catches the floating girl in his arms. The moment he lands, Leo throws the bundle of immortal grass flowers away to cut off whatever is feeding the mutation. Sun Wan is horrified because touching someone mid-breakthrough is supposed to wreck their chi flow and push them into chi deviation. Leo ignores the sect rule and crushes the elixir grain pill in his hand because saving Yao Chi-Chi matters more than protecting a breakthrough. Without any gentleness, he forces the crushed pill into her mouth and makes her swallow it. Then Leo opens the Rejuvenate tea and pours it down her throat, gambling that any medicine is better than doing nothing. A hard creak-crack of bone makes the whole rescue feel even worse, and Leo can only hold her tighter and pray this desperate mix actually works. While staring at her face, Leo checks Yao Chi-Chi's lifespan and is jolted when the number now reads 399 years. That huge lifespan gives Leo a sliver of hope that she is not about to die from this mutation after all. A moment later, the swollen limbs finally begin to shrink, and Yao Chi-Chi's body starts returning to normal. Her color improves enough for Leo to breathe again, but she is still burning hot and soaked in sweat from the pain. Thinking the worst has passed, Leo slips off one glove and gently wipes the sweat from Yao Chi-Chi's face. Then Leo and Cat both freeze in horror, because he has just touched Yao Qiqi with his bare hand. Leo squeezes his eyes shut and silently curses himself, convinced his careless touch might have made Yao Qiqi's condition worse instead of saving her. Unable to explain himself, Leo only gestures for Sun Wan to take the girl, carefully avoiding any skin contact as he hands Yao Qiqi over. Leo lets out a heavy breath and blurts that he only hopes this disaster turns into a lucky breakthrough for the child. But Sun Wan and the girls take his silence and strange words very differently, because the medicine and tea already stopped Yao Qiqi's swelling almost at once. Sun Wan bows her head and thanks Leo as Yao Qiqi's savior, genuinely believing he pulled the girl back from death. The other girls drop to their knees too, thanking Leo in unison and pushing his guilt even higher. Before Leo can say anything, a fresh rumble shakes the moment, and rainbow light bursts from Yao Qiqi again. This time Sun Wan feels real chi inside the little girl and senses a newly formed Dantian crystal in her belly. Sun Wan realizes Yao Qiqi did in an instant what normal cultivators struggle for ages to do, jumping past early cultivation and landing straight in foundation establishment. Then the shock gets even bigger when Sun Wan senses 5 different elemental chi types alive inside Yao Qiqi at once. Yao Qiqi finally opens her eyes, and Sun Wan is so relieved she is nearly crying as she calls to her softly. The little girl says she had both a bad dream and a good one, hinting that whatever happened inside her was more than a simple breakthrough. Yao Qiqi describes being eaten by blood monsters and drowning in a blood pool, painting the ordeal as a nightmare of real pain rather than a vague vision. Leo quickly turns his back and lifts a hand over his eyes, trying to give the girls privacy while they crowd around Yao Qiqi to tend to her. With his back still turned, Leo finally realizes the crisis has actually passed, and nearly sags with relief. Then Yao Qiqi says the good part of the dream began when a handsome angel appeared and saved her. Sun Wan and the girls echo the word angel in confusion, and some of them glance toward Leo as the implication starts to form. Yao Qiqi explains that the angel fed her a pill and water, then touched her face, and that touch was the moment her pain disappeared. That final detail hits Leo like a shock, because the touch he feared had saved her instead, and he is left staring ahead in baffled silence. Leo is so thrown by the sudden praise that he starts coughing and slaps a hand over his face, looking completely baffled. Meanwhile, Sun Wan and the girls put the pieces together and start looking at Leo with open respect. Sun Wan makes it official and tells Yao Qiqi that Senior Florida Man saved her by giving her a medicine pill and healing water, then curing her. The girls all silently agree with her, and even Chinyo has to admit Leo really is Qiqi's savior. Leo forces out another rough cough, turns away from all that gratitude, and heads back toward his store to hide his messy expression. Trying to steer the moment somewhere safer, Leo blames the trouble on not teaching his pet properly, and offers everyone a free bottle of Rejuvenate tea as an apology. He immediately adds a catch: the free tea only goes to people who buy at least one item with their lifespan. That answer only makes the whole group more grateful, and the girls bow deeply toward him. Even Sun Wan, who outranks the others, looks moved enough that she nearly wants to kowtow too. Now steady on her feet again, Yao Qiqi steps forward on her own and bows a full 90 degrees to Leo. Qiqi loudly thanks him for saving her life and swears she will never forget the favor, calling him her handsome angel in the process. The girls break into giggles, while Leo turns red because he is terrible at taking a compliment that direct. To shut down the awkward praise and move things along, Leo clears his throat and briskly calls for the next person, reminding them he does not have all day. Once the panic settles, Sun Wan tells Chinyo to take Yao Qiqi back to the flying ship while the rest of the women follow Leo into his store. Because Leo saved Qiqi, the disciples finally drop their guard, remove their veils, and browse his shelves like excited customers around him. Leo patiently explains the prices, including grain pills for 20 years, Fenrir prosthetic eyeballs for 500, and Yang flame pills with bigger boosts at even steeper costs. The women hesitate over the expensive pills, but they keep staring at the blood-scented blood melons in the basket. When one disciple asks the price, Leo cuts the blood melons down to just 10 years each to tempt these lifespan-conscious customers. That tiny discount is enough to set off a stampede, and the disciples strip the blood melon baskets clean in seconds. Leo asks if they even know what blood melons do, and one girl cheerfully sums up their logic as I sense water chi, I buy. 19 disciples each buy 5 blood melons, and Leo quietly trades away the whole stock for a huge chunk of lifespan. Just as the group starts to leave, one disciple hesitates at the refrigerator chest, still fixated on the tea Leo used on Qiqi. Leo gives in and offers everyone one bottle, casually mentioning that medium-grade Rejuvenate tea can make the drinker physically 5 years younger. The whole room goes dead still, and every disciple suddenly looks at Leo like a predator staring at treasure. After each girl gets a bottle of used tea, they practically worship Leo and promise to come back for more. Watching their reaction, Leo starts wondering if selling beauty goods and fashionable clothes might be even better business than pills. He tests the idea on the spot by buying a glamorous modern evening dress from the system for only 1 year of lifespan. The moment the dress appears, the disciples stare in open shock and drop all pretense of calm cultivation manners. One girl blurts out the price. Leo barely starts to say 10 years, and she instantly snatches the dress as sold. That single sale sets off another rush, and the other 18 disciples flood back in demanding dresses in multiple colors. Realizing he has found their true weakness, Leo tells them to calm down and slips into his bedroom to check stock. Behind the closed door, he buys 19 more sets in 3 colors and gets a whole box of 57 dresses for almost nothing. When Leo brings the dresses out, the disciples descend like vultures and grab 3 each without hesitation. The clothes sell even faster than the pills, and Leo quietly realizes beauty goods might become one of his best businesses. Their squealing gets so loud that Sunwon finally steps in and snaps at them to stop acting like children. Leo watches in relief as Sunwon drags the giddy shoppers outside, sits them down, and gives them a loud sermon before sending them back to the ship. Once the girls are handled, Leo gives Sunwon a high-grade rejuvenate tea and a medium-grade elixir grain pill for Yao Chi-Chi's recovery plan. He warns her to use the tea only if Chi-Chi gets worse, and to save the grain pill until the girl can eat again and needs her inner energy stabilized. Sunwon thanks him again, and Leo reminds her to check her lifespan because she earned commission from the girl's shopping spree. Her status window pops up with a lifespan jump of roughly 150 years, and Sunwon is left staring at it in disbelief. Leo explains the deal plainly. If she brings him customers, she gets 1/10 of whatever they spend. Since Leo still seems unaffiliated, Sunwon seizes the moment and invites him to join the Amazonian Sanctuary's next Mystic Realm expedition. To tempt him, she describes their last wetland trip full of crocodiles, alligators, rare water herbs, captured lizard men, and even a 3-tailed alligator queen. The words alligator queen break Leo's composure, and he grabs Sunwon's shoulders in wild excitement. Sunwon is startled but pleased, thinking she has finally found bait strong enough to win him over. Leo almost accepts on the spot, then forcibly reins himself in and apologizes because joining them right now would only bring trouble. Sunwon interprets his refusal as considerate caution over the Ouyang clan, while Leo is really cursing the language barrier and his need to farm more lifespan first. With the invitation failed, Sunwon gives one last thanks and flies back up to her ship. Once the women are gone, Leo turns to Cat, and the guilty little plant immediately bolts for the granary. Leo ignores her for the moment, picks up the still fresh bundle of white immortal grass flowers, and blames it for nearly killing Chi-Chi. He carries the flowers into the alchemy workshop and checks his lifespan, still far short of the 20,000 years he needs for automatic speech translation. Even though he can afford a store upgrade, Leo decides not to waste lifespan on extra space when the language feature matters more. As another young flame batch finishes, Leo tosses one white flower into the cauldron and hits research to find out what he is really dealing with. The result shocks him. The flower is an immortal flower, and it unlocks a brutally expensive true immortal pill recipe packed with catalysts and rare fluids. The new demand that catches his eye is yang fluid and yin fluid, so Leo starts testing whether Ouyang Ting's blood can cover the yin side. Research confirms the blood counts as yin fluid, which means Leo suddenly has almost everything except a source of yang. While thinking about yang catalysts, Leo notices the water jar Cat smashed and his irritation flares right back up. He spends a couple years of lifespan to replace the jar, then crushes the old shards for yard decoration and suddenly gets a weird new idea. To test that theory, Leo fills the new jar with stream water and hauls it back like a massive improvised bathtub. He strips and jumps into the jar, and the moment his body touches the water, it turns green and the fish float up dead. The fish are worthless for alchemy, so Leo tosses them aside and researches the water itself instead. Instead of yang fluid, the system identifies Leo's tainted bathwater as pinnacle-grade holy water, leaving him completely baffled. Baffled or not, Leo realizes that holy water can fill the yang side well enough, so he starts assembling the true immortal pill ingredients. He works through the catalyst checklist one by one, pulling out substitutes he already has for fire, water, earth, and metal. When he reaches wood catalyst, Leo immediately thinks of Cat's roots and heads for the granary with a bad feeling. He finds Cat in the granary eating potatoes, and she instantly shrinks back because she knows exactly why he came. Leo tries to sound reasonable and asks for just 10 pieces of root, but Cat only hisses and scrambles onto the ceiling to get away from him. Even annoyed, Leo still refuses to cut her by force, so he gives up on Cat's roots and hunts for another substitute instead. He settles on weeping onions from the untouched stockpile and uses them as the last missing catalyst instead. Back in the workshop, Leo feeds the final ingredients and essence into the cauldron and finally starts refining the true immortal pills. The system answers with a brutal timer of nearly a full week, and Leo can only stare at it in disbelief. Since that workshop is locked for days, Leo changes plans and starts another batch of rejuvenate tea in the second cauldron so he still has something to sell. After putting everything away, Leo returns to the granary and calls Cat down, deciding her attitude needs correcting more than her roots do. Cat keeps hissing from the ceiling, so Leo bluntly warns her to come down now or get dragged down and spanked. That threat finally gets through, and Cat slowly climbs down to negotiate instead of pushing her luck. Trying to cut her losses, Cat starts licking Leo's face and accidentally sucks his whole head into her chomper mouth in a slobbery apology. Leo patiently pulls himself free, pinches her lips shut, and tells Cat they need to talk because after everything he fed her, he wants her lifespan again. With Cat blinking in confusion, Leo opens her lifespan status to see what kind of balance his spoiled little plant has been hoarding. A blue status window shows Cat is somehow only age 0 and already sitting on 6,300 years of lifespan, which makes Leo instantly jealous. Leo tries to guilt Cat into paying rent and lifespan after eating his food, but Cat cheekily turns the deal into a potato bargain instead. They settle on a trade. Cat gets the whole potato stock if she spits out the seeds, and Leo gets 4,000 years of lifespan. Cat obediently transfers 4,000 years, and Leo's total lifespan jumps to 10,000, still only halfway to the number he wants. With no visitors at all, Leo kills time by farming, crafting pills, making tea and sacred wood blocks, and letting the mannequin help gather materials. One quiet day turns into 2, then 3, and Leo ends up weirdly content while restocking his shelves instead of fighting anyone. By the end of the idle stretch, he has spent a whole day mass-producing sacred wood blocks until the backyard is packed with hundreds of them. 7 days after Sunhwan's visit, boredom finally gets to Leo, and he sits in his full store wondering where all the crazy cultivators went. So for once Leo takes a real break, retreats to his bedroom, and tries to enjoy a lazy afternoon nap. That calm shatters with a sudden boom from the first workshop, and Leo bolts out of bed to investigate. Outside, he finds a pillar of rainbow light blasting up from the workshop cauldron straight into the sky. Then black clouds start boiling together above the rainbow beam, and Leo immediately recognizes the setup for another heavenly tribulation. Cat wants no part of thunder, so she panics off the roof, dives into the granary, and hides under a mountain of potatoes. Leo looks up at the storm with a grim half-smile and mutters that the sentient thunderclouds have followed him into this world too. The story cuts to Magpie City, where more than a week after Ouyang Long's death, Life Sword sect's elders are still in emergency mode. Because the sect master stays hidden in seclusion behind a killing array, Han Hao and the elders can only kneel at the foot of Claymore Mountain and beg for help from below. After a full week of kneeling with no answer, the elders are close to despair and start wondering if they should run before their enemies invade. A distant rumble snaps everyone's attention east when enormous tribulation clouds start rolling toward Magpie City. The elders realize these clouds are far too thick for an ordinary breakthrough, and even veterans who survived nascent soul tribulations are rattled by the size. Han Hao turns to Wu Bai and asks if this kind of heavenly tribulation can also target immortal pills, not just cultivators. Wu Bai explains that heaven does test newly made immortal pills, and if the alchemist cannot shield them, the lightning will destroy low-quality ones on the spot. Once Han Hao quietly suggests the target might be Taoist Florida Man, Wu Bai is convinced Leo must have produced an immortal pill. That commotion finally brings the sect master out, Hua Jiashan, an ancient bald elder with a cane and an aura equal to Ouyang Long's. One look at the storm tells Hua Jiashan exactly what it is, and he remembers the last immortal pill tribulation 500 years ago ended in blood and theft. He immediately warns that the Ouyang clan, demon clans, and every other ruthless thief will rush there once the tribulation ends. So Hua Jiashan orders every elder to move after the tribulation and protect the alchemists before anyone can steal the pill. Back at the store, Leo climbs onto the alchemy workshop roof and openly taunts heaven, determined not to let the lightning destroy his stuff again. His anger comes from memory too, because he has seen these tribulation bolts before when they smashed apart alien artifacts and left only one ring intact. 50,000 years earlier, a starving mutated Leo wandered into a dark alien lab packed with 10,000 giant capsules full of preserved mutants. He shouts for survivors even though he is weak, starving, and in no condition to be making noise in a place like this. As he stumbles through the room, Leo notices the mutants in the tubes look a lot like him, right down to the same disease growths. His body suddenly rebels, and he coughs up green fluid in agony while cursing the disease eating him alive. Then a 1-foot larva wriggles out with the vomit, turns its flower-like mouth toward him, and lunges. Leo crushes the larva underfoot, and the pain in his stomach finally eases after it dies. The capsule he activated suddenly drains and drops its mutant corpse, but instead of reviving it, the machine lowers spinning blades and starts blending the body. Leo can only watch in horror as the machine turns the corpse into red slurry, mixes in yellow fluid, powders, plants, bones, and meat, and starts cooking something alive. Worse, the rest of the room wakes up too, and thousands of other capsules begin repeating the same nightmare process all around him. Too weak to run, Leo notices a dried alien corpse nearby and realizes some non-human researcher may have mistaken him for one of its own and tried to resurrect him. When the first machine finally finishes, it leaves behind a suspicious finger-sized ball in the open capsule, and hunger almost makes Leo grab it. The ball instantly unfolds into another larva, and Leo smashes it by reflex before it can bite him. Ready to give up, Leo turns back to the alien corpse and spots 5 rings on its fingers, because of course that catches his eye anyway. He pulls the rings free, but 4 break apart immediately, leaving only one clear gold ring intact. The moment Leo puts on the last ring, the door seals shut and all 9,999 capsules finish producing larvae, trapping him in the worst possible room. Leo sits down to die, but rubbing the ring triggers a blue interface that starts identifying him and evaluating his compatibility with something called the Fate Crystal. Before he can understand any of it, the ring melts into his finger and starts a violent merge. Leo floats helplessly in rainbow light as countless metal-like worms burst from his pores and spread through the room like a living machine plague. Those tendrils rip apart larvae, corpses, walls, machines, and even metal itself, melting everything down and feeding it back into Leo's body. Then his consciousness fades and his heart stops, ending the flashback on a death that somehow was not the end. Leo wakes from that buried memory under a storm again, with a zapping jolt in his chest and a thundercloud filling his vision. He barely has time to mutter that it looks like a thunderstorm before a lightning bolt slams straight into his chest and burns half his body. A blue warning window pops up mid-agony and shows the strike just ripped his lifespan down to 1,150 years. A second bolt hits before he can recover, and this time the damage drags him all the way down to 650 years. Leo realizes each hit is shaving off 500 years, and now he desperately starts trying to read the timing and survive the next one. But instead of simply dying, his body starts changing under the heat, and the leftover lightning sinks into his hair, fingers, blood, and muscles. Then the blue screen flips the script and shows his lifespan rebounding to 1,350 years, more than he had before the hit. The next headshot from heaven nearly knocks him out for good and crashes his lifespan down to just 350 years. When he finally comes back to himself, Leo feels like he just got rejected by death, and his lifespan has surged again to 1,550 years. Even stranger, he can now feel and command his own recovering brain cells, which leaves him staring at himself like he has become something inhuman. Another lightning bolt lands, but this time Leo stays conscious, takes less damage, and immediately bounces from 1,350 to 1,750 years. Once he realizes the storm is making him stronger, Leo actually looks up and dares heaven to hit him again. But the next bolt ignores him and blasts the structure instead, which finally makes Leo look around properly. Only now does he realize he is inside the same mysterious capsule room as before, except the ceilings are blown open and it is part of a gigantic damaged spaceship. Then the tribulation starts cutting through the ship itself, and Leo watches in horror as red-hot lightning spears melt modules open like lightsabers. Leo's attitude flips instantly, and he yells at the storm to stop wrecking the spaceship before he can explore it. On top of the alchemy workshop, Leo spread his arms to the sky and openly begged heaven to strike him. A yellow bolt slammed straight through his chest, but instead of collapsing, Leo laughed because his mutated body absorbed the damage. As more strikes came, Leo remembered the lightning ranks he had survived before and realized this level could no longer hurt him at all. Each hit added 500 years to his lifespan, so Leo started shouting for even more like a man who had found a broken loophole. The storm kept blasting him until his clothes burned away, leaving Leo completely modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth, and still thrilled by the punishment. When the gale started ripping precious pine leaves out of his forest, Leo got annoyed and escalated from taunting to outright insulting the sky with a flag in hand. That finally worked, and the tribulation clouds shifted from green to deadly purple as heaven started taking the provocation personally. The purple lightning stopped scattering and began homing in on his head and chest, but it still only fed him more life instead of killing him. Leo waited out the barrage in a weirdly good mood, whistling and counting on his fingers as the purple strikes pushed his lifespan past 22,000 years. Even when two bolts targeted his crotch and another pair hit both eyes, Leo shrugged it off with barely a moment of blurred vision. When the clouds finally began to disperse after only around 30 strikes, Leo pouted because the heavenly beating had ended too soon. A repair notice popped up, and the workshop roof slowly healed its own charred surface while Leo's excitement faded. After checking that the store and second workshop were still safe, Leo went back inside, got dressed, and returned to the cauldron just as the refinement finished. The cauldron revealed a ridiculous harvest of true immortal pills, including one superior pill worth a full 1,000 years of lifespan on its own. Leo dropped to his knees hugging the cauldron because he had just found a lifespan cheat so absurd it felt unfair. Leo reached for the superior pill, felt its harsh radiation zap his fingers, then smirked and swallowed it anyway because even that was harmless to him. Right in the middle of his feast, a desperate shout from outside made Leo turn toward the sky. When he looked up, Leo found the forest surrounded by flying ships, floating swords, and a huge blade carrying powerful old cultivators. Leo first took the siege as good luck and thought a huge wave of customers had arrived. That mood snapped the moment someone from the southern group shouted for him to hand over the immortal pills. An hour earlier in the south, Situ clan Grand Elder Situ Nantion had been sitting on a harbor pier like a sleepy old fisherman when a mine transmission reported immortal pill tribulation clouds over Magpie City. The shabby old man instantly treated the news as a clan-level prize and ordered his people to seize the alchemist alive before the Ouyang clan could get there first. He also warned them to send only strong elders, because anyone capable of refining an immortal pill should be dangerous enough to kill weak scouts outright. Right after ending the call, Situ Nantion casually reeled in a giant fifth-stage octopus and decided it would make useful talisman ink. He slapped a yellow talisman onto the beast and killed it in one effortless blast. Then he stepped into a clan teleportation array, vanished from the harbor, and reappeared in an underground chamber back at Situ territory. Situ Nantion crossed the clan's underground complex and then the open land in giant teleporting strides, showing that the harmless-looking elder was a true monster. By the time he reached the clan headquarters, 100 lights had already flown north, and Situ Nantian simply decided they would not get the alchemists before he did. Back near Leo's store, Ouyang Feng led one northern scout group despite orders not to provoke Leo, and other factions arrived with the same plan to steal the pills. The sky above the forest dissolved into a greedy shouting match as sects, clans, and bandits all tried to claim the pills and threatened each other on the spot. Instead of feeling threatened, Leo checked the red dots on his domain map and started counting the attackers like future prophet. 10 kilometers away, Hua Jiashan and his group watched the purple tribulation in shock because none of them had ever seen lightning that color before. Hua Jiashan explained that purple lightning belonged to a soul transformation tribulation, a level so brutal it could break a soul formation cultivator's body and mind. He went further and reminded them that the yellow gold tribulation above that had once sunk part of the southern continent when Situ Nantian survived it. When the storm ended and greedy cultivators rushed in, Hua Jiashan decided they had to move closer and help Leo against the hyenas. Wu Baiyu nervously agreed for practical reasons too, because Leo was his ally, his supplier, and still owed him a future longevity pill project. As their sword rushed closer, Tiger Swordsman recognized the loudmouth below as the mountain bandit king and could only marvel that a nascent soul thug dared provoke Leo now. Hua Jiashan used the moment to hammer in another lesson. Even badly injured, a stronger cultivator could still kill weaker ones with bare hands. He followed that with a harsher truth: against 100 enemies you need strategy, and against 1,000 you run. Then Han Ming spotted a major Ouyang headquarters ship, and Han Hao immediately panicked at the thought that Ouyang Zi might have come in person. Hua Jiashan checked and confirmed that neither Ouyang Zi nor Ouyang Ke was aboard, which was the first real relief anyone on his sword had felt. That was when Wu Bai suddenly relaxed and insisted Leo could wipe out the whole crowd with a single snap, if they just stayed high enough to enjoy the show. Puzzled, Hua Jiashan scanned Leo again and nearly lost his composure when he realized Leo had no normal cultivation base at all. What Hua Jiashan sensed instead was even stranger. Leo's body was generating chi and essence by itself, leading him to a frightening conclusion that Leo was a true immortal, not a mortal cultivator. Back at the store, Leo answered the siege by eating another immortal pill in front of everyone and asking what they planned to do about it. The crowd roared back for the pills, and one ship hurled 20 nascent soul cultivators down at Leo to take them by force. Leo did not even bother to dodge, and every weapon strike bounced off his head and body without breaking skin. Then Leo quietly used the shop domain to take their lifespan, and all 20 attackers shriveled into dust before they understood what had happened. Leo thanked them like customers because robbing dead thieves was turning out to be even more profitable than normal business. Before the crowd could process that, the now unmanned flying ship dropped straight onto Leo's head. Leo caught the 100-meter vessel with one hand and dryly scolded the attackers for illegally parking on top of him. Then he leapt into the sky near Ouyang Feng's cruiser and shattered the captured ship with a casual finger flick. The wreckage blasted across the sky and even struck Ouyang Feng's people, forcing every faction there to reevaluate how dangerous Leo really was. Leo met the stunned silence by locking eyes with Ouyang Feng and loudly crunching down 3 more pills just to mock him. Since he still could not fly properly, Leo dropped back down onto his store, and the roof tiles lit up with a barrier so the building could take his landing. Back on the roof, Leo kept snacking on pills and turned his taunting grin toward the southern crowd, asking where the factory people were hiding. Watching from afar, Wu Bai burst out laughing while Hua Jiashan and the others were left speechless by how easily Leo had erased 20 nascent soul cultivators. Hua Jiashan could only admit that Leo truly did look like an immortal, even if none of them understood the full limits of that power. Wu Bai proudly called it the greatness of the Tao of Florida, leaving Han Hao too exasperated to do anything but facepalm. Even Hua Jiashan ended up stuck on that ridiculous title, quietly wondering whether Florida was a place, a plant, or some unknown mystic path. Bokai comes to the tribulation site hoping to snatch an immortal pill, but Leo looks far too healthy for someone who just survived purple heavenly lightning. Nearby, Ouyang Feng quietly asks his master Qing Yuanji if Leo is really injured or just bluffing. Qing Yuanji says Leo's aura feels like soul formation, but he cannot see any Tao avatar, so he suspects Leo's foundation is strange and weak. Even so, Qing Yuanji refuses to rush in and tells Ouyang Feng to wait for other thieves to test Leo first. On the southern side, a black-robed factory cult squad also hesitates after seeing the first attackers die. Their leader Situlwan warns that anyone who walks away from purple tribulation looking fine is probably far more dangerous than he appears. Instead of attacking head-on, Situlwan decides to strike from afar and use Leo as bait until the hidden experts in the crowd start killing each other. The factory cult throws out 100 talismans and builds a killing array that gathers chi into a giant purple energy sphere. Situlwan knows the array probably will not kill Leo, but he still fires it to force the stalemate to break. Down below, Leo has been waiting for someone to make a move, and the silence annoys him more with every second. To provoke them, Leo goes inside, grabs his box of grain pills, and comes back out still chewing immortal pills in plain sight. He shouts that only 10 immortal pills are left, daring the entire crowd to stop him before he eats everything. When nobody moves, Leo casually tosses 3 more pills into his mouth, and the crowd only gets angrier. At that exact moment, Situluan's killing array finally finishes charging. The purple strike slams into Leo, but the blast also runs through the pills in his hands and turns every last one of them to dust. Leo just stares at the destroyed pills in numb disbelief, and even the attackers realize they ruined the treasure. Some opportunists immediately lose interest and start leaving, convinced the whole fight has become pointless. But the ruined pill dust suddenly reacts with the talisman lightning, and the entire array starts flying toward the rainbow energy on its own. A tiny warped void opens in front of Leo, and he instinctively steps back as space itself starts to twist. The shop system warns Leo that a rift has appeared inside his domain, confirming this mess is much worse than a failed attack. The suction rapidly intensifies, and loose objects around the yard begin flying straight into the rift. Leo whirls around and shuts the front door, worried the vacuum will tear his shop apart next. Instead, the store and the other system buildings glow faintly and hold firm behind a thin barrier while the surroundings are torn away. Even with his feet planted, Leo still feels himself being dragged forward, and his annoyance finally boils over. Fed up, Leo decides to punish the attackers directly and activates the shop domain to harvest their lifespan. Above the scene, Situluan smugly assumes the lightning finally rattled Leo and that the crowd will clear out for an easy capture. His confidence dies instantly when translucent lifespan screens pop up in front of the factory cult members. Situluan watches his remaining lifespan race from nearly 1,000 years to 0 in a heartbeat. Before the cult can react, their bodies crumble into ash and their robes and rings drop uselessly onto the airship deck. The surviving factory airship crew panics and tries to flee, only to realize the rift has already trapped them. The entire ship is dragged into the rift first, crushed down into fragments, and vanishes without a trace. Still fighting the pull himself, Leo curses the factory cult for turning a simple robbery into this disaster. When Leo looks up for more targets, the rest of the crowd is already trying to run for it. Leo exposes everyone's lifespan and bellows that if they do not come down, he can erase them all on the spot. His voice alone ruptures weaker cultivators' eardrums, and nascent soul and golden core spectators start dropping out of the sky. Ouyang Feng crashes down bleeding from the ears and begs Qin Yuanji to get him out immediately. Qin Yuanji is not hurt by the shout, but the lifespan panel in front of him makes him realize Leo can kill him just as easily. Before he can decide whether to surrender, the rift yanks at their ship hard enough to force the choice for him. Qin Yuanji abandons the rest of the Ouyang clan, grabs Ouyang Feng, and escapes north as their people are dragged into the void behind them. Bo Kai is less lucky and slams onto the roof of workshop number 2 before tumbling down to the ground. As he struggles to stand, a tiny spore slips out of the workshop and goes straight into his nose. Bo Kai tries to force the intruder out with chi, but the spore devours that chi and grows larger inside his airway. The more Bo Kai fights, the faster the forbidden mushroom feeds on his chi and flesh until he cannot breathe. After a violent seizure, Bo Kai collapses unconscious instead of dying, already slipping into the mushroom's nightmare state. Inside that fever dream, Bo Kai wakes in an abandoned town with a monstrous hunger, and sees pig-like bodies falling from the sky like food. Thinking he has found meat, Bo Kai crawls over and starts biting into one of the pigmen without understanding what he is doing. Back outside, Leo notices more southerners crashing onto his workshops and suddenly remembers the dangerous mushrooms he left growing in Workshop 2. He remembers the sweet dream mushroom seed he left in Workshop 2, a notorious catalyst that should be fully grown by now, and the thought completely sidetracks him. Leo breaks free of the rift's pull with one kick and lands right in front of Workshop number 2 to check the door. The door is still locked, which briefly reassures him, until panic screaming erupts from the side. When Leo turns, he finds a mushroom zombie overpowering a cultivator who cannot even cut it with his Dao avatar sword. A few seconds later, the zombie pins the man and bites into his neck while Leo just stares at the absurdity of it. Leo is weirdly amused by the sight of a real cordyceps zombie, but the rift swells again before he can enjoy the spectacle. The 2-meter rift starts ripping up iron pines and soil, and everything too weak to resist begins floating toward it. The zombie, its corpse, and roughly 100 weaker cultivators are all swallowed at once, and that sudden mass sacrifice finally calms the rift. At last the black hole shrinks down to nothing, leaving Leo standing in stunned relief. Once the danger passes, Leo surveys the front of his property and finds a giant crater where the yard used to be. The farms are half torn into moats, and the trees are scattered everywhere, but the store itself still stands unbroken. Leo checks the windows, finds them still perfect, and pats the building with genuine satisfaction. Then he looks up for survivors and realizes the entire sky has emptied out. That is when the real pain hits him. He only harvested around 40 people's lifespan and let the rest escape. He berates himself for not baiting them harder, and imagines all the lifespan he could have farmed if he had pushed them into attacking. While Leo is still melting down, a massive flying sword glides in and descends over the damaged farmland. Wu Bai arrives with Han Hao, Han Meng, Tiger Swordsman, Hua Jiushan, and a group of elders, and after what they just witnessed, everyone steps down in open fear. Leo greets the new arrivals with a bright smile so unsettling it sounds less like hospitality and more like asking whether they came to shop or to die. The group instantly panics and blurts out that they are customers and friends here to buy, not thieves looking for trouble. Wu Bai and Han Meng even drop to full kowtows, terrified that Leo might kill them by mistake. Hua Jiashan steps up at last, introduces himself as the Life Sword Sect Master, and formally thanks Leo for taking care of his people. Only then does Leo recognize them, and his disappointment makes it painfully clear he really had mistaken them for fresh prey. Leo finally welcomes them properly, apologizes for the wreck outside, and leads the badly shaken guests into the still intact store for tea. Leo welcomed the visiting elders into his expanded store, and everyone except Hua Jiashan immediately looked around in open amazement. Trying to play generous host, Leo handed out free bottles of rejuvenate tea and dragged over sacred wood blocks to use as simple chairs. The elders almost winced themselves to death when they realized they were being told to sit on priceless sacred wood like it was cheap lumber. Wu Bai and Han Hao loved the tea enough to chug it on the spot, and Han Hao quickly asked to buy more. Leo named 1,000,000 spirit stones per bottle, thinking it was a bold scam, but Han Hao accepted so fast it caught him off guard. Because Leo still could not use a spatial ring properly, he had Han Hao move the payment for him, and Han Hao nearly panicked when he sensed 1,000,000,000 spirit stones already inside Leo's ring. With the mood settled, Leo pulled out a black essence stone and asked the group what they thought about him selling a new kind of item. Hua Jiashan was the first to recognize it, and warned Leo that essence stones were officially banned contraband under imperial law. Leo pushed back immediately, and revealed what his system had told him. One essence stone held 10 years of 5-element cultivation, so the emperor's story sounded like a lie. Hua Jiashan admitted Leo was right and exposed the real reason for the ban. The imperial court wanted to monopolize essence stones for itself. The room reeled from the reveal, and Hua Jiashan explained that real cultivators valued essence stones far above ordinary spirit stones because spirit stones gave weak, sloppy foundations. Once Leo understood how valuable they were, he decided to weaponize that greed and casually announced that he had 1,000,000 essence stones for sale. Hua Jiashan shot to his feet and warned that selling them openly would bring the imperial court, quasi-immortals, and an army down on Leo's head. Leo and Wu Bai answered that threat with matching grins, openly welcoming a fight and acting like this stunt would start a new era. When one elder asked the price, Leo dropped it to a ridiculous bargain of 1 year of lifespan per essence stone for these regular customers. That price shattered their self-control, and Wu Bai, Han Meng, Han Hao, and Tiger Swordsman all jumped up at once to buy as many as they could. Leo immediately harvested their lifespan through the shop and came back with a huge sack, letting the elders buy hundreds of stones each until they only had about a century left to live. To prove the stones were real, Wu Bai tested one on the spot and instantly felt enough 5-element essence to imagine rebuilding his whole cultivation path. While the others hid their new contraband away, Hua Jiashan quietly relaxed because Leo's reckless generosity convinced him the man was genuinely helping the sect. With his suspicions eased, Hua Jiashan looked past the stones and offered something more practical. Sect disciples could come work in Leo's store and help manage the growing mess. Leo immediately saw the upside, from cleaning and security to keeping Cat out of the granary, but he still asked Hua Jiashan what he really wanted in return. Hua Jiashan admitted the catch right away. He wanted Leo to expose those sheltered disciples to the wider world and let them learn by working under him. Then Hua Jiashan pushed further and suggested sending alchemy department people too, hoping Leo's resources could turn his store into a training ground for pill makers. Wu Bai eagerly sold himself as the best candidate, boasting about his century of experience and strong pill success rate. Leo answered by pointing at the Yang Flame pills on his shelf, silently making Wu Bai realize he had completely missed a much bigger clue. When Leo asked how long Wu Bai would need to make those pills, the proud alchemist admitted one batch would still take him about a month and several assistants. The other elders thought that answer sounded impressive, but Leo flatly called it too slow and stunned the whole room. Wu Bai demanded to know Leo's own time, certain no one could casually beat him on medium-grade pills. Leo said 3 hours, and that answer hit so hard Wu Bai dropped his tea bottle, while everyone else shot to their feet. Since the workshops would eventually be discovered anyway, Leo decided he might as well show them a demonstration without explaining the system behind it. Leo led the whole group into the backyard, where 2 alchemy workshop buildings stood waiting behind the store. He told them to wait, while he went to the granary for ingredients, leaving the cultivators wondering why a man with rich rings still fetched materials by hand. Inside the granary, Leo found Cat still hiding from the recent heavenly tribulation, so he quietly cut some virgin young potatoes, grabbed a fiery tomato and a tiger-killing orange, and left her alone. When Leo returned, Wu Bai was already fussing over the cauldron, but Hua Jiashan had sensed something foul from the second workshop and demanded answers first. Without stopping for the question, Leo tossed the ingredients into the first cauldron and spat into the firebox, igniting the workshop in one absurdly casual motion. The cauldron started refining on its own, and Wu Bai could only stare in disbelief because Leo was already walking away without touching it again. At the second workshop, Hua Jiashan's fear sharpened into recognition, and he asked Leo if he was secretly cultivating another forbidden substance. Leo joked back, and when Hua Jiashan realized the smell was sweet dream mushroom, his composure broke completely. Hua Jiashan warned that these mushrooms were far worse than essence stones, reminding Leo that one outbreak had once wiped out 5 countries and 20 million people. He pressed harder, explaining that the spores consumed cultivators from the inside and turned victims into mindless monsters that fed on other cultivators. Leo ignored the panic, opened the second workshop, and revealed a full-blown orange mushroom infestation carpeting the floor, walls, and ceiling. The sight was so bad that Hua Jiashan instantly fled high into the sky and screamed at Leo to burn everything before he got infected. Leo still treated it like a resource, peeled a patch of mushrooms off the doorway, and tossed them into the second cauldron to inspect their value. The system's answer made Leo's eyes light up, because the deadly fungus could be refined into priceless pills or eaten directly to gain 1 year of lifespan per gram. Once he realized the biggest mushroom alone was worth an absurd amount of lifespan, Leo abandoned all restraint and rushed inside to eat it himself. An hour later, Leo came back out dusted with orange spores and feeling fantastic, like the toxic mushroom had only made him stronger. Hua Jiashan cautiously descended again, but the orange stains on Leo's clothes made him retreat a second time and question whether Leo was still sane. Leo answered normally and claimed he was simply immune, which relieved Hua Jiashan a little but not enough for him to get close. Meanwhile, Wu Bai stopped caring about anything else, because his senses told him the first cauldron was flawlessly splitting one batch into 30 remote refined pills. Since Hua Jiashan still feared contamination, Leo went to his room, changed into a full hazmat suit, and came back to ease the tension. Even with Leo suited up, Hua Jiashan still kept his distance from the second workshop and begged him again to destroy the sweet dream mushrooms before they became a catastrophe. Hua Jiashan stops arguing about side issues and bluntly warns Leo that the sweat dream mushrooms can turn cultivators into jiangshi-like undead monsters. When Hua Jiashan adds that the spores spread by bites and skin contact and that there is no cure, Leo finally treats the mushroom project like a full disaster. Leo gives up on farming the mushrooms for now and tells everyone to cover their noses and mouths while he handles the cleanup himself because he is immune. Back in a hazmat suit, Leo re-enters the workshop and gets hit with a nasty surprise when the mushrooms he peeled off and even the parts he ate have already grown back. Leo asks the system to erase the infestation, but the answer tells him the cleaning feature only works if he has a recycling center building. That reminder makes Leo check his lifespan, and the number has exploded past 90,000 years after the massacre and the mushroom feast. Now flush with lifespan, Leo immediately buys the auto-translation ability and rushes back outside to fix the real problem. Leo admits the mushrooms are regenerating too fast and tells the elders he needs to use some special magic, which instantly gets everyone's attention. Instead of explaining himself, Leo grabs the store wall and spends lifespan to push the humble general store from level 5 to level 6. Level 6 still is not enough, so Leo spends even more lifespan and upgrades the store again to level 7. The new build list finally reveals the recycling center Leo needs, along with a bizarre mystic realm portal he pointedly leaves alone for now. Leo builds only the recycling center behind the alchemy workshop, saving the portal for later and placing the new structure beside the warehouse. At the same time, the general store itself transforms into a much grander 2-story building, leaving the watching cultivators completely stunned. While everyone is distracted by the miracle, Leo slips away with a burst of speed and heads straight for the new recycling building behind the workshop. Inside the rusty shed, Leo finds only a bare recycling menu and no obvious answer for how the place is supposed to save him. With no better plan, Leo brute forces the solution and upgrades the recycling center all the way to level 7, putting every point into worker slots. 7 wooden recycling mannequins rise from the floor in yellow safety helmets and jackets, and Leo can only laugh at how seriously the place takes its worker gear. When Leo checks the assigned material function, the system finally explains that the workers can gather whatever he marks as trash and try to make new products from it. Before Leo can even figure out how to assign the mushrooms safely, the recycling workers suddenly turn in unison and march toward the infected workshop on their own. The elders watch the strange procession from afar, and Tiger Swordsman recognizes the workers as golems and guesses that Leo must be some rare kind of spirit summoner. As Han Ming chats with his old rival about summon styles, Leo quietly buys big transparent storage boxes and opens the workshop for the golems. Hua Jiashan immediately throws up a chi barrier around the area, and seconds later the leak spores slam into it hard enough to prove his fear was justified. Hua Jiashan burns the spores off his own barrier and warns everyone again that one careless breath would be fatal. Inside the workshop, the fight turns ugly as every mushroom Leo and the workers rip out grows right back and even tries to spread onto their bodies. The cleanup stalls into a miserable half-hour tug-of-war, with the mushrooms feeding on Leo's radiation and regrowing almost as fast as he strips them away. Then Cat finally leaves the granary, creeps across the upgraded store roof, and locks onto the mushroom boxes with hungry interest. Back in the workshop, Leo loses patience, rips away half the infestation in one pull, and crushes the mass into a giant writhing ball. The spores hit Leo's face and get into his mouth and nose, but his radiation kills them instantly, which only makes the situation feel more absurd than safer. Leo almost uses the new cleaning feature when the system marks the infected area, but he stops after learning it would dump everything into the recycling center with half the material lost. What really stops him is the thought that the recycling shed looks too open, so instead of risking a spore outbreak there, Leo chooses to upgrade the workshop itself. He pushes the second alchemy workshop to level 7, maxes pill quality, and for once breaks his usual rule by buying an alchemist automaton too. The workshop expands into a much sturdier 2-story interior, and a new wooden alchemist mannequin rises straight out of the floor. Leo points at the nightmare fungus and orders the new automaton to make pills out of it using whatever ingredients it needs. The alchemist mannequin answers by turning one arm into a giant cleaver and chopping Leo's mushroom ball into neat pieces. That simple cut changes everything, because the chopped mushrooms suddenly stop multiplying the moment the alchemist worker processes them. Realizing the breakthrough, Leo starts feeding the automaton more compressed mushroom masses, and the cleanup finally begins to move fast. Once the first box is packed with neutralized fungus, 2 recycling workers carry it out, and Leo follows close behind to make sure the next step does not unleash a new mess. The moment Leo emerges with the sealed box, Hua Jiashan sees the mushrooms up close again. His old fear surges back, and he faints on the spot. Feeling a little guilty, Leo tosses them a modern inhalant stick and shouts quick instructions without slowing down. Wu Bai takes Leo's wording painfully literally, and rams the inhalant straight into Hua Jiashan's nose, horrifying the entire sect for one awkward second. The ridiculous treatment works, and when Hua Jiashan wakes up calmer, and keeps breathing in the pleasant scent, the other elders start eyeing the little stick like a treasure. Then Kat drops from the store roof, plants herself in front of the workshop, and starts reaching inside with her roots before anyone understands what she is about to do. Hua Jiashan is already shaken by Kat's monstrous aura, but he completely breaks when she happily scoops up chopped mushroom pieces and eats them. The sect master immediately faints again, leaving his followers scrambling around him while Leo is already deeper in the recycling center checking the disposal process. At the recycling center, Leo watches the workers dump the infected mushrooms into a glowing blue pool and sees the fungus dissolve into harmless dust almost instantly. Instead of backing away from the suspicious blue liquid, Leo decides the fastest way to test it is to strip down and jump in himself. With the energy of a stunt idiot who somehow survives everything, Leo cannonballs into the pool like he is opening a bad reality show. The liquid turns out to feel more like a hot spring than acid, and Leo happily swims around while layers of grime wash out of his pores in rainbow swirls. Even swallowing the water does nothing to him, so Leo cheerfully decides the recycling center has accidentally given him a private swimming pool. While Leo splashes around, the recycling system quietly starts working in the background as drains pull away waste and a machine beside the pool powers on. A few seconds later, the machine spits out blue marble-like stones onto a moving belt, and the glittering orbs drop into a collection pool like freshly minted spirit stones. After a quick bath, Leo comes back to the workshop and immediately notices the wooden workers return without the zombie mushrooms. Since the mannequins cannot explain anything, Leo sends them to clear weeds in the backyard and hurries off to find out what happened himself. At the workshop entrance, Leo spots Hua Jiashan and the sect elders still tending to Hua Jiashan, which only makes the missing mushrooms feel stranger. The real culprit is Kat, happily stuffing the dangerous mushrooms into her mouth while the spores cling to her skin but somehow fail to infect her. Leo tries to explain that the mushrooms spread a zombie disease, and Kat goes from confused to horrified the moment she understands she has been eating them. Kat bursts into tears, but her chomper mouth keeps chewing anyway and rewards Leo with a foul lick to the face. Even after that gross inspection, Leo is relieved because there is still no sign that the zombie fungus can actually grow inside Kat. Inside the workshop, Leo finds most of the mushroom crop already gone, and only a few cut pieces left behind by the missing alchemy mannequin. When Leo looks up, he discovers a few mushrooms still clinging to the corners of the roof, barely surviving until his own radiation makes them surge toward him again. That confirms the problem for Leo, so he scrapes the last living patches into a container and stops the outbreak at the source. With the crisis contained, Leo decides the mushrooms can wait until he has a safer building and plans to dump them back into the recycling pool for now. Outside, Kat is still sobbing, so Leo calms her down by assuring her she is immune and not turning into any kind of zombie. The instant Kat believes him, she switches from crying to clingy and nearly swallows half of Leo in a slobbery thank you kiss before crawling back to the granary. Right after Kat leaves, the alchemy mannequin finally reappears from the granary carrying potatoes, as if it had quietly solved the missing ingredient problem on its own. The mannequin drops in 10 potato pieces and 1 sweet dream mushroom, and Leo casually spits fire essence into the furnace to start a new batch of hope and dream pills. The timer hits almost a full week, and Leo can only grimace at how long this one cauldron will stay occupied. Then the mannequin places both hands on the cauldron, and Leo learns a hidden rule. Workshop automatons can boost quality and quantity, and multiple helpers can even cut the refining time. When Leo turns back toward the elders, he finds the whole group staring at the self-working cauldron like they just witnessed forbidden sorcery. Hua Jiashan finally blurts out the real shock. Why would Leo let a golem refine pills when any normal alchemist would do it personally? Leo makes it worse by casually saying he is already handling 2 batches at once and might do 3 in the future. That answer is too much for Wu Bai, and the elder goes rigid and faints on his feet from pure alchemy shock. Leo tosses over fresh inhalant sticks, but Hua Jiashan greedily snatches the whole bundle first and looks suspiciously practiced at it. After the others revive Wu Bai, Leo gives up on explaining himself and quietly dumps the mushroom box into the recycling center like planned. An hour and another bath later, Leo returns to find the sect group still glued to the cauldron, staring through it with obsessive focus. Leo checks the timer, sees the process is done, and opens the lid without any ceremony at all. 30 hope and dream pills rise from the cauldron, and the batch quality is so absurd that the entire crowd is left speechless. Wu Bai takes the blow worst of all, drooling and half-broken as he wonders why he wasted 60 years on inferior methods. Hua Jiashan formally thanks Leo for opening their eyes, and Leo shamelessly accepts the praise like this whole miracle was his deliberate lesson. Hua Jiashan pushes further and asks Leo to teach the sect disciples, but Leo refuses to hand over the technique itself. Leo softens the blow by allowing the disciples to watch, which is enough to thrill Hua Jiashan and drag Wu Bai's shattered mind back for a moment. Once the demonstration ends, the deal is settled. The Life Sword sect will send free helpers. Hua Jiashan buys 100 inhalant sticks, and Tiger Swordsman arranges produce sellers for Leo. Everyone else leaves happy, but Wu Bai stays behind in front of the store, throwing himself at Leo's feet and begging to be accepted as a disciple. Leo refuses the disciple request, but Wu Bai instantly negotiates for something smaller and asks to at least watch him refine pills. Leo agrees as long as Wu Bai does not interfere, and that tiny permission sends the old alchemist into tearful worship all over again. Wu Bai pushes his luck one step farther by asking to bring sect disciples too, and Leo, too tired to care, tells him to do whatever he wants. As Wu Bai runs off to the workshop, Leo quietly accepts that the elder has basically made himself into a subordinate now. With that settled, Leo checks his remaining lifespan, remembers how much he has already burned on upgrades, and decides to build the most expensive structure first. He chooses the southwest corner of his domain, and the system clears the land automatically while sending part of the removed trees to the recycling center. Then the mystic realm portal rises from nothing, a concrete platform, a blue steel ring, for scorpion tail obelisks, and a pillar of blue light shooting into the sky. Leo inspects the portal and learns the basics. It is ready, currently leads to an unknown low plane, lasts 10 days when opened, and normally needs an 80 to 90 day cooldown. The catch is brutal because every portal upgrade costs 10,000 years, and Leo almost chokes on the price. Just as Leo starts planning around the cost, Wu Bai screams somewhere behind the store because his mind clearly cannot survive another impossible building. By night, Leo keeps spending anyway, pushing the first workshop, warehouse, granary, and 2 farm plots all the way to level 7. He also builds a third alchemy workshop beside the second one and tunes it for top pill quality, extra quantity, and 1 assisting automaton. After that, Leo adds another farm and sets all the farm upgrades the same way, favoring quality over output volume. 3 automaton farmers rise from the ground and immediately start sowing seeds from the granary, proving the whole farm system can now run by itself. Seeing the production side take shape, Leo turns to the next problem and starts building houses for the future workers he expects the sect to send. He places all 3 available small houses east of the store, only to find that the base version is a miserable straw shack. Leo tests the upgrade system on one house, and the shack instantly transforms into a clean concrete home. Inside, the space is far bigger than the exterior suggests, and Leo is genuinely thrilled to discover that the upgraded house comes with its own modern toilet. For one tempting minute, Leo considers moving in, but he reins himself in and decides to wait for an even better future house. That is when Wu Bai appears at the door looking half dead, pale and sweating, after apparently watching Leo build miracles all day. Wu Bai weakly demands an explanation for the impossible buildings and the mystic round portal, and Leo answers by flicking a healing grain pill into his mouth first. Once Wu Bai recovers a little, Leo sidesteps the real question by assigning him this house so he can stay and study here properly. Wu Bai looks around at the lights, cool air, and strange wall holes, and Leo quickly warns him not to stick his fingers into the outlets unless he wants lightning to kill him. Instead of being scared off, Wu Bai becomes even more excited because he can sense fire and lightning-like essence in the building and asks if he can cultivate here. Leo has no idea how to answer that, so he gives the old alchemist a flat warning not to get himself killed and leaves him alone. The moment Leo is gone, Wu Bai inspects the floor, the outlets, and the hidden power in the walls like he has discovered a mythical lightning training chamber. After nearly giving himself another stroke from excitement, Wu Bai decides to test it by sending his chi directly into the outlet. It goes exactly as badly as Leo warned. The current surges back through his chi, the breaker trips, and Wu Bai gets electrocuted in the dark. Leo kept expanding his little empire, and with just over 17,000 years of lifespan left, he stared at 2 new building options, a clothing store and a livestock shed. He hesitated for a moment because the next store upgrade alone cost 7,000 years, but greed won and Leo decided to build everything he could. He placed the clothing store west of the general store as the start of a shopping district, and a shabby wooden cabin rose from the ground. Inside the dark little shop, Leo found almost nothing except one creepy wooden mannequin standing alone and staring at him. The menu showed a clothing store built around weavers and research, and Leo realized it might work more like a tailoring factory than a normal shop. When he pressed research, the system explained that the weaver needed a clothing sample or pattern, and after that it could automatically gather materials and reproduce the design. Curious what it could really do, Leo pushed the clothing store all the way to level 7 and maxed the weaver skill, leaving only 1 point in store quality. The automaton changed with the upgrade too, turning into a female-made mannequin with cat ears, expressive brows, and an oddly polished figure. Leo snorted that her chest was fake, and to his surprise the maid mannequin looked genuinely offended and sulked in a corner. Realizing she actually had feelings, Leo awkwardly apologized and called her beautiful to calm her down. She answered by twisting her head around like a horror movie doll, which nearly threw Leo off even as he decided he kind of liked her weirdness. When Leo asked what she could do, the mannequin silently pointed him back to the research menu, making it clear he needed to feed her a design first. Leo remembered the dresses he had already sold before, bought one online again, and unpacked a fresh evening dress as a sample. The mannequin lit up, accepted the dress with obvious delight, and the system confirmed she had researched a common evening dress and would try to improve it. Then she showed him how the shop really worked by splitting her hands into dense nail-like tools and sucking in Leo's radiating aura like fuel. White silver thread started spilling from her wrists like a living 3D printer, and Leo realized the automaton could turn his strange energy directly into sewing material. Leo tried to leave her to work, but the mannequin quietly followed him outside and kept stealing his aura as if she needed a stronger source. Thinking she wanted more of his essence, Leo spat into a glass and offered it to her, but the mannequin recoiled in open disgust. She stabbed at Leo's arm instead, failed to pierce his skin, and after a bizarre back and forth he finally understood that what she wanted was his skin. Leo braced himself, grabbed a hangnail on his pinky, and started ripping with full force even though he knew it was going to hurt badly. The hangnail peeled into a long strip of skin from his hand up his forearm, and Leo nearly choked on the pain while mercury-like blood seeped out. He handed the glowing strip over, and his arm regenerated almost instantly, leaving him only angry and itchy from how much it hurt. The overjoyed mannequin fed Leo's skin into her arm mechanism, and her output jumped from pale thread to a faster flood of rainbow-infused material. Without even thanking him, she hurried back into the clothing store to work, and Leo could only mutter a dry "you're welcome" while scratching his still itchy forearm. That experiment drained Leo down to just over 10,000 years of lifespan, so he gave up on the livestock shed and chose to push the main store to level 8 instead. The upgrade transformed the humble store into a 2-story brick building, and inside Leo found a huge mall-like interior that completely dwarfed his old setup. He climbed upstairs and saw 20 partition rooms on each floor, which only made the empty space feel even more overwhelming. Instead of celebrating, Leo sat on the stairs and worried about agoraphobia, empty shelves, and the nightmare of future shoplifters in a place this big. That fear turned into a plan, and Leo started thinking about recruiting the Life Sword sect elders as permanent security. Looking out toward his mystic realm portal, he pushed the idea further and wondered if access to the gate could let him found something like a sect or a company of his own. With too much on his mind, Leo called it a day, and the next morning he stepped outside for his usual routine only to find Wu Bai kneeling in front of the store. Wu Bai urgently reported that the house had mysteriously lost its lightning and fire chi source, and Leo immediately suspected he had broken something again. Inside the house, Leo spotted the scorched electrical outlet at a glance and understood that Wu Bai had simply shorted the power. He flipped the breaker back on, and the lights and air conditioner came alive so easily that Wu Bai looked at him like a miracle worker. When Wu Bai begged to be taught how to restore the chi source, Leo finally exploded and screamed at him for sticking a finger in the outlet after being told not to. After the outburst, Leo lowered his voice and gave Wu Bai a simple rule: if the lever is down, flip it back up, and if that does not fix it, the damage is his fault. Leo left the chastened alchemist to his own work and went to inspect the workshops behind the store. There he found the warehouse mannequins doing far more than he expected, sprinting between workshops, granary, warehouse, and fields as a full logistics crew. The teamwork meant Leo no longer had to collect pills or feed ingredients by hand, and for a moment he was thrilled that the mannequins could handle the daily grind for him. But the automation had a flaw too. Because Leo never updated their orders, each workshop kept making the same products endlessly. The worst problem was the rejuvenate tea, because the mannequins started pouring it into any container they could find and turned the whole area into a wasteful mess. Leo bought proper barrels and finally gave the third workshop a clear order to use only those for tea from now on. Then he spent hours cleaning up the damage himself, dumping ruined liquids and sorting spirit stones and essence stones out of the contaminated containers one by one. By late noon he was starving, so he went back into the giant store for food and still flinched at the warped sense of distance inside. He reached the center, grabbed golden sand bananas, and ate while staring at all the empty room around him and imagining how nice it would be to rent the side shops out. Right as he was thinking about tenants and allies, Tiger Swordsman returned with Magpie City representatives and local merchants to finalize a trade deal. The moment they looked inside, Tiger Swordsman and the merchants were stunned by the impossible size of the interior and had to check the building again from outside. Too lazy to walk over, Leo just waved them in from where he was, and the whole group nervously entered the strange oversized shop. Leo offered his usual rough wooden seats, and the visitors sat down tense and polite, while he casually kept chewing on a rare banana right in front of them. He apologized for not serving tea because one worker had ruined several gallons, then casually ate the banana peel too, which only made the crowd more unsure what kind of man they were dealing with. Tiger Swordsman finally got to business and explained that the merchants agreed to supply fruit and vegetables, but they wanted an advance payment as insurance on the long-term deal. The merchants carefully asked for 1 spirit stone per firm each month, 5 in total, and promised regular weekly deliveries once the payment was made. Leo asked how much produce that would buy, and the city men and merchants listed their offers in stones of goods until he judged the price acceptable. Since spirit stones were easy for him to get, Leo agreed on the spot and simply asked where to sign. The merchants hurriedly prepared brush, ink, and contracts, and when they asked for a seal stamp, Leo could only say he would write his name himself. As Leo picked up the brush, he looked calm on the outside but internally panicked because writing his name in Chinese still did not come naturally to him. His hand betrayed him, and instead of a proper signature, Leo smoothly drew a smiling alligator head in the contract's signature space. Then he wrote his Taoist title underneath, and the whole room could only stare and slowly sounded out as Fulualita before Leo buried his face in his hand and corrected them. It's Florida. Once the merchants and city officials leave satisfied, Leo keeps Tiger Swordsman behind because he has a bigger plan in mind. Leo bluntly asks how someone starts a new sect here, and Tiger Swordsman is stunned that he is serious. Tiger Swordsman explains that a sect needs a real cultivation base first, usually land with a usable chi source for disciples and elders. While listening, Leo checks his shop options and realizes the new buildings look modern, expensive, and mostly useless for normal sect needs. Then Leo remembers Wu Bai sensed fire and lightning chi in the houses, and that gives him a testable idea. Leo invites Tiger Swordsman to inspect one of the modern houses for himself. Inside the sealed house, Tiger Swordsman is immediately baffled by the strange architecture and the lack of open windows. When Leo calls it just a house, Tiger Swordsman blurts out that this place feels far too precious for ordinary people to live in. Tiger Swordsman says the house is packed with intense fire chi and even a lightning-like chi that feels as dangerous as heavenly tribulation. Leo pushes the idea further and asks whether disciples could cultivate that chi from outside the building. After testing the area outside, Tiger Swordsman shakes his head and says the chi cannot be used from beyond the walls. Even with that limit, Leo sees a possible answer for his future sect, but now he needs a lot more lifespan to build it. So Leo switches from planning to baiting the market, sends Tiger Swordsman to wait, and comes back with a leather bag stuffed with essence stones. Tiger Swordsman is stunned when Leo hands him the bag and asks him to report to the Imperial Court that he is hoarding essence stones and can get more. Leo explains he wants the Empire's attention on purpose, because powerful visitors mean new customers and commissions for Tiger Swordsman too. Tiger Swordsman warns that the Imperial Court's people might come to extort taxes, but Leo only smiles harder and says that would be even better. With no good answer for that madness, Tiger Swordsman leaves carrying the stones to spread Leo's message and news of his plan to found a new sect. Left alone again, Leo starts plotting how to turn his store into rentable booths and charge future workers and elders in lifespan. A day later in Phoenix City, Ouyang Feng and Qing Yuanji finally stagger back from Leo's territory in miserable shape. The Ouyang clansmen are horrified, because Ouyang Feng still cannot even stand after Leo's sound attack and collapses the moment help arrives. Qing Yuanji lasts only a moment longer before his own injuries and fever drop him cold to the ground. Half a day later, Qing Yuanji wakes in an Ouyang room with a heavy head and Ouyang waiting beside the bed. Ouyang gently steadies him with medicinal tea and asks the one question he really cares about: who ruined his grandson? Qing Yuanji tells him everything about Leo, from the pill-making and green lightning tribulation to crushing Situluan's side and their own defeat. Ouyang decides they clearly ran into Ouyang Long's killer and scoffs that Leo is probably an upstart rogue quasi-immortal fresh out of seclusion. He also points out that since Leo killed Situluan, the Situ clan and likely the Imperial Court will hear about him soon through the Fatui cult's ties to the Third Prince. Then Ouyang shifts to the part that interests him most and asks whether Qing Yuanji saw other Situ clan people nearby. Qing Yuanji remembers spotting Situ clan people hiding in the forest and around Magpie City, which confirms to Ouyang that more forces were involved than appeared. Before leaving, Ouyang coldly scolds Qing Yuanji for attacking someone stronger, because even a wounded tiger is still a tiger. After Ouyang leaves, Qing Yuanji keeps sipping the herbal tea, but it feels unnaturally mellow and his thoughts start slipping away. A few breaths later, Qing Yuanji falls asleep forever, the poison in Ouyang's tea finishing him in silence. Outside the room, Ouyang sneers that the fool almost got Ouyang Feng killed and orders the corpse cleaned up without a trace. Elsewhere, surviving Situ clan witnesses also report back, and news of Leo's strength starts rippling through the major powers. In his residence, Situ Nantian meditates to remote intelligence and keeps hearing one irritating mystery over and over: Florida. When more reports arrive about an essence stone being traded for a high-grade flying sword, Situ Nantian finally opens his eyes in shock. He wants to go after Leo at once, but the coming Mystic Realm expedition ties his hands, so he decides to visit after it ends. Back in Magpie City, Leo's arrival has changed Life Sword Sect, and with rare pills and essence resources in hand, disciples and elders are all cultivating like mad. That frenzy leaves the city thinly guarded, which opens the door for outside spies to flood in unnoticed. In one alley, 3 factory cult agents pay a merchant for local gossip and learn that Leo has been openly commissioning huge amounts of fruits and vegetables. The spies talk it through and decide that if Florida Man is really a quasi-immortal alchemist, gathering ordinary produce could make sense as raw material. By nightfall they vanish into the shadows with the report, but the rumor is already spreading through farmers, merchants, and travelers. Spies also catch a more explosive trail when a Life Sword sect elder sneaks into the slum black market and trades an essence stone for a high-grade flying sword. That sale detonates through the underworld and the sect world alike, because the flying sword is worth a fortune and the essence stone's source is unknown. Within a day, the rumor reaches the Yen Empire, where even the throne can no longer ignore Life Sword sect and Florida Man. At Cauliflower City Palace, Emperor Yen Xiang reads the collected reports in a golden throne room packed with powerful officials from every major faction. After hours of silence, the emperor finally looks up and asks a question that freezes the whole court: what is Florida? A Situ clansman steps forward and carefully explains that Florida seems to be a new Dao tied to a rogue cultivator called Florida Man near Magpie City. When Yen Xiang asks for the Life Sword sect representative, nobody can answer, and the silence instantly turns dangerous. The emperor realizes the small sect has been shut out of imperial communication for centuries, and his mood turns ice cold. He openly calls out the court for shutting small sects out of aid and communication, making the Jianghu alliance and neighboring powers break into sweat. When nobody answers, Yen Xiang unleashes his quasi-immortal pressure, and the entire hall slams down to the floor coughing blood. Only Chancellor Tang stays composed enough to answer, quietly pointing out that Life Sword sect was likely suppressed by the Factory cult and Death Sword sect for 500 years. That answer sets Yen Xiang off, and he hurls his teacup at the Factory's side before roaring that equality between sects was the Empire's founding rule. To force an answer, he seizes a Factory elder and a Death Sword elder with invisible power and lifts them choking into the air. At that point the third prince Yen Zhu finally stands up and admits the order came from him. Yen Zhu argues that weak little sects should not count as official organizations unless they can at least produce a soul transformation cultivator. Yen Xiang sees straight through that excuse and snaps back that Yen Zhu just wanted the big sects to monopolize imperial essence stones. To buy room, Yen Zhu shifts the argument and says Life Sword sect may be illegally dealing in essence stones from some hidden new source. He ties that claim directly back to Florida Man, insisting the answer to Florida may also be the answer to the new essence stones. Then Yen Zhu volunteers to lead the Factory cult and his own army to Magpie City, clearly angling to handle the problem himself under the name of investigation. Yen Xiang refuses to let his son turn this into a purge, so he orders Chancellor Tang and the Pill Union to go along and investigate everyone thoroughly. The chapter closes on Yen Xiang giving Chancellor Tang full authority to punish absolutely anyone, even imperial blood, and Tang accepts with a pleasant smile that only makes Yen Zhu look grimmer. With his workers handling other jobs, Leo spends the day outside clearing terrain and mutating the nearby plants around his domain. While he works, Leo spots a huge group of watchers hiding 200 meters away in the trees and decides to act like he never saw them. He drags the last iron pine tree to the empty lot near the junkyard and strips bark and branches from the log as the stalkers creep closer. The spies still refuse to attack or speak, and their silent hovering starts to get on Leo's nerves. After finishing his 10th log, Leo leaves the resource hauling to the mannequins and heads for the southwest edge of his land with a new plan. Leo steps across the Mystic Realm portal platform, reaches the boundary for the first time, and the hidden observers scatter the moment he comes too close. Outside the boundary, Leo finds a blue forest tainted by iron pine aura, and every plant he touches instantly blackens and turns into an iron pine tree. Once he understands the trick, Leo starts ripping the transformed trees out and hurling them back over the portal platform like a man throwing footballs. The lurkers back away and keep watching, so Leo calmly keeps clearing every tree he can reach and ignores the smaller bushes that waste time. An hour later, he has already torn out 200 iron pine trees and cleared a huge patch of land. The exposed ground ruins the spies' hiding spots, and Leo makes it worse by bringing out 3 warehouse mannequins to strip away bushes and immortal grass too. The stalkers realize what he is doing and are forced to keep relocating as the safe cover around his domain disappears. By sunset, Leo has gone full beast mode and uprooted his 2000th tree, with logs piled all over the domain and the workshop mannequins still processing nonstop. To admire his work, Leo jumps 500 meters into the sky and laughs at the giant bald ring he has carved around the domain. Even that is not enough for him yet, because Leo wants a fully cleared border where nobody can sneak close to his land again. Satisfied for one day, Leo heads back inside, throws himself onto the bed, and falls asleep. At midnight, a wooden mannequin quietly enters Leo's room and leans over his sleeping face, red lenses glowing in the dark. When staring does nothing, the mannequin pokes Leo's mouth, but he just keeps snoring through it. It comes back with Cat's bucket of mutated water and starts dripping it into Leo's sleeping mouth one drop at a time. The mannequin keeps that up all night, turning Leo's sleep into a deeply weird forced hydration session. When Leo wakes up, his mouth feels weirdly moist and bitter, and the taste instantly reminds him of cat. He opens his eyes and finds an unnamed workshop mannequin still hovering 2 centimeters from his face like a horror prop. Leo pushes the mannequin away and asks if it ran out of containers, and it nods like all this was perfectly normal. Then Leo notices Cat's empty water bucket on the floor and finally pieces together why his mouth tastes so awful. He decides the mannequin was not the problem at all and blames Cat for pulling a nasty prank on him. Right on cue, Cat starts pounding on the front door and screaming for her missing bucket back. Leo just snickers, grabs the bucket and his toothbrush gear, and starts another slow, peaceful morning. At noon, Manhwa arrives on foot from Magpie City with 19 outer disciples ready to become Leo's new helpers. The disciples are stunned by the devastation, because the sacred sword Saint Boulder now sits in plain view as part of Leo's newly exposed territory. On the way in, Manhwa spots Wu Bai busy concocting pills outside his house and quietly tells the disciples not to disturb him. Gao Yan came hoping to greet his master, but the sight of all these buildings, farms, and working mannequins leaves him too shocked to even start. The newcomers watch the domain in disbelief as farmer bots harvest giant potatoes and a yellow jacket mannequin calmly cleans up branches and iron pine leaves. When a disciple peeks down the alley and spots the alchemy workshops, everyone instantly realizes Gao Yan has landed in a dream training ground. Manhwa shuts the chatter down, but even he is unsettled after sensing many hidden observers still watching the place from the distant forest. As soon as Manhwa knocks and calls for Leo, Cat pops out from the granary and marches over to demand her usual nom-nom tax. Manhwa laughs, tosses Cat a dead horse from his spatial ring, and the monster happily catches her payment before hauling it back to the granary. The disciples are horrified to learn that this thing is Leo's pet, and Manhwa bluntly warns them to obey if they do not want to get eaten. A few minutes later, Leo finally comes out brushing his teeth for the 8th time that day and casually greets the whole group. Leo spots Gao Yan, asks if he is doing better, and Gao Yan awkwardly admits his master keeps vanishing on him. Leo points out that Wu Bai has been busy working here, just as the old alchemist finishes a batch of 15 high-grade Yang Flame Dawn and starts cursing his own flaws. The moment Wu Bai notices Gao Yan, he grabs his disciple and drags him off to study under the Grandmaster Golem alchemists. Leo and Manhwa watch that chaos in mutual silence, then move on to the real handover about the new workers. Leo confirms the disciples are free labor from the sect, and Manhwa asks only that he house them and maybe reward them with a few pills if he feels generous. Leo casually says feeding them is easy because he has enough element grain pills and rejuvenate tea for 1,000 years, which leaves Manhwa openly jealous. Manhwa immediately begs for a few bottles of tea as payment for his trouble, and Leo actually goes to get them. When Leo returns with 4 cold bottles, Manhwa is shocked to realize the rejuvenate tea is pinnacle grade. Leo proudly calls it the pinnacle of all tea, while an unnamed workshop mannequin in the background silently looks offended because it actually made the stuff. After that, Leo guides Manhwa and the disciples inside and grandly introduces the store like some impossible fantasy mansion. Inside, the crowd is stunned by the giant space and second floor, but Manhwa is even more baffled that almost the whole building is still empty. Leo immediately explains the emptiness. The 19 blank rooms are now temporary housing for the 19 disciples. He gives them only 100 breaths to pick a room and dump their belongings, and the disciples explode into a frantic scramble. Their muddy sandals and cloth shoes immediately dirty Leo's clean white floor, and his face darkens the second he notices. Manhwa sees that bright fake smile forming on Leo's face, realizes free labor is about to be abused, and quickly excuses himself. Leo lets him go with a warning about all the eyes around the domain, and Manhwa heads back knowing that part is absolutely true. Once the disciples gather again, Leo checks their floating lifespan values and quietly notes that even these secus do not match Yao Chi-Chi's raw potential. He lays out the basic rule of his business: everyone has a lifespan, he can make them see it, and lifespan itself can be spent like money here. The disciples get so fascinated by their numbers that they start mocking each other over who has less time left, and Leo has to shut the noise down. Leo's first official order is brutally simple: mop the filthy floor and never walk into his store with shoes on again. He shows them the public toilet and utility faucet by his bedroom, and the disciples nearly lose their minds when clean water pours out with no visible chi. Leo is done entertaining the culture shock, so he orders them to wash up, take off their shoes, and start cleaning right now. 2 hours later, with both floors finally clean, Leo gathers the disciples again to explain what their real daily work will be. He takes them upstairs to the window and points out the farmlands, where the mannequins are still awkwardly harvesting absurdly huge potatoes. The disciples are amazed those things are really potatoes, and Leo dryly confirms this kind of harvesting will now be part of their routine. Leo hands out oversized orange rubber boots and marches the disciples straight out toward the fields. Once the disciples join in, the harvest speeds up fast, and together they clear all 3 potato farms into the granary. With the potato fields emptied, Leo immediately reassigns the farms so one keeps growing potatoes while the other 2 switch to tomatoes and chilies. As soon as the seeds hit the soil, matching 24-hour growth timers appear, and Leo is honestly relieved nothing new will overflow his nearly full granary today. After the fieldwork, Liu gives the disciples some free time inside the domain, but he warns them not to wander beyond the boundary because the Watchers are still out there. The second Liu releases them, the disciples cheer and race for the alchemy workshops like kids who just found treasure. Watching from the forest, Ouyang clan spies decide these new disciples look like perfect hostages to use against Liu. Factory cult lurkers reach the same conclusion and send word that Liu's disciples and Gao Yan could be taken for leverage. The Situ clan takes the opposite path, as their agents relay Situ Nanshan's order not to touch the disciples and to wait for a better way in. That caution wins out, and the Situ agents pull back from the area while the other factions stay fixated on kidnapping plans. Then a new force reaches the Sword Saint Forest, because Imperial Court agents arrive with heavyweight backing that dwarfs the local spies. At the head of the Imperial group, Chancellor Tang stands out as the quasi-immortal leading the investigation into Liu's essence stones. Unlike the lurking factions, Chancellor Tang simply steps out of the shade and walks straight into Liu's domain with the Imperial party behind him. Liu notices the fancy newcomers from the south, spots one unusual rainbow aura among them, and greets the whole approach with amused curiosity. The old man at the front reminds Liu of his uncle from Ohio, so he waits for the group with a weirdly friendly smile instead of any caution. When the Imperial group stops in front of him, Chancellor Tang raises a golden scroll and formally orders Liu to accept the Emperor's decree. Liu just stands there confused, because he has no idea he is supposed to kneel before the decree as if the Emperor himself were present. That accidental insult enrages the entourage, and Imperial officials behind Tang draw swords and scream for the peasant to kneel. Instead of backing down, Liu breaks into a pleased smile and welcomes the fresh conflict like he just found today's entertainment. When Liu refuses to kneel for the Imperial decree, Tang Xian and Yi Tianxia immediately read it as open defiance. Yi Tianxia coldly warns Liu to show respect or be treated as a rebel, and Liu almost happily dares them to try arresting him. Yi Tianxia wants blood, but one glance from Tang Xian tells him not to start a fight with someone this mysterious. Tang Xian keeps reading and announces the ugly law first: unauthorized essence stones belong to the Empire, and refusal can doom a whole family line. Liu mocks the Empire's law so openly that the officials behind Tang Xian start circulating qi and itching for a fight. Then Tang Xian drops the real twist. Because Life Sword sect never joined the annual court meetings, the Emperor is offering Liu and the sect a special permit instead of punishment. Tang Xian goes further and reads a one-year monopoly exception, saying Liu and Life Sword sect can keep and control the new essence stone source for now. Yi Tianxia snaps, grabs the scroll, and realizes the decree really does protect Liu instead of authorizing a kill and seize operation. Tang Xian shuts Yi Tianxia's protest down with one icy question, and the younger official is forced to back off. Liu is the one left disappointed now, because the visitors came to negotiate instead of giving him an excuse to strike back. He still refuses the court's invitation and makes it plain that neither his essence stones nor the sect's stones are going anywhere. Tang Xian answers smoothly that the Emperor is not trying to force him, and even hints that he personally has the pull to change laws if Liu wants. With the old chancellor refusing to become the villain, Liu shifts tactics and studies the split between the friendly elder and the furious men behind him. Liu suddenly pops lifespan status windows in front of the visitors, exposing Tang Xian's age and the years everyone has left. The whole group is shaken, but Tang Xian only smiles and admits this ability would have changed a lot 1,000 years ago. Liu uses the moment to finally introduce himself properly as Florida Man, a merchant who trades rare goods for lifespan. Tang Xian immediately returns the courtesy and promises the Imperial Court is not Liu's enemy, which only frustrates Liu more. Still trying to tempt someone into a bad move, Liu pulls out a fresh essence stone and openly offers it for 10 years of lifespan. The price shocks them, but the fresh quality of the stone shocks them even more because it looks untouched by repeated extraction. Yi Tianxia secretly warns his men not to buy, fearing Liu could later use their own illegal purchase against them. Tang Xian skips the bait and calmly asks the real question: where did Liu get a new source of essence stones? When Liu stays vague, Tang Xian presses harder and guesses the truth outright. Liu may have learned how to convert spirit stones into essence stones. Liu gives nothing away, so Tang Xian smoothly backs off and asks to see what else the store sells. Liu leads Tang Xian inside, but the rest of the delegation hangs back outside still looking for trouble. Outside, the idle agents notice disciples in the alley showing off thorn vines from the junkyard, and greedy eyes immediately lock onto them. The men quickly recognize the vines as valuable treasure-grade material, the kind clans would pay a fortune for. Yi Tianxia marches over flashing imperial authority and declares the disciples under arrest for carrying contraband. The disciples are too stunned to understand, and that hesitation is all the agents need. The imperial men kick the kids aside and rip the thorn vines out of their hands, stealing the lot on the spot. Wu Bai hears the commotion from the workshop, rushes over, and finds grown men robbing children in broad daylight. Even outnumbered, Wu Bai plants himself in front of the disciples and throws out his cauldron, demanding the stolen weapons back. The agents mock him and openly threaten to kill him in self-defense, and sell the children as slaves afterward. Wu Bai catches Cat eavesdropping from the granary, and in one savage decision he turns the whole mess into feeding time. The moment Wu Bai gives the order, Cat explodes out of the granary and bites one man clean in half. As Cat chews, she absorbs the victim's lifespan and turns toward the rest of the group with vicious delight. Wu Bai jumps onto Cat's head like a reckless commander and tells her to keep eating. The surviving cultivators finally stop laughing and realize the plant in front of them is a fourth-stage monster built to kill them. They scramble to arm themselves with artifacts, and Wu Bai instantly notices the flying dishes meant to counter fire. The agents reveal the dishes are not for Cat at all but for Wu Bai, and 5 of them fire blue water beams straight at the alchemist. Cat leaps in front of him, swallows the attack whole, and turns the water chi into actual water that only feeds her more. The attackers can only stare, because they just helped a plant monster instead of hurting it. Yi Tianxia orders them to switch to fire, but his own men hesitate because using fire against an alchemist is usually a terrible idea. Fed up with their panic, Yi Tianxia steps forward himself and threatens Wu Bai and Cat with a quick death if they kneel now. Wu Bai answers with a sneer and calls up his Dao avatar, turning his cauldron into a burning hand wrapped in green wood flame. Cat flinches at the sight of fire, and Wu Bai quickly reassures her that his green flame will strengthen plants instead of burning them. With that fear gone, Cat merges with her Dao avatar and lets the rainbow-tainted power she collected from Leo surge through her body. Wu Bai pours his green flame into Cat, and the borrowed boost pushes her into her real trump card. Cat erupts into a towering new form, with a little girl torso on top, a far larger plant body below, and a new eye opening above her mouth. Her hidden strength is finally exposed as 6th stage, making the whole alley feel like a massacre waiting to happen. Wu Bai is impressed, but the praise goes to Leo for recognizing Cat's potential and feeding it so well. The moment Cat realizes Wu Bai was complimenting Leo instead of her, she pouts in offended silence even in giant form. Below them, the Imperial group breaks completely as everyone realizes they misjudged the monster by 2 whole realms. Yi Tianxia makes it worse by shoving his own men forward and screaming for someone to fetch Chancellor Tang. 2 subordinates sprint for the store, desperate for help, but the entrance refuses to open. An invisible barrier stops their fists a hair short of the door and windows, trapping Tang Xian and Leo inside on purpose. Inside the store, Leo had locked Tang Xian in with him from the start because he had no intention of letting 200 dirty boots into his clean mall. Tang Xian recognizes the spatial distortion immediately and calmly compares Leo's store to the palace treasury. Then the old chancellor stops at the grain pills, spots poison element stock, and gets genuinely excited to find another poison cultivator's work. Leo answers honestly that the pills are only about 2 weeks old, and Tang Xian treats that like fine news instead of a flaw. Tang Xian keeps shopping, adds immortal grass to his picks, and asks what the immortal grass costs. When Leo quotes both the lifespan price and the spirit stone equivalent, Tang Xian instantly realizes Leo values 1 year of lifespan at only 10,000 spirit stones. A second later, Tang Xian shocks Leo by deciding to buy every blade of immortal grass in the showcase at once. He even counts the total himself, naming all 520 blades and the full price of 260 million spirit stones without blinking. Leo hesitates at the sheer amount, but Tang Xian brushes it off as a rich alchemist spending money where it matters. To prove his goodwill is real, Tang Xian flicks over a spatial ring full of spirit stones and frames the whole purchase as the price of friendship. Tang Xian openly says quasi-immortals are too rare to waste on pointless grudges, and Leo has to admit the old man is frighteningly sensible. The old chancellor's smile leaves Leo with a bad feeling, because Tang Xian clearly understands far more than he should. Then the banging finally cuts into their conversation as the trapped men outside start yelling for Chancellor Tang to save them. Before anything explodes, Tang Xian is already on edge, because the moment he enters Leo's property he sees a faint square boundary, and recognizes it as a true domain only immortals should control. That sight rattles him, because he knows domains can impose absurd laws or kill intruders outright, just like the deadly poison domain used by his own clan sect. Tang Xian has benefited from a smaller domain before, but Leo's version feels vastly bigger and more terrifying, which leaves the Chancellor awed and genuinely afraid of its owner. When he meets Leo, the fear gets worse, because Tang Xian cannot read Leo's chi or Dao avatar at all, and every instinct in his body screams not to touch him. By now Tang Xian has convinced himself Leo might be a celestial-level expert suppressing his strength, so he is determined to stay polite and buy goodwill with money if he has to. Then the worst possible interruption hits when loud pounding comes from outside and Yi Tianxia's men shout for the Chancellor to save them. Tang Xian curses Yi Tianxia in his head, suddenly realizing his idiot allies attacked inside an immortal's domain without even knowing what they stepped into. He tries to go handle it, only to get stalled by the locked modern door and awkwardly ask Leo for help. Instead of answering right away, Leo freezes with a wicked little smile, because a domain alert has just told him Cat is under attack and offered him a punishment option. Leo is delighted at the free lifespan on offer, but one look at the minimap annoys him, because only a few attackers are marked red instead of the whole mob. He grumbles that they attacked in waves instead of all at once, then decides he still cannot let Cat or Wu Bai die just to farm more lifespan. So Leo gives the order anyway and coldly chooses to take the attacker's lifespan as compensation. A few red dots vanish at once, Leo pockets the gain, and then he smiles at Tang Xian like nothing happened. Leo suggests they step outside to see the commotion, and Tang Xian silently gives way, already dreading what they will find. Outside, both men look up and see Cat in a towering monster form casting a huge shadow over the yard. Leo is baffled by Cat's bizarre new look, but after a quick scan he sees no obvious sickness beyond the blackened roots and vines. Tang Xian notices Cat's shocking cultivation level and asks what happened, but Leo immediately throws the question back toward the men who started the trouble. The moment Tang Xian turns on Yi Tianxia, his fake smile disappears and the Chancellor demands to know what this fool has done. Yi Tianxia's panicked report makes the danger plain, as he grabs Tang Xian and babbles that Cat ate one man and 5 others mysteriously withered into ash. That report confirms Tang Xian's fear, because now he knows Leo has already used domain power to kill men without lifting a hand. While Tang Xian fights to steady himself, Leo quietly backs away into the farmland, keeping distance from the rainbow aura monster on pure survival instinct. Then Cat goes wild and slams a giant thorn vine down between Wu Bai and the store, blasting open the alley with one brutal strike. The nascent soul cultivators scramble away and unleash everything they have, filling the air with beams, sword chi, spears, daggers, and bullets that hammer into Cat's giant body. 5 attackers even merge with their Dao avatars into towering giants and rush her in close combat, desperate to overwhelm her by force. Cat answers by shooting out a frog-like tongue, snatching one giant clean out of the air and chewing him alive. The other giants land solid punches, but they barely dent Cat at all, which instantly reveals how lopsided this fight really is. With one sweep of her thorn whips, Cat smashes all 4 giants across the field and leaves deep gashes in their stomachs. After those brutal exchanges, the gap is obvious, and Yi Tianxia panics badly enough to beg Tang Xian for help again. Tang Xian refuses to rescue him and coldly says this disaster is self-inflicted, because Yi Tianxia tried to exploit a pet he thought was only 4th stage. Yi Tianxia protests that his spies said Cat was weak, but Tang Xian only calls him a fool and sees that the trap this has become. Tang Xian thinks about killing Yi Tianxia himself, but the political danger of the life brand on him forces the Chancellor to hold back. Before he can decide anything else, Tang Xian notices Leo in the fields casually helping a mannequin pull up a giant potato and eating it raw like the massacre is just background noise. Leo checks the result he wanted from Cat's endurance, raises his hand, and gives one quiet command that will haunt Tang Xian forever, to cinder. The instant Leo snaps, Tang Xian feels the entire domain bear down on everyone and realizes the real slaughter is only starting now. One after another, Yi Tianxia's men puff into ash, and Tang Xian watches their life force tear free and flow straight into Leo. That finally lets Tang Xian solve the mystery. Leo's domain is built around lifespan, and the whole strange store runs on the power to harvest life from the dead and manipulate years directly. Tang Xian immediately decides the Empire cannot afford to provoke Leo, and he even starts planning to turn Yan Zhu into bait for a future suicidal attack instead. The next time Leo goes still, Tang Xian seizes the opening and flees the domain in a single burst, escaping 10 kilometers away before daring to breathe. Outside the domain, his hands are still shaking with sweat, and after hours to calm down he abandons Yan Zhu's side completely and heads back to the capital alone. Back at the property, Leo happily watches the rest of the intruders turn to ash and smiles wider as his lifespan total keeps climbing in real time. From the top of Cat's giant head, Wu Bai watches the carnage in blank approval and decides only idiots would ever try to fight Leo head-on. He gets cheeky enough to pat Cat's human-like head and tease her about the fight, but Cat is not in the mood for that at all. Cat snaps at him, argues that the attacks were not proper food, and swats him right off her head with a vine. As soon as she is done, Cat shrinks back to her usual smaller state. Her cultivation falls to 4th stage again, and she wanders off to the granary like the tantrum is over. Wu Bai crashes down safely only because the domain flashes a thin blue barrier in front of him, quietly softening the fall. After brushing himself off, Wu Bai checks on the disciples and relaxes when he sees them all clustered safely near the warehouse with Gao Yan. Then Wu Bai realizes only one enemy is still left on the property, because Tang Xian has already vanished and Yi Tianxia alone remains somewhere in the aftermath. Yi Tianxia is left stunned by the mass deaths and burns with resentment when Tang Xian abandons him and escapes. From hiding, Yi Tianxia spots Leo calmly poking at an invisible interface in the farmland and realizes provoking him now would be suicide. Then Wu Bai lands nearby and the 2 men lock eyes, turning the moment into a silent, ugly standoff. Yi Tianxia swallows the humiliation, vows revenge in his heart, and decides escaping alive matters more than pride. Yi Tianxia finally flees east around the domain, notices hidden watchers in the forest mocking him, and heads for Magpie City to rejoin Yan Zhu. Once the intruders are gone, Leo calmly starts looting the field, because rings, weapons, armor, and artifacts are scattered everywhere the dead vanished. The warehouse mannequins know the routine by now, so they come out of hiding and start sweeping up the leftover treasure with eerie efficiency. With the danger over, Gao Yan and the disciples creep out too, still half expecting another clash between experts to start. As they walk, the disciples realize the dead left behind real treasures, and one of them spots a glowing dish lying among the clothes. The first disciple who grabs it gets blasted backward by residual power, and the domain wall quietly saves him from a much nastier impact. Gao Yan tests it next, endures the sting better than the others, and figures out the dish is a water aspect artifact. That discovery sends everyone into treasure hunt mode, and more strange items start turning up across the junkyard and rooftops. The problem is that the disciples cannot actually claim most of the treasures, because the artifacts still reject weak new owners with dangerous counterattacks. The mannequins ignore that rule completely, pick up every dangerous item without care, and haul the whole pile back to the warehouse. Within minutes they dump around 100 captured artifacts into a trash bin inside the warehouse, while the disciples trail behind hoping something usable gets left over. But the easy loot draws other predators too, and hidden vultures in the forest start creeping closer, planning to raid the warehouse at night. Wu Bai senses their killing intent at once, looks toward the forest, and grimly realizes he probably will not get to make pills tonight after all. Wu Bai feels the killing intent around the store and hurries straight to Leo for orders before the hidden enemies can move. Wu Bai warns that the lurkers will likely attack tonight, and offers to hunt them down first. Leo barely looks worried at all and tells Wu Bai to let them come. When Wu Bai doubts that the young disciples can survive a raid, Leo lays down one rule: nobody goes outside after sunset, and he will handle the attackers himself. Wu Bai does not like the plan, but he obeys and gathers the disciples before sundown. He passes on Leo's warning and tells them this is not the Life Sword sect, so nobody is allowed to wander outside at night. The warning only makes the younger disciples more curious, and Wu Bai instantly sees that they are tempted to sneak out later. So Wu Bai drops the soft tone and bluntly tells them that Golden Core and Nascent Soul cultivators are already waiting in the forest to raid the place tonight. That finally works, and even Gao Yan breaks into a cold sweat as the whole group realizes the danger is real. Wu Bai drives the lesson home, reminding them that 200 Nascent Soul cultivators already attacked today, so tonight's lurkers will target Leo's weakness instead of fighting him head-on. When the disciples ask what Leo's weakness is, Wu Bai points straight at them and gives the brutal answer. He presses harder, telling the brats they still have not learned how cruel this world is, even after being robbed and nearly killed before. The disciples grumble about the stolen thorn whips, and Wu Bai shuts that down too, reminding them those treasures belong to Leo, not to them. Then he eases up just enough to promise they can earn artifacts later, if they focus on getting strong first. Motivated at last, the disciples head into the store building to rest and settle into their new quarters before night falls. Only after every disciple is inside does Wu Bai finally retreat to his own house and wait in uneasy seclusion for the night raid. Meanwhile, Leo stands on the Mystic Realm platform grinning at his huge lifespan total after harvesting so much from strong cultivators. He happily opens the domain menu and starts eyeing new structures for his next expansion. Domain expansion catches Leo's eye, because even with lots of territory, too much of his current land is unusable stream and river space. But when he checks the preview, the system reveals a bigger regional map and shows that several neighboring directions are blocked off in red. The larger map lays out Leo's hostile neighborhood too, including Magpie City, the Life Sword sect, the Death Sword sect, and Frozen Fire City of the Factory cult. Seeing how little ground he can actually claim, Leo calls the system cheap. He tries expanding south anyway, only to learn the system makes him unlock each attached block one by one for 10,000 years of lifespan apiece. That price kills his interest on the spot, so Leo cancels the purchase and decides to save his lifespan for more useful facilities. Then the system drops a crucial hint: Mystic Realm exploration can reward domain expansion tickets that unlock land without spending lifespan. Leo instantly realizes the portal could be his shortcut to free expansion and stares at it like he has found treasure. The idea reminds Leo of old mobile games handing out free tickets, and he bitterly complains that the system only started giving useful tips after 50,000 years. When the system stays silent, Leo gives up on the argument and looks back at the portal with a more practical mindset. He decides the portal has to be upgraded, no matter how expensive it is. The portal ring hums in answer, and Leo spends 70,000 years of lifespan in one shot to raise it to level 8. The whole platform rips free, swells in size, and rises into the sky as a massive flying island above the store. As the flying island finishes forming, 4 huge corner statues appear, each stranger than the last. Leo studies the bizarre labels calling them unfortunate evil overlords, but the statues make no sense to him at all. Before he can think further, the island settles in the sky and casts a huge shadow over the land below. Then something suddenly shoots down from the island toward the store, making Leo rush to see what changed this time. What appears inside the store is a glass elevator shaft linking the floating island directly to the building. Leo steps into the elevator, finds only 3 buttons, and presses the heaven icon just to see where it goes. As the elevator rises through the transparent tube, Leo glances down and sees Wu Bai and the disciples below staring up in total shock. The elevator opens beside the wolf statue's foot, and Leo is delighted that he no longer has to calculate a jump just to reach the portal. He immediately checks the portal status and starts tuning it for safety before his first real exploration. Leo maxes out portal duration to secure 35 days inside the Mystic Realm, trusting extra return time more than any bigger entry team. With the portal set, Leo heads back down to the ground and finds the old platform site turned into a huge square hole. The empty pit gives him a simple idea: maybe he should turn it into a fishing pond. So Leo heads to the recycling center and finds the yellow jacket mannequins still working like tireless lunatics among the junk piles. Leo calls them over and asks if they can dig him a pond where the portal used to be. The mannequins react instantly, sprinting for tools and throwing themselves into the digging job without hesitation. When Leo checks back and sees they can handle hoes and shovels just fine, he praises them and leaves them to it. But Leo makes one dangerous mistake here. He walks away without giving the mannequins a stopping point, or even a pond size. Out in the forest, the hidden spies stare at the flying island in open disbelief before rushing fresh reports back to their factions. The Ouyang clan, Sita clan, Factory cult, and Death Sword sect all get the same shocking report after Leo's new show of power. Since fighting Leo head-on now looks even worse, the enemy factions settle on a dirtier plan and decide to take hostages instead. And as night falls, every lurker fixes on the same target for the raid, Leo's disciples sheltering inside the store. Leo pours a fortune into his base, pushing every facility to level 8, and adding a new warehouse and granary until the whole domain feels like a real settlement. The spending hurts anyway, and Leo stares at his remaining lifespan with a fresh wave of pain after burning nearly 100,000 years. Then the system tempts him again with an employee apartment, exactly what he needs for his workers, but the price tag makes him hesitate. He sits at the edge of the island through sunset, weighing whether this one building will quietly demand another crushing chain of upgrades. When night finally settles in, Leo's glowing eyes catch a different problem. More than 100 lurkers are creeping far too close to his boundary. Instead of panicking, Leo almost smiles and glides off toward the junkyard side, already thinking about how to make the intruders strike first. The first team in is a Death Sword sect squad in black masks, and they are not here to win a battle, just to kidnap disciples and use them to chain Leo down. They slip past the busy yellow jacket mannequins, eye the warehouses for loot, and reluctantly keep moving because everyone here knows this place belongs to monsters stronger than them. Then a sudden explosion goes off back at their northern camp, and the captain instantly sends 3 men running back to check whether their escape route has just been hit. At the same time, bigger forces from the Factory cult and the Ouyang clan converge from the south and east until Leo's store is quietly surrounded from every side. The Factory agents walk straight up to the front entrance, clearly nervous about Leo, Cat, and the alchemist nearby, but still bold enough to try the door first. Brute force fails immediately when their sword snaps against the invisible protection over the glass, and even chi poured into the door does nothing. A smarter intruder notices the keyhole, unlocks the modern lock with chi, and the whole crowd grins too early, sure the raid is about to become easy. But opening the door only reveals a red energy curtain, and the raiders stall on the threshold because nobody wants to be the fool who walks into a hidden trap. When the other factions arrive, they choose cooperation over infighting and let the Ouyang clan's formation expert inspect the strange barrier for them. The Ouyang expert decides the red curtain is only a sanitation filter, so the clan men go first and step into what looks like a harmless airlock. Inside, they run into another absurd obstacle, a sealed glass room with inner shutters and no obvious handles, like a trap built by someone from another world. Once they spot movement deeper in the store, patience disappears and the front line starts smashing the glass in a rush before Leo can come back. A few minutes earlier inside the store, Gao Yan and the other disciples are jolted awake by repeated impacts from the front windows. The disciples rush out in confusion, look through the building, and finally spot dark cultivator silhouettes massing outside the glass. Panic breaks instantly because they remember Wu Bai's warning, and some disciples nearly bolt for the back before even knowing how to open the strange doors. Gao Yan forces himself to study the attack and realizes the windows are protected by an invisible force, which means Leo's bizarre building is still on their side. With everyone on edge, Gao Yan grabs the room back and tells them to calm down because the attackers still cannot get in and their seniors should return. That confidence lasts right up until the lock clicks open, and for one awful second the whole room thinks the defense has finally failed. Instead, the store answers on its own as heavy shutters slam down and the front entrance transforms into a locked security chamber that traps the intruders outside the real interior. The magical lockdown steadies them for a moment, but the pounding and killing intent from the trapped cultivators keep getting louder, and the fear comes roaring back. Gao Yan makes the call and drives everyone upstairs, hoping the second floor will buy them a little more time. Up on the empty second floor, the disciples find only rows of bare rooms and a strange elevator, and desperation turns that machine into their best guess for escape. Even with the building shaking below them, nobody dares touch the controls until Gao Yan decides hesitation is worse than guessing wrong. He presses the buttons and argues that if Leo can ride this thing upward, it might also be the only way they have out. The elevator arrives with a cheerful chime, and that tiny sign of hope is enough to make the whole group rush for it at once. The first elevator rush jams everyone inside, then a red overload warning and a cold speaker message turn their hope into instant panic over who has to get left behind. Gao Yan stays outside, drags a few people back out, and forces one disciple to give up his spot by promising there will be a next trip. The doors shut on the first group, but nobody inside presses the real controls, so the elevator just sits there and their relief collapses into trapped animal panic. Gao Yan opens it again, and the same disciples tumble back out sweating and ashamed, suddenly very sure they do not want to be the test group anymore. This time Gao Yan leads the smaller leftover group inside, because he has finally noticed the real panel with floor numbers and a cloud-shaped destination button. He presses the cloud icon, and the elevator finally starts rising, throwing the first-time riders off balance as the car climbs out of the building. Fear gives way to stunned wonder when the glass walls reveal the whole compound glowing below them, from workshops and warehouses to the lit houses scattered under the night sky. Outside again, the attackers notice the moving elevator shaft and realize Leo's bizarre home has one more impossible defense they still do not understand. They hack at the shaft, stomp the roof, and even gather 30 men to batter it together, but every blow bounces back and only injures the intruders. That is enough for part of the Ouyang clan to stop chasing glory and decide this fortress is not worth dying for, especially with Leo, Cat, and stronger seniors tied to it. While the raid pounds on his store, Leo is already elsewhere outside the boundary, standing over Death Sword Sect scouts whose bodies are collapsing into black, swollen mutations. The system warns him that the general store is under attack and offers an emergency purge, but Leo cannot trigger it from out here and has to ask the question that suddenly matters most. The system's answer chills him. The store is indestructible only while it stays level 9 or lower, so pushing it to level 10 could strip away the fortress safety he has been relying on. Cursing the system, Leo kicks off to race back toward the store, now with a new reason to guard his upgrades carefully. Even his spit finishes the dying scout, and the corruption he leaves behind starts poisoning the soil and nearby plants, quietly spreading north through the forest. Meanwhile, the retreating Ouyang agents run west along the road past Wu Bai's house, convinced getting away from the raid is the smart choice. In the dark they stumble over something large on the ground, grumble about logs and debris, and decide it will be safer to fly the rest of the way. The moment they lift off, thorny vines whip down from the rooftop and seize all 30 by the legs before they can even understand what found them. Then they look down and finally see the predator below them, because Cat is waiting in the dark with glowing red eyes and a hungry little voice. In the dark outside Leo's store, Cat exploded out of hiding and yanked 30 Ouyang clansmen to the ground with fresh thorn vines. The trapped agents dropped all pretense and answered with a desperate storm of fire techniques. Cat moved even faster than their spells, dragged 10 men into her grasp, and used them as living shields against their own attack. The fire barrage blew those men apart, and Cat happily breathed in the smell of roasted flesh like it was a feast. The survivors tried hacking the thorn vines off their legs, only to learn ordinary swords could not cut them. Cat answered that struggle by crushing their legs, and the thorns dug deeper to inject something into their blood. Inside the building, the noise finally broke the other infiltrators' focus, and the hidden teams realized the mission had collapsed. The Death Sword Sect agents pulled back in formation, while the factory cultists scattered in every direction toward their fallback point. Before they could get far, Leo dropped onto the rooftop and strode into the front yard like the real threat had just arrived. Checking his minimap, Leo saw Cat had already eaten 10 of his targets, and muttered in annoyance that she was stealing his prey again. So Leo snapped his fingers and let the system collect compensation from the 90 intruders all at once. The survivors vanished on the spot, and a flood of lifespan rewards rolled in, leaving Leo pleased but still not fully satisfied. As he counted the rough total, Leo drifted into uneasy self-talk and had to reassure himself that all this killing still counted as self-defense. His lifespan climbed past 129,000 years, enough for new construction, but the earlier warning about future vulnerability still kept him on edge. Leo started thinking bigger, wondering if he needed an allied sect to protect his growing territory before stronger enemies like Tang Xian or Yi Tianxia came for him. Once he checked back on Cat, she was still methodically eating the dead and tossing aside everything that was not meat or blood. With the yard secure, Leo finally turned to the store and noticed a strange new airlock section behind the open front door. The glass doors and shutters opened for him automatically, and Leo stepped into the cool building expecting to find the disciples downstairs. But the first floor was empty, so Leo followed their scent upstairs to figure out where everyone had gone. On the second floor he found 13 frightened disciples crowded in front of the elevator, stunned that Leo had walked in so easily. When they asked about the attackers outside, Leo answered bluntly that 10 became cat food and the rest were ash. That brutal summary was enough to make the disciples cheer in sheer relief, until Leo realized several people were still missing. A disciple finally admitted that Gao Yan and the others had used the elevator artifact to leave, even though Wu Bai had warned them not to go out at night. Leo held back his anger, called the elevator instead, and decided to bring the idiots down before the rooftop platform got them killed. Meanwhile, on the hidden upper platform, Gao Yan and his friends crawled out into brutal wind and realized they were stranded in the sky among giant statues. They hid behind the huge wolf statue for shelter, still too rattled to understand what this place even was. Once they got their bearings, they started gawking at the rotating portal ring and the bizarre labels on the statues instead of remembering the attack below. One disciple even wandered up to the round cat-faced monster statue and read its ridiculous title aloud like it was some prophecy. That touch woke something up, and the wolf statue's eyes shifted as a scorpion tail obelisk briefly glowed red behind them. Before anything worse happened, the elevator came back up and Leo stormed out to drag the intruders right back down. While herding them into the elevator, Leo quietly marked Gao Yan's group as employees, tightening his control over them at the same time. The statues kept watching in silence, and the round cat creature looked almost amused now that Leo was here. A strange Munya sound made Leo turn back, and for a second he suspected the cat statue's face had changed. He chose not to test it, sent the disciples down first, and avoided touching them directly in case his own power killed them by accident. Then Leo skipped the elevator entirely, and casually jumped off the platform because fall damage simply did not matter to him. After he left, the statue's eyes shifted again, and the cat-faced creature quietly giggled to itself. Once the disciples were back inside, Leo went right back to work and picked a broad stretch of land east of the houses for construction. He opened the build menu, skipped the cheap road options, and chose concrete without hesitation. A 10-meter-wide concrete road appeared between the store and the fields, giving his muddy domain its first clean walking path. That was only the warm-up, because Leo was really here to spend big on an employee apartment. He spent hours surveying the eastern side of the domain, counting steps and planning exactly where the building should sit. At last he confirmed a spot 5 meters from the third house and raised the apartment facing south for better sunlight. What rose up first was a miserable 2-story slum motel so ugly that even Leo just stared at it in disbelief. He checked the building menu, saw the brutal upgrade cost, and nearly wanted to tear the whole thing back down. Even so, Leo paid the price and pushed the apartment all the way to level 8, splitting the upgrades between quality and room size. The building turned into a much cleaner 4-story apartment with 40 rooms, barred windows, and materials that finally looked livable. Inside, Leo found the rooms were bigger than the outside suggested, which meant the system was cheating space again. Then he checked the bathroom, found only a primitive squat toilet, and immediately gave up on trying to civilize that problem tonight. The rest of the room inspection was no better, with only 2 power outlets and no heating or air conditioning for winter. There was nothing else to fix for now, so Leo called it a night and decided the disciples could move in tomorrow. At the same hour in Magpie City, Yi Tianxia finally slipped back to the tavern after his failed mission and headed for Prince Yanzhu's floor. 2 soul transformation vice generals in red and green artifact armor blocked him at once and warned that the prince was resting. Yi Tianxia kept his temper down, but when they pressed him, he let just enough slip to say the negotiation failed, the scouts died, and Tang Xian ran for the capital. That answer shocked them badly enough that the green general grabbed him for more, but Yi Tianxia coldly refused to say another word until morning. He sat downstairs to meditate in silence, forcing the prince's camp to come to him instead. Upstairs, the red general entered Yanzhu's room and reported the wipeout while the prince lay in bed with his 4 vice-generals turned nightly wives behind a curtain. Yanzhu instantly grasped the implication and asked the only question that mattered now: had they just run into another quasi-immortal? He did not wait for a good answer, threw on his robes, and went downstairs himself to hear the failure directly from Yi Tianxia. Down at the tavern table, the prince sat across from Yi Tianxia, accepted a cup of wine, and turned the whole room tense with his calm fury. Then Yanzhu smashed the table with one strike and demanded everything at once: the mine, the stones, Florida Man, Tang Xian, and the destruction of the unit. Under that pressure, Yi Tianxia finally began explaining that they had run into a 6th-stage plant monster, and then spent hours recounting the disaster. At the same time in Cauliflower City, Tang Xian reached the Imperial Palace in one piece, only for another quasi-immortal to casually appear behind him. Tang Xian immediately recognized Sitanantian, and their reunion turned into cold needling over influence, old rank, and who still had the Emperor's ear. Sitanantian kept poking at him all the way to the throne room, even joking about Tang Xian's son and the decline of his clan, while Tang Xian endured it in silence. When they reached the throne room, the doors were already open, and the Emperor was waiting alone at 3 a.m. as if he had expected both of them. At 4 a.m. in the Imperial Palace, Yan Xiang hears Tang Xian's report and grimly accepts that Florida Man may be an emerging celestial being. Sitanantian pushes to contact their ancestors, but Yan Xiang refuses because Leo has stayed under mortal world limits and broken no taboo. When Sitanantian brings up the dead junior cultivators, Tang Xian cuts in and insists Leo only killed in self-defense after the third prince's men provoked his pet. Tang Xian quietly takes Leo's side because he sees him as fair, friendly, and too dangerous to provoke if the court wants to avoid disaster. Sitanantian sees through Tang Xian's stance and secretly burns a hidden communication talisman under his sleeve to alert his ancestors anyway. Asked for a plan, Tang Xian urges the Emperor to legalize Leo's essence stones, visit him respectfully, and secure a trade alliance built on his rare lifespan goods. Sitanantian answers with the opposite idea and recommends calling the Heavenly Court army to arrest Leo for staying in the mortal world at all. Tang Xian explodes at that suggestion, warning that a heavenly descent would kill ordinary people and purge cultivators just from the pressure alone. Yan Xiang backs Tang Xian and admits he has no desire to face immortal pressure in his kingdom again. Still bitter, Sitanantian sneers that celestials who hide in mortal realms are failed scum running from stronger peers. Tang Xian dryly points out that by that logic, the untalented loser in the room is Sitanantian, and the old man is left speechless. Humiliated and unable to win the argument, Sitanantian stomps off and vanishes from the palace. With the troublemaker gone, Yan Xiang double-checks whether celestials truly can transform food and stones through domain laws. Tang Xian confirms it, and explains that true celestials wield domain laws and even turn their dantians into pocket universes to survive immortal realms. Satisfied, Yan Xiang decides to stop digging into Magpie City, call Yan Zhu back, and prepare for the Mystic Realm expedition in 2 days. At 6 a.m. in Liu's domain, Gao Yan wakes up aching on the hard floor and decides he absolutely needs to build a bed. He steps out curious about exploring more, only to run into a sleepless Leo dragging himself toward bed. Leo tells Gao Yan to move everyone into the new home he built overnight before they do anything else. Gao Yan is honestly moved that Leo fought off intruders and still built them housing by dawn. Before Gao Yan can run off, Leo throws him toothbrushes, toothpaste, and soap and bluntly orders the whole group to wash because they stink. The strange modern toiletries leave Gao Yan baffled, since his world uses herbs or qi instead of this stuff. Seeing that blank look, Leo gives an exasperated hands-on demo and warns him to brush gently instead of scraping his teeth raw. Convinced only half the lesson landed, Leo gives up, tells them to pick any room in the new building, and finally goes to sleep. Later that morning, one disciple mistakes mint toothpaste for a snack, swallows an entire tube, and ends up doubled over with a brutal stomach ache. Wu Bai heals the idiot and scolds him for eating strange things without asking, but the cure does not save him from weeks of constipation. By late afternoon, Leo wakes up and immediately finds dried vomit and abandoned hygiene supplies on the store floor. Instead of blowing up, Leo blames himself for forgetting a public trash bin and calmly cleans the whole mess. Once the store is clean, Leo steps outside to investigate, and is startled by how massive the farmland has become. A second later he remembers he upgraded the farms to level 8, paid to move them, and expanded each plot from 10 by 10 to 30 by 30. He sees the crops are thriving, with the chili and tomato harvest already filling the granary, and heads toward the tomato field to inspect it up close. The tomato field turns out to be a freezing nightmare of 5-meter plants and basketball-sized blue tomatoes coated in frost. Remembering why he spread the farms apart, Leo grabs one icy tomato and carries it to the alchemy workshop for testing. At the workshop, he finds Gao Yan, Wu Bai, and the other disciples gathered like students around the active alchemy station. Leo ignores the audience, stops the tea-making mannequin after another doubled pinnacle-grade batch, and notes that even one quantity upgrade has already boosted production hard. He starts research on the new tomato, hoping this one is finally the Een counterpart he needs instead of more Fireline stock. The result confirms an Arctic Een tomato and unlocks a Een ice stand recipe that needs a Een catalyst, and water essence. That sends Leo straight to his ingredient storage, where he checks the granaries and the locked fridge full of Fenrir parts for something that can replace a proper Een catalyst. He suddenly remembers the maimed invaders in the north, and realizes their corrupted blood might have turned into usable Een liquid by now. Leo blasts north in a single leap and reaches the former Death Sword sect campsite in under a minute. The camp has turned into a corrupted black zone with dead trees, immortal grass, chi mist, and 20 fully mutated corpses rotting where they fell. Without much hesitation, Leo grabs 3 of the giant bodies and hauls them back first, planning to return for the rest later. Back in the domain, he hangs the first corpse behind the junkyard and starts butchering it apart with his fingernails. The cut spills black blood, purple fat, swollen black muscle, and writhing internal parasites, and Leo collects the blood in buckets for alchemy. Out of bad habit, he licks the blood from his fingers, immediately learns it tastes like rotten pork, and keeps going anyway. When giant black centipede-like worms slide out with the gore, Leo picks them off one by one before anyone else has to see them. He dumps the parasites into the recycling center's acid pool, where they dissolve screaming and even turn into spirit stones. The ugly cleanup drags on through the entire day until Leo is still processing the last bodies under a dark sky. Resigned to another all-nighter, Leo carries the 19th bucket of black blood into a new locked fridge in the granary. Cat is already waiting there drooling, shamelessly begging for a share of the blood Leo just stored. Leo flatly refuses and reminds her those buckets are alchemy materials, not snacks. Cat storms out in a sulk and suddenly dashes north, which makes Leo realize she is probably heading for the last corpse. He chases after her but arrives just in time to see Cat steal the final wet corpse and start eating it in front of him. Cat goes even further by grabbing the bucket, sipping black blood like tea, and chewing the giant parasites just to spite him. Leo warns that those worms are loaded with eggs and could eat her alive from the inside, but Cat only acts smug and unbothered. Instead of backing down, Cat claims a mysterious voice has been giving her revelations ever since Leo created the flying island. She proudly announces that she plans to face heavenly tribulation tomorrow morning and become a proper 7th-stage monster. When Cat attributes it all to something called Great Cathalhu, Leo does not buy the story at all but quietly decides to inspect the portal himself. At the Mystic Realm portal, nothing looks different on the surface, yet the strange cattered octopus-like statue is still singing a voice that only Cat can hear. After giving up on collecting Maureen fluid, Leo pours what he has into the first alchemy workshop and switches the mannequin from making tea to forging an ice dan. The workshop starts automatically with a 3-hour timer, and icy purple chi immediately begins leaking from the cauldron. The new cold clashes with the blazing heat from Leo's other pill workshop, and the whole platform starts breeding thick clouds and rain beneath the island. Wu Bai spots the strange weather first and stares up uneasily at the rain clouds forming under the island. His curiosity wins, so Wu Bai hurries over and asks Leo what kind of pills could cause a scene like this. When Leo casually says he is making an eye stand, Wu Bai is stunned that a man can openly create both yin and yang pills. That reveal leaves Wu Bai trembling with excitement, because in his world yin is dangerous for men and Leo should not be this balanced. Leo changes the subject and asks Wu Bai to explain what a mystic realm expedition actually is. Wu Bai lights up and explains that every 3 months each sex portal opens for a limited trip into dangerous resource-rich realms, where 10 people per gate race for treasure and survival. Leo sums it up as lunatics fighting to enter a death trap, and Wu Bai can only admit that yes, that is basically true. Leo asks whether Wu Bai will be joining his own sex expedition, and the old alchemist admits he already missed the meetings and lost his seat. Instead of commenting, Leo silently beckons him deeper into the store. At the elevator, Leo puts on his hazmat suit before bringing Wu Bai inside the strange glass lift. The elevator shoots them upward, and even Wu Bai loses his composure at the bizarre ride. When the doors open on the platform, Wu Bai is hit by the full sight of Leo's enlarged mystic realm portal and its looming guardian statues. Leo tells him this is his own portal and that he plans to activate it tomorrow. Wu Bai barely dares to hope for an invitation, and Leo finally offers him one of the 3 slots. The old alchemist explodes into a ridiculous tearful celebration so intense that Leo can only stand there and watch. After burning himself out, Wu Bai clutches his chest and wheezes like he just survived a mortal battle. Leo tosses him a canteen of Pinnacle Rejuvenate tea, and after one greedy drink Wu Bai visibly turns from a frail old man into a stronger bearded man in his 50s. Leo checks again and realizes Wu Bai's lifespan has already soared far beyond what it was before. When Leo asks why, Wu Bai shamelessly admits he keeps the best pills for himself and lies to customers about the batch results. Leo calls him despicable with complete sincerity, then immediately praises the trick like he has discovered a fellow businessman. Leo asks if longevity pills cause the jump, but Wu Bai says those need years to make and an absurdly rare monster heart. That answer gives Leo a bad feeling about how long true longevity pills might trap one of his workshops, but he forces himself back to the main plan. Leo tells Wu Bai the portal only fits 3 people, so the old man gets 1 slot and must choose a disciple for the last seat by tomorrow morning. Wu Bai accepts at once and, in his excitement, literally leaps off the platform to rush home and prepare. Left alone, Leo can only wonder if Wu Bai is naturally hysterical or just catching his own Florida madness. As the expedition season approaches, other factions are making their own preparations too. Back at his pavilion, Tang Xian drops into a chair looking worn out after everything that has happened. His son Tang Ting contacts him by telepathy and asks whether he will come home to join this season's forest-type expedition. Tang Xian refuses, tells Tang Ting to split the clan seats between clan children, sect disciples, and elders, and leaves the work to the next generation. After the call ends, Tang Xian rubs his temples and bitterly admits that provoking Leo has left them in serious trouble. At the 6th Element sect, 5 chosen disciples gather before their own portal to hear final orders. The elder names Jin Yong captain, recognizing that the former Leo customer is now the strongest alchemist among the disciples. Jin Yong's rise is no joke now, because Leo's poison grain pills pushed him into golden core and made him a hot prospect among the elders. The elder warns them this trip is no picnic and bluntly reminds Jin Yong that even favor from Tang Ting will not save him from getting killed inside. After sending Wu Bai off, Leo checks the clothing store and walks into a shocking sea of glittering evening dresses. The cattered weaving mannequin keeps calmly sewing with a storm of tiny needle arms as if 200 dresses are perfectly normal. Leo picks up one dress and learns it is absurdly overpowered, made from supreme skin and nearly impossible to damage. The system even mocks him for touching the dress, which is enough to make Leo bury his face in his hand. Deciding this store needs a saner project, Leo buys a pair of soft beach shorts online and hands them to the mannequin as the new model. The mannequin studies the shorts, accepts the change without complaint, and the store immediately begins researching a better version. When Leo checks the clothing store menu, he realizes the real problem is not labor but quality, space, and security before his female customers return. The more he plans upgrades, the more Leo realizes his current underlings are too weak and he badly needs a truly strong subordinate. Elsewhere, Gao Yan suddenly sneezes in the middle of Wu Bai's survival lecture for the trip. Wu Bai teases him for getting sick like an amateur cultivator, but Gao Yan calmly reveals the real reason he feels different. Gao Yan shows off Leo's gifted spirit stone and says it is helping him control new elements like fire and water already. He goes further and says the island inspired him to try cultivating every element together, including an unknown wind or storm chi he sensed there. Stunned, Wu Bai grabs Gao Yan's wrist to inspect him and finds a ridiculous mix of 7 elemental chi staying in balance. In that instant, Wu Bai realizes his disciple might be a once-in-a-generation monster genius, and nearly laughs himself mad with delight. He immediately starts hyping Gao Yan as a future supreme alchemist, and drills him again on how to survive inside the mystic realm. When Gao Yan says he would catch a weaker beast on sight, Wu Bai bonks him and snaps that only monsters like Leo can tame one safely. The next morning, Leo and Wu Bai tell the remaining disciples to keep working hard while the three of them leave the domain for at least 2 weeks. The disciples quickly guess this means an expedition, and several of them glare at Gao Yan for being the one chosen behind closed doors. Leo kills the jealousy fast by promising everyone 1 spirit stone for every day they do their jobs properly while he is gone. With the crowd pacified, Leo leads Wu Bai and Gao Yan into the elevator and up to the portal platform. At the top, Leo makes one last check while Wu Bai and Gao Yan arrive almost empty-handed except for their storage rings. Once everyone is ready, Leo activates the Mystic Realm portal and the huge ring finally opens. A rare system panel appears for Leo alone, naming the destination Planet Rabbit Trent A3 and tying the trip to a Rabbit Trent King and a dangerous mushroom forest. The panel also warns that the gate will close for 35 days, which makes this far more than a quick scouting trip. Before Leo moves, the opening vortex kicks up such strong wind that Gao Yan drops to his knees on the platform. Wu Bai grabs his disciple by the collar and hauls him through the portal first, too eager to hesitate. Leo follows after one last glance at the 4 statues, because for some reason they seem to be laughing at him. The moment Leo disappears into the new world, the round cat statue behind him lets out another eerie little cry. Leo steps through the portal with Gao Yan and Wu Bai and finds a dense tropical jungle packed with mangroves, giant trees, and a clear river. The jungle air hits Gao Yan and Wu Bai like poison, so Gao Yan drops into meditation and Wu Bai throws up a flame dome to filter the overwhelming wood essence. Leo jokes that the air feels fresh, and Wu Bai, still busy protecting Gao Yan from the overloaded wood essence, asks to stay behind and guard the portal while Leo explores. When Leo casually says the portal will stay open for 34 days, Wu Bai is stunned because Mystic Realm gates normally close in under 2 weeks. Leo decides there is no rush and starts by setting up camp, marching straight to an enormous barbed palm tree. Ignoring the thorns, Leo rips the massive palm out of the ground with one arm and leaves Wu Bai staring in disbelief. Then Leo throws the uprooted tree straight back through the portal like a javelin, nearly clipping Wu Bai on the way. Leo keeps uprooting aloe-like plants, weeds, and anything else nearby, treating the whole jungle entrance like a harvest pile. As Wu Bai watches closely, he realizes Leo's touch is changing ordinary plants into blackened treasures, and he finally understands the power behind Leo's goods. Thrilled, Wu Bai decides following Leo was the right move and quietly dreams about monopolizing everything his old associates missed. Leo spends the entire day clearing the area and throwing resources through the portal until the jungle edge turns into a rough campsite. That night, the dense wood essence pushes Gao Yan into a breakthrough as green aura and faint rainbow light erupt around him. 6 kinds of chi gather in Gao Yan's body, and he steps into the golden core stage right in the middle of the camp. Wu Bai beams with pride at how far his disciple has come in less than a month, and Gao Yan gives credit to both his mentor and Leo. Once Gao Yan is safe, both cultivators settle into meditation and tune out the constant whoosh of more logs and plants flying past them. Leo finishes an elevated resting area, lights a campfire, and finally scans the dark jungle around him for anything watching back. His infrared vision picks out hundreds of hidden lifeforms, and the most tempting are a dozen lion-sized chickens perched high in the mangroves. The sight makes Leo hungry, and he immediately decides he wants these monsters for dinner and maybe for livestock later. Leo blitzes behind the flock and gets a closer look at what they really are: earth cockatrices with 4 legs, 3 snake tails, and petrifying red eyes. The cockatrices try to turn him to stone on sight, and Leo briefly feels the old petrification before his body shrugs it off. Remembering worse mutation pain from his old world, Leo sheds the stone-like layer and lets his red eyes flare as the petrification stops working. He grabs 2 cockatrices by the neck and mutates them by hand, letting them thrash uselessly until their feathers fall and they die in seconds. Satisfied they are edible, Leo drags the 2 carcasses back to camp and orders Wu Bai to cook them while he keeps hunting. Wu Bai recognizes the monsters as 6th-stage earth cockatrices, but Leo only cares about whether they can become good chicken. Leo jumps back to the flock and offers a brutal choice: surrender for the livestock pen or die immediately. The enraged flock attacks instead, and 5 seconds later the whole swarm drops from the tree as featherless corpses. As Leo gathers the dead birds, one slips into the river and his contamination begins spreading through the water. Leo reaches into the river to retrieve the lost cockatrice, and something clamps down on his arm from below. Instead of panicking, Leo lights up with childlike excitement when he sees the attacker is a giant black caiman. The oversized horned caiman tries to drag him under and barrel roll his arm off, but the only thing that breaks is its own teeth. Leo regrets that the contaminated river means he probably cannot keep the caiman alive, then strips and dives in after it anyway. Underwater, Leo waits for his contamination to work, but the caiman does not die and instead seems to grow stronger. The mutated caiman follows up with invisible water bullets and a horn-driven electric blast that reminds Leo of the lightning monsters from his old world. That unpleasant reminder ends the game, and Leo rockets through the river at full speed to smash the caiman out of the water. He grabs the flying caiman in midair and one punch tears a hole straight through its chest, splitting the body apart. The momentum carries Leo kilometers away, giving him a quick aerial view of the realm's major landmarks: a pyramid, a pagoda city, a giant river, and bizarre spike-like mountains. After landing in the jungle, Leo immediately goes to recover the caiman meat instead of letting good food go to waste. Colorful snakes latch onto his legs as he walks, but Leo barely notices and keeps blackening the jungle around him with every step. At the carcass, a hard red orb drops from the wound, and Leo picks it up to have Wu Bai identify it later. Leo leaps back toward camp with the caiman body and overshoots, so he yells for Wu Bai to catch what he is throwing down. When the carcass slams down, Wu Bai inspects the orb and realizes in shock that it is a 9th stage monster core from a beast comparable to an immortal. Leo considers chasing the distant pyramid next, but the jungle is too full of edible beasts for him to leave yet. He chooses food over adventure, scans the area, and quickly finds more cockatrices plus a giant wasp hive close by. Since poking a wasp nest sounds more fun, Leo heads straight for the giant hive with the enthusiasm of someone about to start trouble on purpose. The moment Leo reaches the huge hive, giant wasps pour out and swarm him with legs and stingers that still cannot pierce his skin. Instead of defending himself, Leo grabs one wasp and bites its head off on the spot. The taste is awful, but the lifespan gain is real, so Leo immediately starts thinking about domesticating the queen for an endless bug farm. The attack drags on for an hour, and by the time Leo finishes one whole wasp he has wrung 500 years of lifespan out of it. When he finds and eats the wasp's red monster core too, Leo gets another 500 years and is instantly ready to do it again. But when he reaches for another, the entire swarm suddenly goes stiff, blackens, and dies from failed mutation. Leo shrugs off the mystery and starts stacking the dead wasps to haul back to camp anyway. Then the jungle behind him bursts open and a giant black tarantula lunges out to bite his neck and spit venomous liquid all over him. The spider's yellow chi feels familiar to Leo in the worst way, and his mood instantly sours when he recognizes another lightning-type threat. Leo rips the tarantula's fangs out with his bare hands, but the creature regenerates them and flees north at extreme speed. Watching it escape, Leo realizes this realm has creatures that can resist his contamination, which makes the hunt more interesting even as he starts wondering what cookbook could handle spiders and wasps. 50 cultivators land in the same strange jungle realm north of a giant pyramid, and Yan Xiang is openly relieved that Chancellor Tang's people arrived close by instead of being scattered. Tang Xian politely accepts the awkward reunion, while Yan Xiang barely hides that he values this crowd mainly because Tang Clan and 6th Element sect talent are now within reach. Yan Xiang's attention settles on Tang Tian, the absurdly youthful sect master whose beauty is so striking that even the emperor has to cough and look away. When Yan Xiang praises Tang Tian for finding another exceptional disciple, Tang Tian answers with polished flattery but clearly stays guarded. Then Yan Xiang points straight at Jin Yong, because the young disciple's poison aura is thick enough to stand out from the entire lineup. Tang Tian calls Jin Yong his core disciple, but Yan Xiang bluntly wonders if the boy is really some hidden Tang bloodline because talent like this should be impossible. Tang Tian tries to laugh it off, but Yan Xiang can already see the real reason for the man's caution. Jin Yong has a Dao spirit far too early, proof of terrifying potential. Yan Xiang leaves the exchange with a regretful smirk, already thinking how useful Jin Yong would have been if Tang Tian had not claimed him first. A moment later the realm splits into separate agendas, with Yan Xiang leading his bodyguards south to seize pyramid treasures while the two princes peel away in opposite directions. Back at the entry point, the Tang clan and 6th Element sect play it safe and turn the portal area into a defended jungle camp. The realm's dense chi pins down the weaker disciples, so they can only sit and cultivate while the elders do the real labor. Once the camp is stable, Tang Tian starts identifying jungle plants and fruit for useful resources while Tang Xian quietly checks the defenses himself. Satisfied that the arrays are holding, Tang Xian slips 500 meters south alone to thin out nearby monsters before they become a problem. Instead of an easy hunt, he finds 20 cockatrices feasting on a dead caiman whose swollen scales are sprouting nasty yellow mushrooms. Tang Xian stops puzzling over the fungus long enough to use his poison Dao spirit, sending a green younger-looking avatar drifting toward the flock. The cockatrices try to petrify the intruder, but the spirit bursts into poison gas and they breathe it in without even slowing down. Even as a quasi-immortal, Tang Xian refuses to fight 7th-stage monsters head-on, so he hides and waits for the poison to act from safety. After the flock strips the caiman down to bones and even swallows its core, Tang Xian grimly decides he can still recover the prize by cutting one bird open later. But 5 hours later the poison does not cripple them the way it should, and the cockatrices start convulsing, slamming into trees, and losing control. The flock turns on itself in a frenzy, and that ugly behavior finally drags an old nightmare back into Tang Xian's mind. He suddenly remembers the ancient outbreak tied to sweet dream mushrooms, and the mutated caiman corpse makes terrifying sense at last. Tang Xian instantly abandons the hunt, races back to camp, and orders a full retreat before the fungus can spread to his people. That warning comes too late for another branch, because the Situ side is split between two dangerous portals and one of them opens right above the pyramid. The team above the pyramid scrambles onto flying swords just to avoid falling, and only then notices the entire structure below is drowned in yellow fungus. Worse, old broken loot from a dead bandit lies half swallowed by the fungal overgrowth near the pyramid entrance. Because the Situ cultivators are too young to recognize the danger, they descend to inspect the mushrooms and inhale the threat within minutes. Elsewhere, Leo comes back to camp dragging 20 mutated giant wasp corpses and casually dumps them in a heap like groceries. Wu Bai checks the intact cores and realizes Leo has been casually killing 7th-stage monsters that should rival quasi-immortals. Leo barely explains anything and just tells Wu Bai to throw all the corpses through the portal because he plans to eat them later. Before Wu Bai can process that insanity, Leo vanishes into the forest and comes back with even more wasps. Stuck running on habit, Wu Bai works like a machine and starts feeding corpse after corpse into the portal with his spatial ring. By the time he finishes 40 of them, Leo has already stacked 40 more, and Wu Bai finally feels like he is being bullied into unpaid labor. Still curious, Wu Bai secretly keeps one wasp leg for himself and chews on it to test what Leo sees in this madness. The taste is awful, but under the disgust Wu Bai feels a clean life force close to immortal grass, and his cultivation foundation actually strengthens. Far to the east of Leo's camp, another group arrives before a towering pagoda, and even seasoned cultivators stop to stare at how unnatural the building looks in this world. A second portal opens nearby for the Amazonian sanctuary women, and Hua Jiashan goes over at once to greet their grand elder with proper respect. That elder is Dong Fong Mei, a frail white-haired woman in a wooden wheelchair who looks near death but is still a realm above Hua Jiashan. Dong Fong Mei greets him like a junior and jokes that a bottle of rejuvenation tea from her disciple has made her look 10 years younger. The two elders quickly agree to explore the pagoda together, with one hard rule: the inexperienced young men and women are not to mingle too closely. With elders shielding the group, all 20 explorers enter the strange building together to use it as shelter and test what it is. The moment the last person steps inside, steel bars crash down and seal the entrance like a prepared cage. Han Ming and Han Hao rush the exit with their swords, but a transparent barrier throws their attacks right back at them. Hua Jiashan and Dong Fong may stay calm because they have seen this kind of realm mechanism before, and they judge it as a test rather than an execution chamber. Since no immediate danger appears, the elders order everyone to rest and cultivate inside the trap instead of wasting energy on panic. Back at Leo's camp, Wu Bai's body rebels against the wasp meat and he doubles over, nauseous, dizzy, and horrified by solid food itself. He finally vomits, losing part of that life force, but enough remains to prove Leo's bizarre food really does work. Leo comes back with more wasps, takes one look at the mess, and immediately realizes his employee tried eating the same thing raw. Instead of mocking him, Leo calmly explains that Wu Bai's stomach is too weak from living on grain pills and needs light food before any chewy meat. That common sense lesson shatters Wu Bai's old assumptions, and the alchemist starts wondering if the whole cultivation world may have been approaching food and impurity the wrong way. Wu Bai drops his pride on the spot and accepts Leo's advice as if he has finally found a new path worth studying. Seeing that obedience, Leo actually feels a little guilty and starts digging through his system store for medicine or food that could fix malnutrition fast. The prices are absurd, so Leo gives up on modern supplies and starts hunting for a local answer instead. That answer appears when Leo spots a lurking cockatrice in the distance, and instantly decides soup will solve this problem the old-fashioned way. 2 seconds later he is back with the monster by the neck, already announcing that he will cook soup for Wu Bai and Gao Yen. Wu Bai is still too stunned to object as Leo starts preparing the monster like an experienced butcher instead of a cultivator. When Leo asks for a sharp knife, Wu Bai silently hands over his treasured short sword and just hopes this day cannot get any stranger. Leo flips the fancy weapon around, gets the grip right, and cleanly butchers the cockatrice, chopping off the head, tails, and innards in one smooth sequence. When a red monster core drops from the carcass, Leo casually tosses it to Wu Bai like a snack he has gotten bored of. Leo matter-of-factly tells him the core is worth 500 years of lifespan once his stomach can handle it, because he already ate too many himself. Wu Bai is thunderstruck, but Leo keeps going and says he simply refuses to let the face of his store live shorter than future customers. Wu Bai hears pure generosity and is moved to tears, swearing with a Tao oath that he will follow Leo anywhere. While Leo cheerfully drains the meat, he notices movement in the river behind them and realizes a bigger problem is already watching the camp. To bait or distract whatever is in the water, Leo tosses the bloody innards into the river, and 2 9th-stage caimans explode out of the surface fighting over them. Wu Bai instantly panics and scrambles toward Leo for protection, because these are the kind of monsters that should be untouchable. Leo is more annoyed than alarmed, and with one stomp he splits the river and launches both caimans helplessly into the air. In the same casual motion, he throws Wu Bai's red sword through one skull and into the other, killing both beasts before they can even understand what happened. The caimans crash back down dead, and Leo dives in, drags both 9th-stage corpses ashore, and leaves the river shining with rainbow blood. Then the only real casualty appears. Wu Bai's treasured sword snaps after the double kill, and Leo awkwardly admits he owes him a replacement. Wu Bai can barely hold the broken weapon as his mind spins around one impossible thought after another, especially the 2 fresh 9th-rank cores now lying right there. 10 kilometers south, a white unicorn on the far side of the river senses Leo's group and reacts as if it has found something precious. The creature circles in excitement to work itself up, silver light beginning to gather around its hooves. Then the unicorn steps onto the river itself and breaks into a full charge straight toward Leo's camp. While Leo keeps butchering monsters by hand, Wu Bai finally asks the question that has been bothering him. Why does someone this strong never use a spatial ring? Before answering, Leo suddenly vanishes, comes back carrying 2 live cockatrices, and snaps into his usual brutal workflow without missing a beat. He kills the birds, rips out their beaks, uses the beaks like knives to open them up, and plucks them as if this bizarre method is completely normal. Wu Bai pushes through his nerves and points out that storing beasts in a ring would be much faster than watching Leo run around carrying everything himself. Leo answers with a tired sigh and admits the truth. Every spatial ring in this world is too fragile for him, and he breaks them whenever he tries to use one. When Leo adds that one broken ring once exploded its contents all over his store, Wu Bai instantly turns that disaster into proof that his master's power is absurdly beyond mortal tools. Wu Bai eagerly volunteers to become Leo's personal carrier, smiling like a loyal servant, while secretly planning to peek at whatever treasures Leo keeps. That moment is cut short by a strange splashing rush from behind them, and Wu Bai turns to see a giant white unicorn charging straight at the camp. Wu Bai panics, grabs Gao Yan, and throws them both out of the way as the unicorn barrels past without even looking at them. The unicorn was never aiming for them at all. It reaches Leo, slams down in front of him, and shoves its head into his chest like an overeager pet. Instead of attacking, the beast sniffs Leo and starts licking his face, leaving Leo standing there stunned by the world's weirdest greeting. Leo calls the mythical beast a stupid donkey and asks Wu Bai what it is, while the unicorn pauses mid-lick just to stare at him. Leo also notices something important. Unlike most creatures around him, this unicorn shows no sign of mutating or dying from his radiation. Wu Bai finally answers that it is a unicorn, but he barely finishes before rushing back to Gao Yan, whose chi is now rampaging from the interrupted cultivation. Left without help, Leo looks the beast in the eye and bluntly asks what it is, and the only answer he gets back is a loud neigh. Far to the east, Hua Jiashan pushes Dong Fang Mei up the mysterious pagoda, and the old pair recognize the rising chi pressure as a classic compatibility trial. Their climb turns nostalgic as they remember the old Myriad Pagoda and how Situ Nanshan's tribulation once destroyed it while stopping a worse disaster. When they reach the 50th floor and find a giant unicorn statue, both immediately realize this trial is about to embarrass somebody. The statue reminds them of old Tang Tian's ridiculous unicorn incident, and the memory hits so hard that both elders start laughing before they can even explain it. Still laughing, they remember the absurd explanation elders gave back then. Unicorns are attracted to untouched cultivators, which is exactly why Tang Tian got pounced. Still climbing, the two old friends keep laughing and even mime the unicorn's ridiculous battle cry, smash. Back at camp an hour later, Leo finally asks the question he did not want answered. Are unicorns attracted to virgins? Wu Bai cannot help much, but Leo already knows enough, and the answer leaves him quietly insulted. Since the beast refuses to leave, Leo jumps onto its back and lays down the terms. If it wants to follow him, it obeys his orders from now on. Leo tests whether the unicorn can speak like cat, but the beast strains its throat and produces only one word in clumsy human speech, smash. After accepting the situation, Leo gives the unicorn a name of his own, Fake Taxi, or just Taxi. Leo checks what Taxi eats, and the unicorn immediately points him toward the nearby mutated plants and immortal grass like that should have been obvious. Relieved that feeding it will be easy, Leo tells Taxi to stay behind and guard Wu Bai and Gao Yan while he goes back to hunting. Leo still cannot understand Taxi's smash language, decides it is not worth spending power to learn it, and just leaves the horse to figure it out. He blasts back into the jungle at absurd speed, leaving after images as he zigzags through the trees collecting more cockatrices and snakes by hand. 10 seconds later he returns and drops a mountain of fresh kills in front of Taxi, treating the whole pile like a casual delivery. Inspired by that display, Taxi throws back its head and unleashes a thunderous scream of smash that rolls across the whole realm. Near the pyramid, Yen Xiang's group arrives, recognizes the sweet dream mushrooms and pink fog below, and immediately decides this place is too dangerous to enter. Looking through the fog, one guard spots the Situ clan cultivators already twisted into something inhuman, and Yen Xiang flatly confirms they are beyond saving and have become Jiangshi. The Emperor orders a full withdrawal toward the portal, preferring survival and cultivation time over charging into a trap they already understand. Then Taxi's war cry reaches them from the south, and the sound alone knocks most of Yen Xiang's escorts out of stable flight. Yen Xiang instantly identifies it as a male thunder unicorn's summoning cry and warns everyone to cover their ears because the voice itself harms cultivators. But 4 elderly guards stay fine, and Yen Xiang explains the absurd rule: virgins are naturally immune, and the cry is actually feeding them lightning chi. The squad recovers just in time to see a massive dust cloud moving south, and Yen Xiang refuses to chase it because adult thunder unicorns are far too dangerous to hunt. Back near Leo, the call has already worked. Thunder unicorns stampede in from all directions, blasting prey with lightning and trampling the forest into a bloody path. When Leo comes back with another load of kills, he finds Taxi calmly chatting with 3 more giant unicorns and realizes his one weird horse has somehow multiplied into 4. The newcomers spot Leo, rush him with sparkling excitement, and immediately start sniffing and licking him just like Taxi did. Leo can get only more smash noises out of Taxi, so he settles for one simple rule: bring your friends if you want, but find your own food and do not eat his people. That warning matters immediately when Gao Yan finally opens his eyes and finds an enormous unicorn face shoved almost nose to nose with him. Gao Yan shrieks and scrambles backward, and the curious unicorn chases him down just to plant a slobbery lick right on his mouth. Leo laughs at the disaster and welcomes Gao Yan to the same humiliating club of people kissed by pervert ponies first. They do not have long to process it, because the ground starts rumbling again and more unicorns keep arriving until the group is completely surrounded. Within moments, nearly 100 giant unicorns are gathered at the portal, all staring at Leo with the same eager sparkling eyes. Taxi comes close again, clearly asking for something, and Leo can only guess that if they want to follow him home, he will deal with the stable later and let them choose for themselves. Instead of answering in a way anyone can understand, Taxi turns to the herd, shouts smash, and takes charge like a commander. The other 99 unicorns obey immediately and charge straight through the portal into Leo's home world, leaving only Taxi behind in the realm. Wu Bai and Gao Yan stare at Leo like he just casually tamed 109th stage mythical beasts, and Wu Bai cannot resist teasing him to just smash it. Leo wants to rush back and manage the disaster waiting at his store, but the system interrupts with a harsh warning that going home now will cancel both missions and all their rewards. Cornered by that choice, Leo gives up on returning, climbs onto Taxi again, and orders the unicorn to take him to the Rabbit Trent King so he can finish the quest fast. Taxi answers with a happy neigh and charges east toward the tall pagoda, carrying Leo deeper into the mystic realm. Watching them leave, Gao Yan burns with envy and vows that one day he will live as freely as Leo does instead of being trapped by his own weakness. Wu Bai immediately drags him back to reality, reminding him that a golden core cultivator is nowhere near enough for this place, and Gao Yan takes the scolding to heart and resumes training. After the pony stampede scares off the nearby beasts, Leo finally has a clear path and heads straight for the distant pagoda with Taxi. Because Taxi is too huge to saddle normally, Leo rides him standing up like a board, while the wild unicorn bulldozes straight through the jungle. Even with all that force, Leo is unimpressed and bluntly tells Taxi he is still too slow. Stung by the insult, Taxi pours lightning chi into his hooves, starts running in midair, and suddenly triples his speed with sonic booms behind him. Leo still is not satisfied, so he jumps off and tells Taxi to remember what real speed looks like. With one kick, Leo blasts off from the jungle floor like a cannon shot, leaves a crater behind, and the shockwave slams even Taxi backward in midair. That display breaks Taxi's pride on the spot, because among unicorns the fastest male is the alpha, and now Leo has clearly outrun him. Simple as ever, Taxi immediately accepts Leo as the new alpha and races after him instead of competing anymore. A few seconds later, Leo overshoots the destination by hundreds of kilometers, crashes headfirst into a pagoda, and smashes down into the middle of the city. Before Leo can even look around, the pagoda he broke topples over and buries him under a full avalanche of timber, metal, and stone. Taxi arrives late, finds only the debris pile, and stomps it so hard that a reverse lightning blast erupts and throws the whole area skyward. Leo comes up with the blasted rubble completely unharmed, casually holding a strange green gong he found inside the wreckage. As the debris starts falling back down, Leo casually uses the gong as an umbrella over his head. The impacts make the gong ring, and its vibration is nasty enough to scramble Taxi's balance and temporarily shut down his chi control. Leo shrugs off the weird sound, eats a bit of earwax like it is nothing, and even gets a small lifespan gain out of the moment. Once the ringing stops, Leo realizes the gong is probably a dangerous rare item, especially if it can rattle Taxi that badly. To get his bearings in the pagoda city, Leo jumps onto a rooftop and scans the sea of towers around him. When Leo lands on another pagoda roof, the building itself zaps him with a purple lightning strike, and he happily takes the free lifespan bonus. From that high vantage, Leo finally spots the giant central tower that dwarfs everything else, and Taxi points it out as their real destination. Leo decides to stop sightseeing and heads with Taxi straight for the tallest pagoda. Inside that tower, Hua Jiashan and Dong Feng Mei have already pushed up to the 100th floor, but the tower's pressure has brought them to a halt. They work out the rule of the floor: it drains physical strength and suppresses 6 common elements, so without lightning chi they cannot climb any higher. Since they cannot advance, both elders settle into meditation right there and lose track of time inside the tower. A huge crash from outside snaps them out of meditation, so they rush to the western window to see what just happened. From the window, they see a pagoda below has been destroyed, which should be nearly impossible for a normal challenger. Then they watch a reverse lightning blast throw debris into the sky, and Hua Jiashan spots Leo among it and instantly recognizes him. Hua Jiashan hurriedly tells Dong Feng Mei that the man below is the quasi-immortal Florida man who has been helping his sect and sheltering some of his disciples. A moment later, the gong's vibration reaches the tower, and both elders collapse unconscious along with the people on the lower floor. Soon after, Leo reaches the base of the tallest pagoda, and when the barred entrance opens by itself, he takes that as an invitation. Inside the first floor, Leo finds a whole crowd knocked out cold, including Sun Wan, Little Yao Chi-Chi, Han Meng, tiger swordsmen, and other disciples. Instead of ignoring them, Leo quietly puts the unconscious cultivators on their sides and even buys soft pillows so they can breathe safely while they sleep it off. As Leo approaches the stairs, a nasty itch crawls over his skin like mold trying to grow on him, so he immediately switches to full protective gear. Taxi cannot understand why Leo would bother wearing more clothes, but Leo marches up to the second floor anyway with the horse awkwardly squeezing after him. The early floors are completely empty, and the tower's layout keeps forcing them to cross whole halls just to find the next staircase. After enough empty floors, Leo speeds up out of boredom, and Taxi instantly turns the climb into a race. They tear through the first 49 floors in minutes, barely caring about the tower's pressure, until both stop in front of a giant broken horn unicorn statue on the 50th floor. While Leo casually inspects the statue's metal base, Taxi stares at it in a trance and gets bizarrely excited by the sight. Leo mocks Taxi for acting like the statue is some kind of lover, but the joke dies when the statue's eyes suddenly move and lock onto him. Leo expects a boss fight, yet the statue simply changes posture and then implodes into a tiny floating white marble instead. Taxi clearly wants Leo to use the marble somehow, so Leo leans in for a closer look after removing his mask and helmet. The marble dissolves into gas and rushes straight into Leo's mouth and nose, giving him a nasty reminder of the worst habits from his old life. Then the real reward lands. Leo suddenly understands the language of Taxi's tribe for the first time. That breakthrough only makes Leo's life worse, because now he can finally hear how filthy Taxi's requests really are. Leo bluntly shuts Taxi down, forbids every perverted idea the horse suggests, and loses all interest in speedrunning the tower after that. So the climb slows to a walk, and only after several more hours do Leo and Taxi finally reach the 100th floor. There they find Hua Jiashan and Dong Fong Mei under another unicorn statue, and both elders are stunned to see Leo arrive with a thunder unicorn at his side. Hua Jiashan immediately warns Leo that thunder unicorns drain a victim's virgin yin or yang until they die, unless that purity is lost first. That warning hits a sore spot, so Leo awkwardly insists he can handle Taxi because he has experience, even if Hua Jiashan clearly does not buy it. Taxi bristles at Hua Jiashan's hostility, and now that Leo understands him, he has to shut down another outrageous suggestion on the spot. After that awkward exchange, Hua Jiashan finally accepts that Leo really does have the unicorn under control and offers his congratulations instead. Leo calls Taxi less a tame beast than a shameless stalker, which leaves both local cultivators too uncomfortable to even respond. Dong Fong Mei introduces herself properly and thanks Leo for helping Sun Wan and her disciples, but Leo barely lingers on the greeting before looking back at the statue. The second statue reacts to Leo too, staring back for a tense beat before it begins to move in front of the horrified elders. Just like before, the statue implodes into a floating marble, and this time Leo takes it without hesitation. The marble turns to gas again, but this one hits like brutal wasabi instead of poison, leaving Leo in tears and pain for minutes. The suffering pays off when Leo unlocks a unique thunder wasabi farm, which can grow the exact food thunder unicorns love most. Deciding he is done walking, Leo hops onto Taxi, orders him to carry them to the next statue or straight to the top, and the unicorn bolts off at once. Watching the pair disappear up the tower, Dong Fong Mei can only call Leo an eccentric neighbor, and Hua Jiashan quietly settles on a simpler word, unique. Taxi blasts up the pagoda so fast that he and Leo reach the 150th floor in just minutes. Instead of another statue, the 150th floor holds a fountain of eerie green liquid that pulls Taxi in like a treat. When Leo checks the fountain, he realizes this is a pinnacle grade poison potion, far better than the lesser poison brew he sold before. Leo grumbles that a poison checkpoint makes no sense in a wood and earth realm, but Taxi is already happily drinking it. Leo empties his canteen, samples the potion himself, and finds out the freezing poison tastes absurdly good, like apple juice. That one sip hooks him, so Leo buys a giant empty tank and starts stealing the whole fountain for the road. By the time Leo drains half a massive tank and empties the fountain, Taxi is openly sulking over the lost drink supply. Leo talks his way out of the theft by calling the poison their backup water supply for the climb, and Taxi immediately buys the logic. The plan has one flaw: without a saddle, Taxi cannot carry the tank, so Leo ends up hauling it himself. Burdened with the giant tank, Leo still pushes on and finally reaches the 200th floor with Taxi beside him. The next checkpoint is a nightmare statue, a 5-meter rabbit with 6 eyes, 4 arms, and weapons in every hand. Taxi instantly turns hostile, because thunder unicorns and rabbit trents are ancient enemies in this realm. Seeing Taxi ready to fight, Leo sets down his gear and steps forward, finally hoping for a proper warm-up. The statue wakes as Leo approaches, turning from stone to living wood and opening its mouth into a nest of attacking vines. Leo slips aside so cleanly that the first vine strike only smashes through the floor. When the rabbit trent sweeps the vines back across the room, it tears through floor tiles and only catches Leo's fading afterimage. With Leo out of sight, the rabbit trent turns on Taxi instead. Taxi fires a lightning railgun into the rabbit's chest, but the hit only chars it instead of finishing the job. Before the rabbit can counterattack, its arms and body suddenly wither and drop apart for no obvious reason. The answer is on its head. Leo is sitting there, having spat into its ear to kill it from the inside. Taxi can barely process that his lifelong nightmare enemy just died in one cheap move. Leo brushes it off by saying he knows plant monsters well because he keeps a dryad pet at home. Taxi keeps asking the wrong questions until Leo explodes and makes it clear the dryad is basically his daughter, not some romantic option. After that exhausting argument, Leo gives up on climbing for the night and camps on the floor. Elsewhere in the realm, Situnanshan's group finds a hidden cave treasure left behind by a dead intruder from an immortal world. The blood message warns that the Triangle building is full of 9th-rank rabbit trants, and even the forest and river are crawling with deadly beasts. To identify the corpse, a clansman uses a talisman on its forehead and pulls a scrap of memory from the remains. The memory confirms the corpse was only at the celestial physique stage, the first immortal stage, which makes the cave warning even more serious. Realizing they cannot challenge the pyramid yet, Situnantian orders the group to search the cave for anything else worth taking. The clansmen recover 3 locked spatial rings, and Situnantian is pleased to pocket treasures they can pry open later. Then one of the men strips the corpse and finds a book hidden in the dead immortal's clothes. The title Tao of Overlord hooks Situnantian at once, because the book claims the realm's gnosis can grant full control of that world and its chi. That promise lights up his greed, and he starts asking everyone what they know about gnosis and rabbit trance. By the next morning, the unconscious cultivators in the pagoda all wake at once, dizzy and feverish but alive. Yao Chi-Chi wakes too, but Leo's rejuvenate tea has physically regressed her into a tiny 3-year-old body. Her appearance may be younger, but her chi has become monstrously large, beyond even a peak golden core cultivator's volume. Chi-Chi calls Sunwan Mama, and Sunwan immediately gathers the little girl into her arms to check if she is hurt. Sunwan can only admit she does not know what knocked them out, and Han Meng and the other survivors still look badly drained. A voice transmission from Dongfang Mei checks on the group, and Sunwan reports that everyone survived and Chi-Chi may have gained a huge blessing. Dongfang Mei answers with one clear priority: keep protecting Chi-Chi, because she has become their hope. Han Meng receives his own order from Hua Jieshan: spend 5 days cultivating here, then start harvesting the realm's herbs and fruits. Then Hua Jieshan drops the real warning: Florida man already entered this pagoda with a thunder unicorn, and if anything weird happens again, they must run. Once Han Meng realizes Leo used his own portal to get here, he is too late to stop himself from cursing Wu Bai for secretly cozying up to that monster first. Back on the climb, Leo pockets the Rabbit Trent's 9th rank core for future longevity pills and keeps moving with Taxi. The next stretch is simple stair climbing, so Leo and Taxi race through 50 more floors looking for the next fight. On the 250th floor, 2 Rabbit Trents block the stairs and attack the moment they appear. This time Leo does not even let Taxi join in and charges them himself, hungry for lifespan and monster cores. A minute later the floor is clear, and Leo is holding 2 fresh cores like quick loot. To test the reward, Leo eats 1 core on the spot and gains 2,000 years of lifespan. He decides the second core might be more valuable as pill material, so the climb resumes. On the very next floor, the pattern escalates again with 3 Rabbit Trents guarding the stairs. Leo is delighted by the increasing wave design and starts wondering how he is supposed to haul all these cores home. At the same time, Situnantian leaves the mountains with the Tao of Overlord in hand and keeps studying it as his group heads east toward the pagoda town. As he reads aloud, Situnantian explains that a gnosis is a celestial being's condensed Tao and karma, and stealing one is a shortcut to immortal power. The book goes even further by describing fate crystals born with heaven-chosen prodigies, the true protagonists of an era. Instead of fearing those chosen people, Situnantian starts dreaming about stealing their fate and taking absolute power for himself. So obsessed is he that he flies right past Wu Bai and Gao Yan's old campsite without caring that anyone is there. After 6 more hours of flying, Situnantian finally reaches the pagoda town and ignores the smaller towers to focus on the tallest one. He declares this tower must belong to the Rabbit Trent King, the likely overlord of the entire mystic realm. His followers hesitate, but Situnantian snaps back that his talismans can kill weak immortals and this is their chance to stop bowing to the imperial family. Before the argument can settle, a violent boom from the top of the pagoda blows the clouds apart. Using his sight, Situnantian glimpses an unmeasurable old man with a thunder unicorn facing a terrifying beast aura near the top floor. The beast's pressure feels like an immortal stage monster, and Situnantian instantly decides to rush up and steal the aftermath. But the moment he reaches the top, a deafening gong shreds his control of chi and sends him plummeting from the sky. On the 400th floor itself, Leo is not worried about the boss at all. He is furious that the Rabbit Trent King just broke his favorite gong. The 10-meter Rabbit Trent King starts a villain speech from its throne, promising to turn Leo and his treasures into fertilizer. Leo cuts the speech off with a casual long-range punch that blows a huge hole straight through the king's chest. Before the stunned king can understand what happened, Leo stomps up, jumps onto its lap, and rips the red orb core right off its body. Just like that, Leo skips the boss fight entirely and takes the quest reward before the Rabbit Trent King can even finish dying. After butchering the Rabbit Trent King on the pagoda's top floor, Leo digs through the corpse for the quest's gnosis, and comes up with nothing but its 10th grade monster core. When the quest text says he has to absorb the gnosis, Leo decides the simplest answer is to eat the entire monster himself. Leo starts chewing through the corpse piece by piece, and Taxi watches in stunned respect before trying to sneak some for himself. Leo warns Taxi away from the mutated blood, claiming that toxic mess is his food, not the horse's. With the corpse claimed by Leo, Taxi turns to a strange mountain of glowing white dragon fruits beside a white-leaf plant that keeps dropping fresh ones every minute. Leo has no idea what the fruit is, so he gives Taxi permission to try it. Taxi gulps down a white dragon fruit, loves the taste for 1 second, and then collapses from the flood of yang qi hitting his body too hard. Leo mocks the flattened horse, pats his belly, and picks up a fruit to test it himself. Before eating, Leo pauses for a grim little toast to dead humanity, immortality, and himself. The fruit barely affects Leo at all, and the system only rewards him with 1 extra year of lifespan. Taxi realizes the fruit is still worth huge cultivation gains for him, so he stubbornly crawls back to finish the half he spat out. Outside the pagoda, Situnantian finally flies back to see who interfered with him and spots a thunder unicorn and an old man with a rainbow aura inside. The unknown old man bothers him, but after remembering reports about Magpie City's rumored immortal, Situnantian decides not to start a direct fight yet. Instead, Situnantian orders his followers to stay back and prepares to steal the Gnosis and Fate Crystal the moment Leo uncovers them. An hour passes, and Leo is still eating while Taxi naps after stuffing himself. Another hour later, Leo finally gets too full, pats his bloated stomach, and decides to nap right there instead of finishing the corpse. Watching from outside, Situnantian nearly loses his patience but still refuses to risk charging into an unknown immortal's tower. 4 hours later, Leo wakes up refreshed and cheerfully announces that he is going right back to eating. That line almost breaks Situnantian on the spot, because he now realizes this idiot might waste his whole day waiting for the monster to be eaten bite by bite. As the hours drag on, each disgusting bite of rabbit trent flesh gives Leo 10 more years of lifespan, so he happily keeps going despite the taste. Leo finally reaches the monster's wood-like intestines, nearly gags at the moldy seaweed taste, and realizes the thing must have lived on those useless fruits. Even so, the 10-year lifespan gains keep popping up, so Leo forces himself onward and vows to finish the whole thing by tomorrow. Outside, Situnantian is so furious he almost attacks early, until a red orb suddenly rolls out of Leo's pocket and catches his eye. When the monster core touches the white dragon fruits, the fruits vanish into it, turning the strange orb into a much more interesting clue. As Situnantian creeps closer, he spots a glassy eyeball hidden behind the fruit plant, and the thing stares back at him before dropping off and vanishing into the fruit pile. The eyeball does not match the fate crystal in his book, but Situnantian wants it anyway, and that greed locks in his plan to steal from Leo. 3 full days pass with Leo and Taxi eating non-stop on the top floor while Situnantian's group keeps stalking the windows for one clean opening. At the end of it all, Leo has eaten everything in sight and still has not cleared the quest, which leaves him openly furious at the mystery of this missing Gnosis. Taxi suggests the ugly possibility that they may have killed the wrong king, and that idea wrecks Leo's mood even further. Trying to think, Leo absent-mindedly grabs another white dragon fruit and reaches for the monster core, only to realize his pocket is suddenly too light. Leo asks Taxi to help search, and the unicorn quickly senses the missing core buried under the fruit pile. When Leo digs down to the bottom, he finds not just the core but a tiny white eyeball creature clinging to it and half absorbing it. Leo reaches to snatch the little thief, but the eyeball creature bolts for the plant with the core in its grip. The fruit plant splits open like a mouth and swallows both the eyeball creature and Leo's monster core. That is the opening Situnantian wanted, so he crashes through the window, touches the plant, and steals the whole thing into his spatial ring. Situnantian smirks for 1 heartbeat and turns to smoke to escape, but Taxi reacts first with a yellow lightning blast that catches him mid-flight. Leo instantly appears in front of the petrified thief and reaches for his neck, but Situnantian slips away again before Leo can close his hand. A kilometer away, Situnantian reappears in the sky and panics hard enough to order his subordinates to attack with everything they have. 9 cultivators answer by raising giant ogre-like Dao avatars and linking huge red talismans into a fire array around the pagoda. Taxi answers with his own 100-meter silver horse-faced giant and a yellow dome barrier that blocks the incoming beams. The clash melts the remaining dragon fruits, and that loss makes Taxi furious enough to smash the talisman array apart with 1 punch. The broken formation backfires on all 9 attackers, and they spit blood and drop from the sky with heavy internal injuries. By then Leo has already kicked off after Situnantian himself, crossing a kilometer in an instant, and nearly grabbing him again. Situnantian teleports again, and Leo tracks his new position by sight and aura instead of giving up the chase. To change direction in the air, Leo folds his legs and detonates forward with raw force, burning through his pants and skin before his body heals on the spot. Even with those brutal rocket kicks, Leo is still a little slower than Situnantian's teleporting escape and has to keep relaunching from the ground. Realizing speed alone is not enough, Leo checks his massive lifespan total and opens the system shop for a modern weapon in mid-chase. He buys a cheap CZ handgun, then immediately tests a crazier idea by asking the system if it can be upgraded like one of his store items. The answer is yes, so Leo burns an absurd amount of lifespan to force the pistol all the way to level 8 and buys upgraded ammunition too. He loads the new magazine by instinct and launches after Citunantion again, gambling 80,000 years of life on one shot. Leo catches up so fast that he overshoots past Citunantion, and for one stretched instant both men move through the sky at terrifying near-light combat speed. Citunantion tries to buy space by summoning a flying fish Dao avatar and slashing Leo with a water crescent, but it only ruins the hazmat suit. Leo flips in the air, levels the upgraded pistol at Citunantion's chest, and fires. Leo thinks the recoil feels underwhelming for the lifespan cost, but the level 8 bullet is so fast it punches straight through Citunantion's back and chest a moment later. The hit feels like a quasi-immortal's full-force strike, wrecking Citunantion's chest and dropping his speed hard. Looking for somewhere to hide, Citunantion glances down and realizes he is above the pyramid and the sweet dream mushroom death zone, which traps him with nowhere safe to dive. Then desperation hands him one last chance when he spots one of his clan's portals hanging in the sky above the pyramid. Believing heaven has saved him, Citunantion burns his last strength to sprint for the portal before Leo can close in again. Leo refuses to let the thief escape with his stolen quest item, so he steadies the pistol and aims not for the man but for the hand loaded with rings. The second bullet lands perfectly and blows Citunantion's left hand apart, scattering fingers and storage rings through the air. Among the falling rings is the one holding the stolen dragon fruit plant, which means Leo has finally forced Citunantion to choose between escape and loot. Citunantion turns in panic to recover his hand and rings, but Leo flips the gun up to his head and makes the choice for him. Faced with death, Citunantion abandons the rings and dives through the portal alone, fleeing with his life but not his stolen prize. After Citunantion slips away, Leo rockets through the sky cursing the overpriced handgun that was weaker than his own fists. He lands far away, casually leaves a massive crater with one kick, and launches himself straight back toward the pyramid where the fingers and rings fell. At the foot of the pyramid, Leo immediately recognizes the pink forest around it as sweet dream mushrooms. The moment he steps on one, the mushrooms burst with spores, so Leo covers his face and gives up on using the gun. Instead, he buys spray paint and a lighter on the spot and starts torching the whole mushroom patch. The small mushrooms shrivel, but the larger ones split apart, flee the flames, and regrow by feeding on the surrounding chi. Once Leo sees how stubborn they are, he drenches himself in gasoline and sets his own body on fire. As a walking inferno, he finds the spores and pink fog can no longer touch him. The trick finally works, so Leo calms down enough to light a cigar from his own flames and vow that Citunantion dies next time. While scanning the burning forest, he spots mushrooms writhing over all 5 fallen fingers and rings like greedy scavengers. Leo grabs the first mushroom ball barehanded, burns through its regeneration, and rips out one spatial ring. He leaves the finger behind to be eaten and sterilizes the ring against his burning skin before moving to the next one. A few minutes later, all 5 rings are finally back in Leo's hands, and he starts thinking about where to check their contents safely. Then curiosity wins, and Leo decides that since he is already here, he might as well loot the pyramid too. After searching around the structure for an hour, Leo finally finds a small shrine and a narrow cell gate halfway up the pyramid. He tears the gate open, sees the cramped little hole beyond it, and instantly decides he would rather dismantle the pyramid than crawl. So Leo starts yanking out huge stone blocks one by one, dropping them onto the mushroom field below like giant Jenga pieces. He keeps working from the apex downward, stripping away hundreds of stone blocks, but the pyramid still refuses to reveal any inner room. While Leo is wrecking the pyramid, Taxi finally follows his scent there, galloping through the sky on crackling lightning. Taxi finds Leo and proudly blurts out his usual smug smash, which only makes Leo realize with fresh irritation that the horse can fly and he cannot. Taxi offers to teach Leo his flying trick, but only for an outrageous price in immortal grass meals. Leo grumbles through the bargaining but eventually agrees to feed Taxi 100 blades of immortal grass per meal for 100 years. But when Taxi notices the sweet dream mushrooms below, his bravado vanishes and he panics straight up into the sky. Leo calls him dramatic, but Taxi refuses to come back down, so Leo shrugs and keeps tearing the pyramid apart alone. After roughly 2,000 blocks, Leo finally breaks into a hollow space and decides the best route inside is still just removing more of the building. He drops into the dark hall and lets his eyes adjust from red to green, revealing stone pillars and a giant golden rabbit-trent pharaoh statue on a throne. Thinking he may have found the real target behind his unfinished quest, Leo charges in and smashes the statue's face with one punch. The hit tells him immediately that he just destroyed a hollow statue, not a living enemy. Inside the shell, he finds a hidden hoard of rabbit-faced golden coins glowing with strange energy. He bites one out of curiosity, hates the bitter chocolate taste at first, and only changes his tune when the system gives him 5 extra years of lifespan. Now thrilled, Leo instantly starts calling the coins the best food ever and shouts up to Taxi with a sweeter offer. He promises another 100 blades of immortal grass if Taxi will teach him not just flight, but also how to use chi and open the spatial rings. Taxi hears him from above, wants the easy payment, but still hesitates to come anywhere near the mushroom zone. Leo takes the vague answer as good enough, leaps 3 kilometers straight up, and lands on Taxi's back in one smooth jump. Only then does the absurd image hit him. He is modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth, still on fire, and sitting on a very unimpressed horse. Leo puts out the flames by shedding and regenerating skin, and the last stubborn fire leaves an embarrassing scorch mark on Taxi's back. Taxi snaps him out of his stupid laughter, and Leo hurriedly buys a fresh set of clothes before the lesson can start. Once dressed, Leo asks to learn chi first, and Taxi thinks he must be joking. When Leo flatly admits he cannot use chi or essence at all, Taxi is completely shaken because nothing about Leo's monstrous strength should work that way. After staring into his eyes and realizing Leo is somehow serious, Taxi finally accepts the role of teacher. Taxi explains meditation in his own smash-filled way, and somehow Leo follows every bit of it. Leo sits cross-legged on Taxi's back and starts meditating in the sky while Taxi holds still for him. Within minutes, Leo finds the current inside his body and pushes a tiny bit of power to one fingertip. The result is a disaster. One spark turns into fire, water, stone, metal growth, branches, and poison all exploding out of the same finger at once. Leo realizes his cancer cells are acting like feral idiots, so he tries ordering them to use only the impure chi they want to dump anyway. That choice backfires instantly when Leo's aura turns black and filthy fluid starts pouring from every pore and opening in his body. Taxi panics so hard that he bucks Leo clean off his back and kicks him away midair. Leo crashes down unharmed, but the detox keeps draining fluid and body mass while the smell coming off him is absolutely foul. Desperate for water, he points a finger into his own mouth and accidentally blasts himself with a high-pressure jet instead. He forces the pressure down and keeps drinking anyway, flushing his body until dirty streams start pouring back out of him from all directions. When he finally stops, he is dizzy from overdoing it, but the black runoff has also started poisoning the mushrooms around him to death. The toxic sweat keeps spreading through the roots until a full square kilometer of mushroom forest dies in seconds. Leo can only stare at the damage, mutter that even his sweat is too toxic for zombie mushrooms, and strip off the filthy clothes. After toweling off and changing again, he goes right back to practice with one strict order. Only one cell gets to act, and it must use the tiniest amount possible. This time, a single obedient cell sends out a faint controlled strand of chi from Leo's finger at last. Amused that this tiny thread is what cultivators work so hard for, Leo immediately turns the experiment toward one of Situ Nanshan's rings. As soon as the chi enters, Leo senses a watery maze inside the ring, and his abnormal chi starts devouring that stored energy instead of merely touching it. The stolen water chi feeds back into his body, and Leo briefly wonders if this is how cultivation is supposed to work at all. When the ring's energy is emptied, it clicks open, and Leo finally senses the huge storage space and all the objects inside. For Leo, opening a spatial ring for the first time feels like a ridiculous but genuine breakthrough. Leo finally figures out how to probe a spatial ring with chi, and the first thing he pulls out is a red flying sword. When Leo grips the sword, it drains his energy for a second, then hovers in front of him like it is ready to be ridden. He excitedly treats it like a surfboard, steps on, and starts learning its controls through his chi. His first launch goes badly, and the flying sword slams him straight into a giant dead sweet dream mushroom. Embarrassed but practical, Leo gives up on practice for now and goes back to the real job, looting the pyramid with his new storage trick. Back in the treasure room, he learns the ring only works once he actively powers it, not by forcing items in with raw chi. The moment the ring activates, it neatly swallows the test items, and Leo realizes he has finally mastered spatial ring storage. Now that he knows the trick, he sweeps the whole broken gold statue and its coins into storage in one shot. Feeling stupid for not learning this earlier, Leo heads deeper into the pyramid and finds 3 sarcophagi waiting in the next room. He kicks open the first coffin, and a nasty burst of old poison gas and dust erupts into his face. Inside is a dog-faced mummy buried under grave goods, and Leo calmly stores the loot and even the corpse for later. As he robs the tomb, Leo briefly regrets not bringing Cat along, because this kind of chaos would have been perfect for her. Back in Leo's domain, the unicorns are still trapped at the portal platform and too scared of the guardian statues to move. The Catopus statue greets them in its weird way, and the frightened unicorns immediately try to run back through the portal. When some unicorns try to flee by air, the fisherman's statue snags them with an invisible net and drags them right back. One stronger male unicorn fires lightning in protest, and the platform answers with a red barrier prison and a far scarier warning. The black-winged devil statue rises, orders them to stay until their master returns, and the entire herd instantly submits in terror. Once the herd is contained, the Catopus statue casually clears the leftover corpses from the platform while the trapped unicorns watch from inside the red barrier. On the ground, Leo's mannequins are still digging because he never told them to stop, and their pawn project has turned into a huge mine pit. The dumped monster corpses rain into that pit, and Cat comes sprinting in the second she hears food has arrived. The mannequins quickly make room for her, and Cat lands at the bottom of the pit like she has struck treasure. One bite tells Cat everything she needs to know, and she happily starts devouring the giant wasps as a perfect snack. Back in the pyramid, Liu finishes looting the other coffins without waking anything dangerous. Among the loot, one clear orb gives off such a strange pull that Liu starts nuzzling it like he is under a spell. The trance gets worse, and Liu bites into the orb and eats the whole thing because it somehow tastes irresistible. When the last bite is gone, Liu snaps out of it with no idea what he just did. A system alert abruptly congratulates him for clearing the secondary objective, which only makes the whole thing feel stranger. Checking the mission list, Liu sees both finding and absorbing the entity fate crystal are already marked complete. He guesses the orb must have been the crystal, but with no answer from the silent system, Liu can only stew in frustration. He vents by kicking the carved pyramid wall hard enough to blow a fresh opening to the outside. The clean air clears Liu's head, and he remembers the real unfinished prize is still the Rabbit Trent King's Gnosis and the missing 10th rank core. Liu drains the remaining sealed rings from Situnantian and finally finds the tiny ring that holds the stolen dragon fruit plant. The plant comes out alive and still hungry, immediately trying to pull in Liu's chi. Liu pins the plant down and slices it open to recover the 10th rank core he knows is hidden inside. Instead of a simple core, Liu finds a tiny one-eyed tentacle creature alive inside the split plant and trying to wriggle free. The tiny creature starts crying for its life, and Liu's usual ruthlessness crumbles on the spot. Liu offers a deal instead of killing it. If the creature can help him with the Rabbit Trent King's Gnosis, he will spare it and return the core. After a long, pained hesitation, the monster points back at the dragon fruit plant itself. Liu realizes the plant may be the Gnosis, and the creature's grief makes it clear this is more like its mother than a mere object. Thinking it through, Liu decides Gnosis probably means a Tao tied to the plant, so he may only need to understand it instead of destroying it. That answer thrills the little creature, and it immediately hops onto Liu's shoulder as if they are partners now. The little creature can even feed on Liu's cancer cells and radiation without harm, quietly growing stronger from the contact. Liu laughs at himself for sparing crying monsters while still treating crying chickens as dinner, then gets back to testing the plant. He converts spirit stones into essence stones and confirms the plant eagerly feeds on them. Fueled by that energy, the plant quickly ripens and drops fresh dragon fruits right in front of him. Even after seeing the fruit darken in his hand, Liu still cannot grasp what Tao he is supposed to learn from this thing. The little creature offers a clearer hint by merging into the plant and turning its own tentacle into small guiding vines. Its message is simple: stop staring at the fruit and actually plant the tree somewhere proper. Liu accepts that plan, puts on fresh rubber gloves, stores the new fruits away, and carries the plant outside. One look at the poison mushroom wasteland tells Liu this ground is too filthy, and the little creature agrees when he asks about heading west instead. Liu jumps onto Taxi's back with the plant and orders a full-speed trip to the west. Taxi grins at the frightened little creature like a creep, and Liu immediately smacks him and lectures him for bullying an elder. Even after Taxi protests that the eyeball is older than him, Liu still scolds the unicorn and makes him fly properly. 10 minutes later, they streak past Wu Bai and Gao Yan's campsite on the way to the western mountain zone. They reach the west at last, where absurdly thin mountains rise with little pavilions and courtyards built on every peak. Liu picks a mountaintop courtyard full of existing plants, and the little creature eagerly approves it as a proper place to grow the tree. The little creature gets so excited it runs for the nearby pond, only to slam into the frozen surface instead of diving in. Ignoring the pond for now, Liu digs into the rocky peak, plants the dragon fruit tree there, and decides this mountain will be his place to study its Tao. As Liu enjoyed his haul, the wider expedition fell apart, and many cultivators fled back to their own world after deciding this mystic realm was simply too dangerous. Yan Xiang swallowed his humiliation and went home first, leaving his followers to choose between greed and survival. Situnantian made it home barely alive, with a hole through his body and mangled organs, and only his clan's treasures and rare pills kept him from dying. Stuck in seclusion for months of healing and years of recovery, Situnantian seethed over losing his shot at the Rabbit Trent King's Gnosis and the chance to become immortal. He refused to let Liu go, and in secret he reached out to an ancestor who had already ascended. At the Death Sword sect, the return gate sat hidden in a damp underground dungeon of mud bricks and oxblood paint, sealed behind heavy protection arrays. At the Death Sword sect, weary disciples and elders stumbled back through the portal carrying rare desert materials, exhausted but thrilled by what they managed to bring home. One elder even collapsed smiling, delighted that his spatial ring held dozens of golden sand bananas rich enough to be turned into earth element cultivation pills. Watching from his wheelchair at the edge of the chamber, Ouyang Feng could only stew in envy because he still had not recovered enough to even walk. The room's cold silence said the rest. Everyone knew Qing Yuanji had really been killed over Ouyang Feng's disgrace, and now the sect quietly took it out on him. Realizing how low his standing had sunk, Ouyang Feng grudgingly asked the deacon to wheel him away. Before he could leave, the sect master Hua Guanhai called Ouyang Feng back for a look of his own. Expecting punishment for his clan's mess, Ouyang Feng lowered his head and greeted the sect master with forced respect. The sect master examined Ouyang Feng with a sight technique and identified poison essence in his head disrupting his balance. For the first time, Ouyang Feng heard a real explanation for his condition and immediately begged to know if the sect master could cure it. The sect master said he recognized the poison style, likely tied to the Tang clan, then casually crushed Ouyang Feng's hope by admitting he could not treat it. After the sect master dismissed him, Ouyang Feng was wheeled out even more humiliated than before. With Ouyang Feng gone, Hua Guanhai publicly shut down the desert expedition and forbade anyone from entering that realm again. Once the others dispersed, Hua Guanhai quietly revealed the order was only for show and began tampering with the portal himself. He changed the portal from yellow to pink and opened it onto a dense mushroom forest loaded with wood and earth chi, only to grimace at the sight of sweet dream mushrooms. Wanting a blood element realm instead, he swapped the portal again and never noticed a tiny mushroom spore hitchhiking onto his boot. Back on West Mountain, Leo searched the old tea pavilion for loot and found plenty of glossy clay pots and outdated tools. One crooked teapot told him the place held old handmade work, but not the answer he actually wanted. So Leo went back to the strange white dragon fruit plant and tried to reason out what kind of Tao or Gnosis the Rabbit Trent King had really left behind. The eyeball had already finished digesting the rank 10 core and simply looked bigger, which made Leo joke that maybe all it wanted was to grow fatter. Instead of answering with words, the eyeball plucked a fresh fruit and handed it to Leo like it had a lesson to teach. When the eyeball pointed from the fruit to Leo's body, he realized it wanted him to mutate the fruit with his own power. Leo played along, darkened the fruit, and the eyeball immediately urged him to bury it. The two of them dug together, planted the mutated fruit, and the eyeball kept impatiently comparing the buried seed to the original white plant. Leo still did not get it, and the eyeball got so frustrated with his cluelessness that it practically poked his face to make him think harder. Then a black sprout broke through the soil, forcing Leo to finally stop theorizing and actually look at what was happening. Watching the mutation unfold, Leo suddenly connected it to his own power and blurted out the answer. This gnosis was about mutation and evolution. The eyeball eagerly confirmed it, making Leo realize the Rabbit Trent King's knowledge had been sitting right beside him all along, just in a form he still did not know how to fully claim. Leo tried meditating like a proper cultivator, but after 10 pointless minutes he gave up on pretending he knew what he was doing. Since enlightenment was not happening, he decided to brute force the problem by growing more mutated plants and eating the results. He planted another blackened fruit and used his saliva as fertilizer, figuring that if his body caused the mutation, more of him might speed it up. The trick worked too well. One plant copied the original black sprout, but another twisted into a roper-like tree covered in long black tentacles. The tentacle plant crossed Leo's disgust threshold, so he ripped it out before it could spread any farther. Then he did the only thing that made sense to him and started eating the severed tentacles, discovering they tasted like wasabi and nuts. The sharp wasabi kick hit hard enough to make him pause and savor it, which only made him regret killing the plant too soon. He even tried replanting the roots and apologizing with more spit, but the dead plant stayed dead. Undeterred, he rolled the dice again with more mutated fruit, chasing a better result like a man hooked on a new kind of gotcha. This time he hit something huge. A black bamboo shot 20 meters into the air and began spreading at terrifying speed. Within moments the bamboo multiplied into hundreds of stalks and swallowed half the mountaintop before the soil finally ran out of fuel. Delighted, Leo swept the entire bamboo forest into a spatial ring and immediately decided to keep gambling. As he planted another fruit, Leo started singing nonsense at full volume, and the mountain's little ecosystem slowly got dragged into it with him. The hovering companion picked up the tune first, the eyeball bobbed along, the white plant waved, and before long Leo had become the center of a very strange sing-along. While Leo kept singing, the new black plants ripened and quietly learned to reproduce on their own. The ripened black fruits dropped, burrowed into the soil by themselves, and spread away from the mother plants onto the mountain cliffs without Leo ever noticing. His little concert triggered another change too, as white glittering particles spilled from Leo's rainbow aura and sank into the surrounding trees. Instead of turning black, the touched trees mutated into white versions of themselves and sent threads of white chi back toward Leo like a silent offering. Behind Leo, those chi threads slowly condensed into a growing droplet of essence while he kept right on singing. 4 hours later, Leo finally stopped the experiment, rewarded the eyeball and the white plant with a bit of spit, and called the day a success. The hovering companion peeled off in search of water, but the eyeball and nearby plants looked openly disappointed that the music was over. Seeing that sad reaction, Leo decided to solve it with technology and browsed the shop for a high-end phone with a huge battery. He bought an AI phone 69 for 1,000 years of lifespan, and the sleek, transparent device instantly hit him with a wave of homesickness. That mood vanished the moment he remembered there was no internet here, and he immediately called himself an idiot for wasting the purchase. Then the store offered an upgrade, and Leo went all in, ordering the phone pushed to the highest level possible. The level 8 phone came back looking the same, but now it had infinite battery and an honest-to-God Wi-Fi signal in the middle of a dead mountain. When he checked the source, the signal was named Ring, and Leo immediately turned to the alien ring fused to his finger. Probing the ring, which she did not reveal a storage space this time, only something stranger, an embryo-like living presence hidden inside it. At that exact moment, the condensed droplet of light essence finished forming and shot straight into the ring. A wisp of light immediately emerged, circled Leo, passed through the nearby plants and eyeball, and then sank into his chest before he could make sense of it. Leo searched inside himself for the thing he had just absorbed, but even his own strange body found nothing. Behind Leo, a transparent toddler that looked exactly like a young Leo quietly manifested and perched on top of his head, completely unnoticed by Leo himself. The eyeball desperately tried to point out the new ghost, but the transparent toddler only giggled and shushed it. Leo completely missed the warning and assumed the eyeball was just begging for more music. So Leo queued up a 10-hour song on the new phone for the plants, left it by the white dragon fruit tree, and headed to the pavilion to sleep while the hidden toddler followed him, gathering more light around him. After resting for the night, Leo returns to the mountain courtyard and stops short when he sees the white dragon fruit plant has turned into a massive tree. The sight makes him grin, and he starts sweeping up the black dragon fruits into his spatial rings for his future farm. Once the easy harvest is done, Leo sits under the white tree with a fresh white fruit and broods over the same problem as before. He still has not claimed the gnosis. While Leo puzzles over what he is missing, an invisible toddler spirit perched on his head starts giggling and eyeing the fallen fruits. The greedy spirit touches a ripe fruit, and it crumbles into dust as its life force is sucked away. One fruit after another disappears until Leo finally notices that half the pile around him is just gone. He senses something invisible is stealing from him, so he turns to the eyeball monster on the tree for a clue. Following the creature's pointing tentacle, Leo watches another fruit shrivel into dust right in front of him. Now that he knows the thief is hovering nearby, Leo hurriedly packs away every white fruit he can and leaves just one as bait by his feet. The spirit takes the bait and reaches for the last fruit, but Leo slams his hand down and misses when it passes straight through the ghostly body. The spirit panics and flees behind the tree, but the eyeball monster finally makes its move. With a wet plop, the eyeball monster pins the invisible thief to the ground, and Leo immediately tells it to hold the little thing there. Leo coats his fingers in sheath threads from his cancer cells and tries to grab the spirit directly, but the threads only sink into it and get eaten. Annoyed that the thief is draining him, Leo changes tactics and force feeds it raw essence until it risks bursting from overeating. Unable to beat the stronger monster, the newborn Tao spirit breaks apart and dives into Leo through his hand instead. Leo feels the cold flow racing toward his heart, so he sends his cancer cells inside himself to intercept it and drive it down to his solar plexus. The energy condenses into a tiny glowing ball and resists him, but Leo brutally digs into his own chest and rips the grain-sized orb out by force. Before he can decide whether the little orb is the gnosis, it shoots free and disappears straight into his alien ring. Leo answers the ring's latest trick with brute force, pumping essence into it in an attempt to flush the thing back out. Instead of coughing up the orb, the ring absorbs the power, strengthens itself, and sinks into Leo's flesh until it vanishes completely. That makes no sense at all, and after raging for a moment, Leo gives up, lies down under the tree, and drifts off in the cold mountain air. Once Leo is asleep, the spirit slips back out of his finger in a new form, a naughty little boy with Leo's 6-year-old face. Still acting like a brat, the boy's spirit digs a tiny hole, fills it with water, and pushes Leo's fingers into it to set up a wet-the-bed prank. The spirit sits on Leo's chest to wait for the dream to work, but Leo suddenly opens his eyes and catches him staring back. When the boy tries to flee, Leo grabs him by the neck with essence-coated fingers and proves he can finally see and touch him. Leo smugly explains that dream tricks do not work on him because he has spent years messing around in his own dream world and can break any nightmare on command. Before the standoff can go any further, black thunderclouds boil over the mountaintop, and the air turns ugly fast. One glance is enough for Leo to recognize the same deadly black lightning that nearly killed him on Earth, and he knows he has almost no time to escape. Leo throws the spirit away and gets ready to bolt, but the little ghost refuses to be abandoned and clings to his chest instead. With no time left, the spirit gives up on pranks and merges into Leo for real, flooding his mind with the Rabbit Trent King's long memory. The vision shows him the rise and fall of countless living things and finally, how a mutated green dragon fruit line became the white dragon fruit plant that the Rabbit Trent King claimed. Still half drunk on that knowledge, Leo moves on instinct and stuffs both the white tree and the eyeball monster into his spatial ring. A black lightning bolt slams down a heartbeat later, and Leo narrowly sidesteps it at the last possible instant. The tribulation strike tears the whole peak apart and bores a colossal shaft deep into the earth. Thrown off the collapsing peak, Leo snaps out of his daze and uses falling debris as stepping stones to escape the destruction. After 5 desperate jumps, he catches another mountain cliff and yells at the heavens, furious that he has no idea what crime earned that punishment. The answer is somehow nothing at all, because the black clouds disperse immediately and leave him hanging there in disbelief. While he stares down at the glowing red point far below in the crater, a chiming sound rings out behind him. A new figure appears at his back, Leo's first Tao avatar, a wooden mannequin with his own face. Then the system finally spells it out and Leo realizes the impossible just happened. He really did digest the Rabbit Trent King's gnosis. The completed quest rewards pour in next, and Leo learns he has gained land expansion tickets, a lucky draw, and outright ownership of planet Rabbit Trent A3. When the system mentions a permanent portal, Leo immediately imagines turning the new world into a tourist spot, a secret farm, and a source of dangerous plants. That dream cools fast when the next warnings say he cannot build there until the store hits level 10, the beasts are not his subordinates, and the system will not harvest their lifespan for him. The level 10 requirement especially worries him because it would remove his store's automatic protection and leave everything exposed to attack. Even so, Leo starts building a plan around the 100 unicorns in his domain, and around a much more dangerous idea: arming trusted people with guns. He pulls out the modified handgun that worked on Situnantian, and starts wondering whether Gao Yan or Wu Bai could use weapons like this too. The idea excites him so much that his old instincts flare up, and for a moment he seriously considers making his own upgraded shotgun before admitting the lifespan cost would be insane. He settles on the obvious capitalist answer instead: leave the slow work of taming that whole planet to employees later and move on to the reward menu. The free land tickets are just assets on the menu, but the lucky draw catches his eye, so he opens it to see what categories the system offers. Most of the categories are ordinary things he can already buy, so he scrolls until the interesting late-game choices appear: unique domain buildings, gnosis, fate crystals, and authority. The locked options tease an even bigger future, but the system tells him gnosis and the other high-end draws are gated behind much higher building levels. Since unique domain building is the only special reward he can actually use now, Leo picks it and accepts the pull with zero faith in his own luck. The system swaps to a gacha machine full of gray, blue, purple, and gold balls, and Leo instantly understands exactly how badly this could go. He prays for a golden ball, gets a gray one instead, and can only grimly admit that his luck is still terrible. The gray ball opens into a building unlock anyway, and Leo freezes when he reads the reward name: Gunsmith Workshop. The icon looks like a shabby junkyard shack, but the description says it can eventually evolve into a full factory for modern firearms, which hits Leo right in the heart. That excitement crashes the moment he sees the upgrade cost, because each level would demand 10,000 years of lifespan. Leo quickly does the math, realizes fully building it could cost 190,000 years, and nearly sweats himself sick. When he checks his current lifespan, the total is still over 140,000 years, and he remembers he has been feeding constantly enough to refill a huge chunk of it. With the mission settled and the rewards processed, Leo drops from the cliff and heads east through the forest toward Wu Bai's camp to start hauling home everything he can carry. As he travels, he also plans to practice flying sword movement, though a nagging feeling tells him he has forgotten something important. Back at the Pagoda Tower, Hua Jiashan and Dong Fang Mei are still cultivating through their injuries and squeezing every bit of chi they can from the place. On the lower levels, Sun Wan's group grows restless and starts climbing too, following the path the stronger pair already opened. Yao Qiqi handles the tower absurdly well, skipping along like she is weightless while the adults have to grind their way upward behind her. When Sun Wan warns her not to run, Yao Qiqi just cheerfully announces that she is already near the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage. That one cheerful line hits Han Meng and Tiger Swordsman like a humiliation hammer, because they have trained for decades and are still at the same level as the little girl. The men wordlessly rush ahead just to save face, and Sun Wan cannot even blame them because she had the same stunned reaction before. Watching Yao Qiqi's impossible growth, Sun Wan starts connecting the dots back to Leo and wonders if he is the real reason the girl keeps exploding upward in power. That thought turns into a reluctant admission that Sun Wan may have little left to teach this disciple except common sense, and that Yao Qiqi might need Leo more than she needs her. By the end of the climb, Sun Wan is already considering a bigger step altogether, asking to serve at Leo's store, and even bringing girls from her sanctuary to study under him. After a few days away, Leo finally got back to camp and immediately saw that something had gone very wrong around the portal site. Gao Yan was still at the portal, but his breakthrough had changed him into a bark-skinned, antlered state with glowing green eyes and dangerous lightning building around him. The horns kept firing wild bolts into the river, the trees, and even the shelter, turning the whole campsite into a hazard zone. One stray strike hit Leo in the chest, burning his shirt, but his body simply swallowed the rampaging chi and erased the damage. Gao Yan bowed over and over to apologize, but every embarrassed movement only made his horns fling more lightning toward Leo. Leo realized the lightning was only normal colorless thunder, so instead of panicking, he told Gao Yan to stop aiming at him and use those horns on the Caimans instead. Even trying to lean back did not help, and another stray bolt slammed straight into Wu Bai's shelter. Inside the wrecked shelter, Wu Bai was curled up in tears, so Leo walked over and asked who had bullied him. Wu Bai finally confessed that he was not hurt at all. He was devastated because Gao Yan had broken through, survived heavenly tribulation, and awakened a sentient Dao avatar. When Leo looked carefully, he finally noticed the transparent lightning maiden beside Gao Yan, and the sight made Wu Bai even more bitter. Wu Bai blurted out the real reason for his breakdown. He was jealous that his teenage disciple might end up with a beautiful spirit concubine before he ever touched a woman once. Leo answered that shameless confession by bonking Wu Bai with a thick branch. When Wu Bai kept whining about the future spirit wife he might never have, Leo hit him again even harder. Leo switched to a folded paper fan and smacked him a third time, furious that a man over 100 was acting like a horny 14-year-old. Flat on the ground, Wu Bai wailed that he really was a pathetic lonely virgin who had spent his whole life cultivating instead of living. That miserable speech made Leo realize just how isolated male cultivators like Wu Bai had probably lived for decades. Then Leo remembered he still had a smartphone from his old world, and a very bad but very effective idea hit him. He pulled out the phone, found that the internet somehow still worked, and opened an adult video site without questioning the miracle too hard. Instead of comforting Wu Bai normally, Leo sat him down and started a crash course on how to use a smartphone and the internet. 2 hours later, the old alchemist had learned fast and was staring at the phone like an overexcited child, completely hooked on the images. Leo gave him the phone for good, only to be answered by loud moans from whatever video Wu Bai had already started watching. With Wu Bai finally distracted inside the shelter, Leo left him alone and headed back to Gao Yan's still unstable lightning problem. Gao Yan's horns reminded Leo of Taxi, and that was when he realized the missing unicorn was nowhere around camp. He leapt 5 kilometers into the sky to search by eye, but even from up there the perverted horse was gone. Back on the ground, Leo remembered this whole realm was now part of his domain, so he tried using the shop map instead of his eyes. The map unfolded the entire realm as one jellyfish-shaped supercontinent, finally giving Leo a clear view of where everyone was. He spotted allies gathered at the pagoda town, hostile red dots roaming the land, and Taxi all the way out in the middle of the North Sea. Since Taxi might understand lightning better, Leo decided to go drag him back and told Gao Yan to stay put until he returned with a new mentor. To travel fast, Leo summoned Situ Nanshan's red flying sword and stepped onto it like a casual mount. Gao Yan recognized the sword as the limited Ferrari F50 model, and Leo was immediately entertained by how close that sounded to Ferrari. That joke sent Leo into a smug lesson about GTA, and he started explaining carjacking like it was sacred wisdom from another world. Gao Yan somehow took the lesson seriously and started wondering if mastering GTA meant he could steal an enemy's flying sword in battle. To complete the lesson, Leo pulled out a pistol and said real GTA required enough strength and the right tool. Leo simply handed the pistol over, trusting Gao Yan with the weapon far more than he trusted Wu Bai. Gao Yan had no idea what a gun even was, so Leo had to start from the very beginning. Realizing words were not enough, Leo bought another handgun and cheap rubber bullets so he could teach safely without wasting the priceless live rounds. He drilled Gao Yan on trigger discipline, the safety, the gun's parts, and the basic rule of not sweeping the muzzle across friends by accident. After 2 hours of practice, Gao Yan was already nailing distant targets with absurd ease. Leo realized Gao Yan's weird accuracy came from the Dao avatar overlapping her hands with his, like a supernatural aimbot. Even better, when Gao Yan focused on the gun, the lightning stopped exploding wildly from his antlers and started flowing into his hands instead. That control came with one problem. Gao Yan complained he still could not push his lightning chi into the rubber bullets themselves. Leo explained that rubber was an insulator, but that answer only made him curious about what would happen if he tried his own chi instead. The moment Leo pulled the trigger, the humble pistol turned into a rainbow railgun and erased everything in a 50-kilometer line. Leo and Gao Yan could only stare in silence at the impossible shot until loud moans from Wu Bai's shelter ruined the moment. The test also cracked Leo's cheap pistol, so he casually spent more lifespan to upgrade it to level 2 and restore it. Trying to save face, Leo told Gao Yan to use metal, earth, or wood chi instead of lightning, and definitely not fire unless he wanted to overheat the gun too. Then Leo casually revealed the live rounds could probably kill immortals, and Gao Yan nearly stopped breathing from the shock of holding such an artifact. Gao Yan and his spirit both bowed in gratitude when Leo said the weapon was for protecting his friends and loved ones while Leo was away. Leo even bought Gao Yan more rubber ammo and promised to teach him maintenance later, leaving the boy looking more loyal than ever. With Gao Yan settled for the moment, Leo's thoughts jumped ahead to staffing his growing store, and even little Yao Qiqi crossed his mind as a possible harmless helper. He changed his route, deciding to visit Gao Yan's sec team first before chasing down Taxi. Before leaving, Leo warned Gao Yan to keep practicing and to use the live rounds without hesitation if a truly strong monster showed up. Leo scanned the quiet area, spotted 2 black caimans in the river, and casually decided to leave Gao Yan one last practical lesson. He picked up a boulder and hurled it through the river so hard that the water split open and the rock burned red from sheer speed. The glowing rock tore one caiman in half, and the other fled at once, which left Gao Yan staring at the aftermath in shock. Leo told Gao Yan to take care of himself and not grow into another Wu Bai, then mounted the Ferrari and launched straight up this time. As Leo shot into the sky and vanished, Gao Yan could only gape at that impossible display of raw power. Once Leo was gone, Gao Yan asked his Dao avatar if he could ever become that strong, and her answer was brutally honest, maybe in 1,000 years. She admitted that even as a born elemental spirit, she still could not see through Leo at all, which only deepened Gao Yan's awe. Meanwhile, Leo forced the flying sword downward after climbing almost too high, and by the time he corrected it he was already up in the stratosphere. For a moment he just stared out at the strange square pattern of stars and the harsh white sun, taking in how different this sky was from his old world. Looking at that alien sky, Leo could not help asking his fuse ring who had made it, who owned the alien ship, and why any of this had ever crossed into his life. Leo finally gets his flying sword headed east and speeds back toward Pagoda Town, already planning to scout Sun Wan and Yao Qiqi as future workers. While flying, Leo notices a transparent wooden mannequin with his own face following behind him as his first official Dao avatar. Leo tries talking to the mannequin like a curious idiot, but the Dao avatar just stares at him and vanishes back into his ring. Leo shrugs off the rude little spirit and starts descending toward the town anyway. When the town comes into view, Leo sees the aftermath of the earlier slaughter instead of the neat city he visited before. Because he still has no idea how to break the sword, Leo jumps off and lets it fly straight into a pagoda. The runaway sword punches through one tower, crashes through another building, and almost gets Leo blamed for a fresh collapse. Pretending none of that was his fault, Leo heads straight for the giant half-broken pagoda still smoking from the last battle. Inside, the younger disciples of the Life Sword sect and Amazonian sanctuary spot Leo and instantly switch to nervous respect. Chinyo tries to act like she barely knows him, but the whole room still greets Leo as a dangerous senior they should not offend. Leo tells the disciples to relax and runs upstairs to find the elders. On the 50th floor, Leo finds Sunwan, Yao Qiqi, Han Hao, Han Meng, Tiger Swordsman, and the sanctuary elders gathered around a pile of white dust. Han Hao is the first to notice him and goes absurdly formal, which makes Han Meng look at his father like he has lost his mind. Yao Qiqi cuts through the stiff atmosphere by grabbing Leo's hand and bouncing excitedly as if she has found her favorite person again. Leo checks that his strange aura is not hurting her, and when Yao Qiqi is still perfectly fine, he relaxes enough to pat her head. He apologizes for the tea that regressed her body, but Yao Qiqi only thanks him for saving her life and declares that she wants to become an angel like him. Looking at the adorable child, Leo blurts out that he wishes he had a granddaughter like her, and Sunwan instantly sees an opening. Sunwan carefully says Yao Qiqi's talent has outgrown the sanctuary and asks whether Leo would take the girl under his wing. Leo hears it as the sanctuary dumping its responsibility on him, and his face hardens on the spot. Sunwan panics and tries to explain that she means Yao Qiqi deserves a stronger mentor, not that they want to abandon her. Leo still refuses to decide for the child and says Yao Qiqi herself gets to choose where she belongs. Pressed by Leo's anger, Sunwan finally admits the real problem. The sanctuary is poor enough to lack even basic cultivation supplies and grain pills. Han Hao points out that plenty of people donate to the sanctuary, which forces Sunwan to reveal the ugly catch attached to that money. Sunwan explains that the court and the Ouyang clan offered support only in exchange for virgin girls, so the sanctuary rejected the money outright. That answer shifts Leo's fury away from the women and toward the people trying to buy girls from them. Leo still makes them swear they have never sold any of their girls before, and the whole sanctuary side denies it without hesitation. Once Leo believes them, he abruptly offers a solution that no one expected. He wants to hire the entire sanctuary. He says his territory needs clerks, cashiers, and workers, and he is willing to move their whole sect there on salary. Then Leo sweetens it with modern worker benefits, free healing pills, and 1 essence stone a month, which nearly makes the sanctuary elders cry on the spot. The women are ready to accept immediately as long as he does not force anything immoral on them. But Sunwan hesitates over one practical issue. If they leave their current base, they lose access to the mystic realm portal tied to it. Leo casually drops a much bigger offer, saying he owns this world and might be able to open a permanent portal instead. Before Leo can even finish explaining the danger of the place, Han Hao shoves Sunwan aside and tries to sell the entire Life Sword sect to him too. While the adults spiral into recruitment chaos, bored little Yao Qiqi notices the ring mark on Leo's finger and pokes it. The touch wakes the hidden Dao avatar, and a young voice from the ring questions who she is and why she carries the same aura as his master. Instead of being scared, Yao Qiqi bursts out laughing at the tiny wooden face that looks like a younger Leo. Han Hao keeps pushing his luck, so Leo smacks him with a paper fan and tells him to get Hua Jishan's approval before offering up the sect. Even after the hit, Han Hao realizes Leo did not actually reject the idea, and his greed for the opportunity gets even worse. Leo admits he was planning to poach their people anyway, and says a full migration would be useful if they help fortify his territory. Han Hao celebrates way too loudly, asks about wages on the spot, and gets told to bring Hua Jishan first. Han Meng flatly says his father is insane because Hua Jishan will never casually disband the sect founded by his own ancestor. Han Hao reveals he has already been sending voice transmissions, and both sects now end up waiting for their leaders to answer Leo in person. During the pause, Sunwan asks the obvious question at last. Who exactly are they about to work for? Leo first checks on Yao Qiqi and notices she is happily busy chatting with his hidden Dao avatar instead of being bored by the adults. With Yao Qiqi occupied, Leo tells the elders the simple truth that he is not from their planet. Han Hao immediately assumes Leo must come from some immortal realm, so Leo describes Earth instead as a place full of thick gas and giant monsters dangerous even to him. Sunwan presses for a strength scale, and Leo casually says those monsters shrug off red lightning but still die to black lightning. That one answer detonates the room, because Sunwan and Han Hao recognize red lightning as a tribulation tied to godhood. Sunwan explains their old records of tribulation colors, from mortal breaking gold to god testing red, and everyone starts staring at Leo with a horrifying new theory. When Han Meng outright asks if he is a god, Leo jokes that if those kaiju count as gods, then he must be something like a creator. He makes it even worse by bragging that black lightning once killed and revived him, making red and orange tribulations sound like snacks. Manhwa desperately rephrases the question and asks if Leo comes from a deity realm, and Leo jokingly says Florida is basically the land of gods. The elders take that as confirmation and immediately drop to their knees, begging forgiveness for ever speaking to him so casually. Soon-Wan is so rattled that she starts apologizing for daring to ask a god to take Yao Qiqi away. Leo tries to undo the mess by cutting his finger, and showing them he has blood like anyone else, but his transparent blood only scares them more. After that, Leo is stuck in 5 full minutes of awful silence while everyone stays face down and treats him like a king. Yao Qiqi is the only one who ignores the new divine etiquette, and she tugs on Leo's hand to complain that his Tao avatar says he bullied him. That gets everyone's attention, and Yao Qiqi bluntly relays the spirit's version of events right in front of the whole room. Leo realizes this is about the wooden mannequin spirit, admits he mistook it for some random local spirit, and agrees he owes it an apology. The moment Leo asks where the avatar is, the transparent wooden mannequin manifests in front of him so they can settle it face to face. Leo bows his head and apologizes sincerely, and for him that matters because the old version of himself would never have admitted fault. The Tao avatar softens, sits in front of him, and offers a fist instead of holding on to the grudge. Leo fist bumps him, and the spirit finally speaks clearly enough for Leo to hear him call him an idiot with no common sense. Leo accepts the criticism, asks what the newborn spirit needs to survive, and gets a completely deranged answer in return. The Tao avatar cheerfully says Leo should plant him somewhere and pee on him, and Yao Qiqi instantly explodes because he said that in front of a 6-year-old girl. After settling things with his Tao avatar, Leo turns back to the kneeling crowd, and Soon-Wan eagerly asks him to explain this mysterious Tao he keeps talking about. Soon-Wan presses the point by asking whether Yao Qiqi can see Leo's hidden Tao avatar, finally connecting that to the girl's habit of staring at empty space and talking to unseen things. Before Leo can answer, footsteps thunder down from upstairs as Hua Jiashan and Dong Fangmei finally arrive to see the strange scene for themselves. Hua Jiashan freezes when he spots Leo's wooden Tao avatar, while Dong Fangmei immediately assumes Leo may have bullied her people. Dong Fangmei demands to know what happened, and Leo answers her suspicion with a blunt, almost insulting, "Who are you?" The moment Dong Fangmei truly looks at Leo's Tao avatar, she feels overwhelming immortal pressure and realizes this old man is absolutely not immortal. Unable to kneel from her wheelchair, Dong Fangmei bows her head instead and apologizes for failing to recognize an immortal-level figure. Leo groans that he is tired of all these grand titles and orders everyone to just call him Florida Man. With both leaders present, Leo stops playing around and tells Hua Jiashan and Dong Fangmei he wants to move their people into his domain as paid workers. Hua Jiashan asks the obvious question, and Leo answers it just as directly. Yes, he intends a full takeover of the sex people. Leo says he is not trying to seize the whole city, only useful workers, which makes his offer sound even more like a ruthless recruitment sweep. Hua Jiashan refuses at first because he cannot abandon the Life Sword sex inheritance, even if he ends up as its last member. Leo immediately reframes the deal. The sect can stay alive as a branch under him, and Hua Jiashan can still preserve its name as the one in charge. That concession shakes Hua Jiashan, so he asks one more practical question about the sect facilities and portal before he gives in. Leo says the sect can keep functioning, but he will reassign people into his own labor structure, which makes Hua Jiashan think this is still a slow death for his sect. Before Hua Jiashan can sink into despair, Leo adds the part that changes everything. He will pay wages in essence stones and leave the sect's current resources alone. Leo sweetens the buyout even further by promising Hua Jiashan personal compensation for surrendering control instead of simply robbing him. He hands Hua Jiashan a captured spatial ring as an advance and casually says he will pay 100,000 essence stones later, leaving the whole room stunned. The mood turns cold when Hua Jiashan inspects the ring and recognizes deadly Situ clan talismans and artifacts inside it. Leo cheerfully explains that he took those rings after blowing apart the hand of a thief who tried to steal his 10th grade monster core. Once they connect the clues, the entire crowd realizes Leo may have just mutilated someone from the far more terrifying Situ clan. Hua Jiashan confirms the owner by finding Situ Nanshan's personal fishing pole in the ring, which means the victim was not some nobody at all. When Hua Jiashan asks if the ring belonged to Situ Nantian, Leo's clueless joke about the name only makes the revelation even worse. Dong Fangmei and Hua Jiashan both picture the disaster clearly now. Leo has likely provoked a clan with immortal backing and may have dragged all of them into the fallout. Hua Jiashan asks outright whether Leo is recruiting them into a coming war, and Leo is genuinely confused by the question. As soon as Hua Jiashan explains the Situ clan's immortal backers may come hunting him, Leo lights up instead of panicking because he sees only future harvests. He happily promises to welcome those enemies with hospitality and hostility, which leaves the room in speechless horror. Leo barrels on with the sales pitch and casually reveals the biggest advantage yet. Once they move under him, they can use a permanent portal because this entire planet already belongs to him. That absurd claim completely overloads Hua Jiashan and Dong Fangmei, and their minds almost shut down on the spot. Leo keeps talking through wages, schedules, and benefits until the relentless pitch finally wears Hua Jiashan down. At the end of the long negotiation, Hua Jiashan gives in and only asks to keep running the Life Sword sect as a sword school, which Liu readily allows. With one sect settled, Liu turns to Dongfang Mei and offers the same deal to the Amazonian sanctuary, stressing the permanent portal and steady essence stones. Dongfang Mei is still wary because too many men have tried to use her people before, even though Liu does not feel lecherous the way they did. Just as she is about to decline, a distant scream of smash and a huge explosion interrupt the room and shake the pagoda. Everyone rushes to the windows and sees a distant aerial fight in the north, where Taxi clashes with a flying black horned caiman in a storm of thunder and lightning. Liu wants to help, fumbles for his missing flying sword, and then remembers he left it behind somewhere else. So he grabs his spare handgun instead, deciding that if he cannot reach Taxi in time, he can at least try covering fire from here. The elders cannot understand what kind of artifact this is, while Liu calmly threads rainbow chi into the pistol and lines up an impossible shot across 200 kilometers. Even Liu doubts the range, so instead of gambling on a normal shot, he upgrades the gun to level 8 on the spot. Now trusting the upgraded weapon, Liu crams the rubber bullet full of chi and fires. At first the shot seems disappointingly quiet, and nobody except Liu can even tell whether anything happened. Then the northern sky suddenly blooms into a blinding rainbow-white sphere that opens a tiny white hole and blasts everything around it away. The elders can only shield their eyes, but Liu keeps staring straight into the light to watch what his shot really did. When the light finally fades, the horned caiman is simply gone, erased so thoroughly that only the aftermath of immortal-level destruction remains. A moment later, Taxi's unicorn body wobbles back toward the pagoda much slower than before, showing he survived the blast but took a hit. As soon as Taxi gets close, Liu bursts out laughing because the once pristine white unicorn has been charred completely black. Taxi angrily protests Liu's joke, but Liu backs off fast and switches from teasing to taking care of him. Liu turns his fingers into high-pressure water hoses and carefully sprays the soot off Taxi until the unicorn's clean white coat returns. Cleaned and happy again, Taxi nuzzles Liu affectionately, and the room finally sees what kind of man this absurd old monster really is. That display changes Dongfang Mei's mind, because a unicorn would not dote on a vile man, so she decides to trust Liu after all. She formally agrees to move the Amazonian sanctuary into Liu's domain, starting with the outer disciples, initiates, and children to build shelter first. With both groups won over, Liu happily tells everyone to return to their sects for now since they can come back through the realm whenever they want. The elders bow in visible relief now that the old portal limits no longer trap them, and Yao Qiqi quietly says goodbye before following Sun Wan out. Once they are gone, Liu finally exhales and admits to himself that this long day somehow ended with two whole factions folded into his future company. His next worry is home, because he remembers Cat is stuck back at the store with 100 unicorns and might be getting bullied. Before leaving, Liu asks Taxi to help find the flying sword he lost in town, and Taxi is baffled that Liu never learned the basic trick of marking an artifact. Taxi explains that cultivators can brand treasures with chi and essence, locking ownership and summoning them back remotely unless a stronger owner strips the mark away. Liu is genuinely impressed by the advice and thanks Taxi like he just discovered an entire missing chapter of cultivation common sense. After recovering the lost sword with Taxi's help, Liu rides back toward the original campsite. Back at camp, Gao Yan is nowhere to be seen, and the only one waiting there is Wu Bai in a shockingly wrecked condition. Wu Bai has sunken cheeks, huge dark circles, and a swollen right arm, making it painfully obvious what he has been doing with Liu's phone. When Liu asks if he had fun, Wu Bai joyfully praises the phone artifact and declares he no longer needs women anymore. Liu instantly regrets corrupting this man, and Wu Bai somehow makes it worse by proudly rambling about how many rounds a cultivator can handle. Wanting out of that nightmare conversation, Liu cuts to the real problem and asks where Gao Yan went. Wu Bai looks around, realizes Gao Yan is truly gone, and then stupidly asks Liu the same question back. That earns him a furious beating with Liu's paper fan, because this was the one answer he was supposed to have. Meanwhile, Gao Yan has already wandered deep into the forest, following the directions of his sentient lightning spirit Dao avatar. Thora leads him across the South River to a hidden cave and reveals that it once belonged to a former lightning spirit queen. She casually adds that this same queen created those lewd unicorns and horned caimans, turning the place into an even stranger ruin than expected. Then Thora promises an even bigger secret hidden below, and urges Gao Yan to hurry after her. The pair descend through the natural tunnels until the cramped cave suddenly opens into a vast underground dome. At the center of that buried chamber, Gao Yan finds a gigantic metallic saucer so unbelievable it looks like an alien spaceship. Thora flies straight into the ship, and moments later part of the saucer opens like it recognizes her, inviting Gao Yan inside to claim another artifact. Inside the alien ruin, Gao Yan steps into an airtight chamber, and the door slams shut behind him. The room starts cycling like some strange machine, sucking out air and blasting him with white fumes until he coughs. An inner door finally opens, and Thora floats there like this is normal, waving him deeper into the ship. As he follows Thora through the cramped corridor, Gao Yan studies the sealed doors, unreadable labels, and fresh moving air in this windowless place. Thora brings him to the engine room and says the real treasure is stored inside. When the door refuses to open, Thora tells Gao Yan to inject lightning chi into the green control glass so it can recognize him. The panel flashes red and rejects him outright, which already feels wrong to Thora. Thora tries to lock herself, expecting easy access, and gets denied too. A second warning locks the engine room for security, and Thora loses her temper on the spot. Trying to save face, Thora phases through the sealed door to unlock it from the other side and leaves Gao Yan waiting outside. After half an hour of waiting in the corridor, Gao Yan finally sees Thora come back out of the engine room looking completely defeated. She admits the whole place now answers to a new owner of the realm, and even she no longer has permission to open the engine room. Thora is crushed because a huge soul stone was inside, and she had wanted Gao Yan to absorb that priceless energy source. Gao Yan takes it surprisingly well and suggests they look for the realm's owner later, then asks to see where Thora's old spirit queen used to live. When Gao Yan asks about the spirit queen, Thora proudly says her queen already ascended past the immortal realm into the heaven realm. She gets so carried away bragging that she drifts straight through a wall by accident before sheepishly correcting herself. A little farther on, they reach a door marked Hydroponics Lab, and this one opens for them. Inside, Gao Yan finds a bizarre oxygen garden full of plants growing in glass tubes, with one giant central tube left empty and charred. Thora calls the lab her old home, but Gao Yan bluntly says the plants just look like worthless common weeds to an alchemist. Thora snaps back that these plants were never treasure ingredients at all. They were how ordinary air-breathing guests stayed alive here. Since the soul stone is lost, Thora points him toward a backup prize hidden in the overgrown lab floor. Gao Yan pulls out a white metal hilt with a broken switch, and Thora casually tells him it is a sword. Thora guesses the weapon is out of power, and urges him to feed it lightning chi to see if it can wake back up. The hilt immediately turns hungry, ripping chi out of Gao Yan so fast that even his blood seems to rush into his hand. By the time Gao Yan tears his hand free and staggers back, the weapon has drained almost everything and burned his palm raw. Thora reads the tiny display and, almost laughing, tells him that desperate charge only filled 1%. She still insists that 1% should be enough for a quick demonstration and tells him to press the broken switch hole manually. Thora starts warning him to keep both ends away from his body, but she says it one beat too late. A double green blade erupts from the hilt with a vicious hum, and one side slices across Gao Yan's arm before he can react. Gao Yan drops the weapon in shock, and the green staff blade snaps off again as fast as it appeared. Still laughing at his reaction, Thora reveals that this staff sword can kill 10th grade beasts, and even low-rank immortals. Elsewhere above Liu's camp, Wu Bai uses Gao Yan's life candle to track his missing disciple and realizes the flame is pointing south. He lands and reports the direction to Liu, then nervously begs Liu to come along because he is scared of the local beasts. Liu sighs at how useless Wu Bai is, but he still agrees and mounts taxi to head south with him. As they fly, Liu checks his map and sees Gao Yan is only 10 kilometers away, close enough that taxi could reach him in a minute if not for Wu Bai's slow pace. Bored on the ride, Liu idly checks and reloads his upgraded handgun while scanning the empty southern rainforest below. Staring over the land, Liu starts thinking like a businessman and wonders how to turn this whole wilderness into a tourist zone or livestock site. He tests the domain system on a whim and is stunned to find the entire continent counts as his territory. The excitement cools when every grid is locked behind one condition: he still has to activate a permanent portal first. When they finally arrive, Wu Bai points out a cave in a bald round hill, but Liu's attention goes straight to the unnatural shape of the place. Liu jumps onto the hilltop, kicks off his shoes, and tests the grass with bare skin to see whether it is alive or mutated. The moment he chews a blade and tastes plastic, Liu realizes the hill is covered in fake grass. He starts ripping up the disguised surface and exposes a metallic dome underneath. Taxi gets excited and joins in, and together they strip the entire fake cover off the buried structure while Wu Bai just watches. From above, Liu spots the split line across the dome and starts grinning because it looks exactly like a buried silo or hatch. He pounds the metal like a kid opening a mystery box and decides they are definitely going inside. Wu Bai shrugs it off as just another metal ruin, but he still leads Liu and Taxi into the cave. Right before entering, Liu checks his map again and notices two separate groups of red dots, one at his camp and another already closing in on this ruin. He almost turns back to deal with the intruders, then remembers his portal setup still is not ready and decides to ignore them unless they cause trouble. The nearby pursuers are Yanlong's second prince expedition, allied with the first prince and quietly shadowing Liu in hopes of taking any loot. Their prince, Yanlong, decides to follow Liu into the ruin and rob him of any good treasure afterward under the cover of royal authority. He is so confident in his immortal forged armor and killer talismans that he barely treats Liu's group as a real threat. Deeper in the cave, Wu Bai follows the life candle straight to Gao Yan's location and stops in front of a weird metal saucer. When Liu and Taxi arrive and see the ship, Liu instantly realizes they may have just found technology worth a fortune. Wu Bai has no idea what a spaceship even is, but Liu is already thinking in terms of tech levels and profit. With no visible door anywhere on the saucer, the three of them start circling it and feeling along the metal for a way inside. After an hour of feeling around the ship's smooth hull, Liu and Wu Bai still cannot find any way inside. Leo eyes the sealed craft and bluntly considers smashing it open by force. Wu Bai checks Gao Yan's life candle, and the flame points straight at the ship, proving his disciple is still inside. When Wu Bai worries Gao Yan has been captured, Leo checks his own map and sees Gao Yan moving toward the exit instead. Leo calmly tells Wu Bai to wait because Gao Yan should come out any minute now. Footsteps echo from the tunnel, and Yan Long's group finally catches up to Leo in the cave. Wu Bai cannot read the newcomer's strength and instinctively hides behind Leo and Taxi. Taxi is not impressed at all, because a 9th-rank Thunder Unicorn has no reason to fear a handful of soul transformation cultivators. The second prince sizes up Leo's side, first dismissing Wu Bai's weak Dao avatar, and then studying Taxi much more carefully. Once he recognizes Taxi as a 9th-rank Thunder Unicorn, the prince abruptly tells his men not to do anything reckless. That retreat only makes Leo and Taxi look even more dismissive, and the prince quietly takes the insult personally. Trying to reassert control, Yan Long introduces himself as the second prince and claims the imperial court is taking over the ruin. Wu Bai turns white at the mention of the imperial court and grabs Taxi's mane like a lifeline. Leo and Taxi ignore the prince completely and keep waiting for Gao Yan instead, which only humiliates him more. Behind his back, Yan Long secretly readies immortal-killing talismans and repeats his warning with a much sharper edge. When Yan Long boasts that this is not his first time dealing with a lost civilization, Leo finally turns around and pays attention. The prince calls the ship a building, and Leo bursts into loud mocking laughter right in his face. With patience gone, Leo walks straight up to Yan Long and tells him to drop the fake courtesy and say what he really means. Yan Long steps up to meet him and finally says it plainly, "Scram or die." Leo answers with a cold grin, pats the prince's head, and whispers that Yan Long is already dead. Yan Long snaps and slaps 2 immortal-killing talismans onto Leo's cheeks, convinced he just doomed him. Instead of panicking, Leo calmly counts the seconds and watches the talismans crawl through his body like parasites. Leo's strange blood devours the invading talismans, and the attack turns into a huge lifespan gain instead of a wound. Leo keeps counting with a mocking little smile and asks Yan Long if he has any more of those juicy talismans. Refusing to believe it failed, Yan Long orders his 9 men to ignore Leo and kill Taxi for his monster core. As the attackers lunge for Taxi, Yan Long's hair is already turning white and his body starts shriveling into old age behind them. Leo sighs, threads chi into his pistol rounds, and fires 9 shots in a blur as the attackers rush past him. The chi-loaded bullets turn into wood-charged seeds inside their skulls and blow all 9 attackers apart at once. Leo casually tells Taxi to finish them off, not realizing he already killed them all in a far stranger way than intended. Black sprouts wriggle out of the ruined necks, and Taxi awkwardly points out that Leo already smashed them to death. When Leo finally looks back, he finds the headless corpses already overgrown and realizes his own bullets caused the mess. Yan Long himself is now just a standing mummy, his armor and clothes slipping off a body that has completely dried out. Leo pokes the prince's head, and the whole corpse collapses into dust on the spot. Leo stares at the dust in pure annoyance, upset that he just lost what he hoped would become another source of fluid. He hurriedly tries mutating the other corpses too, but the wood-infused bullets have already drained them dry first. The ruined bodies finish collapsing into black soil, and tiny dragon fruit plants spring up where the attackers died. Leo smacks his forehead and blames himself for bringing gun habits into a fight where he wanted intact bodies. With the fight over, Leo methodically loots the cave, packing up the corpse plants, gear, weapons, rings, and even the remains for Cat. Wu Bai helps gather the fallen gear and freezes when he recognizes one talisman as a priceless immortal-killing talisman from the Situ clan. Leo answers by dusting off another priceless talisman and chewing it like a snack right in front of Wu Bai. The talisman turns into more lifespan for Leo, while Wu Bai can only watch a city's worth of treasure vanish into that ridiculous stomach. Wu Bai desperately tries to stop him, warning that these talismans are strategic treasures that can scare off even quasi-mortals. Leo ignores the lecture, wets another talisman, rolls it into an easier mouthful, and swallows that one too. By now Wu Bai's soul is visibly leaving his body as he questions what cultivation and life even mean anymore. At last the sealed section of the spaceship opens, and Gao Yan walks out carrying the lightsaber staff he found inside. Wu Bai storms over and smacks Gao Yan for scaring everyone half to death. The scolding turns into a ridiculous chase around the ship as Gao Yan runs for his life, and Wu Bai keeps bonking him anyway, while Leo and Taxi just watch it happen. While master and disciple make fools of themselves, Leo quietly heads for the now open entrance and decides to explore the ship. As Leo and Taxi enter the ship, Gao Yan's lightning spirit avatar Thora breaks away from her master and follows them, worried they might get trapped inside. Inside the first chamber, Leo tells Taxi to stay calm because this sealed room is just a normal airlock procedure. Thora is startled that Leo understands the chamber at all, because she thought only lightning spirits connected to this place would know its functions. Since Leo cannot hear her, Thora writes in the dust to ask who he is, and Leo casually answers that he is the last Floridian. Thora writes another question about how he knows the room works, and Leo shrugs it off as basic sci-fi knowledge from movies. When the inner door opens, Leo leads the way deeper into the ship and the spirit follows with growing curiosity. In the corridor, Leo stops dead when he sees the ship's map and realizes every label is written in English. That discovery rattles Leo, because an alien ship in this world should not be using a language from Earth. Leo presses Thora for answers, and she writes that the Spirit Queen inherited this place after her master already died. Leo changes tactics and asks where the ship came from, and Thora probably writes a name that sounds a lot like the Milky Way. Leo urgently asks if it came from Earth and the solar system, but Thora does not know enough to confirm it. Even without proof, Leo is excited enough by the possibility to choose a clear goal inside the ship, head straight for the bridge. After a few minutes deeper inside, they reach another sealed door with a dusty console waiting beside it. Leo wipes the screen and places his hand on the scanner, treating it like the most normal thing in the world. The console turns green and the bridge unlocks, leaving Thora stunned because she thought only the owner and Spirit Queen could open it. Inside the bridge, Leo finds no living crew at all, only black skeletons in old spacesuits still sitting at their stations. The scene kills Leo's hope of finding survivors from his own world, even though the human-looking remains make the loss feel strangely personal. He still tries to salvage one spacesuit for himself, but the ancient material falls apart in his hands. When he tests the bones next, those remains also collapse into dust and leave him with nothing useful at all. So Leo moves on to the bridge controls and asks Thora if this ship can still be piloted. Thora mockingly writes that the ship will not move without the Spirit Queen's blessing. Leo ignores the warning and flips the labeled engine switches anyway, just to see what happens. Something explodes somewhere inside the ship, the whole structure shudders, and the remaining lights die at once. Thora explodes in anger and rushes off toward the engine area, worried about the ship's vital systems and the plants depending on them. Leo decides to leave too, but a cold stare from behind makes him stop and turn back. The black dust from the ruined skeleton swirls together behind him and gathers into a humanoid shadow. The thing keeps condensing until it forms a complete black skeleton, only to collapse to the floor because it has no flesh to hold itself together. Leo kneels and pokes the fallen skeleton with a branch, trying to figure out if it can still think or speak. Taxi leans in with his usual one-word answer, and Leo snaps at him to be quiet for once. When Leo lifts the skeleton, it does not crumble this time, and its jaws clatter in a way that feels almost amused. The black bones suddenly melt into his skin, and Leo realizes this thing is another colony of evolved cancer cells trying to seize a host. Instead of resisting, Leo quietly tells the parasite it chose the wrong host and lets the whole thing enter his body. Inside Leo's body, the skeleton's parasite cells clash with his own blood cells, and his right arm starts breaking and swelling under the strain. Even with a broken arm, Leo casually stuffs another talisman into his mouth because he trusts his mutated body to beat any parasite. The parasite surge turns Leo's right arm green and writhing for a moment, then his body finally crushes it and forces the arm back to normal. The fight leaves behind one ugly side effect when black impurity gathers in Leo's fingernails and a system reward grants him 10,000 more years of life. Leo decides the reward was worth it, rips the tainted nails off without hesitation, and tosses one away. The discarded nail instantly melts into the ship's metal floor, and Leo realizes his body fluids have become dangerously corrosive. When even holding the nail burns his fingers, Leo seals the black nails inside his spatial ring and leaves the bridge. Following the ship map deeper inside, Leo reaches the cramped crew quarters and tests one dusty capsule bed just to see how it feels. The tiny pod gives Leo a practical idea that he may need to build new housing later for the flood of people in his domain. Then his attention jumps to something more fun, and he starts rummaging through drawers and crates for futuristic weapons. He finds a few metal tubes that seem useless until one shaken handle spits out a dead essence stone battery. Realizing the device needs power, Leo converts a spirit stone into a fresh essence stone and jams it into the handle. After a few minutes of fiddling, Leo twists the handle, hits the switch, and a red blade snaps to life with a crackling hum. Leo is thrilled to find a lightsaber in a cultivation world, and he instantly starts swinging it around like a kid. His fun immediately turns destructive when the blade slices straight through nearby capsule beds and wrecks the room. Once he calms down, Leo pockets the first saber and tears through the quarters for more until he gathers 10 handles. When he steps back into the corridor, the little lightning spirit returns in a bad mood and angrily writes that the broken air system will kill the ship's plants. Leo offers to move the plants into his domain, and another line of lightning writing warns that restricted areas still need the Spirit Queen's permission. Then the writing abruptly changes tone, questioning how Leo got into a section that should have been sealed in the first place. Leo cheerfully explains that he just scanned his hand on the console and walked in, which hints at a much bigger truth about him. Still following the unseen guide toward the engine room, Leo keeps pestering the empty corridor about where a spaceship would hide its guns. Near the engine room, the corridor turns into a wall of black smoke and brutal heat, and Leo pushes straight toward the fire. He tries to play firefighter by shooting a pressurized stream of water from his finger to cool the blaze. Seeing blue fire behind the sealed engine door, Leo ignores the console and punches the metal barrier open. That mistake feeds the fire with air, and a wave of blue flame erupts out and engulfs Leo on the spot. The flames burn off all his clothes without hurting his skin, so Leo escalates and floods the engine room with a tsunami of water from his own body. Some hidden current zaps him hard in the middle of the flood, but Leo tanks it and keeps suppressing the fire until it finally dies. With the blaze out, a very modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth, Leo walks through the wrecked engine room and realizes he accidentally destroyed the ship's heart. From the doorway, the little lightning spirit is devastated because the wrecked engine room was her home, and now no new lightning spirits can be born here. While searching the wreckage, Leo finds a crystal sphere on a pedestal and casually touches it without knowing what it is. The moment he makes contact, his essence pours in and the black sphere flashes green with branching lightning. The recharge is so absurd that even the unseen spirit guide is stunned, while Leo just awkwardly laughs with the glowing stone in his hand. Leo pockets the lightning stone and starts to move on, just as the unseen spirit guide finally forces the real question. The written question asks if he killed the Rabbit Trent King and took this realm, and Leo answers with a broad, proud grin. The unseen spirit is too exhausted to argue anymore and leaves one last written instruction telling Leo to take the plants and go. Because he still cannot hear her, Leo answers in the dumbest way possible and starts dancing modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth through the corridor to cheer the arson victim up. The absurd dance almost works, and the little spirit hides a tiny smile, while privately deciding Leo is just a dumb old geezer. After fooling around enough, Leo digs through his burned clothes to save his talismans and realizes the fire destroyed the stash in his pants. With his heart a little broken, Leo changes into a new t-shirt and jeans before heading into the silent hydroponics lab. Using night vision in the blackout, he moves through the lab and salvages every plant he can still save. The unseen spirit also insists he take the broken capsule machine that once housed her queen, so Leo stores that sentimental wreck too. Once there is nothing else worth taking, Leo still throws a theatrical fit that a spaceship this advanced somehow has no guns. Outside the ship at last, Leo gives the wreck a long thoughtful look and decides to leave it behind because it is too fragile and his rings are already packed. Outside the ship, Wu Bai and Gao Yan regroup with Leo, and he simply announces that the trip is over and they are going home. Wu Bai nervously asks to stay and cultivate longer, but Leo immediately calls out the real reason with a flat unimpressed look. Leo softens the scolding with a promise that they can come back anytime later because this whole mystic realm now belongs to him. That promise instantly fixes Wu Bai's mood, and Leo leads the group back out of the cave. On the way back over the wild forest, Leo's group crosses paths in the sky with 10 distant soul transformation cultivators. Gao Yan and Wu Bai tense up at the sight of such a strong group, but Leo stays completely unbothered. The two groups pass each other without incident, and only after they are safely by does Leo ask if they looted every corpse and ring before leaving. Wu Bai proudly shows off the stolen spatial rings, and Leo admits he was only worried about losing valuable loot and lifespan papers. That reminder makes Leo reach for another talisman, only to remember his pockets are empty because the fire burned everything. He frantically checks his stored loot instead and nearly faints with relief when he finds a hidden stack of 20 surviving talismans. To calm himself down, Leo immediately pulls out one surviving talisman and chews it mid-flight like nothing happened. The other group is led by the first prince, Yan Luo, an old man in patched robes who takes one look at Leo's party and guesses his missing brother is already dead. Yan Luo tells his men that his brother always preyed on weaker targets and relied on dirty talismans, so he likely attacked the wrong people this time. Instead of mourning, Yan Luo laughs that Yan Long finally bit off more than he could chew and orders the search party into the cave. Inside the cave, the search party finds the abandoned spaceship but not a single corpse from the second prince's side. One of the men brings the old prince a few still warm shell casings, and he immediately senses a strange dangerous aura on them. The shell casings suddenly char the old prince's hand, proving the power on them is not normal elemental essence at all. After healing himself, Yan Luo concludes the killer used Dao level power or Ascension Dao avatar, which means Yan Long died here and his corpse was carried off. He decides the palace can identify the murderer later through Yan Long's life candle, so there is no reason to chase anyone now. What matters to Yan Luo now is the artifact itself, and he orders the entire spaceship hauled back to the palace for study. His men rip open the cave roof, rope up the ship, and carry the giant wreck away like absurdly strong movers. Meanwhile, Leo's group makes it back to camp and finds their shacks and cooking gear thoroughly trashed. Wu Bai and Gao Yan grumble over the wreckage, but Leo just stares at the damage and decides this lawless world deserves whatever disaster comes to it. The two men do not even understand half of Leo's rant, but they can feel the menace behind it and silently pity whoever stole from him. Too tired to salvage scraps, Leo touches the blue portal and gets confirmation that he has cleared the realm and can build a permanent link later. Leo ignores the details, asks to go home, and leads the others through the reopened gate. Back on the floating platform in Leo's domain, the first thing they see is a whole herd of thunder unicorns trapped inside a square cube near the 4 heavenly demons. The trapped unicorn herd panics and begs for rescue, frantically pointing toward the demon statues that got them stuck. Leo is relieved the dangerous beasts did not rampage or bother Cat, but when he notices the wasps and cockatrices are gone, he instantly knows who stole the snacks. Leo checks the transparent cube trapping the thunder unicorns, and the cat octopus statue quietly dispels the array for him. The freed unicorns crowd around Leo in relief, and he immediately makes them sit down for a serious talk before they can cause trouble below. Leo lays down the rules for living in his domain. Do not attack his people, protect the place, respect everyone, and take responsibility for any trouble they start outside. When Leo adds daily wages in food, tea, or essence stones, the unicorns smugly accept because guarding his territory sounds like easy free pay. Their cocky mood dies instantly when Leo adds one more condition. Sooner or later, one unicorn will need to sell him part of its horn for alchemy. One very old unicorn steps forward anyway, and Leo checks its lifespan in surprise when he realizes this one is more than 4,000 years old. The elder unicorn rubs against Leo like a trusted friend, and Leo awkwardly reminds it that his poisonous body could have killed it. Leo says he only needs a tiny horn tip, but before he can choose a spot, the elder unicorn's horn suddenly glows and snaps itself in half. Leo worries he hurt it, only to watch the elder grin and start regenerating the damaged horn with its own lightning essence. Relieved, Leo rewards the elder with extra dragon fruit and decides it deserves a name of its own. Leo gives the elder unicorn a bizarre new name, and that somehow kicks off a naming frenzy across the whole herd. After the naming ceremony, Leo leads the cheering unicorns down to the ground and finally notices a gigantic trench carved through his land. One look into the pit makes Leo remember his old order to dig a fish pond, and he realizes the mannequins never stopped. Annoyed but practical, Leo sends Wu Bai to settle the unicorns in the northwest part of the domain and jumps into the trench himself. 3 kilometers down, Leo lands in a dark canyon floor and realizes the trench has become a huge south-running passage like a man-made Grand Canyon. He runs along the trench and is stunned when it continues beyond his domain instead of stopping at the boundary. From the sky, Leo finally sees the full damage. The trench connects all the way to a river that has somehow been completely drained. At the dried river, Leo finds 5 of his wooden mannequins still digging with handmade shovel-like tools they built themselves. When Leo asks about their tools, the silent worker mannequins only turn on him with glowing red eyes and crowd around until he tells them to stop. Leo's Dao avatar steps out to translate, and the mannequins insist they were only digging the fish pond exactly as ordered. Once the translation starts, Leo's Dao avatar derails it with a deadpan dirty joke, then does it again when Leo complains the trench is too big. Once Leo forces the avatar back on topic, the mannequins explain that the river still had water when they arrived, but black-robed cultivators attacked before they could divert it. The mannequins also reveal they were never in real danger, because ordinary cultivators below the immortal stage could not even damage them. That makes the next answer worse, because when Leo asks about Cat, the whole mood drops and the mannequins admit she was taken. Leo cannot understand how Cat got captured if the workers were stronger than the attackers, and the avatar bluntly says it happened because Cat wanted it. The reason is exactly as stupid as Leo fears. Cat deliberately let herself get taken just for more nom-nom. When Leo asks where she went, the mannequins point southwest, and the answer comes back in one ominous name, Factory Cult. Far beneath Frozen Fire City, the real Factory Cult headquarters is a hidden underground city of blood cauldrons, torture gear, and forbidden rituals under the third prince, Yen Zhu. A large wagon cage rolls into that underworld carrying Cat, and even her own escorts keep a frightened distance because she keeps eating them. The cultists still cannot believe they captured a 7th-stage monster so easily, but the truth is obvious. Cat never stopped acting like she was on a feeding trip. She proves it again by lashing out with her vines, dragging 5 golden core escorts into the cage, and stripping them down to meat in seconds. One furious cultist threatens to refine every part of Cat's body, and Cat answers by burping out such a foul green stench that the escorts start vomiting. A nascent soul cultivator tries to kill her with a flame Dao avatar, but Cat snatches him first and bites his head off before he can attack. After watching that, the entire escort drops the bravado and just wants the caravan to reach the underground city before Cat eats more of them. Back at the dried river, the mannequins add one more clue. The water did not vanish naturally, it drained underground into something they never had time to uncover. Leo decides to dig it out himself, grabs a makeshift shovel, and starts clumsily before speeding up into a blur. Only 5 minutes later, 100 meters down, Leo's shovel hits a huge shining blue gemstone buried under the riverbed. Realizing the blue crystal is huge, Leo clears space in a storage ring and orders the worker mannequins to haul away the pharaoh statue and edible gold he dumps out. With the ring cleared, Leo touches the blue gem and successfully sucks the entire massive crystal into storage. The moment the gem disappears, the ground collapses and Leo gets buried alive under wet soil. Leo blasts out almost immediately, filthy but alive, and the close call drags up a grim memory of the century he once spent buried after a lightning tribulation. Leo decides the digging job is finished and starts to leave, but his Dao avatar immediately asks the one question he was trying to ignore: what about Cat? Leo hesitates, remembers Cat crying when she is really hurt, and finally gives into a rescue trip to Factory Cult. Following the avatar's advice, Leo sniffs out Cat's scent and launches himself southwest into the sky. After covering 10 kilometers, Leo reaches a huge fortified city and simply jumps over its moat and walls like they are nothing. His landing goes badly, and Leo crashes through a rooftop straight into a bedroom where a modestly covered by careful framing and simple cloth couple are in the middle of their night. He apologizes with absurd calm, tells them to carry on, and walks out as if nothing happened. Outside, disgusted patrons yell that a beggar got in, and Leo realizes he has crashed into a 10-story brothel called Flower House. Leo brushes off the awkward stop, starts tracking Cat again by scent, and draws even more stares by walking around with his head tilted up like a suspicious hound. A child calls him a crazy beggar, and only then does Leo finally notice he is still caked in wet dirt from the collapse. So Leo solves it in the most public way possible, summoning a stream of water from his own hand and bathing right there in the street. The impromptu bath floods the road and splashes nearby shops and pedestrians, sending angry commoners running to report a cultivator causing trouble. Leo finishes washing, buys a towel and fresh clothes, and starts changing right there on the road without a shred of shame. That is the exact moment the local guards arrive, spot Leo fully covered by careful framing and simple cloth in public, and shout to arrest him. 20 golden core cultists rush Leo at once and slam their palms into his covered chest and back while he is still halfway through changing clothes. Leo barely reacts and snaps at them for attacking a man who is just trying to get dressed. The attackers recheck his aura, fail to read his cultivation, and start backing off when one of them guesses he might be a Soul Formation senior. Realizing these men belong to the cult he is chasing, Leo casually asks if they are from the factory cult and immediately puts them on edge. One cultist quickly tries to calm things down, warning that someone of Leo's status should not make trouble in a commoner town. Leo is almost impressed that they switched from murder to manners so fast, and he mocks cultivators for being powerful but stupid. A few seconds later, the men who touched his skin feel burning in their palms and stare down in confusion as their hands swell purple. The corruption races up their arms, shattering bones and twisting their bodies into grotesque masses of extra limbs, rib cages, and eyes. The mutations look strong for a moment, but once the purple blood reaches their hearts, all 20 cultists drop dead. Now in a good mood, Leo packs the dead bodies into his spatial ring and cheerfully claims the freeing fluid materials. When Leo looks up, he finds himself surrounded by hundreds of terrified commoners who do not dare move. Trying to salvage the situation, Leo walks up to one bystander and asks where the factory cult headquarters is. The merchant admits he is only a visitor and has no idea where the cult is based, and the rest of the crowd takes that chance to flee. Since the man answered honestly, Leo digs through the cultist's loot, upgrades a spirit stone into an essence stone with his touch, and flicks it to him as a gift. Leo even turns the gift into an ad pitch, telling the merchant to visit his store north of town near Magpie City. Leo leaps away, leaving the stunned merchant alone with a treasure he barely understands. The stone immediately burns Jiangqing's hand, and when it drops into a puddle, the water turns contaminated and shines with rainbow light. Too curious to leave it there, Jiangqing first tries chopsticks, fails, and finally lifts the round stone out of the puddle with fire tongs. Up close, he mistakes it for a spirit stone and starts dreaming that this one lucky encounter might let him become a cultivator. Jiangqing wraps the hot stone in his outer robe, stuffs it into his wooden backpack, and sprints out of town before anyone can stop him. Once he is outside the city, the merchant looks north toward Magpie City and decides Leo's strange store might be the perfect place to learn and make money. Meanwhile, Leo scans the city from above and spots a tall pagoda that looks like the kind of landmark cultists might use. Cat's smell is getting buried under latrines, food, and too many people, so Leo stops trusting his eyes and pushes all his focus into his nose. His altered senses build a mental scent map, and the trail pulls him forward so hard that he drops to all fours to follow it better. Embarrassed but committed, Leo barrels through the city like a dog and then like a cheetah, shouting for people to get out of his way. After 2 hard kilometers, the scent leads him to a shabby wooden cabin in the slums guarded by 2 nascent soul cultivators. He suddenly remembers he may have contaminated random people and objects while racing through town, but he shoves that worry aside for now. Leo gives the guards one blunt warning to get out, and the 2 men instantly decide living is the better option. Pleased to finally meet sensible enemies, Leo drops back to all fours and enters the shack to follow Cat's scent inside. At the same time elsewhere, the factory cult is already nervous because a full week has passed since the Mystic Realm opened and none of their expedition members have returned. Their strongest man left behind is an old soul transformation elder who cultivates blood arts through sacrifice. When he looks over the sacrificial cages, the elder is furious to see a giant captured monster casually eating one of his own disciples. Back in the slum shack, Leo finds a round purple teleportation circle with floating Chinese characters glowing in the dark. Cat's trail ends right in the middle of the array, so Leo steps onto it and starts poking at the strange floating characters. The moment he touches one symbol, it breaks into particles and the whole circle shuts down under his hand. Leo stares at the dead array in disgust and curses himself for not dragging a cultist here to explain how it works. He storms outside looking for a nearby cultivator to interrogate, but the only people around are poor commoners and beggars keeping their distance. He considers heading for the city pagoda to grab someone useful, then decides to save that option for later and solve this himself. Instead, Leo returns to the circle, crouches down, and punches the stone floor hard enough to break open the hidden space beneath it. He falls through the rubble into a hidden underground complex and lands grinning because the reckless plan actually worked. Down below, he finds a man-made chamber full of glowing purple metal beams, foul fog, and a smell like rotten rats. The weird metal immediately catches Leo's attention, and he starts clearing junk out of his newly looted rings to make room for theft. He throws on one of the dead cultists' black uniforms so he can move around here with a little less trouble. To free up even more space, Leo points a finger and has his cooperative cells blast the useless loot into white flame and ash. Then he tests the pillar itself and sucks an entire purple support beam straight into his spatial ring. The ceiling trembles at once, and Leo reluctantly stops himself from stealing more supports because he refuses to bury the city above in a pointless massacre. Exploring deeper, Leo maps the underground room and finds 4 giant 10-meter doors to the north, south, east, and west. 3 doors stink so sharply that even Leo turns away, but the east gate carries a thick smell of blood, which feels like the right trail. Instead of opening the east gate, Leo calmly stores both giant doors in his ring because abandoned metal should not go to waste. The bloody hallway beyond is lined with torches, human bones, and words written in blood, and Leo starts down it before greed pulls him back. He makes a quick U-turn and strips the other 3 gateways too, leaving only the supporting frames behind. After a kilometer of dark walking, Leo reaches a single brighter gate marked with the cult's cone mask emblem. The emblem disgusts him enough that he silently swears he will turn this cult into Ian fluid if they are exactly the kind of scum he expects. When Leo tries to steal this gate too, the emblem flashes and blasts him with a shockwave that only blows his hood off. Completely unfazed, Leo starts picking his nose, then ends up smearing a sticky booger onto the gate just to get it off his finger. Because the booger carries his essence, the purple gate mutates red, swells, bends in on itself, and dies on the spot. Leo shrugs, stores the ruined gate too, and walks straight into the room beyond. Inside, he walks into a chamber full of roughly 100 cultists, and every face turns toward the intruder at once. When they demand to know who he is, Leo points at his robe and deadpans that he is obviously one of them. The cultists are suspicious because his mask is gone and he came from a sealed hallway. So Leo improvises a story about a teleportation accident trapping him in an abandoned room. Then the torchlight catches Leo's rainbow aura, and the whole room realizes they may have just challenged a far stronger senior. 100 cultists drop to their knees and beg forgiveness for failing to recognize an honored visitor. When they remove their masks, Leo finds out this chamber is full of old men and realizes why his young face alone did not impress them earlier. Still playing the role, Leo asks what place this is and learns he has stumbled into the residential area for low-ranking Golden Core and nascent soul priests. He presses further and hears that most of the cult has gathered in the sacrificial city for a ritual involving a captured 7th-grade plant monster. The cultist nervously adds that the elder priest plans to use that monster to push into the quasi-immortal realm today. That is all Leo needs to hear, so he crouches in front of the priest, smiles, and politely asks to be taken there. The terrified priest agrees at once, and Leo calmly tells him to stand up and guide the way because he is suddenly feeling very forgetful about the layout. At the underground altar, the faceless elder Situshang prepares a huge blood ritual because he wants enough sacrifices and a monster core to force his way into the quasi-immortal stage. He stares at Cat in her cage and decides to let her keep eating cultists for now, planning to kill her only after she is full and her monster core is ripe for harvest. Situshang orders the ritual to begin, tells the cultists to drain the captives dry, and warns the array masters to seal Cat's cage so her vines cannot reach anyone. The talismans lock into a dome around the cage, and when Cat tests it with the thorn vine, the barrier shocks her back. Cat almost wants to cry for Leo, but when she sees a whole room full of hostile people, her mood flips and she decides she would rather eat them all herself. She lashes 8 thorn vines into the cage hard enough to smash the metal bars apart, even though the barrier still holds the debris inside. The first hits only ripple the dome, so Cat pours wood essence into her thorn whips and keeps slamming the same spot with brute force. One final strike shatters the array, the talismans go dead, and the array masters cough blood from the backlash as Cat breaks loose. The moment she is free, Cat charges the packed crowd in front of the altar and starts swallowing cultists and captives alike in a wild feeding frenzy. Cat merges with her Dao avatar and swells into an even larger chomper plant body until her human head bumps the ceiling. She shrinks just enough to fit, rubs the top of her head in annoyance, and then hears Situshang order everyone to slaughter the remaining captives and kill her. Certain the time is right, Situshang summons a vampiric blood spirit behind him and gathers every nearby drop of blood into his power. The avatar condenses into a crimson blood spear and fires at Cat at full speed, but she turns and catches it in her teeth. The spear explodes inside her bite, and the splashed blood burns like magma across Cat's skin. Situshang starts building a second, larger spear from all the fresh blood spilled by the cultists murdering captives around them. Cat sees the pattern, remembers how Leo fights, and shapes her vines into a massive fist layered with all 5 basic elements. Her giant punch smashes half the altar apart, and when Situshang dodges, she whips the same arm around for a follow-up strike. Situshang throws up a blood dome at the last second, and to Cat's shock, the barrier stays intact while her empowered arm is sliced clean in half. He boasts that blood essence outranks the basic 5 elements, and Cat notices her severed vines blackening and mutating instead of simply dying. Thinking of Leo and a strange lesson she once heard, Cat decides to use the tainted black blood for a new technique of her own. The tainted black blood hardens into Kat's first humanoid construct, a female mannequin floating in front of her. Situ-shang mocks the summoning, but Kat's black mannequin reshapes into a pretty long-haired woman and fixes on him with deadly focus. The black mannequin vanishes and reappears in front of Situ-shang, landing a brutal punch that launches him into the ceiling. The mannequin dives to finish him, but Situ-shang's fallen body collapses into a pool of blood instead of staying solid. More spilled blood rises into floating masses around the chamber, and Kat loses a fatal second staring at the strange trick. Situ-shang exploits that hesitation by turning the blood pool into a spike that punches through the black mannequin and coils around her body. As Situ-shang boasts over the trapped mannequin, an unfamiliar old man's voice cuts him off from the edge of the chaos. Leo's thrown rainbow lightsaber cuts into the blood restraint instead of the mannequin, proving the weapon can burn away Situ-shang's blood body. The black mannequin grabs the saber, cuts herself free, and Situ-shang recoils in real pain as the burned blood fails to reform. Situ-shang turns his rage on the intruder, but Leo calmly raises his pistol and shoots him straight through the head before he can finish the threat. Leo keeps the gun trained on Situ-shang's falling body and only complains that he wants this finished quickly so he can go back to sleep. A few minutes earlier, Leo had been walking deeper into the cult's underground complex behind a crowd of disciples when he found a hallway stacked with dried corpses and body parts. The cultists proudly explain that Elder Priest Situ-shang has been running the sect and plans to share his blood cultivation method once enough sacrifices push him to the next stage. Leo checks the dead more closely, realizes most victims are men and beasts, and quietly decides these monsters are unfit to be spared as customers. Then he accidentally kicks the tiny body of a blood-drained little boy, and the sight finally pushes his disgust into pure murder. Leo kneels, closes the child's wide-open eyes, and silently promises the dead boy that the cult will pay for this. He stands back up, draws a pistol and his repaired lightsaber from his spatial ring, and gets ready to butcher everyone here himself. Before he can start, an explosion erupts farther ahead, and the cultists rush toward the altar while Leo follows with murder already in mind. Then Leo catches Kat's scent through the blood-heavy air, and his eyes shift into that black scare rage state as his anger spikes even harder than before. He kicks off the ground, sprints along the wall past the cultists, and reaches the altar chamber first. When Leo reaches the altar chamber, he sees Kat badly hurt with severed black bleeding vines and spots the black mannequin pinned by a blood spike. Hearing Situ-shang brag that he is immortal, Leo snaps back with one sharp line and immediately hurls the lightsaber to save Kat's construct. The black mannequin catches the saber, proudly recognizes Leo through Kat's blood, and burns the blood restraint away for real. Situ-shang rebuilds himself from another blood mass, and screams in panic because this strange weapon can destroy blood he thought should never die. Leo's mannequin Dao avatar helps steady his aim, and one plain gunshot ends Situ-shang before any flashy blood trick can save him. The cultists around the altar freeze in disbelief after Leo kills their elder so fast none of them can react. Leo just yawns and repeats that he is tired, which somehow makes the terrified silence around him even worse. Kat bursts into tears of relief and leaps toward Leo, and he answers her affection automatically before noticing the strange black woman beside her. The black mannequin politely bows, and Leo decides that mystery can wait because first he needs every surviving cultist under control. Instead of fighting randomly, Leo barks an order for everyone to form ranks in front of him if they want to live. When some cultists hesitate because Kat is still loose, Leo points at her and reveals she is his daughter, which instantly changes the room. That explanation makes perfect sense to the cultists, so they rush into orderly rows and stop treating Kat like a target. Looking over the assembled cult, Leo decides none of them deserve to live and starts planning how to harvest their blood instead of wasting the opportunity. He buys a large bucket, spits into it several times, and fills it with water chi until the container becomes a bizarre homemade elixir setup. Then he orders the entire crowd to line up with cups and scoop some of the bucket water, but not drink it yet. The cultists are disgusted because they saw him spit into it, but fear wins, so they keep scooping anyway while Leo repeatedly refills the bucket for the whole crowd. 3 hours later, everyone finally has a portion, and the shimmering rainbow water leaves the crowd nervous because nobody understands what Leo is making them hold. Leo gives the next order without blinking and tells every last one of them to drink the elixir in their hands. More than half obey immediately, but the rest hang back in revulsion until Leo uses Kat as the lesson. At one command, Kat regrows her vines and sweeps 50 holdouts into her mouth, chewing them up while the survivors panic and beg. After seeing that, the rest choke down the spit water at once and drop to their knees, desperately blaming Situ-shang and pleading for mercy. Leo takes back the lightsaber, shuts it off, and silently starts counting while the kneeling cultists wait for whatever comes next. On the count, the first cultist suddenly clutches his throat and collapses, and the courtyard realizes too late that Leo poisoned all of them on purpose. The rest begin screaming as their muscles swell and their blood mutates inside them, turning the altar courtyard into one giant mass execution. As the torture lifts his mood, Leo slips into weird baby talk counting and starts dancing through the corpse field like a lunatic while the cultists finish mutating to death. After tricking 200 cultivators with diluted saliva, Leo calmly strips their spatial rings and talismans, keeping only what matters and packing away the mutant corpses. When the looting is done, Leo stops at the pile of discarded civilian dead and offers a rough, sincere prayer for them. He asks his own blood cells for flame chi and uses a fingertip fire to cremate the victims instead of leaving their bodies to be abused again. While Leo is busy cremating the dead, Kat pretends to help with cleanup and secretly stuffs a couple mutant corpses into her own mouth. Kat's borrowed mannequin body times out and melts back into blood that flows home, while Kat's Dao avatar returns and teasingly pats her human head. Leo moves on to the cages and finds the worst part of the raid, over 1,000 trapped civilians, including many children, and every single one is already dead. Even so, Leo opens cage after cage and checks each body himself, hoping for one survivor and finding none. So he burns the cages, the carriages, and the dead captives too, making sure no outside cultist can come back and use the bodies. When the cleanup is finally over, Leo asks Kat if she has played enough, and she answers with a cautious little meow. The mood flips when Leo brings up stolen food, and Kat instantly panics, reverts to her chomper form, and bolts. Leo laughs it off, but he does not leave with Kat because wiping out the factory for real means finding their hidden wealth before they can recover. He spends 6 straight hours ransacking the city, filling his rings with pill bottles and herbs he plans to hand to Gao Yan and Wu Bai later. After clearing the city itself, Leo notices 100 other doors in the labyrinth, and most of the halls behind them only lead back to the surface. Not ready to leave, he returns to the abandoned section where he first fell and heads for the unopened gates he skipped earlier. The smell is so bad that Leo shuts off his sense of smell before opening the south gate first. Beyond the south gate, he finds an ancient prison made of the same purple material, but every cell holds only skeletons, webs, and dust. At the very end of the hall, Leo finds a giant sealed cell where a dried little girl is chained to the wall behind silver talismans pouring out yang energy. Leo immediately senses the seal is probably holding something dangerous, but greed still tempts him to steal the lifespan-rich talismans. Confidence wins, and Leo starts ripping the silver talismans off the bars to keep them as lifespan food. The floor rumbles the moment the first talisman comes off, but Leo shrugs and strips the rest anyway. When the last talisman is gone, the chained corpse has vanished from the wall. A tiny undead attacker instantly drops onto Leo's back and bites his neck, but her fangs cannot get through his skin. Leo even warns her she might die from touching him, but the little monster keeps gnawing until her fangs crack first. Instead of collapsing, the girl finally croaks out a question, and Leo casually introduces himself as a passing Florida man. Her immunity catches Leo's attention, because unlike most things that touch him, this undead girl does not mutate or die. Thinking she is thirsty, Leo splashes chi-made water on her face, and the rude kindness only annoys her more. She snaps that she is no child and older than his grandfather, and Leo starts needling her with absurd age talk just to watch her react. She tries scratching and clawing him instead, but his skin still will not budge, and Leo treats her like a free back scratcher. The next room explains part of her past. It is packed with skeletons that have long fangs, and the girl bitterly calls them her people. When Leo guesses vampire, she sharply corrects him. Her kind are nobles of the night, not blood-sucking fiends. Back at the crossroads, Leo tries the north gate next, and the stubborn little lich keeps clawing and biting at him all the way there. Fed up, she finally declares herself the immortal Lich Empress and demands to know why she cannot kill him. Leo bursts out laughing at the grand title coming from a tiny undead brat, which only pushes her into a full tantrum. The north path opens into a ruined courtyard of dead plants and broken gargoyles, where one mansion alone still stands untouched under a red dome. Leo spots another ring of silver sealed talismans around the mansion and starts stripping those too. When Izan asks why he is helping, Leo bluntly says he is not helping at all, just scavenging valuables. Then Chapter 126 peels back Izan's history. She was once the empress of the peaceful Malg Empire, an undead civilization wiped out by invading cultivators and sealed underground with the last survivors. Back in the present, Izan studies Leo in frustration, because the being she cannot scratch feels stronger than ordinary immortals, but nothing like one of them. Leo, meanwhile, is mostly annoyed that this zombie child will not stop clinging to him, so he tells her to go home and get off his back. That finally gets through, and Izan lets go and drops behind him, still tense and ready for a fight he clearly does not care about. Looking at her properly for the first time, Leo sees the full truth of her sealed body, a 6 or 7-year-old corpse with empty sockets, dark shriveled limbs, and patchy hair. He asks if she is hungry. She insists again that she is over 10,000 years old, and the two end up bickering like children over who is older. Still offended, Izan kicks Leo's shin to win the argument, and her own leg snaps instead. Without even flinching, Izan calls Bones from the next room, melts a vampire skull into herself, and repairs the broken limb on the spot. The moment she is fixed, the proud empress shamelessly opens her hand and demands food. Leo guesses meat, blood, or brains, and Izan explodes that proud Malg liches are vegetable eaters, not zombies. So Leo digs through his loot and pulls out a mutated dragon fruit tree that is already bearing fruit. The instant she recognizes the fruit as Een fruit, Izan's suspicion spikes, but hunger wins and she devours it anyway. The Een fruit works fast, Izan's eyeballs regrow, her patchy hair turns full and golden, and her shriveled corpse skin restores until she looks like a pale undead child instead of a dried mummy. She immediately asks for more, and Leo happily keeps feeding her while rambling to himself about the old days and Mr. Beast. After 20 fruits, Izan is finally full, a little bloated, and still too proud to act embarrassed about it. Leo finishes circling the mansion and strips away all 666 silver talismans sealing the place. With the scavenging done, Leo casually waves goodbye and starts to leave her there. Izan panics just enough to decide she is not staying, vanishes into the mansion, and reappears moments later carrying old helmets, robes, and gowns. She shoves the relic bundle at Leo and reveals these are her dormant subordinates, sleeping souls she plans to resurrect later. Leo refuses to haul around an undead empire for free, so he asks the obvious question, what is in it for him? Trying to bargain like an empress, Izan offers to teach him necromancy and immortality, and Leo instantly turns her down. He would rather keep his living body, but he still stores her relics anyway and starts thinking of a more practical way to use an undead empress. Leo pitches the real deal instead. If Izan wants to repay him, she can use her necromancy to work at his shop as labor, security, and stable help. Izan glances at the fruit tree, weighs her options, and asks the only thing she really cares about now, more fruit and help reviving her people. Leo agrees as far as he can, and Izan instantly accepts, declaring a new alliance to rebuild the Malg Empire through his shop. Before Leo can process the deal, the partly restored child lich jumps onto his back again, points ahead like a queen on campaign, and orders Florida Man to lead the way home. Leo races back north with Izan riding his shoulders, and he ignores everything else because he already knows exactly where he needs to go. When they finally get home, Leo finds the farm in chaos as 100 thunder unicorns are eating his crops and Kat is screaming at them in rage. Kat is furious because she thinks Leo's crops are hers to steal, but her whips cannot do anything to a herd of 9th stage monsters. The herd does not attack Kat at all, because she smells strongly of Leo and her purring makes her look more like a future prize than an enemy. One especially shameless unicorn named Taxi tries to court Kat on the spot, and she answers every advance with louder hissing and disgust. Leo arrives just in time to see Taxi get rejected, and he immediately mocks the unicorn for trying to flirt with a newborn child. Humiliated, Taxi runs to the Elder P.Hub, and the old unicorn shuts the whole herd down with a brutal lightning-backed roar. Once the rowdy herd gathers around its elder, Leo quietly thanks him and starts checking on the people in the apartment building. Up on the apartment balcony, Wu Bai and the disciples watch from a safe distance because none of them are strong enough to handle the thunder unicorn herd below. Leo waves them down and tells Wu Bai to bring everyone over, because he is about to formally introduce the new workers. The disciples come down in a nervous cluster, and the sheer size of the thunder unicorns leaves them staring in open amazement. That innocent awe backfires fast when female thunder unicorns smell that the boys are virgins and crowd in to court them with eager nuzzling. Leo clears his throat and gets everyone focused so he can explain that the disciples and the unicorns will now be working together. His short briefing sets the new rules. The boys will care for the herd, and Taxi with Elder P.Hub must keep the more reckless unicorns from hurting anyone. Leo also gives the disciples a real job right away by ordering them to build a large stable and handle food for the unicorns. Then Izan climbs down from Leo's shoulders, and only now does the crowd realize the little corpse girl is not just another weird pet. One disciple blurts out that she looks like a jiangshi, and the room temperature seems to drop when Wu Bai inspects her properly and starts sweating. Wu Bai cannot even measure her, because Izan has no dantian at all and feels more like a walking mass of purine essence. Izan glances over the thunder unicorns with open contempt and says they look strong, but still too weak to deserve serving her. Trying to keep things civilized, Leo awkwardly asks the little tyrant to introduce herself properly. Izan answers with full imperial pride, declaring herself the 12th monarch of the Malg Empire and the empress of all liches, the true ruler of this realm. Most of the disciples just trade baffled looks, but Gao Yan grows serious and quietly asks his spirit companion whether the girl is actually telling the truth. Instead of dismissing it, the spirit panics and warns Gao Yan that Izan is the real thing and even stronger than a spirit queen. The herd overhears that warning with their sharp senses, and the thunder unicorns break into frightened chaos all over again. Leo tries to calm them with a sharp clap and a shout for order, but this time the panic has already spread too far. Annoyed by the noise, Izan calmly tears a giant tomato from the farm and starts eating while the entire scene falls apart around her. As she eats, Izan's shadow spreads across the ground and freezes the unicorns the moment it overlaps with theirs. Izan scolds them like an emperor, saying she rules life and death instead of slaughtering at whim, and she forces that message directly into their minds. The panic dies instantly, and most of the herd lowers their heads to Izan, with only Taxi and Elder P.Hub refusing to bow. Then the real shock hits as half the white thunder unicorns turn black, their manes and pupils go blood red, and hellish fire bursts over their bodies. Leo storms over in disbelief and grabs Izan by the crown, demanding to know what she just did to his beautiful donkeys. Izan coolly explains that she brainwashed the worst-minded unicorns before they could ravish the boys or cat, and she says Leo should be thanking her instead. When Leo looks again, he sees that the transformed unicorns kept their horns and lightning power but lost their wild frenzy, which makes the result hard to argue with. Sensing his hesitation, Izan offers to manage and train the new nightmares herself as long as Leo gives her food and shelter. She even sweetens the offer by inviting Leo to learn her necromancy later, leaving him with no easy reply at all. After that messy introduction, the old crew and the new arrivals start settling in together better than Leo expected. Izan turns out to be surprisingly social, and she goes around chatting with Cat, Gao Yan, Wu Bai, the disciples, and even the hidden spirit. Most unexpectedly, Cat and Izan actually hit it off, with Cat proudly touring Leo's granaries and infrastructure while the two of them share giant potatoes. With his people finally occupied, Leo heads to the cloth shop to check what his tailor mannequin has been making. Inside, he finds neat rows of white pants, shorts, and plain modest underclothes, and the smell is so familiar that he immediately starts inspecting the pile. The smell tells Leo the tailor mannequin used his body as material again, and he is pleased enough to change into a fresh white set right there in the shop. After pocketing spare sets, Leo stops the plain modest underclothes project and buys modern men's suits, coats, jackets, and sweaters for the mannequin to copy next. The tailor mannequin's answer is obvious enough that Leo immediately realizes she has run out of skin to work with. Leo sighs and peels a fresh strip of skin off his own finger and arm, trusting his regeneration to cover the pain and the mess. Once he hands over the new material, the tailor mannequin throws herself into another impossible burst of sewing, and Leo leaves her to it. Leo leaves her to work, but right outside he catches Izan peeking through the shop window at a rainbow evening dress with obvious longing. When Leo teases her about wanting it, Izan drops the pride for a second and nods with shameless intensity. Leo simply hands her the finished dress, even though it is clearly made for an adult woman and hangs absurdly large in her tiny arms. Izan beams, vanishes with the dress in an instant, and leaves Leo standing there too used to weirdness to question it for long. A moment later she returns with a mountain of monster bones and announces that this is the proper payment for the artifact he gave her. Leo has no idea what to do with a pile of bones until Izan explains that the undead cultivate in them, making each one richer in chi than normal stones. That explanation is enough for Leo, and he carries one glowing bone straight to the alchemy workshop like he has finally found something truly useful. Back in the workshop, Leo happily checks the tea-making mannequin and finds barrel after barrel of finished pinnacle-grade rejuvenate tea ready for use. The tea still feels risky for him because of his mutant blood, but he already learned that it only stuns his transparent cells for a while and leaves him tipsy instead of dead. That harmless buzz gives Leo a stupidly fun idea. If he keeps feeding the tea to old men like Wu Bai, he could turn the whole place into a kindergarten full of elders and child bodies. Still amused by that plan, Leo drags a whole barrel to Wu Bai's house and leaves it as overtime pay with a warning not to overdrink it. Inside, Wu Bai is busy with his smartphone until Leo's shout kills the mood and sends him scrambling outside in his pants. By the time Wu Bai opens the door, Leo is gone, so he quietly hauls the barrel back inside and returns to his very private research. Leo heads back to the tea workshop, where the latest batch is already done, and finally decides the poor mannequin has earned a break. When the mannequin goes back into its workshop room, Leo peeks inside and is stunned to find the entire interior packed almost wall to wall with tea barrels. The sight turns sad fast when the tea-making mannequin quietly settles into the tiny space it has left, and Leo can only stare at how cramped its life has become. Feeling guilty, Leo clears out about half the stock into his spatial rings and turns the room into an actual resting space with furniture and decorations. He even gives the overworked mannequin a reassuring shoulder pat and tells it to bathe before resting, then notices the first spark of awareness as it finally looks at its own grime. The mannequin obediently heads for the general store bathrooms, and Leo instantly realizes this is about to become a hygiene disaster if he does nothing. Leo races ahead to prep the bathroom area with rubber mats, a clean towel, and a rushed set of instructions so the bath will not turn into another mess. When the mannequin clearly does not understand what laundry even means, Leo has to buy a washing machine, a dryer, and detergent on the spot. Because ordinary machines are useless here, Leo upgrades both appliances heavily until all the buttons disappear and they turn into sleek, almost magical black boxes. To test the washer, Leo throws in a dirty cultist uniform and watches as the machine somehow generates its own scented water and detergent. The result is far beyond clean clothes, because the washed robe comes out white, softer, and strangely tougher than before. That discovery makes Leo's business instincts flare up, but after one look at the problem of payment, he reluctantly shelves the idea of turning laundry into a public service. The dryer proves even simpler by instantly drying, ironing, and neatly folding the robe the second Leo tosses it inside. Satisfied with the luxury setup, Leo finishes a quick lesson on how to use the new machines and leaves the bathroom area packed with extra safety mats. Only after that detour does Leo return to his real goal and place Izan's glowing purple bone into the cauldron for research. The system identifies it as a mauled lich femur from an immortal celestial general, still packed with essence after 10,000 years. The same result reveals a simple soulstone recipe, but it also offers a far bigger prize, a luck crystal recipe with absurdly specific blood requirements. Leo immediately explodes at the impossible ingredients, especially the demand for a 10,000-year-old virgin maiden and a 10,000-year-old virgin man. His outburst carries farther than he expects, and the nearby unicorns, nightmares, and Izan all hear enough to react. Curious now, Izan walks over and pokes Leo in the backside with another femur bone while asking if he is talking about her. Leo finally puts the pieces together and realizes the tiny lich in front of him really does fit the 10,000-year-old virgin maiden requirement. When he admits he needs that blood for alchemy, Izan casually says she will donate some later once she recovers enough power. That generosity catches Leo off guard, but he decides honesty is safer and tells her he is trying to make a luck crystal from her people's bones and 2 ancient virgin donors. Izan goes silent for a beat, then suddenly bursts into laughter when she realizes the recipe also means Leo himself qualifies as the ancient virgin man. Leo realizes he still cannot start the new alchemy project because the purified bones are missing, and Izan is no help at all. Since the new recipe is blocked, Leo turns back to old formulas and opens the alchemy menu to see what he has been missing. The recipe list makes Leo realize he mixed up a unicorn's tear with its horn and collected monster cores when he actually needed black hearts. He decides not to waste the horn anyway and snaps off a piece of the thunder unicorn horn to research it in the cauldron. The system reveals a lightning dantian pill recipe, and Leo immediately hates it because it still demands lightning essence and several grades of tribulation lightning. Leo grumbles that this kind of recipe is a trap, because you need lightning power to make the pill that is supposed to help you cultivate lightning power in the first place. He shelves that problem for later and tosses a 9th grade horn cayman core into the cauldron instead. This research gives him normal water and lightning dantian pill options, but the third result makes him freeze on the spot, a Floridian dantian pill. Leo cannot even laugh when he sees the ingredients, because the system has calmly turned his own blood and flesh into a valid recipe. For once the system answers him directly and explains that the research feature calculates every possible recipe, even if that means including Leo himself as an ingredient. Uneasy but curious, Leo bites into his own arm, tears off a chunk of flesh, and feeds it to the cauldron with a cayman core to test the ridiculous recipe anyway. The refining starts, and Leo is stunned when the timer shows nearly a full month for one pill. With the first cauldron tied up for a month, Leo moves on to inspect the rest of his workshops instead of waiting around. At the Ian Icedan workshop, he finds the mannequin still working steadily while finished pills have piled up in frozen crates all over the room. The Yang Flame Dan workshop is even stranger, because the blazing pills are now stored in a shiny silver metal container Leo has never seen before. Leo starts complaining at the silent mannequins, then remembers too late that they still cannot answer him with words. A warehouse mannequin pokes him and points toward the junkyard, silently offering to show where all these new supplies came from. When Leo reaches the junkyard, he stops cold because the recycling workers have turned it into a furniture workshop using iron pine lumber. Leo demands to know who gave that order, and the workers point upward toward the floating platform with the 4 guardian statues. That answer rattles Leo, because now he knows something on the platform has been directing his workers without permission. Before confronting the statues, Leo asks what else they ordered, and the mannequins lead him south to the pond project he once mentioned. Leo arrives expecting a pond and instead finds a massive trench carved through the ground like a canyon. Then the guide mannequin performs a bizarre set of statue-like arm poses, as if activating a hidden mechanism. A stream suddenly pours down from the Mystic Realm platform into the trench, swelling into a full-sky waterfall and turning the giant ditch into a water channel. Right as Leo takes in the spectacle, he hears an old man cough from the platform and realizes one of those statues is definitely alive. He leaps onto the floating platform and marches up to the fisherman's statue, demanding that it stop pretending. When the statues still refuse to answer, Leo threatens to smash every statue on the platform if they keep acting dumb. The Catopa statue finally blurts out for Leo to calm down, and the fake statue act starts breaking apart at once. The other statues drop the act too, and the fisherman's statue bows his head to apologize for using Leo's golems without permission. After a long stunned beat, Leo forces the conversation back under control and demands proper introductions from all of them. The Guardians explain that they were originally parts of Leo himself, once his shadow, and that their existence is tied to his entity Fate Crystal. That phrase hits Leo hard, because it matches a half-remembered clue from when he first got the alien rings and from the expedition objective itself. Leo presses them for the truth about the entity Fate Crystal, and the story jumps ahead a few hours as their explanation finally ends. When the long talk is over, the system announces that Leo has opened a permanent portal to the old Rabbit Trent realm, and renamed the planet Orlando. A second notice assigns the Fisherman Guardian as Orlando's governor, making local horned caimans and cockatrices non-hostile, boosting water creatures, and sending life force taxes back to Leo each month. The Fisherman Guardian finally takes living old man form, accepts Leo's lousy nickname Kitten with bitter patience, and steps through the portal to begin ruling Orlando. Once the Fisherman Guardian is gone, the other 3 revert to silent statue poses, and Leo is left alone with far too much terrifying new knowledge. Leo pushes the crystal mystery out of his head for now, orders the remaining Guardians to stay ready, and goes back to running his growing domain like an exhausted one-man company. 2 weeks after the Mystic Realm openings, the major factions begin returning home and the world starts counting winners, losses, and hidden disasters. The Tang clan comes back safely because they stayed near the pagoda town, and some of their younger members even awaken wood or water affinity, or break through to Golden Core. Yen Xiang's side retreats early after discovering the Sweet Dream Mushroom Death Zone, while the first prince's team brings back a strange metal ship instead. The second prince never returns at all, and the imperial court is already closing in on the truth behind his death. Yen Zhu avoids the realm disaster by accident, but his secret factory force is nearly wiped out when their underground city is found full of corpses, disappearances, and missing expedition elites. The Situ clan fares no better, with Situ Nantian critically injured and the rest of his followers lost inside the realm. The Ouyang clan looks luckier on the surface after finding treasures and herbs in another realm, but some of their undercover agents suddenly go silent, and nobody realizes a second calamity is already being carried out of Liu's realm. Back at the Life Sword sect, Hua Jiashan returns alive with Han Hao, Han Meng, Tiger Swordsman, and their disciples, but only Hua Jiashan looks like a man quietly saying goodbye to his own future. Even so, Hua Jiashan tells them to clean the sect properly before they leave for Liu's domain, because they still owe respect to the old home and the sword saint who built it. One senior disciple answers first, swearing that joining Florida Man will not erase the blood and loyalty they still owe the Life Sword sect. Han Meng and Tiger Swordsman follow with the same promise, making it clear that serving Liu will be a side duty, not a betrayal of their roots or of Hua Jiashan. Those words finally ease Hua Jiashan's heart, and he dismisses them with a lonely smile, asking them to come back and tell him what life under Liu is like. After everyone leaves, Hua Jiashan returns alone to his courtyard and performs the sect's ancestral sword rite with a blank, absent mind. Then a voice in his mind abruptly calls him sloppy, and Hua Jiashan nearly drops everything when he recognizes his long-ascended master, the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint calmly asks whether their sect is really about to merge into another man's domain, and Hua Jiashan admits it with shame. When the Sword Saint asks who could possibly force this, Hua Jiashan explains that Liu seems like an immortal in disguise, a terrifying physique cultivator with unique chi and overwhelming strength. As soon as his master asks for details, Hua Jiashan brightens like a relieved child and starts recounting everything that happened with Liu in the mystic realm. Elsewhere, the Amazonian sanctuary returns safely to its forest city, and the women are still celebrating when Dongfang Mei suddenly drops grim news on them. Dongfang Mei announces that the sanctuary will relocate south and join a powerful immortal's domain, which instantly turns the celebration into outrage. The women erupt because this city is their hard-won refuge from a cultivation world full of predatory men, and many refuse to believe Dongfang Mei would ask them to risk that safety. Dongfang Mei stays calm and offers a split. She will step down. Anyone who wants this city can choose a new leader, and only those willing to follow her south need to come. Her proposal leaves the sanctuary in an awkward hush, because replacing Dongfang Mei is easy to demand but much harder to actually face. At that tense moment, little Yao Qiqi blurts out that Liu is kind and strong and demonstrates his flying by hopping around with pure childish enthusiasm. The absurd little performance breaks the tension just enough for Dongfang Mei and Sun Wan to try persuasion instead of force. Sun Wan steps up and tells the sanctuary exactly what Liu is like, even including the moment he rejected one of her disciples when she tried to seduce him. That detail lands hard because the disciple in question is Qi Niu, and her furious, embarrassed silence tells the rest of the crowd the story is true. That awkward proof slowly shifts the mood, and more of the women begin to believe that following Liu might not mean walking into another trap. Even after all that, most of the sanctuary still chooses to stay, and only 100 women decide to leave with Dongfang Mei and Sun Wan. The two sides part in silence, and Dongfang Mei, Sun Wan, Yao Qiqi, and their 100 followers board a small flying boat and head south for Magpie City. 3 days after the Mystic Realm season ended, Hua Jiashan and Dongfang Mei finally brought their people to Liu's domain to submit under him. Even while forcing a dry smile, both faction leaders admitted their future was now in this strange outsider's hands. Wu Baiyi mocked the latecomers, and Han Ming with his father could only answer with embarrassed smiles because they had hesitated longer than he did. When Liu looked over the crowd, the 100 teenage girls stayed composed but the men were already staring too hard, so he immediately decided to separate them. Liu put Dongfang Mei in charge of all the women and handed them the first apartment building as their dorm. The women rushed inside and found a level 9 apartment far better than they expected, with real rooms, furniture, heating, cooling, and refrigerators already installed. Sun Wan took the room keys, inspected the rooms one by one, and grew more stunned the more modern comforts she found. Liu walked Sun Wan through switches, outlets, toilets, water, and refrigerators like a tired landlord giving a safety lecture. What shook Sun Wan most was not the convenience but the dense lightning chi in every room, because to a cultivator this felt like executive-level treasure being handed out casually. Liu told the women to spend the day getting used to their new home, but most of them had already stopped listening and started choosing rooms and quietly cultivating. Seeing the girls settle down smoothly, Liu left them alone and brought the Life Sword sect men to the second apartment building prepared for them. Before letting the men move in, Liu drew a hard line. The girls' dorm was off-limits unless they behaved like decent people. When too many of the men still kept sneaking looks at the women, Liu silently handed Wu Baiyi a paper fan and let him handle discipline the old-fashioned way. Wu Baiyi started smacking heads all across the group, and even respected elders like Han Meng, Han Hao, and Tiger Swordsman were not spared. Once he had their attention, Leo dangled a better incentive by pulling out broken lightsabers and activating one of his own. The men went from horny to obedient in a second when Leo declared this kind of weapon would go to his Employee of the Month. Leo laid out the rules clearly: work efficiently, bring value and customers, and never abuse the weak or harass anyone if they wanted rewards and a place here. The men finally bought into Leo's system, saluted him, and moved into their assigned dorm with much better attitudes. But the apartment only covered the upper ranks, leaving roughly 1,000 inner and outer disciples with nowhere to sleep. Leo solved that overflow by turning the general store's empty third floor into a giant emergency dormitory. He spent thousands of lifespan on cheap beds, blankets, toiletries, uniforms, and bathroom access so even the leftover disciples had basic living conditions by nightfall. The whole day turned into a crash course in modern living, with Gao Yan helping teach toilets and local common sense to the newcomers. After the long day, Leo climbed onto the general store roof, looked over his growing mall-like domain, and checked the huge pile of lifespan he still had left. With his new income secure, Leo finally returned to a project he had been hiding, a fresh level 9 gunsmith workshop on the second floor. The workshop's mannequins had already finished a primitive matchlock rifle, and Leo inspected it like a kid with a dangerous new toy. His first dry trigger test clicked cleanly, proving the mechanism worked even before it was loaded. So Leo carried the gun to the roof, packed it with workshop gunpowder, and loaded an essence stone as the bullet. The first live shot worked, kicking hard and blasting a laser beam into the sky as the essence stone vanished. Leo pushed his luck by feeding the rifle his own chi, and the unstable prototype immediately exploded in his hands. Annoyed but already planning ahead, Leo decided he needed employee test shooters and a new business model built around selling stones for lifespan and goods for essence stones. That night, Han Hao and Han Meng settled into one room together and admitted Leo's domain already felt better than anything they expected. As they explored, Han Meng looked out the window, saw the recycling yard and the Thunder Unicorn barn, and realized they were now serving someone powerful enough to command 9th stage monster beasts. In another room, Tiger Swordsman awkwardly asked why Hua Jiashan had abandoned the sect after all. Hua Jiashan brushed off worries about empty buildings and old manuals, insisting the Life Sword sect could be rebuilt later once they became stronger. To prove it, Hua Jiashan summoned a yellow electric sword that did not draw from his own chi and revealed the Sword Saint had personally approved this move. When Tiger Swordsman worried about balancing work and training, Hua Jiashan pointed out that Leo's schedule was absurdly lenient compared to sect life. Tiger Swordsman finally got excited, but Hua Jiashan still corrected him for calling him sect master because here they were just co-workers now. At 4 in the morning, the Sanctuary girls and Sword sect members gathered outside the apartments and waited for Leo to give them orders. Leo, unlike the sleepless locals, simply stayed asleep, so the restless newcomers started wandering around the farms and asking Gao Yan how this place actually worked. Gao Yan explained that most of the work was basic farm labor, then took them straight to the chili field for a practical lesson. He showed them how to harvest the giant exploding Reaper chilies safely by cutting the stalks instead of touching the peppers. When one girl asked what direct contact would do, Gao Yan set up a live demonstration and warned everyone to stand back. The moment he touched it, the chili swelled and exploded into a fire blast strong enough to blacken a wide patch of ground. Gao Yan healed his burned finger, fought through the chili's insane spice hit, and bluntly warned that this crop could kill a nascent soul cultivator. He pointed weaker workers towards safer farms instead, including the dragon fruit area where Leo's beasts often came to eat. That mention of cat proved perfectly timed, because the giant chomper plant suddenly dropped into the middle of the crowd to inspect the newcomers. The veterans knew the routine and immediately paid cats nom-nom tax with dead animals, which made the dangerous greeting pass without bloodshed. As the stunned newcomers tried to process the monster plant, Gao Yan pointed upward and showed them the next shock: thunder unicorns patrolling overhead. Gao Yan explained that feeding Leo's pet and his 109th stage mounts would be one of their main jobs from now on. Instead of panicking, Sunwan lit up with excitement and volunteered to put herself and her disciples in charge of the beasts. Since nobody objected, Sunwan's side effectively claimed the caretaker job and turned Leo's terrifying monster stable into her personal paradise. By 8 in the morning, Leo finally came out carrying a dozen prototype matchlock rifles and found his new workforce already harvesting crops on their own. Amused by how absurdly proactive they were, Leo clapped for everyone's attention and called them to gather before they made a bigger mess without instructions. Within minutes the full crowd assembled in front of the store, with elders, disciples, Gao Yan, Wu Bai, Sunwan, Hua Jiashan, Dong Fong Mei, and even little Yao Qiqi all waiting for their roles. With everybody finally accounted for, Leo began interviewing them one by one and assigning the work that would define life in his domain. Right after the interviews, Leo turns the whole mixed crowd into a working staff and starts assigning every person a job. He puts Sunwan and half the Sanctuary girls in charge of feeding and grooming a herd of 100 thunder unicorns. Leo pairs Yao Qiqi with Izan and orders them to shadow cat so the troublemaking plant monster does not wander off again. The rest of the girls are sent to the clothing store to help the tireless mannequin tailor run the place and manage the stock. Dong Fong Mei and Hua Jiashan get a stranger title, bouncers, and Leo stations them at the Mystic Realm platform to block unauthorized entry into Orlando Planet. Wu Bai, Gao Yen, and the Life Sword Sect alchemists are cleared to build a new herb farm and alchemy warehouse anywhere in Leo's territory. Tiger Swordsman, Han Hao's group, Han Meng, and several elders are pulled aside for a stranger assignment than the rest, learning Leo's prototype matchlock rifles. Everyone else is split into 3 rotating shifts to plant and harvest non-stop because Leo's farms produce faster than his mannequins can keep up. Once the jobs are set, Leo sweetens the deal by promising wages and essence stones and letting workers trade their pay for anything sold in his store, including clothes and weapons. The rifle team stares at the strange long weapons until Tiger Swordsman finally asks the obvious question, what exactly are they holding? Leo gives the simplest answer possible, and leaves them even more lost when he says the artifact is just a gun. Gao Yen immediately compares the rifles to the high-level pistol Leo gave him earlier, hoping they work on the same terrifying principle. Leo confirms the link and explains that Gao Yen's gun is a special version, while these rifles are the mass-produced model he wants the group to master and teach to future customers. Then Leo adds the dangerous part. The rifles burn spirit stones or essence stones as ammunition, and she can make the shots even stronger. The elders go pale when they realize Leo is basically using them as live testers for an unproven weapon. Han Meng nervously asks the question everybody cares about next, whether they have to spend their own spirit stones to practice. Leo says no, because he is the one asking them to test the guns, so he will supply the ammunition himself. That answer finally eases the team's biggest fear, since no cultivator wants to burn through precious resources for someone else's experiment. Hua Jiashan steps in with a different concern and asks whether employees are free to enter Leo's mystic realm when they are off duty. Leo allows it on days off or after shifts, but he makes one rule crystal clear: nobody wanders into that place during working hours. For Hua Jiashan and Dongfang Mei, that one promise changes everything, because now the job comes with safe access to a cultivation jackpot. With the pay and the benefits settled, the new staff finally stops feeling like they threw their old lives away for nothing. Once dismissed, Sunwan barely needs guidance at all and immediately leads her people to the barn like a natural beast handler. The Thunder Unicorns accept Sunwan quickly, and even the usually distinctive beasts P.Hub and Taxi warm up to her. On portal duty, Hua Jiashan and Dongfang may discover their job is almost peaceful, so they simply guard the platform and meditate under the giant statues. Yao Qiqi and Izan take their cat wrangling assignment much less seriously and turn it into a ride while the plant monster dashes around the domain. The clothing store team also vanishes into their work with loud excitement the moment they see the dresses and outfits inside. The alchemists hit their first real obstacle when ordinary chopping tools fail against the heavy iron pine lumber meant for the new workshop. Gao Yen ends the problem by pulling out his lightsaber and slicing through the wood cleanly so construction can continue. Wu Bai notices that some of the mixed-in lumber is actually sacred wood, but by now there is so much rare material lying around that he decides not to care. Most of the farming teams settle in easily because many disciples grew up on farms, but the chilly workers freeze when they remember the crops can explode on touch. Leo fixes that fear with a very practical solution and buys rubber gloves for every field worker, even the people currently off shift. Once the workers try the gloves, the chilies stay harmless, and the last major labor problem in the domain disappears on the spot. With the other teams settling in fast, the only group Leo still has to train himself is Han Hao's rifle squad. Leo brings Han Hao's team to the west side of the domain, sets up a white cover table by a stream, and lays out gunpowder and practice spirit stones like a real firing lesson is about to begin. He orders the men into a single line and has them draw the rifles from their spatial rings for proper handling practice. Leo starts with safety, showing them how to support a long rifle on arm and shoulder and never point the muzzle at a teammate. The cultivators prove absurdly fast learners and within minutes are rotating and handling the rifles with almost ceremonial precision. Leo moves on to loading and demonstrates the full sequence: powder first, then a spirit stone down the barrel, then the ramrod. Again the group copies him flawlessly, and that very simplicity makes Han Hao question whether such a mundane method can really produce a useful artifact. Instead of arguing, Leo loads his own rifle, aims into the sky, and prepares to answer with one shot. The shot erupts like a beam of light and tears a path through the clouds, instantly crushing every doubt in the group. Stunned, the disciples realize the weapon can kill far above what they first imagined, possibly even cultivators their sect master could not survive against. Leo makes the lesson even harsher by saying this gun is already outdated, and the future versions will be stronger, easier, and deadly enough for even a child to use against powerful cultivators. He tells them the real reason for the training: when everyone starts carrying guns, experience will decide who survives the gunfight. After that demonstration, nobody argues anymore, and the team follows every aim and posture lesson without another complaint. 10 minutes later, the elders fire together like a drilled musket company, and their chi-enhanced spirit stone shots punch straight through iron pine trees. The rhythm of reloading and firing turns almost beautiful, and the old cultivators get visibly addicted to the feedback and power of the new weapons. Watching from behind, Leo is half impressed and half robbed of his expected chaos because the old men turn out to be natural gunners. Still, their quick mastery solves a huge problem for him, because now they can train future customers without Leo babysitting every lesson. With a reliable gun team finally taking shape, Leo starts thinking bigger and wonders whether his store is close to losing the system's beginner protection. Far away in the Imperial Palace, Yan Xiang and Yan Luo inspect the salvaged spaceship with greedy smiles while waiting for the exploration report. The inspection team finally returns, and Tang Xian comes forward to report before Yan Xiang beside the salvaged ship. The elderly investigator reports that the artifact is a flying ship from an unknown land, with traces of ordinary people inside but no remaining chi source or intact treasure. The investigator hesitates for a beat, then carefully says only that someone already looted whatever artifacts had been inside the ship. A prince at Yan Xiang's side coldly says Florida man looted the ship first, and his dead brother only died trying to rob him. Yan Xiang refuses to let that logic soften his anger and declares that no matter how disgraceful the dead prince was, Florida man still killed a member of the Yan family. The investigator quietly gives up on changing their minds and redirects the discussion to the urgent Jianghu Alliance meeting in 2 weeks. He reminds them that every sect will soon send disciples to the capital for the tournament, and that the imperial side still has not chosen its representatives. When the prince guesses the old age limit, the investigator corrects him and says this year's competitors must be 18 or younger. Yan Xiang jokes about borrowing one of the investigator's disciples for the event, but the polite exchange turns sharp underneath because he clearly wants talent stronger than his own side can field. With revenge delayed for now, Yan Xiang gets a new idea and asks Tang Xian to send Florida Man an invitation so they can humiliate him at the tournament before their ancestors deal with him. A week passes after the merge, and Leo's strange little domain starts looking less like a rescue camp and more like a functioning settlement. Off shift, the employees flood into Orlando Planet to cultivate wood and water chi, though the weaker disciples still have to retreat when the world's elemental pressure overwhelms them. That is when Hua Jiashan and Dong Fang Mei finally understand why Leo posted them there, because they end up acting as the only seniors able to heal reckless disciples and fix damaged chi circulation. The result is absurdly good, and after only 1 week, 300 former muscle-tempering youths break through into chi condensation. Even though they barely had to guide those breakthroughs themselves, Hua Jiashan and Dong Fang may still end up genuinely proud of the teenagers' growth. At the same time, Wu Bai and Gao Yan finish raising a rough 3-story alchemy workshop east of the recycling center using scavenged materials and 50 practice cauldrons. Leo inspects the building, appreciates the work, and immediately decides it is still temporary because a hand-built structure cannot replace an upgradable system workshop forever. Rather than praise them for long, Leo gives the alchemists their next assignment on the spot and orders Wu Bai to start making grain pills from a recipe he prepared. Wu Bai is momentarily distracted by the strange smooth paper itself before Gao Yan has to nudge him back to reading the actual formula. As soon as he reads the ingredients and Leo's notes, Wu Bai realizes this cheap-looking grain pill uses top-grade materials and can mutate depending on which elemental chi or essence is added. That explanation stuns the whole alchemist group, because Leo is casually describing a pill whose elemental nature and quality can be deliberately engineered. Wu Bai swallows his pride and asks to watch Leo make one first, hoping for a real reference instead of only a written formula. Leo mocks him for needing hand-holding, but he still leads the group back to the system workshops instead of refusing outright. At the workshop area, Leo interrupts a fresh batch of young flame pills and swaps in the grain pill ingredients instead. He tosses in iron pine materials and a potato, spits on the fire as usual, activates the workshop, and declares the lesson done almost before anyone can process what happened. The real demonstration, Leo says, will be the mannequin itself, because the doll can keep making grain pills while the alchemists stand there and learn by watching. Before leaving, Leo raises the pressure by telling Wu Bai that if he cannot produce pinnacle-grade grain pills like the mannequin, Leo will confiscate the phone he treasures. That threat works perfectly, and Wu Bai snaps into desperate concentration as if his entire future depends on this one recipe. Leo immediately piles on more pressure by warning Gao Yan that if he cannot make a pinnacle-grade grain pill within a year, the flashy lightsaber is gone too. The scolding gets even worse when Gao Yan's Dao spirit sides with Leo and chews him out for showing such a dangerous treasure in public. Gao Yan tries to defend himself by saying the workshop could not even be built without that blade, since the lumber was too tough for normal tools. The spirit dismisses every excuse, so Gao Yan is left swallowing the unfairness while Leo very conveniently pretends this whole mess has nothing to do with him. Leaving the miserable alchemists behind, Leo heads upstairs to check on the gunsmith section of his general store. On the second floor, 2 gunsmith mannequins are hard at work, one assembling rifles and ammunition from sacred wood and a huge supernatural mineral deposit. Leo reviews the giant superconductor obsidian crystal and confirms it is durable enough for common rifles, but still not strong enough for the absurd force of his personal shots. He replenishes the workshop's raw stock and moves to the second mannequin, which is not making gun parts at all but grinding out his signature gunpowder. The process is ridiculous and deadly at the same time. The mannequin slices open exploding Reaper chilies, separates the seeds, and chops the flesh into fine powder at inhuman speed. Then it mixes that chili powder with rainbow-tinted water contaminated by Leo's saliva until the red mash turns into black explosive powder. That black powder is the real source of Leo's firearm power, but the workshop still crafts rifles too slowly for the large musketeer force he wants. Since the bottleneck is production, not ingredients, Leo trudges to a public bathroom, fills buckets with water, spits into them, and drags them back as fresh gunpowder supplies. After topping off the workshop with more chili crates, Leo finally leaves the gunsmith mannequins alone and heads back downstairs. On the first floor, the general store has transformed into a rough indoor market packed with produce, pills, mutated plants, display tables, and refrigerators. Leo likes the progress, but he knows the mall is still only partly ready, because the second floor needs richer attractions than clothes alone. Thinking like a modern man again, he realizes male cultivators will not come for fashion, so he starts searching for something flashier to sell status instead of utility. That train of thought lands on expensive vehicles, and Leo starts browsing outrageous modern sports cars as decorative bait for wealthy customers. The cars are useless in a world with no roads, but Leo decides that does not matter if they look rich enough to turn the second floor into a lounge for people who want to flex. After working himself ragged, Leo finally indulges his new showroom plan and fills the second floor with flashy luxury cars just to enjoy looking at them. The default cars still need normal fuel, so Leo uses the system to upgrade each one once and turns them into vehicles that run on spirit stones instead. Even after spending 40,000 years of lifespan on the upgrades, Leo barely cares because he is still absurdly rich from the factory loot he consumed. Curious what a heavily upgraded car can really do, Leo buys a cheap red Ferrari Roma and pushes it all the way to level 9. The Ferrari twists and reshapes like a machine transforming, but when it settles down the exterior looks almost normal again. Inside, Leo finds the old gear setup gone and replaced by a glowing glass palm console, which makes the whole thing feel more like a sci-fi artifact than a car. To test it properly, Leo carries the Ferrari outside and uses his domain to lay out a bigger web of concrete roads until it looks like a crude racetrack. Grinning like a kid with a dangerous toy, Leo climbs in and fires up the engine just to hear it roar. That loud engine instantly pulls everyone out of their work, and the sect elders and alchemists gather at a distance to stare at the strange red machine. Nobody can tell whether the thing is a carriage, a ship, or some bizarre artifact, so Wu Bai steps up and asks Leo directly what he is doing. Leo smugly calls it his ride and tells Wu Bai to clear the road before he runs somebody over. Once the path is open, Leo presses his palm to the console and the Ferrari starts scanning him like a living system. When the car asks for its owner's name, Leo almost gives his real one but settles on Florida Man instead. The car accepts the alias, locks ownership to him alone, and Leo is honestly impressed by how advanced the security is. Leo finds the paddle shifters, tries to drive like a normal human again, and gently starts in first gear. He forgets this is no longer a normal car, and the Ferrari launches so violently that the speedometer leaps straight to 300 miles per hour. Completely out of control, Leo screams and yanks the wheel as the car shoots off the road toward a huge iron pine. Instead of crumpling, the Ferrari smashes straight through the iron pine and keeps going through tree after tree under a faint protective barrier. After the 7th tree, the car finally stops balanced absurdly on a trunk like a seesaw, still looking almost brand new. Seeing that the chassis, wheels, and body are all somehow unharmed, Leo gives up on understanding it for now and stores the car away. Back at the store, Han Meng, Wu Bai, and Sun Wan rush over in alarm and ask Leo if the huge crash means they are under attack. Too embarrassed to admit he just wrecked his own toy, Leo waves it off as a simple artifact test and orders everyone to disperse. Once he is alone on a safer stretch of road, Leo tests the Ferrari again and finds another problem. Even without touching the gas, it cruises at 100 miles per hour on its own. His brakes barely help, so Leo angrily talks to the car like a voice assistant and demands to know how to lower the default speed. The answer is embarrassingly simple. He just has to feed the console his chi and tune each gear himself. When Leo injects chi into the console, the Ferrari opens a full tuning interface that looks less like a car and more like a small flying machine. Leo quickly smooths out the wild acceleration, then spots options for flight, autopilot, and shields, and realizes this ridiculous artifact car might become his new favorite hobby. While Leo plays with the car, Chancellor Tang Xian arrives over Magpie City and is stunned by how empty the Life Sword sect looks compared to before. Seeing Leo's territory spreading in the east, Tang Xian starts linking him to the Empire's recent disasters, from the Second Prince's death to the factory cult's destruction. The more he thinks about it, the more certain Tang Xian becomes that staying neutral is suicide and Yan Xiang is standing on the losing side of a coming quasi-immortal war. So Tang Xian contacts Tang Tian across the continent, and abruptly orders the whole Tang clan to resign from court service and move to Magpie City at once. Tang Tian argues that there is no visible war yet, but Tang Xian refuses to back down and insists they must switch sides before everyone else catches on. By the time night fully falls, Tang Xian has made up his mind and heads straight for Leo's store carrying the Imperial Gathering invitation. At night the general store no longer looks like a hidden shop at all, but a busy little town with glowing farms, active workshops, and cultivators working in shifts. From the edge of the domain, Tang Xian studies the place and is shocked to spot former Life Sword sect people, Wu Bai's alchemy team, Gao Yan, and other notable figures all gathered under Leo's roof. Then his attention catches on one especially bizarre trio, a toddler powerhouse, Cat, and an eyeless girl whose presence feels less human than a corpse. Tang Xian senses Chi-Chi's toddler body hiding nascent soul strength, recognizes Cat as a dangerous sacred wood monster, and nearly chokes when he realizes Izan is something far beyond a normal cultivator. Behind Izan, 1,000 spirits and flame wisps orbit like an array, and Tang Xian decides on the spot that provoking Florida man would be suicidal. Even so, Tang Xian knows he still has to handle this carefully, so he gathers his courage and flies in anyway. Meanwhile, outside Izan's house, the Lich Empress is casually tutoring Cat and Yao Chi-Chi about Yin Qi, in essence, and necromancy like this is a normal evening lesson. When Cat asks whether virgin Yin is edible, Izan has to bluntly tell her no. But Izan quickly adds that Cat's body is special because she was born from Liu's yang power, so she really can absorb many kinds of qi from fresh food. That good news immediately sends Cat hunting with her eyes, and the moment she looks toward the nearby workers, Izan smacks her with a fan. Cat lashes out with sacred wood whips, and Izan calmly catches them even though the touch actually burns her enough to make her take the little monster seriously. Izan heals herself with essence, summons purple flame eyes, and unleashes 1,000 spirit fans to smack Cat down until the plant girl quits fighting. After scolding her, Izan softens, pets Cat, and lays down the Rio rule: she can eat enemies if needed, but never Leo's people, comrades, guests, or random passers-by. Once the chaos settles, Yao Chi-Chi asks an innocent follow-up about whether virgin Yin really requires living 100 years first. Izan eagerly explains that the longer a girl preserves that condition, the purer and stronger the Yin essence becomes. Chi-Chi's next innocent question about why it is called virgin Yin completely derails Izan, who suddenly has no idea how to explain that to a child. Cat barges in with a blunt explanation that shocks Chi-Chi and makes Izan explode in panic. Flustered, Izan scrambles for a cleaner answer and tells Chi-Chi she basically cannot marry or keep a boyfriend while cultivating it. Chi-Chi still does not understand what a boyfriend is and blurts out Cat's even worse version involving Florida Man, which sends Izan into full damage control mode. Izan blames Cat again, but the little plant only gets cheekier and starts parroting another weird cat language just to annoy her more. The childish feud keeps spiraling until Izan is exhausted, Cat is delighted, and Chi-Chi is laughing at the whole ridiculous lesson. Then Izan's spirits suddenly warn her about an approaching outsider, and the playful mood vanishes as the 1,000 wisps gather into a wall in front of the two younger girls. Tang Xian descends politely, introduces himself as Chancellor of the Yen Empire, and asks for an audience with Florida Man. Izan dislikes human cultivators but accepts the courtesy, tells him to wait, and puffs up when he asks what title he should use for her. She grandly introduces herself as the Empress of Necromancers and Archliches, and Tang Xian has no choice but to play along with the absurd title. Before Izan can finish showing off, Leo storms out half awake with a paper fan and smacks her for screaming outside at night. Izan explodes in outrage, but Leo yanks her up by the crown and lectures her like a noisy brat who is keeping the whole neighborhood awake. Tang Xian can only stare because the whole rant is ridiculous on its face, especially since cultivators and undead barely need sleep anyway. Still fuming, Izan tries to hit him, but Leo casually holds her at arm's length by the head like she weighs nothing. Then Leo turns to Tang Xian, greets him with a threat-laced smile, and pointedly reminds him that last time they met he almost fed him to Cat. By the time Leo casually asks whether he came to rob the store or bully his people again, Tang Xian is sweating hard and wondering if approaching this madman was a terrible idea. Tang Xian immediately lowers his head and apologizes, trying to calm Leo before this visit turns into another disaster. Leo lets the tension drop and bluntly asks what Tang Xian actually came here for. Tang Xian seizes the opening and presents an imperial invitation to the annual Yen Empire and Jianghu Alliance gathering in Cauliflower City. The moment he hears it is an official gathering, Leo's face darkens because he already expects a boring court event full of status games. Leo flatly refuses and says he has nothing to gain from showing up. When Tang Xian says he could meet the emperor there, Leo only gets more annoyed and snaps that he is not interested in bootlicking royalty. Tang Xian quickly clarifies that the gathering is really a youth tournament between sects and cults, and that finally makes Leo pause. Leo asks the real question right away: does this tournament get kids killed? Tang Xian admits killing is banned on paper, but accidents still happen, and Leo immediately sees through that excuse. When Leo hears the death rate is around 1 in 10, he openly calls it intentional murder dressed up as competition. Leo goes off on the whole idea, saying adults should guide juniors instead of feeding minors into a gladiator match for prizes and prestige. Tang Xian can only admit Leo is right, because the court still glorifies these blood-soaked tournaments as vital combat experience for the young. Leo rejects the invitation again, turns away, pats Yao Chi-Chi on the head, and even stops picking on Izan now that his mood is ruined. Desperate to stop him, Tang Xian blurts out the hidden truth that Yan Xiang wants to lure Leo out and have him killed at the event. Leo freezes with his back still turned, and the air around him suddenly feels much colder. Only Izan and Cat can see Leo's face, and his cold smile is so ugly and vicious that even they react to it. Izan silently decides the Emperor has made a terrible mistake, because Leo feels worse than a monster to her. Cat has the opposite reaction and looks excited, already imagining the bodies and alchemy ingredients this could create. Tang Xian cannot see Liu's expression, but one look at Izen's face is enough to tell him he may have just unleashed something awful. Instead of refusing again, Liu calmly asks how many people he can send. When Liu rephrases it as how many of his side can allegedly and unintentionally murder opponents, Tang Xian regrets being here at all. Tang Xian says each sect can send 5 disciples under 18, and Liu instantly starts planning around the rules. Liu pushes further and learns that talismans, pills, and consumables are banned, but normal weapons and artifacts are fair game. That is enough for Liu to flip completely, and he accepts the invitation with sinister enthusiasm. The prize list barely interests Liu until he hears the winner can buy extra land deeds from the imperial court, and that makes the event useful for his business. Liu tells Tang Xian to inform the emperor he will attend and asks for a map so he does not get lost on the way to Cauliflower City. Tang Xian pulls out a blank scroll and quickly sketches Cauliflower City, the palace, and the tournament location for Liu. After some lighter small talk, Tang Xian finally takes his leave with the mission accomplished. Once Tang Xian is gone, Liu turns straight to the kids and asks if they heard everything. Izen immediately points out that she is 10,000 years old, so this under-18 tournament should not include her. Liu jokes that she still looks like a kid to him, but Izen says strong cultivators can skin bone age and even offers to check his. Liu casually offers his wrist, confident she will not find anything shocking. The instant Izen touches him and reads his body, she recoils like she touched something horrifying. Instead of explaining, Izen just screams that he is a monster and runs into her house. Liu asks Yao Qiqi what just happened, but the little girl innocently guesses Izen is just moody like women on their period. That answer sends Liu into a brief internal spiral, because he absolutely did not need his brain following that line of thought. Too disturbed to keep dealing with anyone, Liu dismisses the group and hides in bed early to curse his own imagination. The next morning, Liu gathers the elders and announces that he will choose 5 tournament representatives from his people. Dongfang Mei is immediately on board and reminds everyone that the Amazonian sanctuary has real tournament history and past wins. She explains the basic structure: dozens of sects, a huge preliminary cut, and then a normal one-on-one bracket for the survivors. Then Sunwan adds the ugly part, warning that most deaths happen in the preliminary chaos, especially when the organizers throw everyone into brutal mass fights. Her example is brutal enough on its own. Last year Yan Xiang trapped all the disciples in cages and 53 young cultivators died before the field was narrowed down. Liu says that is exactly why he already has a foolproof winning method to keep his people safe. Instead of revealing some technique, Liu pulls out modern black suits, white shirts, ties, shoes, and socks, then calls Gao Yan forward. Gao Yan awkwardly asks if he is supposed to change right there, and Liu immediately roasts him for even thinking that. A few minutes later, Gao Yan returns in the black suit, badly tied but suddenly looking much sharper than anyone expected. Liu personally fixes the tie and buttons, turning Gao Yan into a polished model for whatever insane point he is about to make. The sanctuary girls whistle at the upgraded look, but Sunwan still cannot figure out why a suit matters in a death tournament. To explain it, Liu hands Wu Bai a flying sword and orders him to slash Gao Yan. Wu Bai swings, Gao Yan flinches and raises his arms, and the blade hits the suit with a loud metal clank instead of cutting through. The real shock comes a second later when everyone sees the sword is dented but the suit is fine. The martial people instantly realize this is not fashion at all but artifact-grade armor disguised as a suit. Liu proudly unveils the plan. This black suit is their domain's signature uniform, a John Wick-style tactical suit built to keep his people alive. Liu even reminds Gao Yan that the pistol he was given earlier will fit that outfit perfectly, making the whole setup feel even more dangerous. To drive the point home, Liu snaps his fingers and the tailor mannequin marches out carrying a huge stockpile of suits in every size. Liu explains that the tailor spent a week making these clothes from his own blood, skin, and elemental essence, so this is not just a uniform but a full armor line. The room erupts because now everyone understands Liu plans to send his juniors into the tournament wearing near-untouchable custom armor. Liu still warns them that the suits are not perfect, because a clean hit to the head can kill you even if the body armor holds. That warning is enough to make Gao Yan sweat, because now he is picturing exactly how a protected fighter could still die. Gao Yan tries to back out by saying he is an alchemist, not a combat specialist, and his confidence still has not caught up with his cultivation. Liu answers by smacking him flat with a paper fan and reminding him that a teenage nascent soul genius is terrifying on sight alone. The elders all silently agree, because Gao Yan really is absurdly overqualified for a junior tournament. Liu names his next pick as Yao Qiqi, and that shocks the sanctuary's side much more than Gao Yan ever did. Sunwan immediately objects, arguing that Qiqi is talented but far too young and untrained for a serious combat event. Liu checks one rule first and asks whether tamers are allowed to use beasts in the tournament. When Sunwan admits each tamer can bring one monster beast, Liu's plan for Yao Qiqi instantly clicks into place. Liu shouts for Cat, and the chomper immediately comes flying out of her granary home. Instead of stopping politely, Cat lands on him and gives one of her awful kisses by swallowing half his body and licking him all over. Liu peels himself free dripping in sticky saliva, and everyone around him is one breath away from laughing out loud. Trying to salvage his dignity, Leo dryly compares himself to a lollipop and says Cat keeps treating him like candy. That breaks Sunwon first, and once she loses it the whole group explodes into laughter. Leo gets revenge immediately by feeding Sunwon to Cat and ordering the plant to lick her exactly the same way. A minute later, Cat spits Sunwon back out completely drenched, and the old woman looks spiritually defeated before she even starts vomiting. Sunwon is not injured, but Cat's disgusting saliva makes her throw up on the spot and kills the joke for everyone else. Leo marches the sticky stink right up to the men and asks if anyone still finds this funny, and the swordsmen recoil instead of risking the same treatment. Satisfied that the lesson landed, Leo washes himself clean with a stream of water chi and gets back to business. He officially names Yao Chi as a tamer and assigns Cat as her temporary beast partner for the tournament. With 2 slots filled, Leo calls over the beast leaders from the barn because he wants monsters strong enough to survive the tournament's chaos. He asks if any of them can disguise themselves as a human under 18, because he is already thinking like a shameless cheater. The nightmare side answers Leo by sending forward a smaller black unicorn, and everyone realizes they actually do have a candidate for the scam. After a quick silent exchange with the nightmare leader, Ricardo's shape shifts into a short brown-skinned boy with a compact young bodybuilder build. The transformation works a little too well, because Ricardo forgot one very distracting detail and the entire crowd reacts at once. Leo dryly orders Ricardo to get dressed at the clothing store for custom sizing, while still accepting him onto the tournament roster. Leo asks the unicorn elder for another candidate, and the beasts point him toward Taxi. Taxi's first attempt turns him into a bald, muscular adult man, and Leo rejects it on the spot for looking way too old. Taxi refuses to give up and shape shifts again after looking at Gao Yan, this time copying Gao Yan's youthful appearance. The copied face passes Leo's age test, and despite the obvious cheating, he approves Taxi as the 4th slot. Leo then calls for Izan too, and by this point the elders realize he fully intends to cheat the tournament into the ground. After some hard pushing from Dongfang Mei and Hua Jiashan, Leo finally agrees to a roster arrangement that looks legal on paper instead of openly absurd. The final team on paper is Gao Yan, Yao Chi with Cat, 2 sanctuary girls listed as tamers for Taxi and Ricardo, and Izan as the 5th member. With the roster set, Leo changes topics again and brings out 4 lightsaber hilts in front of the crowd. He ignites one, and the harsh screech and bright green blade leave everyone staring at a weapon that feels nothing like ordinary sword chi. The swordsmen are stunned because the weapon radiates a level of cutting power that feels absurdly close to a quasi-immortal attack without draining the user's chi. Leo says the weapons came from the mystic realm, then casually points out that Gao Yan's famous lightsaber is the weaker version. Before anyone can press for more, Leo powers the blade down and hands the 4 weapons to Hua Jiashan, Han Hao, Han Meng, and Tiger Swordsman. The rest of the elders can only watch in envy as Leo names those 4 his elite swordsmen. Then Leo drops the real reason. He is leaving these men behind to protect everyone else in the domain, while he is away at the tournament. He finishes by reminding them not to forget the guns he already trained them to use, because those will matter too once he is gone. After the meeting ends, everyone goes back to preparing for the Cauliflower City tournament, but Leo still has more work to do. Leo lands on the flying platform and finds the old Mystic Realm portal completely shut down, with only 3 silent gold rings left in the middle. A system window shows the portal is level 9, stuck on a 3-month cooldown, and still linked to Orlando Planet. Reading deeper, Leo confirms Orlando Planet is thriving under Kitten as governor, boosting local creatures and quietly feeding him life force every month. Leo notices that Orlando has already started sending resources back, with fresh logs piled beside the permanent portal. A group of warehouse and recycling mannequins rides up, ignores Leo completely, and starts carrying the imported logs away like this is normal routine. Looking down from the platform, Leo watches the mannequins haul the wood to the junkyard and feels satisfied that his little machine workforce is running smoothly. He wants to study the new materials from Orlando, but the alchemy workshops are already overcrowded, so he decides he needs another dedicated building. When Leo opens the building menu, the new level 9 option that catches his eye is a Barak, and the name immediately gives him a bad feeling. Even with that bad feeling, Leo buys the Barak anyway because he still needs more room for people to live and train. A shabby little 2-story shack appears behind the men's apartment, and Leo walks over to inspect his newest structure. Its status menu reveals a special training speed function, and that finally makes the building interesting to Leo. Leo immediately dumps lifespan into upgrades, pushing the Barak to level 9 and maxing out its training bonus. The ugly shack turns into a clean wooden 2-story cabin, and inside Leo finds rows of bunk beds and lockers ready for trainees. By the time he comes back outside, a crowd has already gathered around the new building, with Wu Bai front and center asking what Leo built this time. Leo puts Wu Bai to work, ordering him to move in 120 homeless youngsters and telling everyone the Barak can speed up martial training. The trainees instantly want in, but the excitement turns awkward when everyone realizes girls and boys living together could cause trouble. Leo settles it with one blunt rule: women get the 2nd floor, men stay on the 1st, and any boy sneaking upstairs will lose far more than his room privileges. Still thinking ahead, Leo decides the Barak needs a strong watcher and heads to Izan's house to recruit her. Izan yanks the door open in a foul mood because Leo woke her from a nap, and the two immediately start bickering. When Leo explains the new Barak speeds up learning, Izan loses interest in napping and immediately wants a place there too. Leo remembers she still looks too obviously undead, so he suddenly shoves eyeball parasites into her empty sockets to make her pass as human for the tournament. Leo's terrible choice of words makes the whole scene sound wildly wrong, and the nearby onlookers instantly start misunderstanding them. Watching from the crowd, Yao Chi-Chi happily decides Leo and Izan must be a couple because Kat told her they smell the same. Sunwon tries to correct her, but the explanation only gets weirder when Yao Chi-Chi casually describes Kat licking and nearly swallowing her by accident. The eyeball parasites finish merging, and Izan finally opens real eyes for the first time, stumbling as she struggles to adjust to ordinary sight. Izan complains she never needed eyes in the first place, but Leo makes it clear he needs her to look human enough to compete in the tournament. That argument veers into a stranger reveal when Izan casually says she is stronger than celestial kings, and Leo admits he barely understands cultivation ranks at all. Izan starts wondering what Leo even is, because he feels nothing like a normal cultivator or a normal monster beast. She warns that any serious inspector will still detect her life core problem, since she has no heart and no dantian like a real living child. Leo answers by dumping out barrels of rejuvenating tea and fluid, clearly planning to brute force her disguise with experimental medicine. Izan shrugs and starts with the rejuvenating tea, chugging the barrel, while everyone else watches in growing dread. As the tea goes down, Izan's bones crack, her body fills out, and her starved undead look starts softening into something much healthier. She drains the whole thing, burps with total satisfaction, and Leo grimly realizes she may have just burned through 10,000 years of age reversal. Without waiting for his answer, Izan grabs the fluid next and starts drinking that too. The second transformation goes even further, and Izan comes out looking fully alive, like a small blonde vampire girl with crimson eyes and fangs. Izan casually admits she is around 10,000 years old, and Leo finally decides to check her status for the first time. The result shocks him. Izan is 10,007 years old, and her remaining lifespan is not 0 but literally null. Izan laughs off the lifespan result as proof she was always undead, but Leo points out the stranger part now. Her heart is beating. Now the one panicking, Izan realizes she really has a pulse, while Leo dryly congratulates her on somehow coming back to life. Leo keeps pressing, and Izan finally explains that when she first became aware, the previous Lich Emperor was already the one raising her. From that answer, Leo quietly pieces together that Izan was probably once human and got stuck in a child body after being raised as undead. Then Leo suddenly remembers the real danger. He has been touching Izan too long now that her body is acting mortal. A heartbeat later, Izan screams as her flesh starts swelling and writhing under the skin, and she begs Leo to save her. Realizing his own mutation caused this, Leo sprints to the alchemy workshop, grabs pinnacle-grade elixir pills, and races back. He tries to force a healing pill down Izan's throat, but her tiny body chokes on it instead of swallowing. In a panic, Leo makes it worse by touching inside Izan's mouth directly, which kicks the mutation into an even faster spiral. Thinking on instinct now, Leo blasts water into her throat with his finger and finally forces the pill down. Even after the pill goes down, Izan's body keeps mutating, and for the first time in her long existence she looks truly terrified of dying. Leo pulls her into his arms and tells her to crush the evolving cells with sheer will, because that is the only way he knows to survive this kind of change. As if the crisis was not enough, orange tribulation clouds gather over Leo and Izan, darkening the whole domain. The onlookers recognize orange tribulation and panic, screaming for everyone to run away from Florida Man. Leo tries a shortcut first, firing a steel beam up into the tribulation like a makeshift lightning rod. That backfires immediately when the chain lightning races straight down the beam toward Izan, so Leo drops the trick and prepares to hit it head-on. His serious punch fires a black lightning blast that devours the orange tribulation and punches a hole straight through the storm. The tribulation clouds vanish, but the thunderclap is so brutal that disciples collapse, bleed, and even burst their eardrums from the blast. Two guardian statues answer at once, sending down healing light that restores the injured crowd and reaches Leo and Izan too. In that healing light, Leo gets one blunt answer from his guardian. Izan needs his virgin yang blood to balance her overwhelming yin. Leo immediately tries to draw blood, but his own body keeps auto-healing the wound before he can collect enough. He finally gets a wrist wound to stay open long enough for transparent blood to flow, and tries the gentlest way to feed it to Izan. But Izan is too far gone to swallow, so Leo pries her mouth open and forces the blood down with another pressured burst of water. This time it works, and after several long minutes Izan's swelling finally starts to recede even though her body is still badly hurt. Once the worst of it passes, Leo carries Izan back to her bed so she can finish recovering in peace. Izan can barely talk, but even from bed she still finds the strength to call him a fool, and Leo answers with a smug little "you're welcome." The crisis at Leo's domain settles for the night, and everyone learns the same unnerving lesson. Leo's black lightning, monstrous strength, and poisonous touch are real. Instead of leaking his secrets, the disciples decide staying near Leo is the safest choice, especially after watching him smash orange tribulation clouds apart with a punch. Far away in the frozen void, a giant asteroid races through space with two immortals riding it toward their old homeworld. One rider is Yen Yu, the former emperor of the Yen Empire, dressed like a walking imperial treasure chest and glowing with rainbow immortal aura. Behind him stands Situ Kong, the Situ ancestor, a white-robed immortal scholar who looks absurdly young for someone over 1,000 years old. Situ Kong breaks the silence first, grumbling that their descendants turned out painfully incompetent. The two compare damage reports. Situ Nantian is bedridden for a century, many clan elites died in a mystic realm, and the trail keeps leading back to the same rumor, Florida Man. Situ Kong suspects Florida Man might actually be an immortal hiding among mortals, one of those older world bullies who come home to abuse weaker people. While they travel, Situ Kong circulates soul chi and casually turns the asteroid itself into a garden of black immortal grass. A single sprout blooms into a black flower, and then 1,000 immortal grasses spread across their rocky ride. Yen Yu warns him to stop wrecking their transport, but Situ Kong shrugs that the asteroid will be destroyed eventually anyway. Then both immortals feel a terrifying force ahead, something far worse than the orange tribulations they know how to survive. At first they think it might be a tribulation lightning strike in space, maybe even the immortal killing kind. Before they can finish guessing, the black beam is suddenly right on top of them, lined up perfectly with the asteroid's path. They throw themselves clear just in time, and the beam erases the entire asteroid into smoke. Floating in open space, they stare at the endless tunnel of death and realize they would have been wiped out instantly. The explanation only gets worse as they run through immortal ranks and admit they have never even seen a black tribulation before. That single beam breaks their courage, and even Yen Yu's excuse about saving his children collapses into pure self-preservation. In the end, both immortals abandon the home planet outright and never answer their descendants again. Back at the domain, Leo puts Eason to bed and goes right back to expanding his territory like the day never really ended. He upgrades more buildings first, adding a third warehouse and a third granary so the place can hold even more supplies. Once the buildings hit level 9, Leo shifts to creature comforts and starts flooding the settlement with modern electric appliances. The primitive workers get hopelessly distracted by the strange new tools, but Leo lets them gawk while he keeps improving the place. After setting up the living spaces, Leo heads to the so-called Grand Canyon to check on the new water source. He sees the canyon filling out nicely, the river running south again, and fish already returning to the restored waterway. But when Leo notices catfish preying on the smaller fish, he decides to play amateur ecologist and jumps into the river wrapped in lightning chi. The instant he splashes in, Leo remembers the fatal flaw in this idea. His body contaminates the water. Leo grimly realizes his radiation is basically homemade nuclear waste, and now he may have just poisoned his own river. Instead of climbing out, he stays to watch what happens to the fish he just irradiated. The catfish begin mutating immediately, swelling, sprouting limbs, and dying mid-evolution before they can become anything worse. Leo calmly scoops up the floating mutant corpses into his spatial rings and starts thinking about sushi for dinner. Then something huge suddenly crashes down from the waterfall and slams into the river right beside him. The falling beast's snout smacks Leo in the head, and when he looks up, he finds himself staring straight at a horned caiman. After a beat of confusion, Leo remembers Kitten promised to send local creatures as tribute, so this monster is probably his tax payment arriving late. The caiman lunges to eat him, gulps contaminated water, and bites Leo's torso as hard as it can. Its teeth cannot get through Leo's clothes or skin, and Leo instantly decides this thing will make a perfect boat. He climbs onto the monster's back, smacks its head, and orders his new submarine to dive. The caiman twists and rolls to throw him off, but Leo just hangs on tighter and enjoys the ride like a lunatic. While Leo's side enjoys this bizarre slow life, another corner of the continent is collapsing into disaster. The Death Sword sect was always notorious because its disciples grew stronger by killing enemies and absorbing their chi instead of training cleanly. The Empire publicly outlawed those methods, but the great clans and royal families still stole the techniques from behind the scenes and turned the evil sects into political tools. That rotten balance held for 300 years, right up until the latest Mystic Realm expedition blew everything apart. Now Mantis Dragon City, home of the Death Sword sect, has become a dead city buried under pink mushrooms and drifting spore fog. The empty streets are not really empty though, because fungal humanoid monsters now wander there in place of the city's people. Each infected body has mutated differently, with heads and faces replaced by grotesque mushrooms, eyes, mouths, limbs, spikes, and other fleshy growths. 2 fairy ships hover above the city, one from the Ouyang clan and one from the Imperial Court, trying to rescue survivors and contain the outbreak. On deck, rescued disciples stand exposed and terrified while physicians and alchemists inspect every inch of them for hidden infection. Among the investigators is Ouyang Ku, an Ouyang elder and World Tree sect alchemist sent to find out why the court's agents vanished here. The answer is obvious the moment they look closely. Sweet dream mushrooms are behind the entire city-wide collapse. There is no time to send reports, because the strong cultivators are already burning chi to whip the airborne spores south while the healers sort the living from the doomed. When Ouyang Ku scans one disciple and feels something moving inside the man's thigh, he instantly knows the boy is finished. The disciple begs for mercy, but Oyanku says there is no cure and snaps his neck on the spot. After killing his 56th infected survivor, Oyanku stares down the rest of the line and orders the next one forward. The surviving disciples nearly break from terror as more inspections end with neck snaps and bodies thrown overboard. Those who pass the scan are not freed either, because Oyanku has them locked in isolation cabins under cage talismans for a full week. Everyone aboard knows one careless mistake could spread sweet dream mushrooms across the continent, so they keep sacrificing mercy for containment. The Imperial side even chooses to sacrifice the southern region, steering the spores toward Magpie City, Leo's shop, and Frozen Fire City instead of risking a wider spread. Some guards are openly pleased by that choice, because they think the spores might kill Florida Man for them and solve two problems at once. That smug mood dies when one mushroom zombie on the ground suddenly looks up and roars back at the ships. The guards recognize the aura and the gear before the face. That monster is Hua Guanhai, sect master of the Death Sword sect and Hua Jiashan's own brother. He was the first to get infected by the spores he brought back from the mystic realm, and now he is just another servant of the fungus. The guards mock him for becoming a slave to his own mind, too busy talking to notice that he is already moving. In the next instant, Hua Guanhai launches into the sky and cuts down 10 soul formation cultivators in 1 second. The fairy erupts in panic as Oyanku and the other elders finally understand they are facing a flying fungal monster, not a trapped zombie on the ground. Hua Guanhai turns toward them, and his mushroom head splits open to reveal one giant eyeball where his brain should be. Oyanku takes one look at that and immediately chooses survival, ripping open an emergency portal talisman to flee by himself. The others are not fast enough, so they fire chi attacks instead and hope brute force can stop him. Hua Guanhai answers with a new Dao avatar as the pink spore fog rises and condenses into a giant chomper plant in the sky. The plant avatar speaks one hungry line, dissolves into a storm of spores, and sweeps across the sky to devour everyone left behind. Back at Leo's domain, Cat is peacefully eating potatoes in the granary when she suddenly sneezes green slime all over the pile. She freezes in horror because Leo always warns her not to ruin his pill ingredients, so she hurriedly eats the dirty parts to hide the evidence. The disgusting slime somehow tastes interesting to her, but her quiet snack is interrupted when Leo walks into the granary. Leo asks if she ate all the cabbages and chilies because the donkeys are complaining, and Cat lies through her teeth with a panicked, innocent face. Leo accepts it for now and leaves to check another granary, and Cat finally lets herself breathe again. Still worried about getting scolded, Cat decides to stop stealing Leo's food for the moment and steps outside. The moment she sniffs the air, her food instinct catches a familiar sweet mushroom scent drifting from the north. Remembering how much she loved those mushrooms before, Cat starts drooling and bolts out of Leo's territory at full speed. 100 kilometers later, she reaches the creeping pink fog that is slowly advancing toward Leo's domain and Magpie City. Instead of fearing the spores, Cat recognizes dinner and dives happily straight into the mushroom fog. Elsewhere in the domain, Izan finally wakes up in her new house with her whole body numb and barely responsive. Realizing she is safe for the moment only reminds her how angry she still is at Leo for force-feeding her blood like a barbarian. Even so, she cannot deny that Leo's blood was unbelievably rich and delicious, packed with life force and pure elemental essence. When she tries to move, though, her arms and legs still refuse to obey, leaving her trapped in a half-paralyzed body. She quickly remembers an old trick and uses her chi like puppet strings to lift her limbs manually and force sensation back into them. The moment she gets a better look at herself, Izan realizes something is deeply wrong because her arms and legs are longer, paler, and far more mature than before. She closes her eyes to inspect herself with chi, and the instant she sees her full body from above, Izan is hit with pure disbelief. In the fungal wasteland, Cat happily starts inhaling sweet dream spores like they are fresh meat instead of poison. The living spores enter Cat's body, but Leo's transparent blood cells inside her devour them on contact and turn the infection into fuel. Energized by the feast, Cat sprints all over the infected zone and starts acting like a living air filter for the pink gas. Her wild sprint slows the north to south spread, but the city keeps producing new spores, so the cleared fog just keeps coming back. After an hour, Cat changes tactics, roots herself in place, and grows black stems and sticky leaves to trap the spores instead of chasing them. The trapped parasitic mushrooms melt into her leaves and vines, and Cat's life force swells fast enough to trigger a breakthrough. When Cat looks up and sees purple-yellow tribulation lightning forming, her mood instantly sours because she hates thunder. Cat braces herself and takes the first lightning strikes head-on as the surrounding spores and trees burn under heaven's punishment. The yellow lightning starts turning her vines to stone, but the transparent cells rush in to repair the curse before it spreads. Cat digs deeper into her stolen DNA stockpile, absorbs cockatrice traits, and gains real resistance to petrification. The curse stops working, but the heat still sets Cat on fire, so she frantically thinks through what Leo would do. Then Cat remembers one shared trick, opens her mouth wide, and openly taunts the tribulation to strike her again. A fresh bolt dives straight into her mouth, scorching her tongue and teeth, but she forces the energy down into her trunk anyway. Instead of dying, Cat heals from the inside, swells with life force, and starts physically maturing mid-tribulation. Her Dao avatar also matures behind her, and Cat steals part of Heaven's lightning chi for herself. Heaven answers the theft with a barrage of 30 more yellow bolts, and Cat just laughs and eats them too. By sunset, Cat finishes the trial as a true 8th stage monster and immediately turns her attention north toward even better food. At the Imperial Palace, Oyanka reports the sweet dream mushroom outbreak and the whole court goes tense at the name alone. Yen Xiang immediately remembers the old calamity, when only yellow tribulation lightning could burn those mushrooms away. The court silently searches for a strong enough cultivator to survive that kind of lightning, and nobody likes the odds. Then a Situ clan elder steps forward and coolly argues that there is no need to panic because the wind is already pushing the plague south. His real proposal is ruthless. Let the spreading mushrooms hit Florida Man near Magpie City first and make him absorb the disaster. Yan Luo points out that Leo could simply run away, but the blue-robed elder says Leo's people and customers are the leash that will keep him there. The blue-robed elder insists that if Leo abandons his followers, his reputation collapses, so protecting them is his only practical choice. When Yen Xiang asks what happens if Leo fails anyway, the blue-robed elder coldly says an incompetent man can die with the mushrooms. To reassure the court, the blue-robed elder reveals that a Situ clan ancestor is coming for the youth tournament, and can later help remove the plague. Yen Xiang accepts that answer, while privately hiding that he also has his own father as a secret last resort to kill Leo. The court then turns to the infected Death Sword sect, and the blue-robed elder proposes using them as another weapon against Leo. To prove he can do it, the blue-robed elder presents a Cyan Garuda tornado pill that can summon a controllable wind prison and drag Hua Guanhai's horde to Leo's doorstep. The court praises the idea, and Yen Xiang officially orders the blue-robed elder to carry it out and bear the blame if anything goes wrong. Back at the domain, Leo is doing grunt work with the mannequins, cutting iron pine and redirecting sacred wood into more guns and bullets. Then a sweet smell reaches him, and Leo instantly recognizes the scent he has been wanting back for alchemy: sweet dream mushrooms. Instead of pure alarm, Leo immediately thinks about the mushroom pill recipes he had to give up earlier and decides the new outbreak is too valuable to ignore. He drops his carpentry job, puts on a hazmat suit, and buys a stack of large plastic barrels to haul the mushrooms safely. The barrels look too flimsy for fungal biohazard work, so Leo upgrades them all the way into strange rainbow metal artifact cubes. At first the new cube has no obvious lid, but Leo figures out it obeys his thoughts and can open itself on command. Once he realizes how flexible it is, Leo immediately stops being practical and starts happily redesigning the cube around his own body. The result is a bulky sealed cosplay suit with a visor and backpack shape, and Leo is delighted that he has basically built an Among Us imposter outfit. Still wearing the ridiculous suit, Leo waddles north past the workers, and nobody can sense his aura through it. People only relax when the mannequins salute the strange creature, proving their lord is somehow inside it. Tiger Swordsman finds the whole thing too bizarre to ignore and quietly follows Leo out of the domain. Walking bores Leo fast, so he starts hopping forward in huge game-like leaps while Tiger Swordsman keeps pace on a flying sword. A few minutes later they reach dense pink fog, and Tiger Swordsman's instincts scream at him to stop while Leo hops straight in. Deciding this is too dangerous, Tiger Swordsman turns back to warn Hua Jieshan and Dong Fong Mei about the fog. Inside the mist, Leo notices mushrooms actually growing on his visor while strong wind churns the whole cloud around him. To get a clear view, Leo kicks off the ground and launches himself 10 kilometers into the air. From above, he sees the pink fog spiraling around Cat, who is now crackling with tribulation like yellow electricity in the eye of the storm. Leo realizes Cat has been up here eating mushrooms on her own, and beyond her he spots a city farther north as the likely source. As soon as he lands and prepares to jump again, a mushroom-headed zombie suddenly dives at him and bites the suit. The zombie breaks its own teeth on the artifact suit, and an annoyed Leo reshapes the armor to grow absurd oversized rubbery arms. He slaps the attacker into gore, only for more mushroom zombies to spill out of the mist and swarm him. For the next hour, Leo keeps battering his way forward, but the infected forest only gets messier as blood, corpses, and mushrooms feed each other. Seeing how badly the spores could wreck his own domain if they spread, Leo decides brute force cleanup is safer than trying to be careful. He retracts the giant gloves, pours fire and lightning essence into his fists, and deliberately tones the attack down from black to yellow so he does not wreck the whole world. Then Leo drops his left fist into the ground and unleashes a colossal yellow lightning flame blast. Everything within 10 kilometers gets zapped, burned, and shattered into molten ruin as the first giant crater opens up. Cat yelps because the blast sets her vines ablaze too, and a heartbeat later her huge body crashes down on top of Leo's head. Leo groans and snaps at Cat for playing here, but Cat loudly complains that he just ruined her meal. When Cat asks about collecting the mushrooms instead, Leo admits he does want samples later but insists the zombies and wild spread have to go first. So Leo gives Cat permission to gorge herself on corpses and big mushrooms here while he goes north to wipe out the main source. Cat happily scuttles off like a monstrous spider, shoveling burnt trees, ash, and remains into her mouth at full speed. Leo climbs out, sees the absurd size of the new crater reaching almost back to his domain, and shrugs off the future complaints. With his right fist still charged, Leo launches himself toward Dragon Mantis City, and sees the whole provincial city swallowed by mushrooms. At the city center, he spots the real heart of the outbreak, a spiraling tower of pink mist wrapped around a golden mushroom tree linked to the whole fungal network. Before Leo can close in, an airborne fungal cultivator shoots out of the mist with a sword, and Leo recognizes the attacker as Hua Guanhai. Even infected, the fungal swordsman still remembers enough to use a Dao avatar and strike Leo from front and back at the same time. The real sword snaps, the energy attack gets absorbed by Leo's suit, and Leo answers by grabbing the fungal swordsman by the neck. Mildly irritated, Leo twists the fungal swordsman's head all the way around and burns him into ash. Hua Guanhai's death stirs the whole city, and suddenly 1,000 mushroom zombies erupt from the mist and rush Leo in the sky. Leo actually grins at the sight, reignites his right fist, and lets himself drop straight into the center of the horde. The moment he lands, the second yellow explosion tears through Dragon Mantis City and wipes out zombies, buildings, spores, and mushrooms in one sweep. When the dust settles, Leo climbs out and finds almost everything reduced to barren brown earth. But one thing is still standing: the golden mushroom core survived both blasts and keeps pumping pink mist into the air. Instead of smashing it immediately, Leo's greed kicks back in and he starts wondering if he can capture the thing and grow it somewhere else. At the ruined center of Dragon Mantis City, Leo walks up to the last golden mushroom tree and confirms it is still leaking pink mist like the other sweet dream mushrooms. He presses a blank spatial ring to the tree and seals the whole thing away before it can keep spreading. The tree is gone, but the airborne spores stay behind, so Leo immediately points at the mist and calls out Hans. A stream of yellow flame blasts from Leo's finger and sweeps through the pink haze, burning every trace he can see. Still not trusting the spores, Leo stomps the ground with chi and blows the ruined city into another crater. The impact melts the earth into crimson lava, and the whole blasted town starts sinking into the molten pit around his legs. Leo casually walks through the lava while flames climb over his body, and the heat strips away fat and impurities instead of hurting him. When the lava starts flowing back in to bury him, Leo simply jumps out of the pit. Outside the crater, he checks himself and sees that even his t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers survived because they were made from his own skin and chi. Bored with the casual look, Leo starts thinking about switching to the black suit before meeting the Emperor. He tries to trim his beard with chi scissors, but the cut hair drops away for only a second before the long white beard instantly grows back even thicker. Leo accepts that his orange lightning body always restores to the exact same state, so shaving and haircutting are pointless now. He briefly considers baiting the Empire into attacking his store, then drops the idea because too many of his workers are still too weak to survive that fight. With a new approach in mind, Leo leaves the lava field and heads home. After Leo leaves, the cooling lava mutates because his radiation-like aura touched it, and hidden bacteria begin multiplying underground. One mutant strain reaches a buried badger corpse, absorbs its traits, and carries that new DNA back into the lava. 12 hours later, the first lava badger drags itself out of the crater, dies from unstable evolution, and becomes the template for even more mutation attempts. Back at the domain, Leo returns to find the north side still safe but completely blocked by a massive crater slope that ruins any further expansion. He scratches his head and mutters that the northern highway is basically gone. Leo heads back toward the store to finally relax, but Hua Jiashan, Dongfang Mei, and the other elders rush over in panic to ask if he really went into the pink mist. When Leo casually confirms it was the sweet dream mushrooms, the whole group goes pale and drops to their knees begging him to save the continent. Leo brushes off the panic and points north, saying he already burned everything to ash and they can look at the destruction themselves. Hua Jiashan lights up with relief and starts thanking Leo so wildly that he kisses Leo's sneaker. Leo snaps at them to stop gawking and get back to work, pointing out that his clothes are literally on fire while this idiot is kissing his dirty shoe. The elders scatter in a flustered rush, but they leave smiling because Leo still treats his people more like workers than servants. Instead of going to bed, Leo takes the elevator up to the Mystic Realm platform to inspect the golden tree properly. At the angel statue, Leo snaps off a golden twig from the stored tree and asks Meow Meow what this thing really is. The statue's eyes glow green as it wakes and calmly reveals that the golden mushroom is actually a world tree, the origin source of sweet dream mushrooms in demon realms. Leo is thrown by how much the statue knows, and Meow Meow says that knowledge came from Leo's ancient entity Fate Crystal, not from Leo himself. When the statue hints that upgrading the store to level 10 will trigger something huge, Leo gets visibly more depressed and pushes that problem aside. Meow Meow tells him the twig is valuable for weapons or alchemy, but Leo worries everyone downstairs will panic if they learn he kept an evolved sweet dream mushroom. The statue says that is not a problem because one of Leo's subordinates can suppress the world tree completely, and he teasingly calls her Leo's girlfriend. Leo flatly denies having a girlfriend, but when he turns around, the answer is already standing right behind him. Izan has changed again, now looking like a smug elf-like noble girl with blonde drill curls, pointy ears, and bright green parasite eyes. Leo whistles at the new look, and Izan immediately leans into it, asking if he is falling for the new her. Leo instantly ruins the mood by glancing at her chest and telling her to grow some first. Humiliated, Izan turns bright red and punches Leo in the face, only to hurt her own fist instead. Furious and embarrassed, Izan storms off the platform to take her anger out somewhere else. A moment later, Gao Yan screams from below, making it obvious Izan found a new target for her temper. Even after that, Meow Meow keeps insisting Izan suits Leo perfectly, and Leo shuts him down by saying he wants a mature woman, not a brat. Leaving the prediction behind, Leo jumps down toward the alchemy workshop because he still needs answers about the world tree. At the alchemy street, Leo waits for a workshop to finish so he can test the golden twig through the system. As soon as one cauldron opens up, he stops the mannequin's next job and throws in a world tree twig for analysis. The workshop identifies it as a sweet dream world tree twig and gives Leo coding recipes for bullets and cold weapons that spread hallucination poison. Leo is underwhelmed by the poison angle, but he still decides to test the real weapon coding for himself. He adds a second twig and a dented flying sword, and the mannequin helpfully brings over a golden sand banana to serve as the earth catalyst. After Leo lights the furnace in his usual crude way, the workshop sets a timer of just under an hour, which means these experiments can be done fast. The real problem is that every exposed twig releases spores, so Leo remembers Meow Meow's advice and decides to find Izan next. Meanwhile, Izan is still in a foul mood, so she marches straight to Gao Yan and Wu Bai while they are busy studying the mannequin's pill-making methods. She vents by kicking Wu Bai in the butt and smacking Gao Yan so hard that both men crumple in one hit. Izan calls them useless, and the now confused Wu Bai does not even recognize her after the makeover. When Wu Bai innocently calls her little missy, Izan punishes him with another kick and reminds him she is old enough to be his great-grandmother. Gao Yan recovers and politely notes that Izan looks very different now, but his flustered reaction instantly triggers jealousy from Thora. Thora twists Gao Yan's ear for getting excited over another girl, and he has no idea what he did wrong. Izan ignores the relationship drama and grills Gao Yan about his combat history, quickly realizing his talent is high but his actual fighting foundation is awful. When Gao Yan admits he has barely fought anyone since the muscle-tempering realm, Izan is so horrified she grabs his ear again. Izan decides on the spot to become Gao Yan's sparring teacher, and drags him off for emergency combat training before the tournament. Out in the empty plot, Izan starts beating Gao Yan with a hard iron pine twig and treats the whole lesson like a live-fire humiliation drill. A little later, Leo steps out in front of the store looking for Izan and follows Gao Yan's dramatic screams to the east. He arrives to find Izan battering Gao Yan with a twig while barking at him to keep his eyes open and fight properly. Gao Yan keeps folding because he cannot bring himself to properly fight an attractive woman, which only makes his technique look even worse. While watching, Leo casually gnaws on another world tree twig and discovers it melts into earth essence and life force in his mouth. A system alert tells him one bite adds 250 years to his lifespan, and Leo immediately realizes the twigs may be more useful as food than poison coating. That reminder gets him back on track, so Leo interrupts the lesson and asks Izan if she is free because he needs her help. Izan instantly perks up at the chance to be needed and struts over, openly enjoying that the unbeatable old geezer finally has to ask her for something. Leo shows her the twig and asks if she can contain the spores or even control the mushroom zombies and parasites tied to it. The moment Izan smells it, she recognizes it as an undead tree twig and demands to know where Leo found such a thing. She proudly says this is basically undead food, the kind her death knights and archliches used to eat for breakfast, so controlling it is easy for an empress like her. More importantly, Izan explains the spores stop spreading if one big undead tree is planted with 4 smaller ones around it. Leo immediately hands over more twigs and says he already has the big tree, so he wants Izan to turn these cuttings into the 4 smaller trees. Bragging that the job is ridiculously simple, Izan marches to the plowed land south of the farms with Leo following to watch. On the southern field, Izan plants the 4 twigs in a square and leaves the center open for the main tree. Then she casually tells Leo the next step is urine, because undead trees need a living creature's piss to grow leaves instead of staying as mushrooms. Leo starts to comply, but when Izan just stands there watching, he asks for privacy and gets mocked for being shy. Instead of literally peeing, Leo cheats by blasting the twigs with black impurity water from his own body cells. Izan recoils after smelling it and blurts out that Leo somehow made something that reeks like holy water to an undead creature. Leo laughs the complaint off, finishes treating all 4 twigs, and even spits on them to speed up mutation and growth. After that, Leo brings out the main sweet dream world tree and plants it in the center, then hands the rest of the job to Izan. Izan still cannot get over Leo producing undead-hurting holy water filth, but she steps up anyway and prepares to handle the central tree herself. She spits on the trunk, slaps it a few times, and then starts adjusting her skirt, making it clear she is about to use the old-fashioned method after all. Before she goes any further, Izan glares at Leo and demands privacy, only for him to throw her own shameless words back at her with a vicious grin. After the array goes up for transparent walls boxing the pink spores in the growing world tree, with the planted twigs feeding the barrier like batteries, Izan writes strange runes across the clear walls and explains that the array can slow the spread, but it cannot stop the fungus for good. When Leo pushes for a permanent fix, Izan bluntly tells him fungi are impossible to stop completely, and can only be pruned back. Izan mocks him that anyone else would turn into a mindless jiangshi from eating these mushrooms, and she dares him to try. Leo answers by walking straight through the barrier and into the restricted mushroom patch himself. Inside, Leo ignores the familiar pink growths and spots new black mushrooms budding from dark patches on the golden trunk. He plucks one black specimen for research and stores it away before testing a pink sweet dream mushroom with his own mouth. The pink mushroom tastes rich like truffle, and the system only rewards him with 1 extra year of lifespan. That tiny reward still makes Leo realize he should have farmed these gourmet mushrooms from the start instead of destroying earlier batches. Once the taste hooks him, Leo starts harvesting and eating mushrooms non-stop right off the tree. Watching from outside, Izan goes from confusion to suspicion because Leo looks ridiculous but not infected. By the time Izan steps closer to inspect him, Leo has already devoured a pile of mushrooms and casually bites into one of the new black ones too. The black mushroom turns out to taste like hot cheese and truffle, and it gives Leo a much bigger 10-year lifespan boost. That is enough to trigger Leo's next bad idea, and he offers the juicy black mushroom to Izan like a smug prankster. Izan realizes Leo is genuinely immune, and curiosity wins out when he promises the strange mushroom tastes like cheese. Leo shoves the mushroom into her mouth and squeezes, blasting the sticky white filling down her throat. Izan coughs, flushes, and hurls the half-eaten mushroom at him, while Leo collapses laughing at his own bullying stunt. When Izan kicks at him in outrage, Leo theatrically flees, still enjoying how badly he got under her skin. Left alone, Izan admits the black mushroom is delicious and calmly tests another one her own way. She starts by sucking out the cheese filling first, completely unaware that Gao Yan has seen the whole awkward exchange and gone bright red. With the array stabilized, the southern site becomes a permanent mushroom farm that keeps producing both sweet dream and black mutant mushrooms every few minutes. Leo puts Izan in charge of the new farm and gives her an upgraded barrel cube so she can handle the harvest and storage herself. Once she figures out the upgraded cube, Izan happily builds herself a yellow chromate-style suit and officially joins Leo's weird little cosplay squad. After that, Leo carries some of the new mushrooms to the workshops to see what they can make of them. In the idle workshop, he finds a finished weapon from an older order, a flying sword merged with a world tree twig. Its description reveals Kagati can infect anyone it wounds with an undead curse and turn them into controlled zombies. Leo finds the cursed sword ridiculous for his own use, but he immediately sees it as expensive store merchandise instead. He tosses a black mushroom into the cauldron next and finally learns what it really is, a rare true death mushroom from demon realms. The new recipe is nasty and specialized, since the fungus can strip immortality and life force unless the victim still has virgin yin or yang essence. Leo cannot make that poison pill yet because it needs crystallized essence, so he settles for taking notes and checking the sweeter mushroom recipes instead. That jogs his memory, and he goes hunting through the workshop storage for the forgotten hope and dream pills his mannequin already finished earlier. The pill is a real healing medicine at last, but Leo can only stare when he sees it also buffs the user and then knocks them out for 3 hours. Even with the weird side effect, Leo needs proper healing badly enough that he orders the free workshop to start mass-producing hope and dream pills. The long timer makes him regret how he upgraded his workshop, because more quantity did not help the speed problem he actually hates. That frustration pushes him toward another risky idea, and he walks to the store wall to check what level 10 would unlock. The answer is bad. Level 10 would remove newbie protection, unlock PvP, and trigger Fate Crystal main quests he is not ready to face. Leo curses the system and the universe, because the thought of other players with similar powers still hits a nerve even after everything he has survived. For a while he nearly commits to pushing harder, even dragging swords and blades to the workshop as if preparing for a major upgrade binge. After staring at the workshop and checking his still huge lifespan pool, he reins himself in and decides to wait until after the tournament. To burn off the urge, Leo brings out the upgraded Ferrari and tears around the road course like a missile. The workers and elders only glance over at the loud machine, treat it like another strange carriage, and go back to cultivation and labor. Meanwhile, the one person not getting a break is Gao Yan, because Izan has him on a brutal crash course for actual combat. Izan introduces Terra Swordsmanship, a knightly style built on minimal movement, stable footing, and relentless momentum. Her demonstration is simple but terrifying, because every short slash and thrust carries real sword intent and a cutting Dao. When Gao Yan copies the forms, he is painfully slow, and Izan instantly starts barking for more speed and momentum. No matter how hard he tries, Gao Yan still moves like someone from a much lower realm, and Izan decides raw repetition is the only fix left. She orders him to repeat the movements 30,000 times, because he is the team's only true fighter, and she believes he will die if he enters the tournament like this. Gao Yan can only cry and obey as the desperate training camp chews through the next 10 days. The day before the trip to Cauliflower City, Leo lines up his chosen representatives in front of the store with their beasts, luggage, and travel gear, ready to depart. The humans are dressed in Leo's black tactical suits, while Cat gets a green dress and the horse-like beasts are fitted with proper riding tack. Leo is still not satisfied, because the one person he truly worries about is Gao Yan. Asked if the training worked, Gao Yan admits Izan only drilled 3 basic moves into him, and he still feels nowhere near ready. The elders laugh off Gao Yan's panic and remind him that a nascent soul cultivator with a Dao avatar should crush any golden core opponent in this tournament. Gao Yan looks toward Thora for reassurance, and her silent confidence finally steadies his nerves enough to promise he will do his best. Leo's next concern is practical. Gao Yan's old lightsaber is clearly running low on power. Leo briefly tries to replace it with Kagati, but the cursed blade's wailing aura terrifies Gao Yan so badly he shoves it right back. Izan takes the cursed sword without blinking, which only embarrasses Gao Yan more and alarms the veteran sword users watching nearby. Since Gao Yan will not use the cursed blade, Leo snatches his lightsaber instead and starts fixing the power source by hand. He pops out the depleted essence stone, casually chews it like candy, and swaps in another old one after giving it a quick recharge. When Leo powers it back on, the blade flares bright yellow with tribulation lightning energy instead of its old weaker glow. Leo hands it back with a grim warning that even one clean cut could petrify or kill the target, so Gao Yan had better not hit himself. Leo still is not done preparing the team, so he starts handing matchlock rifles and sacred wood bullet boxes to the girls acting as tamers. He explains that the strange bullets use sacred wood and reusable spirit stones, so cultivators can fire them by injecting chi instead of messing with powder and fuses. To prove it, Leo loads a rifle, aims upward, and fires a blazing shot that tears into the sky with a sharp blast. The armed elders nod along because they already know these guns work, but Yao Qiqi and the younger girls are still trying to process what kind of self-defense lesson this is. The day before departure, Leo parked his upgraded red Ferrari beside the clothing store and finally relaxed after mastering both its driving and flight controls. But that relief only lasted a second, because he still had to move a whole team to Cauliflower City tomorrow, and one sports car obviously would not cut it. So Leo opened the shopping system and started searching for buses, coaches, and trucks instead of another flashy car. Once he saw how much money he had left, Leo went even bigger and switched his search to luxury motorhomes. The prices were shockingly manageable, so Leo immediately locked onto a double-deck motorhome as the perfect answer. The moment he bought it, the huge bus materialized on the plane, and its remote key dropped straight into Leo's hand. Leo did not stop there and pushed the new bus straight to level 9, betting that the upgrade would turn it into something ridiculous. The bus answered with a storm of metallic clanks and screeching as its interior rebuilt itself from the inside out. When the upgrade finished, Leo opened the door, checked the remodeled interior, and came back grinning because the bus had turned out exactly as he wanted. Back in the present, Leo's group had all their gear ready for the trip, but nobody could see any vehicle waiting to carry them. Gao Yan finally asked the obvious question, scratching his head as he wondered if they were supposed to fly all the way there and waste their chi before the tournament even started. Leo had clearly been waiting for that, and he answered without words by reaching into his spatial ring. A huge modern motorhome rumbled out of Leo's ring and dropped onto the road right in front of the store. The disciples just stared, because none of them had ever seen a long black machine like this before. Even the disciples who already knew Leo's collection could only stare, because this black bus looked stranger than anything they had seen inside the store. From the outside, the new ride looked almost normal at first glance, just a sleek double-decker bus painted black with dark-tinted windows. Leo, meanwhile, looked absurdly pleased with himself, because he knew the real upgrades were hidden inside. To complete the reveal, Leo flicked the remote key and opened the passenger door like a showman unveiling his prize. The electric door slid aside with a soft mechanical hiss, and a set of golden stairs extended down to the ground. Then Leo stepped inside first and called everyone aboard, turning the mystery vehicle into their ride to Cauliflower City. As the group gets ready to board, Leo tells Izan to bring the kids inside first and bluntly warns Kat that if she stays huge, she can only ride on the roof. Kat immediately takes the challenge, shuts her eyes, and tries to force a smaller form out of herself. Her first try goes completely wrong when Kat blasts out a deadly yellow fart cloud instead of shrinking, and everyone nearby scrambles away in disgust. After an hour and 17 ugly attempts, Kat finally shrinks into a small humanoid monster girl form that leaves the whole group staring. Leo gives Kat a long, uneasy look, and Kat happily shows off her new body until she catches his expression and turns playful. When Kat asks about food, Leo points her straight at the motorhome and tells her to go test those new mouths inside. Kat answers by launching herself at Leo for a kiss, but her chest mouth splits open and turns it into a full monster grooming attack. Leo endures the disgusting affection in silence, already realizing Kat still needs lessons on what a normal kiss is supposed to be. Once Kat is done, she slithers into the motorhome with Izan, and the rest of the group follows behind them. Inside, everyone is hit with the same impossible spatial magic as the store, because the bus is far bigger on the inside than it should be. Once they settle in, Gao Yan, Yao Qiqi, Izan, and Sun Wan sink into the leather couches like excited kids and stare up at the chandelier. Kat ignores the sightseeing and goes straight for the bar fridge, because food was the only part of Leo's invitation she cared about. The fridge is already loaded with mutated vegetables, fresh thundercane and meat, and even eating fluid for Kat, so she immediately starts feasting with both mouths in pure delight. Taxi and Ricardo switch into humanoid form, put on the black uniform, and step into the motorhome, looking calm until the impossible interior makes both of them flinch. Sun Wan and Tiger Swordsman board behind the first pair to watch over Gao Yin, Yao Qiqi, and the other girls, and they end up blurting out the same stunned reaction at the bus interior. Their reactions pull the rest of the group to the doorway, and the elders peek in one by one before the whole entrance falls into stunned silence. Wu Bai breaks the silence first and crows that Leo must be a master of spatial distortion arrays, because this bus is clearly bigger on the inside just like his store buildings. Hua Jiashan quietly smiles at the idea and says he wants Leo to teach a public lesson on spatial Dao someday. Han Hao immediately expands the idea into a broader public lecture event for sharing Dao insights with the juniors, and Dong Fong Mei grins and agrees. While the elders are still talking, Leo leads the younger group deeper into the motorhome, and shows them the middle section laid out like a first-class corridor lined with private suites. Leo slides open one suite and reveals that even a standard room is practically a full apartment, bigger than the small houses back in the domain. Izan is the first to inspect the room, but after one sweep she spots the large door at the very end of the corridor, and immediately wants something better. Leo catches that greedy look at once and warns everyone to choose any room they want except the last one, because that back room is his. Izan smirks and argues that Leo will be busy piloting anyway, so he should just hand the room over to her. Leo shuts her down, says the normal suites are already huge enough for 4 people, and reminds her that his own belongings are already in the back room. Izan ignores him completely, calls the other rooms rat holes, and dashes straight for Leo's private door anyway. The moment Izan opens the back room, she finds out Leo was underselling it badly, because his private space is not a room at all but a 2-floor luxury condo. As Izan steps in farther, the full madness of the suite comes into view: a private bar, gym, spa, chef's kitchen, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bathrooms all packed into Leo's personal quarter. Then Izan reaches the master bedroom and freezes, because the walls, floor, and ceiling are all transparent glass with blue water and live fish visible on the other side. Staring at the fish outside the glass, Izan blurts out the obvious question: why does Leo's bedroom look like it is underwater? Too confused to stay still, Izan rushes up the stairs toward the upper deck and is met with another unbelievable sight just as the excerpt cuts off. When Izan reaches the motorhome's upper deck, she freezes at a ridiculous luxury setup: a giant pool on one side and a fake beach with a shallow sea on the other. The beach even feels real, with wind and a salty smell, so Izan blurts out in disbelief and demands to know how Leo packed all this inside the bus. Leo tests the sand with a kick and realizes the upper deck is cheating too, because any sand knocked away simply disappears and resets back onto the beach. That tiny test pleases Leo immediately, because it means the fake beach will not dump sand all over the rest of his living space. While Leo keeps inspecting the upper deck, Izan sprints across it and discovers a cockpit area linked to the lower deck, along with 2 bedrooms nearby. Izan instantly tries to seize the best spot, shouting at Leo to hand over that room. Leo shuts the argument down with tired patience, telling her there are 2 bedrooms anyway, so she can pick one and leave him the other. Izan accepts on the spot, and Leo quietly counts that as a rare victory over her chaos. With the room fight settled, Leo heads back down to check how the rest of the group has arranged itself before departure. Down in the living quarters, the passengers have already picked rooms, and the pairings come out a little oddly. Sun Wan stays with Yao Qiqi, while the 2 sanctuary girls also choose to share. Meanwhile, Gao Yan, Tiger Swordsman, and Cat each end up with private rooms, while Taxi and Ricardo are only implied off-screen by the extra closed doors. Even with spare rooms left, Leo refuses to turn this into a group outing and kicks the non-participants back out before the trip starts. Before sealing the door, Leo tells the people staying behind to guard his domain until he returns in a few days. Hua Jiashan and Dong Fong Mei answer with a formal salute and promise to protect the territory while he is gone. Leo closes the shutter door, takes the driver's seat, and finally brings the oversized machine to life. The so-called bus sounds more like a jet, and Leo handles it like an aircraft, one hand on the console and the other testing a flight stick between his legs. Leaning fully into the joke, Leo grabs the intercom and introduces himself as Captain Florida Man of Battle Bus FL-69, warning everyone to buckle up and stay inside. His voice blasts through every room and the lounge, leaving the passengers staring around in confusion because the announcement suddenly sounds like he is right next to them. The huge vehicle starts moving at last, gliding west along the road toward the temporary airfield strip. At the northeast corner, Leo swings the bus to a careful U-turn and lines it up straight for takeoff. Just before launch, Leo makes one last announcement and immediately singles Cat out, because he spots her raiding the lobby fridge through the mirror instead of sitting down. Cat is completely unapologetic, still planted in front of the public refrigerator in the lounge and casually chewing through almost all of Leo's backup food. As the battle bus lifts off and heads north, the people below stare up in open admiration at yet another flying vehicle owned by Leo. Watching the bus disappear north, Wu Bai and his friend Han Hao joke about how many flying ships Leo owns, and Han Hao wonders if they could ever buy one. Wu Bai immediately laughs that a ship like that would cost several thousand years of lifespan, turning the question into a flex about how valuable Leo's treasures are. The boastful banter escalates fast, with the other man bragging that Leo's resources have already pushed his lifespan past 2,000 years. Wu Bai refuses to lose the contest and smugly claims his commissions have already pushed him over 3,000 years instead. Their little rivalry ends with the worker storming back to the chili farm to cultivate harder, determined to catch up and buy Leo's artifacts someday. Wu Bai also heads back to his alchemy workshop, because Leo may be gone for the trip, but everyone in the domain still has plenty of work to do. Meanwhile in the cockpit, Leo nudges the battle bus north, climbs to 10,000 feet, and lines it up for Cauliflower City. Once the route is steady, Leo switches on autopilot and gets up from the pilot's seat to check on the others. The moment he steps into the lounge, Leo finds total chaos. Cat is still raiding the refrigerator while the floor is covered in spilled juice and scattered vegetables. Leo walks up to Cat and lays down a clear rule. If she wants to keep eating on this trip, she has to learn basic table manners and stop feeding straight from the fridge. Cat does not accept that at all, whipping around with an offended glare and loudly protesting like a spoiled house cat. When Leo tells her to get up, Cat doubles down and swats his hand away instead of obeying. That open defiance only makes Leo grin, because now he decides to punish her properly. Leo grabs Cat by the nape and one of her roots, lifts her effortlessly, and folds her over his knee despite her resistance. Then the first spanking lands with a sharp crack, and Cat immediately screams in pain. Leo coldly tells her this is what happens to a naughty girl who has been spoiled too much and still refuses to act like an adult. Leo only gives Cat one more swat, but the second hit still leaves her trembling and badly hurt, with both cheeks reddened and swollen. After deciding Cat had been punished enough, Leo hauled the Dryad back to her room on his shoulder and marched straight into the bathroom. He dumped Cat onto the bathroom floor, turned on the hot shower, and started washing her by force while she shrieked in panic. Leo escalated from bathing to hygiene boot camp, pinning her down and jamming a toothbrush into her mouth because he was sick of the smell. Cat fought back with pure monster logic and bit the toothbrush apart, then chewed up the plastic and swallowed it. Watching Cat chew up the toothbrush made Leo realize he was not dealing with a normal girl at all, just a filthy little monster that needed stronger measures. Leo bought a new brush from his system, chose the hardest toilet brush he could get, and even upgraded it so Cat could not destroy that one too. When Cat kept swallowing the toothpaste, Leo smeared the whole tube onto the reinforced brush and scrubbed deep into her torso mouth to rip the grime off her monster teeth. The bathroom turned into a spectacle as Cat kept screaming, Leo kept scrubbing, and Izan arrived early enough to enjoy the chaos instead of stopping it. Izan only grinned at the rough scene and basically gave Leo permission to keep going, which did nothing to improve Cat's chances. An hour later, Leo had scrubbed Cat so aggressively that she came out visibly cleaner and softer, but he had also rubbed her raw and left her gums swollen. Cat gave a pitiful little meow like she had been personally violated, while Leo looked just as drained from the ordeal. Once he towel-dried her and threw her onto the bed, Leo handed the next problem to Izan and told her to dress Cat. Izan pointed out the real problem right away. Cat's main mouth is on her body, so normal clothes would just get eaten. She followed that with a blunt bit of monster world logic. Monster girls usually do not bother with clothes at all because their forms can change back anyway. Leo looked around and saw that only Izan, Sunwan, Yao Chi-Chi, and two tamer girls had stayed to watch, while the men and the horses had already fled the room out of sheer embarrassment. Annoyed but not willing to leave Cat fully exposed, Leo suddenly remembered a workaround and opened the shopping system instead. His answer was simple and weirdly practical. Leo bought a women's bikini and put it on Cat as a minimum layer of decency. Cat immediately noticed the bikini top felt wrong, because instead of being clothes, it was acting like a restraint over her torso mouth. And the moment Cat looked ready to tear the bikini off and eat it too, Leo stepped in with a warning. Leo shuts Cat down fast, warning that if she eats that again, she is going straight back into the bathroom. Cat immediately nods over and over, too scared to argue after the bath threat. With Cat finally under control, Leo goes back into the bathroom to clean up the mess from the pet bath. While gathering the trash, Leo picks up the upgraded toilet brush and suddenly realizes he has been overlooking a whole market. Annoyed at himself, Leo smacks his forehead and admits he could have been turning ordinary modern items into high-priced goods this whole time. When Leo comes out carrying the brush, Sunwan locks onto it immediately and asks if that bizarre thing is another artifact. Leo checks the brush more carefully and sees it is no longer cheap plastic at all. The handle has turned obsidian dark, the bristles look like barbed wire, and the whole brush gives off a cold, minty aura. Leo casually offers it, and Sunwan immediately asks to buy it because she can use it to scrub beasts that hate bathing. Leo quietly does the math, remembers the brush only cost him 9 years total, and decides to mark it up hard. He names a steep price of 90 years of lifespan, while honestly admitting the thing is basically useless for fighting. Sunwan accepts the 90-year price without hesitation, because the ugly brush is exactly what she needs for beasts that hate bathing. But because they are outside Leo's shop domain, he cannot complete the lifespan transaction normally on the spot. Leo hands the brush over first and decides to put the 90-year charge on Sunwan's tab instead. He adds that he will deduct the debt from her wages later, and Sunwan agrees without hesitation. The weird little sale leaves both of them satisfied. Sunwan gets a useful tool, and Leo gets profit plus a dangerous new idea. Leo's mind kicks into overdrive as he starts mapping out an entire product line of upgraded modern goods for cultivators. He starts with women customers and runs through beauty goods like makeup, creams, shampoo, perfume, shoes, bags, dresses, wigs, hair dye, and other beautification items. The list grows too fast, so Leo buys a pen and paper on the spot and starts writing everything down before he forgets it. Then Leo turns to male cultivator vices, listing porn magazines, cigars, condoms, booze, flashy cars, Viagra, marijuana, and even TP dolls, then gets mildly disturbed by where his own mind went. He briefly thinks about selling guns too, but kills that idea immediately because firearm tech is staying exclusive to his own side. So Leo narrows his focus to low-cost nonsense with huge markup potential, especially things like Viagra and Vice goods. When he checks the import prices in the shopping menu, the numbers are cheap enough to make him grin from ear to ear. The menu confirms it: Viagra, cigars, condoms, magazines, liquor, marijuana flowers, and TP dolls all cost surprisingly little by his standards. Leo ends the moment thrilled by the profit potential, and already starts plotting how to tempt the Imperial Court into becoming his customers even though he cannot open a store outside his domain. As Leo's battle bus flew north over the lava field, newly evolved lava badgers crawled out of the magma with no idea what they were supposed to be. One curious lava badger wandered south toward Leo's domain, and a life sword sect disciple froze when he could not read the strange little monster's strength at all. Instead of picking a blind fight, the disciple ran for the elders, and the little monster tried to copy the first human sound it had ever heard. Han Meng arrived, took one look at the weak first-stage creature, and laughed in relief when he realized the scare was just a harmless baby monster. The elders shooed the badger back north, but Han Meng stopped when he noticed the creature was actually trying to talk. Han Meng coated his hand in fire chi, petted the creature, and patiently taught it to say badger one broken syllable at a time. When the badger finally said badger clearly, it beamed at Han Meng like a child proud of its first real word. Han Meng got completely charmed and kept pointing at things for hours, teaching the eager little monster more words like snake and mushroom. At dusk, the badger happily ran back to the lava field shouting its new vocabulary, while Han Meng watched it go and worried about that growing magma pool instead. Back at the magma pool, the stray badger turned teacher and the whole pack started copying its first human words in a weird, cheerful chorus. Elsewhere above the ruined city, Tang Xian found only magma pools and destruction, and he immediately guessed Leo had wiped out the Mushroom Plague and the Death Sword sect together. That grim cleanup pleased Tang Xian, because the unorthodox Death Sword sect was gone and the prince-backed factions had just lost a huge piece of their power. But once he thought ahead to the tournament and the court's immortal backers, Tang Xian realized everything now depended on whether Leo's side survived or got crushed. With no reply yet from his own ancestors, Tang Xian finally made the risky call to bet his clan's future entirely on Leo. Just as Tang Xian turned to leave, Leo's strange flying battle bus thundered overhead and left him staring in shock at a machine with no readable chi at all. Too curious to ignore it, Tang Xian secretly followed the bus at low altitude until it reached the dangerous river north of Dragon Mantis City. Tang Xian grew alarmed when the bus ignored the Rainbow Bridge, because everyone in the region knew the river belonged to a ninth-stage monster called Ship Eater. Before he could warn anyone, the river exploded and the giant worm dragon burst out of the water to swallow the whole bus in one bite. Tang Xian was already riding the bus off when the monster's head suddenly blew apart from the inside and spat the vehicle back out. Earlier on the bus itself, Leo had noticed the Rainbow Bridge below but ignored it because there was no reason for his flying vehicle to use a road. Then the river monster rose straight into his path, mouth wide enough to eat the bus whole. Leo answered the ambush with almost no emotion, flipping open the English-labeled safety covers for his missiles and gun as the creature closed in. The bus still got swallowed before the weapons fully came online, but the monster's fangs only scraped the armored hull instead of breaking through. A second later, the hidden minigun deployed from the underside of the bus, and the green lights on Leo's controls finally lit up. Leo opened fire right down the monster's throat, and the minigun's explosive rounds turned the inside of its mouth into a furnace. The worm writhed in agony and vomited the bus back out, sending Leo into a wild spinning escape that only he even noticed. Leo steadied the bus with both hands, pushed the engines hard, and watched the injured monster dive back into the river with its mouth still burning. Since the passengers were all shut in their rooms and none of them noticed a thing, Leo just grinned and kept driving in peace. The bus finally reached Cauliflower City's airspace, where Leo saw a crowded field full of parked wooden ships and cultivators waiting below. Leo quickly disarmed the weapons, switched back to manual control, and announced over the intercom that everyone needed to gather because they were landing soon. He even added a warning for Kat not to eat the food in her room's fridge, still treating the whole arrival like a normal trip. Then Leo looked for a runway and realized, a little too late, that this world's flying ships all land vertically, and there was nowhere for his bus to touch down properly. Knowing a clean landing was impossible, Leo warned everyone to strap in because the bus was now heading for a crash landing. He rejected the roads as too narrow and the rice fields as too risky, because he did not want innocent farmers caught under the bus. That left one terrible idea: the ship parking area full of clan vessels, and Leo's expression shifted the moment he realized he could just hit those instead. The crowded shipyard belonged almost entirely to the Ouyang and Situ clans, who had hogged the parking area to make every other faction look poor and small. On one of the Ouyang decks, Ouyang was admiring his clan's display fleet when he spotted his old rival and instantly soured. That rival was Situbai, an elderly Cauldron-Gnosis sect elder in immaculate blue robes, and he immediately started mocking Ouyang about losing the last pill competition. Ouyang snapped back that Situbai only won because the pill union hosted the event, and the old rivalry turned into a loud public screaming match. While the two elders kept trading insults over pill quality and speed, either of them noticed Leo's bus descending from the south. The bus came in low and fast at the edge of the lot, and nearby cultivators panicked when they realized it was not slowing down. They threw chi attacks and screamed for it to stop, but the steel vehicle plowed straight into the gap between the wooden ships anyway. The bottom of the bus slammed into the packed shipyard, and its front bumper started shredding the bows of ships from both clans like they were driftwood. Only after several ships were already being wrecked did Ouyang and Situbai turn and finally see the lunatic vehicle destroying everything they owned. Both elders exploded in outrage, leaping up together and summoning giant Dao avatars to smash the bus from both sides. Their spiritual fist hit with a hard clang and shattered instead, and the backlash broke the real elder's hands on the spot. Inside the cockpit, Leo was having far too much fun and kept accelerating because he thought a landing only counted if he was ready to take off again. When the impacts and feedback warned him the bus might finally be taking damage, Leo changed plans and decided to clear himself a runway by blowing the rest of the shipyard apart. He reopened the missile safeties, selected targets, and the bus's twin rocket launchers rose from the roof like a war machine waking up. Leo did not bother caring whose ships they were and launched every rocket at the clustered fleet. All 18 rockets found ships, and the Ouyang and Situ fleets vanished into chain explosions and towering mushroom-shaped fireballs. After carving through the flames, the bus reached the far end of the lot and lifted back into the sky while Leo felt absurdly pleased with himself. The ambush left hundreds dead or burned, and both elders had to drag injured disciples out of the flames before anything else. The two alchemist elders fed the survivors healing pills, glared after the escaping bus, and dropped their own feud on the spot for a new shared enemy. By the end of the disaster, Ouyang and Situbai were no longer rivals for the moment, but allies sworn to hunt down the person inside that mysterious bus. Laughing like a maniac, Leo swings the battle bus around and lines up for a second landing right over the burning parking lot. The chain explosions from spirit stones and essence stones turn the whole lot into a blazing landing strip, and this time Leo brings the bus down cleanly. Leo enjoys the perfect landing for 1 second, then realizes opening the door here would roast everybody inside. So he switches the bus into ground mode and carefully drives it out of the inferno to a safer roadside spot in the walking street. Once the bus is parked, Leo summons everyone to the lobby and admits they need someone local to tell them how this tournament city works. Sunwon explains the normal procedure, report to the palace, present the contestants, and the emperor assigns lodgings before tomorrow's tournament. Then Sunwon asks the obvious question, and Leo blanks when he realizes he never got a proper invitation letter. Leo cannot produce a real invitation letter, so he unfolds Tang's hand-drawn palace map instead, and Sunwon decides the chancellor's signature should still get them through. With that problem patched over, Leo orders the group out and puts Sunwon in front to lead them into the city. On the way in, Kat stays in her childlike humanoid disguise, and Sunwon uses an illusion so her root legs pass for human while Leo keeps her on a leash. At the checkpoint, Leo's group runs into open panic as wounded survivors from the Ouyang and Situ clans clog the road after his earlier attack. What really catches Leo's attention is the mood of the crowd, because commoners and bystanders openly celebrate the suffering of the Ouyang and Situ clans. After hearing stories of robbery, kidnapping, and extortion, Leo concludes those big clans earn every ounce of hatred coming their way. The checkpoint itself has basically stopped functioning, so the line moves on and Leo's group slips into the city without scrutiny. Inside Cauliflower City, Leo expects a bustling urban district but instead finds a giant, empty military camp spread between walls. Sunwon explains the army clears out during the tournament because the real danger comes from cheating elders and the collateral damage they cause. Leo still cannot wrap his head around people cheating this hard in what should be a junior tournament, but he keeps moving. At the Real City gate, a guard asks for a sect token, and Sunwon presents the Amazonian sanctuary emblem to get the group recognized. The token gets them recognized, but the guard immediately presses Sunwon about why a women-only sanctuary arrived with several men. Sunwon runs out of excuses, so Leo steps in and bluntly declares that all of them are Floridians from Florida domain. The guards have never even heard of Florida, and the captain jumps down demanding a proper invitation letter. Leo tosses over Tang Xian's map scroll, and the captain's expression tightens as soon as he sees the chancellor's signature. Even so, the captain tests him by summoning a giant boar Dao avatar and demanding proof that Leo is strong enough to enter. Leo tells his body to show only a little, and his idea of a little still blasts a rainbow or aura over the city with a towering Dao avatar. That instantly breaks the standoff, and the sweating captain backs off and calls him senior. On the spot, Leo makes the fake identity official and tells everyone that from now on they belong to Florida domain. With the guards out of their way, the whole black-suited group strolls into the city behind their newly invented name. Inside the outer town, Tiger Swordsman is impressed that cultivators and commoners seem to mix freely instead of living in separate districts. Sun-won corrects him right away. The people living here are not ordinary commoners at all, but low-stage cultivators tough enough to endure stronger auras. Izan mocks human cultivators as weak, and Leo casually agrees that he is not really human anymore either. That line rattles the group, and only Izan seems to grasp just how monstrous Leo has become. 2 hours later they reach the inner city wall, and the stronger guards instantly pick out Leo and several disguised monsters as trouble the moment the group stops at the checkpoint. The guards stay polite, ask for the leader, and then request one thing from Leo before letting them deeper in: hide that terrifying aura. Leo agrees, and instead of using normal control he simply holds his breath and seals his body until the rainbow aura vanishes. Izan immediately notices something is off, because Leo is not suppressing his power like a cultivator at all. When he answers her, the others finally see the truth. Leo is speaking through fish-like gills behind his ears while keeping the rest of his body sealed. Izan is horrified and fascinated in the same breath, while the rest of the team just files away one more reason Leo does not work like a normal person. Beyond the gate, the city changes completely into a silent maze of high walls and huge manors for nobles and major clans. Yao Chichi and the tamer girls get dazzled by the manors and nearly embarrass the group by jumping up to peek over the walls. Sun-won yanks them back down and warns them not to act up in front of court officials and powerful clans. The next problem is Cat, who has been walking leashed beside Leo for hours and finally starts loudly demanding food. Leo solves that by pulling out a dead thunder caiman, and Cat swallows the whole thing in one grotesque gulp. Even after that, Cat tries to coax more food out of Leo, but he shuts her down because the rest has to last until tomorrow. To settle Cat down, Sun-won points out that the palace usually holds a welcome banquet before the tournament, which immediately catches everyone's attention. That sounds great until Sun-won adds the catch: only the elders attend, while the juniors stay in their rooms. Leo immediately takes the chance to tease Izan by patting her head and calling her one of the kids too. Izan snaps back that she is older than everyone here, but Leo reminds her that for this event she is entering as a disciple, not a monster queen. Once the joke passes, Leo gets serious and tells Izan to hold back so the other cultivators do not realize what she really is. Izan says she is not a cultivator at all, so in the end Leo settles for the simplest rule possible: fists, kicks, and if needed, biting. After another hour, they finally reach the palace gate, where 1,000 armored nascent soul soldiers stand guard around a massive golden entrance. Before Leo can even announce himself, a palace eunuch drops down and bows deeply, saying the emperor has been waiting for Florida Man. Leo asks the practical questions first about lodging and the banquet, and the eunuch answers smoothly enough to keep him moving. But when the whole group tries to enter, the palace guards lower their weapons and block everyone except Leo. The eunuch explains it as a security check against imposters, and Leo decides the verification is annoying but reasonable enough to play along with. Before leaving, Leo quietly tells Izan to protect everyone because he is about to test whether this palace meeting is a trap. Izan catches the meaning and answers in her own disturbing way, asking him to leave some enemies for her instead of killing them all himself. Then Leo walks straight into the palace alone, unconcerned by the possibility that the emperor is setting the stage for an ambush. Inside, the palace escalates from gold to absurd wealth, and Leo has to physically stop himself from touching pillars made of white spirit stone. The throne room is already waiting for him, packed with imperial experts and hostile clan elders, including Situbai and Oyanka. Leo still strides to the center, skips the expected kneeling, and introduces himself in his usual rude, direct way. Yan Xian wastes no time and opens with a brutal offer: swear loyalty to the Yan Empire, and he will forgive Leo for killing the second prince. Leo refuses on the spot, and the room tightens as if the next breath could start a massacre. Situbai and Oyanka start readying talismans, but the emperor has a colder plan than direct revenge. Instead of trying to kill an immortal head-on, Yan Xian proposes a wager on tomorrow's junior tournament. If Leo's junior wins, the Empire will pardon the prince's death and recognize him as a new citizen. But if Leo loses, the punishment is total isolation, exile from the country, and an order for every cultivator to stop dealing with him forever. That is when Leo realizes the Emperor is smart enough to attack his business and influence instead of his body. Since the Emperor wants to play this safely, Leo accepts the bet and agrees to settle things through the tournament. Leo swallows Yan Xiang's aggressive tone and decides to keep playing along, because killing the dynasty here would waste the chance to drag them into his store later. Before accepting the bet, Leo raises a new demand and tells the Emperor he has 2 conditions. His first condition is blunt. Leo asks whether Yan Xiang has heard of fate crystals, and the court falls into confused murmuring. Yan Xiang does know the name, and the moment Leo asks for the dynasty's earth fate crystal as part of the wager, the Emperor explodes. Yan Xiang insists that crystal powers the continent's defensive arrays, so handing it over would cripple their protection against outside enemies. Leo stays outwardly calm, but in his head he judges the Emperor for badly misunderstanding what fate crystals are actually for. He recalls what he learned before: earth and sky fate crystals mainly grant luck and opportunities, while higher grades can go as far as creating system-bearing protagonists. Leo remembers that he already carries 2 entity fate crystals himself, which is why he wants every fate crystal clue he can get, even a lower grade one. Since Yen Xiang refuses, Leo pivots and offers another angle, asking if the Emperor has at least heard of soul stones. That name hits harder. Yen Xiang's eyes widen because soul stones are a resource his ancestors once desperately wanted. Leo hints that his store can provide soul stones later, then pulls the talk back to the wager and demands a final answer on the fate crystal now. Yen Xiang still refuses to stake the Earth fate crystal, but he quickly tries to salvage the deal by offering something of equal value instead. At Yen Xiang's signal, First Prince Yen Luo has eunuchs drag out golden chests packed with essence stones and spatial rings salvaged from fallen factions. The court goes red-eyed with greed at the treasure pile, and Leo decides the replacement prize is good enough to keep the wager alive. Leo's second condition is stranger and much more dangerous. If he wins, Yen Xiang and his whole court must come visit his store. To make the bait irresistible, Leo even says they can bring an army and he will not resist if they choose to attack there. The court instantly reads that offer as stupidity, and officials start whispering about invasion plans, killing arrays, and high realm reinforcements. Leo hears those whispers perfectly well, but he keeps pretending he hasn't and waits for Yen Xiang to commit himself. Yen Xiang accepts the condition and moves at once to lock the deal down with a formal contract. A eunuch brings out a prepared golden scroll, making it obvious the palace expected this conversation to end with binding terms. When Yen Xiang finishes writing, the contract turns supernatural, splitting glowing Chinese script that flies into both men's foreheads. The word contract appears on their foreheads like a tattoo, sealing the wager so neither side can back out anymore. Yen Xiang coldly restates the terms, but Leo makes sure to remind him that the mandatory store visit is part of the deal too. With the business finished, Yen Xiang dismisses Leo and orders a servant to take him to the residence prepared for his group. Leo stops at the door for one last question and asks, with a straight face, whether he and his people can join the banquet tonight. The answer is pure humiliation. Yen Luo says Leo may come, but only to sit on the ground outside the palace because no seat is meant for him. The whole court laughs openly, and Leo realizes they are only this bold because they think they already have a way to kill him. Leo nearly reaches for the pistol hidden in his suit, but he forces himself to hold back because this is still the wrong moment. On the way out, Leo gives Yen Luo a pointed blessing for a very long life, and the threat hidden inside it chills the mood for a beat. Leo finally leaves the throne room and follows the servant back to regroup with his people at the palace entrance checkpoint. After Leo is gone, the throne room collectively exhales, and Yen Xiang slumps back with sweat soaking his clothes from the stress of bluffing an immortal. The court admits they were ready for disaster, because hidden talismans and a throne room killing array were all primed in case Leo attacked first. Relieved turns to anger when Yen Xiang rounds on Yen Luo and scolds him for provoking an immortal so recklessly. Yen Luo answers by proudly pulling out a homemade one-shot pistol copied from old ship blueprints, convinced it could have killed Leo if given the chance. Yen Xiang is not impressed, judging the gun strong enough for a quasi-immortal at best, not for someone like Leo. Yen Luo pushes a nastier plan instead, use the tournament to test the gun through a disguised participant. That hidden participant is Yen Zhu, whose body has been rejuvenated to look young enough to enter the youth tournament unnoticed. The other factions have prepared the same cheat too, using rejuvenation tea to turn elders and patriarchs young enough to enter as fake juniors. Yen Xiang openly orders the allied sects to send their strongest disguised elders and make sure Leo's disciples and representatives die in the arena. His broader plan is even uglier, use the contract to drive Leo off the continent, wipe out the Life Sword sect, and leave the rest to higher realm ancestors later. Elsewhere, the servant leads Leo's group to their assigned residence, and the insult is obvious the moment they arrive. The so-called guest courtyard is a long-abandoned ruin with moldy walls, missing doors, no furniture, and barely any shelter at all. The servant nervously passes on one more insult from the emperor, saying their banquet food is waiting in the kitchen. Kat checks first and comes running back horrified, carrying a bowl full of moldy grain pills that even she refuses to eat. That finally snaps Leo's patience, and he grabs the servant by the collar to demand whether this is deliberate bullying. The servant panics and blames the emperor's orders, and Leo drops him before his death touch can do anything worse. Izan and the others stare at the wrecked lodging in disgust, and she dryly asks where their banquet is supposed to be now. Leo answers in his own way by touching one rotten pill, turning it into a black pill with his power, and feeding it to Kat. Kat loves the upgraded pill immediately, so Leo keeps converting the spoiled food and tossing her more while everyone else watches. While feeding Kat, Leo tells the whole group there will be no real banquet and explains the rigged bet he just made with the emperor. Izan instantly sees the trick and calls Leo a scammer for luring the court toward his domain, but she still wants to know why he wants them there so badly. Leo refuses to explain that part and instead shifts to the practical problem in front of them, getting proper food tonight. He announces that he is going to sneak into the palace kitchen and steal food and wine for a private banquet instead. Izan happily volunteers to join him, turning the whole thing into a gleeful two-person raid. A few minutes later, the stealth mission begins in the dumbest way possible, with Leo and Izan racing through the palace grounds hidden inside cardboard boxes. They slip past patrolling guards and stop behind a storehouse, where Izan finally asks the obvious question of why they are doing this with boxes at all. Leo answers with total confidence, calling it the ultimate art of solid snake and insisting the boxes make them invisible legends. Izan has no idea what he is talking about, but she gives up and lets the nonsense continue because it is somehow working. Instead of risking the front door, Leo uses his spatial ring on the storehouse wall and neatly removes a section of brick to make his own entrance. Once inside, he even puts the wall back behind him to hide the break-in, though the imperfect repair leaves loose stone crumbling to the floor. The storehouse turns out to be packed with real banquet supplies, from chilled beef and pork to live seafood, vegetables, fruit, and wallfuls of wine jars. What really catches Leo's eye is a chained golden chest sealed in purple talismans, using the same kind of suppressive aura he has seen before. Leo does not even bother learning what it is first, because to him a sealed treasure chest full of talismans is already worth stealing on sight. He sweeps the chest away into his spatial ring, then empties the rest of the building too until the whole storehouse is picked clean. Leo sneaks back out to Izan by the roadside and proudly says he got the food, wine, and whatever else looked useful. Izan immediately points out the missing item that matters most to her, blood. Leo offers some unknown animal blood, but Izan refuses to drink it plain and demands something refined like blood wine instead. Since the stolen supplies still will not satisfy Izan and Kat, Izan takes the lead and heads for another promising target nearby, a tall pagoda. She scuttles away so fast inside her box that Leo has to track her by scent when he follows behind. At the pagoda, Leo finds her shoeprints on a high wall and realizes Izan has already slipped inside without waiting for him. He hops the wall, grabs both abandoned cardboard boxes from the bushy courtyard, and follows Izan's scent trail toward the pagoda. The scent leads all the way to the top floor, so Leo simply launches himself upward and lands on the pagoda balcony in one huge jump. Inside the top room, he finds a private bedroom where Izan is already tearing through bookshelves because she smells valuable blood-based pills hidden somewhere. Leo follows the same scent to an ancient stone bed, and one careless knock cracks it open hard enough to expose the hidden compartment underneath. Under the broken bed they uncover 5 sealed metallic jars and a blue talisman array, and the room instantly fills with the scent of blood, herbs, and alcohol. Izan immediately tries to claim 4 jars for herself, but Leo talks her down by promising he can research the brew and maybe mass-produce it later. That promise works, and the 2 undead-minded thieves end up agreeing to 2 jars each and 1 shared jar to drink. Just as they are about to leave, Leo's stomach growls so loudly that even Izan stops and stares at him. Leo bluntly announces that he needs to take a dump right now, and Izan immediately mocks him for eating too much solid food like a savage. Since there is nowhere else convenient, Leo calmly drops his pants and climbs onto the broken stone bed as if this is the obvious solution. Izan wants no part of that nightmare, so she jumps off the building and abandons him there before the smell gets any worse. A few minutes later, Leo finishes and leaves behind an absurd 10-meter-long glossy black mess stretched across the bed. Satisfied, Leo quietly gets dressed again and slips away, never realizing he has just defiled Yen Luo's own bedroom. Leo and Izan return to the ruined guest courtyard and find that their people have already turned the insultingly filthy place into a real work site. Sun Wan and Yao Chichi wash the yard with water while Gao Yen makes small plants scrub the soaked ground with their leaves. Tiger Swordsman handles the trash the hard way, burning the junk into ash and tossing it back to the trees as fertilizer. The girls climb up to repair the damaged roof while the 2 beast helpers patch the walls to keep the wind out. Kat contributes absolutely nothing and just sits in the middle of the flooded yard, soaked and happily playing in the water after finishing the grain pills. Izan approves of the hard work and bluntly tells Leo to reward everyone properly. Leo promises a proper feast, and Izan immediately pushes him to save the blood wine until there is good food to match it. Leo is briefly thrown when he realizes Izan can drink, and she just shrugs like that should have been obvious. Leo wades barefoot through the flooded yard and tells everyone he is taking over the kitchen to prepare a private banquet for the group. The others brighten at the idea of the feast, even if Tiger Swordsman acts indifferent right up until wine enters the conversation. Inside the rotten kitchen, Leo gets annoyed by the mold and grime and decides to ignore the palace setup entirely. He pulls out modern cookware, upgraded electric stoves, and sacred wood blocks to build a clean cooking station from scratch. After checking prices in his shop, Leo skips the fancy garnish and settles on practical cooking supplies like oil, spices, sauce, butter, cheese, sugar, and salt. With plenty of beef on hand, Leo decides to start with normal steaks for the group and save a mutated version for himself. The courtyard cleanup continues until nightfall, and Tiger Swordsman lights the area with a hovering fireball when the sun goes down. They have done all they can outside, but the rotten interior and broken support pillars still show how badly the palace meant to insult them. Then the kitchen smell hits, and the whole group turns at once toward the sound of sizzling meat. Kat is the first to lose control and starts yelling for food the second she smells it. Sun Wan, Gao Yen, and Tiger Swordsman are just as shaken because none of them expected common food to smell this tempting. One beast hates the meat smell, another mocks him for it, and the pair immediately breaks into a petty chase across the courtyard. Half an hour later, Leo starts bringing out the finished dishes and calls for help setting the banquet tables. Gao Yen and Tiger Swordsman rush into the kitchen to help, only to freeze in front of the food and drool like starving men. Cat nearly charges the food too, but Izan has already grabbed the reins and keeps her from going feral. Leo solves the missing furniture problem by simply buying cheap long tables, chairs, and utensils for everyone on the spot. The first spread is simple but overwhelming to this crowd: baked sweet potatoes and buttered tenderloin steaks slathered with supermarket barbecue sauce. Leo pours ordinary wine for the adults, orange juice for Gao Yen and the girls, and saves the precious blood wine for himself and Izan. Once Leo gives the word to eat, the whole little group finally gives in and starts the party. Sunwon tries to resist the food for a long moment, but human instinct wins and she finally reaches for it. Tiger Swordsman breaks his fasting just as decisively and tears into the steak without any more pride left. Cat demolishes her portion first and immediately starts waving her dish around for a second serving. Leo keeps cooking while everyone keeps eating, and the rough courtyard starts to feel almost like home to him again. The banquet runs all the way to midnight because these cultivators can digest fast enough to just keep asking for more. At the same time in the throne room, the official royal banquet is a miserable failure with stale meat, flat wine, and sweating eunuchs trying not to panic. Yen Xiang gives up on the rotten banquet first and formally dismisses the guests before the embarrassment gets any worse. The guests quietly leave because the food is beneath them and even the wine has no spirit to it. After the banquet falls apart, the first prince heads back to his personal pagoda to rest and prepare for tomorrow's tournament. Inside the pagoda, the first prince climbs the stairs through dense earth and wood chi that he uses as cultivation training. The higher he goes, the harder the suppression presses until the first prince is sweating, staggering, and forcing his chi to keep moving. He finally reaches the top floor expecting relief, only to inhale a blast of foul air that smells unmistakably like human feces. One look around tells him his bedroom has been ransacked, and even the stone bed has been shoved out of place. Realizing what should be hidden there, the first prince rushes straight to the displaced bed to check his secret blood wine stash. His secret jars are gone, and in their place sits an absurdly long glossy turd coiled on the bed like a mocking trophy. That humiliation snaps him completely, and he starts roaring for the culprit to show themselves. After nearly an hour of rage, he finally settles on one obvious suspect in his mind: Leo, the outsider who humiliated him that day. Still fuming, he blasts the bed with a furious energy strike to destroy the evidence and vent his anger. Instead, the bed and the turd both explode and spray filth across the room and all over him. Now covered in the mess he made worse himself, he can only scream that he will kill Leo tomorrow. At 7 the next morning, a servant comes to fetch Leo's group for the tournament, and everyone but Leo is already prepared. Leo finally stumbles out in pajamas with bed hair, still carrying his pillow and blanket because he barely slept at all. The reason is ridiculous. In the night, Cat sat on Leo while a drunken Izan tried to squeeze Cat's dirty saliva into his mouth, leaving him awake until 4 dealing with them. So now Izan and Cat are still trussed up in upgraded ropes with gags, helplessly wriggling because nobody else can undo what Leo tied. In a foul mood, Leo orders the servant to lead the way and starts walking to the tournament, while dragging the 2 tied troublemakers on leashes like disobedient pets. The servant is so horrified by Leo's stare and that whole procession that he never even notices the courtyard behind them is now spotless. At the outer city military grounds, Leo finds a huge tournament arena surrounded by watchtowers full of hostile cultivators. The crowd's hostility is immediate and obvious, and Leo dryly recognizes this is going to be a full-on away game. The guide points out Leo's assigned seats, and the insult is even pettier than before. Their section is furnished with foul brown cushions soaked in urine and feces, a deliberate humiliation in front of the whole arena. Gao Yen and Tiger Swordsman go dark with anger, Yao Qiqi looks ready to cry, and even Sun Wan is disgusted by how low the palace has stooped. Sleep-deprived and done playing along, Leo decides they are simply going to take better seats from someone else. He kicks the filthy spectators stand down into the arena floor, sending the stench rolling out in front of everyone. That finally gets the 3 host factions shouting, and their servants start barking insults at Leo from the safety of the watchtowers. Leo stares back at the hecklers and realizes the only reason weaklings talk like this is because they think their masters make them untouchable. To end the noise, Leo pulls out his pistol and marks every loudmouth he wants gone. In a burst of bullet-time speed, he fires 20 shots almost without moving, and 20 hecklers in the towers drop dead before anyone understands what happened. After reloading with an essence stone, Leo openly dares the rest to come talk to his face instead of hiding and barking from above. That reminder lands hard, and the surviving servants instantly remember they are just low-ranked fodder taunting an immortal. With the arena finally quiet, Leo's mood improves just enough for Sun Wan to set out their own chairs and table while they wait for the event to begin. An hour later, the Tang clan arrives only as spectators, making it clear they still refuse to truly commit to this mess. The remnant factory cult also shows up with just 4 nascent soul cultivators, watching instead of competing. Then Yen Xiang arrives in full royal spectacle on a golden flying ship with a carriage-like castle mounted on top. Sun Wan looks up and realizes the ship is also carrying the Amazonian sanctuary girls who refuse to join Leo. The sting gets worse when Qin Yo appears at Yen Zhu's side as his new woman and starts sneering down at Sun Wan and Yao Qiqi. Qin Yo openly mocks them as greedy women who abandoned the sanctuary, while boasting that she became the third prince's consort instead. Yanzhu backs her up by pulling her into his arms and groping her while he insults Leo as a stray immortal who cannot compete in the higher realm. When Qinyo asks what that means, Yanzhu deliberately projects his answer so the whole city can hear his version of the truth. He explains that immortals entering a mortal realm get suppressed to mortal stage and cannot cultivate there, which is why real immortals do not stay long. Then he twists that into a public smear, calling stray immortals losers who come down only to bully mortals and steal their resources. The crowd starts looking at Leo differently, but Gao Yan, Tiger Swordsman, and Sun Wan clearly do not buy the royal propaganda. Yao Qiqi cannot take the slander and shouts back that Leo gave them higher realm resources instead of stealing from them. Leo quietly notes that Yanzhu's explanation did teach him something useful, even if the prince meant it as an attack. Once the smear has done its job, Yan Xiang signals Yanzhu to stop and smoothly takes over as the formal host again. Yan Xiang welcomes the gathered clans to the seasonal tournament and frames the whole event as a search for new rising stars. The crowd cheers for the prince's speech, while Leo's group just watches the performance in silence. Yan Xiang announces the preliminary test and orders the boulder of verification to be brought in. Situbai and Ouyang step out, clear away Leo's earlier mess, and place a huge flat boulder in the center of the stage. Ouyang explains the rule with a grin. Each contestant must strike the boulder without chi so it can expose their bone age and catch disguised adults. Their smiles make the trap obvious, and Yanzhu is openly amused because the whole setup is aimed straight at Leo's fake junior lineup. They immediately call on Leo to present his 5 juniors first, forcing his side onto the stage under pressure. Gao Yan steps up without hesitation, and Yao Qiqi follows him onto the arena with the other 2 official tamers trailing behind. Izan is the weak link in this test, and the sight of that bone-aged boulder makes her face go pale. Leo admits he is not sure his tea trick will hold up, but he still tells Izan to go try anyway. Then Leo offers the Rio backup plan with a straight face. If the boulder somehow gets destroyed, nobody can verify her age at all. Izan instantly understands, and her fear turns into a wicked grin. With the plan set, Leo finally unties the restraints and lets the beast companions revert to their original forms, filling the arena edge with monster aura. At the arena, Cat, Taxi, and Ricardo drop their disguises and let their real monster aura flood the air, turning the whole place cold and tense in an instant. Even Cat is already an 8th stage monster, while Taxi and Ricardo feel so monstrous that the spectators panic on the spot. Tang Xian quietly reads the situation and tells his people to stay silent instead of getting involved. Yanzhu instantly realizes Taxi and Ricardo are basically immortal-level beasts, and that shock hits the royal side hard. Yan Xiang jumps onto the verification boulder and accuses Leo of bringing monster beasts into a junior tournament. Leo answers with a sneer and points out that his junior representatives are the tamers, not the beasts. When Yan Xiang insists the rules only allow human cultivators under 18, Leo deliberately hands the argument to Sun Wan. Sun Wan steps forward and politely reminds Yan Xiang that beast tamers were always supposed to be an exception. Before Yan Xiang can answer, Qinyo sneers from Yanzhu's side and calls Sun Wan a traitor who has no right to use that rule. Sun Wan answers with cold disappointment, saying the sanctuary tried to save girls like Qinyo from ending up as men's toys. Qinyo proudly flaunts her rise as a prince's consort, but Sun Wan brutally tears her down as nothing more than a well-kept prostitute. By the time Sun Wan finishes, Qinyo is shaking with rage and even gets a nosebleed from sheer fury. Leo silently enjoys the takedown, but he also knows the real problem is still Yan Xiang's power to twist the rules whenever he wants. Yan Xiang proves Leo right by ruling that only official tamer sex can bring beasts, so Leo's side still counts as short-handed and can be disqualified. That cheat move finally flips Leo from mocking to dangerous, and his eyes shift red as he stops pretending to play fair. Leo suddenly calls for Izan and dumps out barrels of tea, hinting that the rest of his team is still dead and only needs reviving. Izan instantly catches on, grabs the tea, and flies back to the ruined courtyard to resurrect the sleeping undead candidates. With Izan gone, Leo calmly tells Yan Xiang to wait an hour or 2 for his remaining representatives to arrive. Yan Xiang cannot read Izan's true strength, and Yanzhu gets distracted by her beauty instead of the danger she represents. Yanzhu uses the delay to suggest a new side wager. If Leo loses, all the sanctuary women, including Izan, will be arrested as traitors. The threat enrages Leo's whole side, but Yanzhu smugly frames it as righteous law and says the women will only be taken if Leo loses. Leo swallows his urge to wipe out the city and instead pushes the event forward, asking the royals to demonstrate the verification boulder first. Yanzhu happily accepts, jumps onto the stage, and presents himself as a 17-year-old representative of the Yan clan. The neutral spectators are stunned because they know Yanzhu is actually over 150 years old. Meanwhile, the Jianghu Alliance shamelessly plays along, praising Yanzhu's fake youth as if he were a once-in-a-generation genius. Yao Qiqi and Gao Yan nearly lose heart until Sun Wan quietly tells them the whole tournament is rigged to trap Leo. Qinyo goes first and smashes the boulder, which confirms she is 16 and at 3rd rank Golden Core. Then Yanzhu sends out silver-armored subordinates who are obviously rejuvenated adults, yet the boulder still presents them as teenage soul transformation prodigies. When Yenju takes his own turn, the boulder even rolls his age back to 16, and his side laughs off the absurdity. One by one the other 7 teams finish the same act, and by the end everyone except Chinyo is somehow a teenage soul transformation monster. After an hour of this farce, Sunwan and Tiger Swordsman openly call the tournament shameless and pointless. Yen Xiang finally stops waiting and demands Leo's team step up or be disqualified on the spot. Leo sends Gao Yen first, and the boy nearly panics at the thought of facing those fake teenage 7th stage monsters. Even terrified, Gao Yen obeys and drags himself to the boulder because Leo flatly promises he will not die. At the boulder, Gao Yen steels himself, and his aura surges far beyond what a normal nascent soul junior should be able to produce. His punch reveals the truth. Gao Yen is really 16, and his power output reaches the 5th rank soul formation level despite only being nascent soul. That single result rattles the cheaters, because Gao Yen is the first real teenage genius on the field and suddenly everyone wants him. Yen Xiang immediately calls for the next contestant, hoping Leo's real children will look weak beside the rigged adults. Leo almost sends Yao Qiqi or another tamer, but he decides the risk is too high because they cannot use their beasts under Yen Xiang's ban. Then Leo catches a familiar scent and realizes Izan has returned with reinforcements. Izan drops back into the arena with 3 silver-haired, blindfolded figures from her old homeland, all carrying a dead but awake kind of presence. Izan proudly reports that she revived them and fed them as ordered, and Leo finally relaxes because his answer to the rigged tournament has arrived. Without wasting a second, Izan taps the cane girl and sends her up first, Ivy. Ivy approaches with perfect calm and only taps the boulder with the back of her fist, but the impact still blasts it backward and cracks the artifact. The result is even worse for the royal side. Ivy is listed as 17, a 9th rank quasi-immortal, with power output already at Earth's celestial level. The arena falls into stunned silence when Ivy's result reveals a power tier beyond the mortal 8 stages, Earth's celestial, the first immortal realm. Ivy is actually unhappy with the reading and asks Izan if she can hit the boulder for real. Izan smacks Ivy's back and tells her to stop before Yen Xiang uses another excuse to throw their team out. Once Ivy steps down, Leo hurriedly hands her fresh clothes because the wind keeps exposing far too much under that ruined robe. Ivy freezes when she looks at Leo, then bows like a court noble and thanks him as if he were a sacred figure. Leo quietly confirms that Ivy is an archlich who can summon undead, but her reasons for calling him Holy One only get stranger. Ivy explains that Leo's pure yang, death shadow, and wasted heavenly luck make him feel like Izan's equal, so her people can only treat him with reverence. Before Izan's next follower can test the boulder, Yen Xiang snaps and tries to disqualify the entire group as obvious cheaters. Izan calls the accusation baseless, and Yen Xiang insists no one under 18 could ever reach quasi-immortal strength without fraud. Yen Xiang doubles down with cultivation theory, claiming even geniuses need years for every soul array, so Izan's side must be fake. Izan catches the flaw immediately and tosses the argument to Leo with one sharp look. Leo walks onto the stage, points at the emperor like a showman, and objects that Yen Xiang's whole standard is irrelevant. When Yen Xiang demands proof, Leo says he only needed about 165 years to rise from stage 1 to what he is now. Leo backs up his point by blackening his right arm with crackling lightning and pulling multicolored tribulation clouds over the arena. As the emperor and nobles stare in horror, Leo lets the storm fade and says foreigners are not bound by Yen Xiang's pathetic standards. To drive the point home, Leo asks Izan when she started cultivating, and she casually claims she began at 7 and reached this level in 7 more years. Leo turns to Ivy next, and she truthfully says she started at 10 and reached her current level after only 3 years of training and baptism. Yen Xiang blurts out that Ivy must be using rejuvenation tricks, and Leo instantly catches him contradicting his own side. Leo points at the Empire's own teenage representatives and asks what they are supposed to be if no one under 18 can reach those heights. Yen Xiang finally realizes he just branded his own fake teenagers as cheats, and his face goes stiff in front of everyone. Situbai rushes in to say talent has no fixed standard, and Leo calmly corners him into admitting that none of their teams cheated either. With Situbai already conceding the point, Leo turns back to Yen Xiang and forces him to either drop the accusation or expose his own fraud again. Panicking, Situbai jumps onto the boulder and whispers that if the emperor keeps pushing, Leo's side may really slaughter them all. Situbai reminds him their real goal is just to stall for their ancestors and kill Leo's weakest teammate, even if the tournament itself is lost. Yen Xiang hates backing down, but with several immortals staring at him, he finally allows Izan's team to continue the test. Leo tells Izan to keep holding back, and she sends the cheerful white-haired boy Mark to the boulder next. Mark lightly pokes the verification boulder with one finger and punches a neat hole straight into it. The boulder identifies Mark as only 12 years old, yet already a 9th rank quasi-immortal with 5th rank Earth's celestial power output. Mark realizes he overdid it, and when he bows too fast to apologize, his head almost slips clean off his neck. Izan calls Mark an idiot, while Leo just laughs and gets curious about the last silent silver-haired girl. Leo guesses the quiet girl is a Death Knight, and Izan is delighted that he recognized her type so quickly. Their playful kingdom banter ends when Beatrice silently walks to the boulder with no weapon at all. Beatrice barely strokes the stone, turns to leave, and the entire verification boulder starts splitting apart behind her. Her result lands even harder. Beatrice is 17, a 9th rank quasi-immortal, and her power already reaches 1st rank Sky Celestial. Leo asks how many immortal levels there even are, and Izan answers by strolling up to the boulder and raising 4 fingers just to tease him first. Then Izan corrects him with a grin, says there are 9, and blows the boulder to pieces with one punch. Even as the shattered stone disintegrates, its last reading flashes that Izan is 7 years old before the rest of her status collapses into pure error. At that point Yen Xiang, Yen Zhu, Situbai, and Ouyang all go sheet white, because the boulder was supposed to survive even Heaven's celestial strikes. Off to the side, Chancellor Tang can only sigh and pray his clan will not be dragged down with the Emperor's mistake. Izan struts back in triumph, and without a word she instinctively slaps Leo's raised hand in a perfect high five. Leo praises her, Izan basks in it like an empress, and their 5 representatives regroup for the real tournament. Trying to recover his dignity, Yen Xiang clears the wreckage with chi and announces that all 8 teams have qualified for the main bracket. Situbai and Ouyang throw talismans into the air, and a floating array screen opens to show 5 empty 8-person brackets. Yen Xiang explains the format. Each team will place 1 fighter in each bracket, and the 5 bracket winners will meet in a final free-for-all. The rules sound fair to Leo and Izan, but Gao Yan immediately starts sweating because he knows he is the weak link. Gao Yan quietly asks if he can just forfeit, and Leo shuts that down on the spot. Leo reminds him that he has a gun, a lightsaber, and years of sword saint training, so he needs to stop acting helpless. When Gao Yan still doubts himself, Leo reminds him that Thora is part of his strength too, not some separate miracle he should ignore. Thora wraps her arms around Gao Yan from behind and quietly tells him they can beat those trashy cultivators together. Gao Yan finally straightens up and agrees to do his best, and Leo privately decides the kid really does feel like a main character. The lottery phase begins, and Yen Xiang calls Leo's team up first to draw for the opening bracket. Yen Xiang demonstrates the process by having one of his own fake teenage fighters draw an iron ball from a floating box. He explains that every team must place 1 member into the first bracket before anyone moves on, which gives the order of calls a lot more bite. Leo and Izan both sense the scheme immediately, but Leo tests it by sending Ivy to draw first. Ivy draws number 7, which means the Imperial side's opening dummy is now trapped in the same bracket as a monster. The other teams notice the trap too and quietly enjoy watching Yen Xiang's first pawn get fed to Ivy. When the second bracket starts, Yen Xiang makes Leo's side choose first again, and that repeated call confirms the draw is being steered. Leo sends Mark next, and the boy happily pulls number 1 for the second bracket. This time Leo notices the crowd's vibrating throats and realizes the clans are using secret voice transmission to coordinate their picks. Izan quietly explains the trick, and Leo adjusts his body until the hidden conversations start coming through like radio static. Once he listens in, Leo hears exactly what he expected. Everyone is throwing weak pawns at Izan's monsters and saving stronger fighters for Gao Yan. Leo tells Izan that Gao Yan is definitely the target, and she asks if they should pull him out before the rigged bracket gets him killed. Leo refuses to stop the match and coolly notes that with necromancers and healing pills on hand, they can let Gao Yan struggle first. The third bracket goes the same way, with Leo sending Beatrice and the other teams immediately tossing in more expendable fighters to avoid a real clash. By the time the fourth bracket opens, Leo has seen enough and deliberately sends Gao Yan into the trap. Gao Yan draws number 7, and the entire opposing side instantly turns hungry because this is the bracket they wanted. The quiet collusion breaks into a shameless scramble as rival teams fight to place their strongest killers into Gao Yan's bracket, and even Yen Zhu jumps in himself. In the end, a 9th rank soul transformation cultivator from the Situ clan wins the slot opposite Gao Yan, and the whole hostile camp quietly celebrates. Izan ends the farce by drawing number 1 for the last bracket, and the remaining contestants finish their picks with no real enthusiasm left. Chinyo gets the worst possible draw when she lands in Izan's bracket, and the fear hits her immediately. Terrified, Chinyo runs to Yen Zhu and begs him to let her forfeit because she knows she cannot beat that woman. Yen Zhu brushes her off, saying they already framed the tournament as non-lethal and that powerful seniors are not supposed to kill juniors with backing. He makes the uglier part of the rule plain too: weak commoners can die for nothing, but people with backgrounds are protected. Chinyo tries to calm down, but the dread in her chest will not leave, because Izan has already marked her. After the brackets are finalized, Yen Xiang raises 4 more stages and loudly reminds everyone that this tournament is for sparring, not crippling or killing. The warning is obviously aimed at Leo's side, and Leo coldly answers that he expects no more dirty tricks from the Empire either. Shaken but stubborn, Yen Xiang hides his nerves and keeps explaining the win conditions while secret talismans lie buried under the new platforms. Leo turns to his people and tells them to leave their opponents alive for now, and Izan reluctantly agrees to play by the rules until the other side breaks them first. Yen Xiang quickly calls the first fighters up before Leo can press him further, and the contestants scatter to their assigned stages. Mark's first opponent is He-Man, a giant bearded soul transformation cultivator who does not look underage at all. As soon as the fight starts, He-Man merges with a bodybuilder Dao avatar and sends an axe-wielding avatar after Mark in a crushing opening attack. Mark slips past both attacks in a blur, his sword jumping back to his hand, and stops the blade just short of He-Man's neck before anyone can follow the swing. He-Man immediately yields, and even the stunned referee can only declare Mark the winner. Mark's innocent smile and polite salute hit harder than the sword, leaving He-Man embarrassed enough to wonder if the boy might actually be 12. Back with his sect, He-Man is congratulated for surviving, but he cannot shake the guilt or the doubt Mark left behind. On stage 5, Izan and Chinyo start in total silence, with Chinyo clutching poison daggers while Izan just stands there smiling like she already owns the fight. Chinyo freezes under Izan's stare, because Izan is calmly reading her soul and finding nothing there worth fearing. Disappointed, Izan taunts her to attack and even promises not to defend, but Chinyo only backs away. Once Izan gets bored, she vanishes in front of Chinyo and appears at her neck in the same instant. Izan bites straight into Chinyo's neck like a vampire, and the terrified girl goes limp under the strange wave of pleasure and fear. Izan drops the unconscious Chinyo and bluntly asks for the result, forcing the rattled referee to name her the winner. Watching Mark and Izan win too easily, Yan Xiang stops thinking about revenge and focuses on the one thing he still cannot let go of, his pride. He secretly activates more hidden talismans under the stages and waits for the right moment to spring the next trap. Ivy and Beatrice step up next, and the crowd starts catcalling them before the fights even begin. Before their matches start, Yan Xiang quietly triggers talismans under both of their platforms, and the two women immediately feel a hot, itchy wrongness in their skin. Neither of them waits around to test it, and both women launch the instant the matches start, and kick their opponents straight off the stage in seconds. Instead of celebrating, Ivy and Beatrice rush down to Izan and report that something is wrong with the arenas. Izan checks Beatrice's arm and finds wrinkles and dark spots already forming, which makes the trap look even nastier. Ivy confirms the effect feels like aging, but even Izan cannot see what on the stage is causing it. Leo tests the platform himself, and the moment he grabs the ledge his body reacts violently as some of his cells start aging and fighting back. He throws a half-eaten cabbage onto the stage as a test, but when nothing happens he realizes this is not simple time acceleration after all. Leo and Izan compare notes, suspect something time-related for a moment, but Leo rules that out because the trap is not hurting Yan Xiang's own people. From his seat, Yan Xiang enjoys Leo's confusion because the hidden effect is actually a purification talisman designed to strip away the rejuvenation tea over 10 minutes on the stage. His real plan is to cancel Leo's disguise and expose the true age of his so-called juniors in front of the whole arena. The next called match is Gao Yan vs. Situdong, and Yan Xiang watches closely because Gao Yan is the one they most want dead. Situdong immediately mocks Gao Yan for having a female Dao avatar, and the taunt stops being funny when Gao Yan's face goes cold. When Situdong pushes the insult further, Gao Yan quietly warns him to keep his Dao companion out of his mouth. Situdong just laughs harder, and the referee's start signal comes with Gao Yan already furious. Situdong opens by merging with a tree Dao avatar and turning into a towering oak monster with 1,000 long humanoid arms. Convinced the nascent Soul Jr. cannot survive this, Situdong hurls a storm of fists at Gao Yan to crush him outright. Gao Yan's lightning Dao companion throws up a yellow barrier, but it only buys him 10 hits before the shield shatters. With the next fist already on him, Gao Yan stops hesitating and swings the lightsaber exactly the way Izan trained him. The blade cuts through Situdong's avatar like paper, and the damage rips back into his real body, nearly splitting his hand in half and crippling his left arm. Shocked and suddenly weaker, Situdong retreats, and that mistake gives Gao Yan the opening he needs. Gao Yan pulls Leo's pistol, pours his wuqi into the sacred wood bullet, and fires everything in one desperate shot. The bullet punches through Situdong's chest, chews into his spine, and then sprouts inside him like a seed feeding on his blood, chi, and lifespan. Situdong vomits blood and collapses face first, and only then does Gao Yan realize he may have just killed him by accident. Panicking, Gao Yan runs over and tries to save him with one of Leo's grain pills, but it is far too late. The referee starts to call Gao Yan the winner, but Situbai charges onto the stage and demands his arrest for using a hidden weapon. Yan Xiang would love to turn this into a disqualification, but with so many neutral eyes on him he can only admit that weapons and artifacts still count as allowed skills. Before Yan Xiang can twist the death into a disqualification, Chancellor Tang's voice booms across the arena and frames it as an accident caused by a weaker fighter having no room to hold back. Tang Xian doubles down that Situdong died because he misjudged a weaker opponent, not because Gao Yan broke the rules. Leo immediately backs that version, bluntly calling Situdong an idiot who died because he looked down on Gao Yan. The neutral spectators start agreeing, because from what they saw Situdong had every advantage and still handed Gao Yan the chance to fire. Forced to swallow the loss, Yan Xiang secretly tells Situbai to drop the protest and investigate where Gao Yan got those strange artifacts instead. Situbai backs off, and Yan Xiang publicly declares the death an accident so the tournament can continue. The rogue cultivators come away impressed, seeing Florida Domain as a rising power with immortal backing and frightening weapons. Inside the Imperial faction, the mood turns sour as people wonder why Yan Xiang keeps bending for Florida Domain instead of crushing them outright. That same public pressure makes Florida Domain's reputation climb even faster, because every crooked move against them now looks like proof they are dangerous enough to fear. Off to the side, Tang Tian asks his father why he is openly supporting Liu now, when their clan has served the empire for generations. Tang Xian answers that Yan Xiang is too obsessed with pride and revenge to survive what is coming, so their clan has to change sides before the empire collapses around him. Tang Tian thinks his father chose Liu because of the moral integrity around people like Sun Wan and Tiger Swordsman, but Tang Xian's bitter smile shows that strength matters more. When the second round begins, Ivy is called up again, and Yan Xiang quietly reactivates the trap under her platform the moment she steps onto it. Ivy instantly feels the same aging sensation, but this time the referee deliberately stalls instead of starting the match. Liu spots the delay at once and rushes toward the stage, realizing Yan Xiang is trying to keep Ivy trapped there until the effect does real damage. As soon as Liu gets close, his own body starts reacting again, and he can tell Ivy is visibly getting worse even if her face still looks young. He slaps the ground and shouts for the referee to start the match, but the man hides behind procedure and threatens to disqualify Liu's team if he interferes. Furious but forced to step back, Liu keeps studying the platform and finally notices a familiar scent coming from underneath it. The smell reminds him of the rejuvenation tea, which gives him his first real clue about what Yan Xiang buried under the arenas. Since he cannot openly tear the stage apart, Liu turns back to Kat and offers her extra nom-nom if she can secretly dig under all 5 arenas for him. That promise snaps Kat fully awake, and she happily shifts into action as her roots begin slipping underground toward the arena foundations. Yan Xiang stalls the tournament because he thinks his hidden purification array is about to strip Liu's side of the rejuvenation tea trick and hand him a clean victory. Instead, the ground suddenly rumbles, all 5 stages crack, and Yan Xiang realizes he can no longer feel any of the talismans he planted. The reason is simple. Kat already yanked the buried talismans out with her roots and drops the whole stack into Liu's hands like stolen snacks. Liu checks Ivy's condition, sees that she looks healthier despite aging a little, and decides the situation is fully under control. With the trap ruined, Liu loudly calls Yan Xiang out for delaying the matches, forcing the emperor to swallow his anger and restart the event. Once the cheating stops, the semifinals become brutally one-sided as Ivy, Mark, Izan, and Beatrice all win with ease. Gao Yen enters his semifinal looking sharper after his last fight, raising his pistol in one hand and his energy sword in the other the instant the referee signals. His first shot misses, but the opponent never expects the weapon to fire again, and the second bullet into the stomach scares the cultivator into surrendering on the spot. By noon the semifinals are over, and in the finals Izan's side wins by pure intimidation because their opponents give up before the fights even start. Gao Yen's final is different, because the man stepping onto his stage is Yanzhu himself, and the prince's first attention goes straight to the pistol. Yanzhu tries to buy the gun with spirit stones, status, resources, and even women, but Gao Yen coldly refuses every offer. The rejection snaps Yanzhu's patience, and before the referee can even start the match he whips out his own crude pistol and fires straight at Gao Yen's head. Gao Yen barely gets his energy sword in the way, but the essence stone round detonates on contact and tears half the stage apart in a massive blast. Thinking the explosion settled everything, Yanzhu laughs over the flames, reloads another essence stone, and bullies the sweating eunuch referee into declaring him the winner anyway. Then a sacred wood bullet slices through the smoke, punches through Yanzhu's mouth, and reveals that Gao Yen is still walking out alive. Gao Yen does not stop there, and 2 more clean shots through Yanzhu's forehead and chest drop the prince dead in front of the silent arena. Most of the crowd cannot even process what just happened, but Yan Xiang is pleased because his son's death gives him a fresh excuse to move against Liu's side. Yan Xiang immediately declares both fighters disqualified, labels Gao Yan's last shot murder outside the match, and orders his men to arrest him. That is where Liu finally stops pretending to be patient and warns Yan Xiang that this feels like a declaration of war. Yan Xiang keeps shouting about disqualification and expulsion, so Liu cuts him off with 1 bullet straight through the emperor's forehead. The court panics for a split second, but Yan Xiang's soul tears free from the corpse and starts screaming that Liu's attack is treason and war. Liu is baffled, and Izan coolly explains that quasi-immortals can dump their souls out before death and steal a new body to resurrect themselves. Yan Xiang instantly proves her right by diving into Yan Luo's body, and the prince realizes too late that his father kept his sons around as spare lives. The body possession finishes with Yan Luo erased, and the emperor comes back in his son's body with his cultivation restored and fresh power from the prince's dantian. Then the situation gets even worse as the emperor's new body surges upward, orange tribulation clouds gather, and heavenly thunder starts falling around the arena. The whole crowd breaks and runs, but Liu just points his gun at the middle of the breakthrough and fires again. That second headshot lands before the tribulation finishes, and the next thunderbolt wipes out the emperor's new body and soul for good. Izan calls the timing rude but also points out that Liu should have killed this problem much earlier, and Liu dryly admits he was still trying to do business. As the clouds disperse, Leo decides they are finished here and suggests taking the prizes before heading home. The wager dies with Yen Xiang, so the yellow contract mark disappears from Leo's forehead, while he tells Izan they can loot the place after sending the kids back to the bus. While Leo's group flies off, Situbai and Ouyang recover from the shock just enough to realize the dead emperor has left the capital open for a clan power grab. Former imperial servants and officials scatter in every direction, grief already losing to greed as everyone races to claim something from the collapse. Tang Xian is stunned by how fast Yen Xiang, Yan Luo, and Yan Zhu all just fell, but he quickly decides the only smart move now is to side with Leo. Tang Xian orders Tang Tian to move their clan and the Sixth Element sect toward Magpie City, then heads after Leo himself before the chaos gets even worse. After the blast, Gao Yen checks himself and finds only light burns and one ridiculous new problem. His scorched hair has puffed into an afro. He feels no guilt over killing Yan Zhu, and while the arena is dissolving into panic, he quietly loots the prince's storage rings and handmade pistol. When Gao Yen inspects the weapon up close, he immediately sees it is a crude fake built around essence stones and bad engineering instead of Leo's far cleaner guns.